With his vision getting blurry and uncomfortable, he rushed straight to Dr. True for a checkup. Across the desk, the doctor glanced at him suspiciously while cleaning his glasses, as if wondering if this kid had walked into the wrong clinic. Looking at Jiangdu's emaciated frame and dazed eyes, the doctor was convinced it had to be drugs. Jiangdu described his recent symptoms, explaining that his eyes were in a state of indescribable discomfort. Whenever it flared up, strange red veins would appear in his eyes. Everything around him would be covered in a blurry red haze. Even scarier, a stat bar, just like in a video game, appeared above every living creature's head, and Dr. True's was showing 18%. The doctor asked for his age, and Jiangdu was taken aback, asking, Are you asking my age?" Dr. True snapped irritably. "Who else would I be asking? Seriously, did you wander in here by mistake?" With his gamer mindset, Jiangdu immediately guessed it was a health bar, and with only 18% left, the doctor didn't have much time. The doctor asked if he drank, but Jiangdu just scratched his arm distractedly. He was still lost in his own thoughts, which was starting to annoy the doctor. Jiangdu shook his head to snap out of it, and Dr. True could only hold his head in exasperation. Finally, the doctor took out a penlight to see if there was anything wrong with his eyes. Jiangdu opened his eyes wide, obediently following the doctor's instructions. After a close examination, the doctor saw that his eyes were perfectly fine and figured he must be high on something. The doctor shooed Jiangdu out, and as he walked away, he activated his strange vision again. The entire hospital corridor was now bathed in a gloomy red hue, and everyone had a clearly visible health bar above their head. Jiangdu scoffed. "Yeah, right. Pink eye. Clearly. This was some kind of strange God-given ability, but other than seeing health bars, it seemed completely useless." As he left the hospital, he happened to glance at a recruitment poster for an organization called the Night Watch Division. In the year 99, when a great disaster struck the city, the Night Watch Division had established a safe haven for the residents. The aberrations were driven back, and it seemed like there was finally light at the end of the tunnel. But Jiangdu couldn't care less. He just wanted to get back to his own shabby room. But wait. First he had to tie his shoelace. The moment he bent down, the entire world around him suddenly darkened to a cold, bluish black. The once bustling street was now completely desolate, without a single person in sight. The sun was tinged with a bizarre blue hue, painting an apocalyptic scene before his eyes. A girl suddenly dashed in front of Jiangdu, locked in combat with an aberration. Not just her. A whole group of people were also fighting against the monsters everywhere. The splattering blood made Jiangdu freeze on the spot, especially when the sun above began to disappear. His whole body started to shiver from the cold. Clear drops of water began to fall gently from the gloomy gray sky, and it pulled Jiangdu back to reality in an instant. He was still standing in the middle of a bustling street, as if nothing had happened. The Night Watch was still proclaiming the city's safety, but Jiangdu no longer believed them like before. Was this place really safe? Or was it just a painted facade to hide the truth? A hand tapped him lightly on the shoulder. It was a street medicine vendor wearing a white turban who looked like a Taoist priest. Han Liam Mep began to chant his medicine advertisement with an enthusiastic voice. "Indian medicine. 99% pure. Quality guaranteed." In the midst of the city's chaos, Jiangdu couldn't believe someone had the spare time to sell medicine, unless it was a true miracle elixir. The medicine vendor quickly opened up a bag filled with all sorts of goods. Jiangdu scratched his head and asked if there was a discount, but the guy angrily turned his back and cursed, telling him to get lost if he wasn't buying, muttering about running into a delusional weirdo. Jiangdu laughed it off and pulled him back, saying he was just kidding and telling him to cool down, then said he wanted to get a bottle of medicated oil, walking away grumbling. Jiangdu complained to the heavens that the tiny bottle of oil cost a whopping 3,000 yuan. It was a total ripoff. Looking at the quiet streets, he began to suspect he might be hallucinating, because there was no way the apocalypse was actually happening. The bus screeched to a halt at a bus stop. Suddenly, the scenery shifted back to the same gloomy blue hue as before. Jiangdu rubbed his eyes repeatedly, and everything returned to its normal, peaceful state. Maybe I really do need to see a neurologist tomorrow, because this isn't right. He touched his chest where a sharp pain suddenly flared up, figuring it was just the weather and planning to rub some oil on it to feel better. His home was in an old, run-down apartment complex with stained, peeling walls. In the bathroom, Jiangdu's body began to show unusual signs. He was horrified when he saw a strange shape appearing on his chest right where the pain was. Looking closer, he realized the pattern wasn't unfamiliar at all. It was the very same thing that had fallen from a bookshelf and hit him on the head not long ago. Who would have thought that bizarre book would end up giving him a glowing tattoo right in the middle of his chest? Another wave of pain washed over him, causing Jiangdu to collapse onto the floor. A stream of dark blue-black energy poured out from his body, feeling searingly hot and uncomfortable. He turned on the shower and blasted himself with water, which finally soothed the feeling somewhat. Looking up at the mirror, he saw his health bar was still full at 100%. That meant he was wide awake, with no signs of collapsing anytime soon. After his shower, Jiangdu changed his clothes and prepared to leave the room. But then he noticed something unusual. He no longer had a shadow. He ran back and forth under the light, trying to find his own shadow. He finally found it, but it was on the opposite wall. Jiangdu sighed in relief. But after the series of strange events he'd just been through, losing his shadow didn't even seem that weird anymore. He'd just finished his shower, but his eyes were already getting heavy as he opened the door and stepped out. A pitch-black shadow was blocking his path, sending a chill down his spine. He tilted his head for a better look. The shadow tilted too, but in a completely different direction. Jiangdu looked down at his feet. There was no shadow on the floor. With the mind of someone who had written stories for years, he slowly began to understand what was happening. He reached out and touched the tattoo on the center of his chest. Even though the pain made him shudder, that shadow didn't disappear. The good news was that it stayed put. The bad news was that it now had a mind of its own. That night, he tried to control it. He gave the command, "Raise your left hand." Then, "Raise your right foot." The shadow did exactly as it was told. Suddenly, Jiangdu cracked a twisted, intrigued smile. His bizarre expression made the shadow freeze in place. Completely unresponsive, he yelled, "Do the fan dance." The shadow immediately caught the rhythm and performed Ka's entire dance routine. Jiangdu's head ached. He couldn't understand how he ended up with a pitch-black shadow slave in his house. Suddenly, the tattoo on his chest began to glow intensely. It shot up to the ceiling, spun like a wheel, and then stopped on the information tab. Text appeared, displaying the shadow's attributes. Curious, Jiangdu opened it for a look. It possessed all of his memories and had equal strength, but it had no ability to think for itself. Jiangdu glanced over at the pitch-black shadow, which was still dancing wildly. A perfect example of being soulless and brainless. The thing had no true form. It looked like a floating soul, sending a shiver down his spine. He gave it a pen and a calculus problem. It wrote a single character and then froze. Staring back at him, seeing the nonsensical answer, an enraged Jiangdu tried to hit it with a book, but it passed right through its body. What memories I could solve this in 2 minutes? Perhaps because it couldn't think. Jiangdu changed the test and told it to copy a piece of code he had written before. The shadow immediately started moving, its hands flying as fast as a machine. Jiangdu nodded. Realizing it was the perfect tool for copying things, he could set up a whole copying workshop in the future and get rich without any fear of losing money. Jiangdu then opened his status window to see if there were any other interesting features. He selected the Shadow Guard skill, which allowed him to absorb energy from shadows or dead creatures. Shadow Guard. Huh. It sounds like devouring things in the dark. But how do I activate it? Maybe I just need to touch something. He walked over to a corner and tried placing his hand into the shadow to activate the ability, but nothing happened. And he frowned in annoyance. What kind of crazy system doesn't even give a beginner a user manual? Whatever. He decided to check out the other skill, Shadow Eye. This ability allowed him to see the shadow world, which he could either observe or enter. Jiangdu suddenly remembered seeing an illusion on the street that morning. It must have been because of this skill, but he still didn't understand its use. He turned to the shadow and, for fun, ordered it to do a few push-ups. The shadow nodded slightly, then slowly sank into the floor and vanished without a trace. Jiangdu froze. He had told it to do push-ups, but it went straight into the floor. Now his shadow was completely gone. He frantically called for it, telling it to come out and serve its master immediately. A black hole opened in the middle of the room, and the shadow popped out right in front of him. Jiangdu asked it where it had just gone to disappear like that. It wrote 2 words on a piece of paper, Shadow World. He asked what it was doing down there, and it wrote again push-ups. Jiangdu realized that training in the Shadow World was probably twice as effective, so he immediately allowed it to go back down there to continue its training. Finally, Jiangdu sighed, ending the long and bizarre day as he returned to his pile of unfinished manuscripts. The next morning, he was still slumped over his desk, muttering in his sleep. His words were a jumble. Something like, "Hurry, give me the pen. I have to finish drawing," he muttered, chuckling in his sleep. He opened his eyes, his back aching and his shoulders stiff from sleeping at his desk all night. If this kept up, he was sure this office job would be the end of him. A familiar voice called from outside. "Jiangdu, open the door." He went to the door and saw that his childhood friend, Luc Dieu, had come to see him so early in the morning. Jiangdu was stunned as he looked at her health bar. It was only at 93%. What in the world was going on? Jiangdu suddenly woke up. An itching sensation in his head made him look around. and he discovered a stranger standing in his house. Surrounded by an unsettling atmosphere, Du had teleported into Jiang Du's room, her eyes glued to her phone like a superfan. She was an avid reader of his comic, and he was the one who wrote and drew it. Last night, Du had seen a notification that he was about to release a new chapter, so she snuck into his house this morning. Her goal was to get a quick sneak peek at the draft and then leave. Suddenly, a loud noise made Du jump. She screamed as her heart skipped a beat, and the air grew thick with tension. She yelled at him, calling him a yerk, saying that even if he was excited, he didn't have to make so much noise by slamming the door. His blatant action was enough to make anyone jump out of their skin. A large crack had appeared on the door. Jiang Du just stood there, stunned, his vacant gaze showing he hadn't yet processed what had just happened. Dieu pursed her lips. She immediately noticed the strange change in Jiang Du's physique. The transformation startled her so much that she couldn't keep quiet. He was no longer his usual scrawny self. The lines of his body were now taut and muscular, and it was clear something was very different about him. Jiang Du's physique was now powerful, with muscles clearly defined beneath his shirt. The significant change was apparent at first glance. Du guessed that he must have been working out, but she quickly dismissed that idea because of how strange the situation was. She told herself that a lazy guy like Jiang Du couldn't possibly get a body like this overnight. There had to be another reason for it. Du inspected him closely, suspecting he had come into contact with some kind of strange artifact. She barraged him with questions like a detective cracking a case. Jiang Du hastily denied it, claiming he had just been exercising recently. But he knew the truth was that the shadow had altered his body. Without hesitation, Du bluntly lifted his shirt to check for any unusual signs. The sight of his defined abs made her rub her eyes in disbelief. The view left Du both astonished and blushing. Despite that, she remained suspicious. She had seen the strange incidents Jiang Du's father had been involved in, so she couldn't just ignore the signs of a mysterious artifact. Jiang Du fell silent. Under her questioning, he didn't know how to explain himself, remaining speechless in the tense room. Suddenly, Du grabbed his arm in a firm lock. The decisive action unnerved him, and his heart pounded in fear. She pulled out a device. It wasn't some sinister weapon, but a meter used to measure environmental conditions, and she began to check him carefully. The device was used to measure the level of contamination associated with artifacts. It served as a warning before a person could mutate into an aberration. Anyone possessing an artifact that carries malevolent energy would register a contamination level. If it wasn't dealt with in time, the consequences could be severe. Contamination that builds up over time causes the body to degenerate. A person's behavior and physical form could change if they aren't properly cleansed. Jiang Du smiled confidently, believing his new abilities came from the notebook on his chest. He feigned reassurance, insisting that he was perfectly safe, but his body was already reacting silently. The strange signs were still present, and he couldn't deceive his own biological instincts. Du kept the meter at the ready, watching his back with a vigilant gaze, as if prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Jiang Du gritted his teeth. He knew the situation was dangerous, and that he had to remain calm to avoid frightening her any further. After a few minutes of steady breathing, the meter's reading gradually returned to a normal level. Du nodded, her expression softening with some relief. Jiang Du let out a sigh of relief. He reminded her not to be so hasty. As the situation wasn't serious enough to warrant pulling out a weapon, everything was fine now. Du had been taught to be cautious. She carried the device for self-defense and to investigate any unusual situations they might encounter. Jiang Du quickly changed the subject, showing her a few character sketches from his comic to ease the tense atmosphere. She immediately got excited. Her previous attitude vanished, and the power of being a fan made her light up as usual. After looking at the drawings, Yao was seen to the door by him, and then he sprawled out on the bed, relieved to be free from stress. He opened the system log panel to check on the shadow's activities during the night, and a series of notifications popped up that startled him. Jiang Du was stunned, realizing the reason for his physical changes. The shadow had actually been training all night and transferring the results to him. At that moment, he was focused on regulating his energy, trying to calm the impulses in his body after the incident. A mysterious black area appeared beneath his hand as the energy gathered into the rough shape of a human silhouette. Jiang Du used his will to mold that energy mass, forming it into a humanoid shadow that responded to his commands. He smiled with satisfaction upon seeing the results of the training, but he knew that just doing push-ups was not enough, and that he needed to keep improving its efficiency. The shadow clenched its fist, as if affirming its determination, a small gesture filled with a desire for progress. Jiang Du cheered with joy and directed the next series of exercises, rapid and intense. No one dared to slack off during this training session. One-finger push-ups, Then the tiger bend routine began. Next was a series of rapid punches, followed by the human flag. Jiangdu lowered his voice, ordering it to put power into its fists. The pistol squat immediately increased in difficulty, transitioning into the spider crawl. He spun around and performed a strange-looking move, finishing with an incredibly difficult dragon flag. Outside, Zhao Zhao was secretly pressing her ear against the wall, eavesdropping. After listening, she sighed in relief. He was really just working out. She must have been overthinking things. Zhao retreated, reassured and no longer worried. Thank goodness. Nothing unusual was happening. Time to go home and binge read some comics. Back to the log. January 20th. Year 99. That was the first day he got the shadow. It trained all night, and I did not feel a thing. Then suddenly my strength skyrocketed. This kind of leveling up is almost embarrassing. How can a Gen Z just sit back and take it? January 21st. I increased the Shadow's training regimen. The results were beyond expectations. Could I take down Yao Yao with just one punch? Now I can't get complacent. I have to keep pushing. Today, Uncle Lee dropped by. He is also a member of the Night Watch division, so I hope he did not notice anything. The moment I opened the door, he yelled at me. What took you so long? Kid, he is missing an arm, but I bet I could take on 3 Uncle Lis or 2 Yao Yaos now. January 23rd. I cannot keep living like this. If I have this power, I have to train to be worthy of it. To forge steel, you need fire. January 24th. The Shadow practiced the effortless gains routine. January 25th. The Shadow kept training while I just kicked back and reaped all the rewards. January 26th. Excellent. It proactively did 10 push-ups on its own. I am still just enjoying the benefits as usual. A few days passed. Jiangdu frowned as he looked at the system panel. Strange. The pixel points were increasing too slowly. It took several days just to get 8 points. Looking at the specific stats, he read thoughtfully. Shadow attributes. Pixel points 8. 10 points needed to unlock. Skills Shadow Guard. Shadow Eye. Jiangdu thought to himself. At this rate, when will I ever collect enough pixel points to unlock the next skill? A reckless idea flashed through his mind. If I go directly into the dark dimension, could I speed things up? He began to move deeper into the shadow layer. Jiangdu closed his eyes, focusing completely on the shift. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished without a trace. It felt as if he were swimming through a strange current in mid-air. When he arrived, Jiangdu slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a familiar yet pitch-black scene. He looked around and realized this was the shadow world, an exact replica of the real room. He stepped down onto the cracked ground. Outside was a gloomy, airy space, and Jiangdu stood frozen like a statue. After fumbling around for a while, he finally found his way out and breathed a sigh of relief. But after taking just a few steps, he stopped short to assess the situation. It was then that Jiangdu realized he couldn't leave the room or the building from within this place. He scratched his head, trying to think of a way out, and finally concluded that he had to enter the shadow world from outside the physical building. In the vast and silent space, Jiangdu noted how similar this place was to the real world, but everything here was covered in a thick layer of darkness, making the atmosphere feel even colder. Suddenly, an object shot past him, as fast as lightning. Without hesitation, it launched a direct attack toward Jiangdu. Amidst the blurry shadows, Jiangdu was stunned. Could that be his own shadow? He smirked, turning to greet it. You here for me? Before he could finish, the apartment complex phantom shrieked, its mouth gaping open as if to swallow him whole. Right in front of him, it swung a gleaming black scythe, sharp enough to slice the wind. Jiangdu froze, a curse escaping his lips in sheer shock. Despite his panic, his reflexes kicked in, and he managed to dodge the attack. The apartment complex phantom stared intently, its eyes glowing with a strange light. It didn't stop, unleashing a relentless flurry of slashes as Jiangdu screamed and dodged. In this moment of crisis, he quickly summoned his ability, Shadow Eye. Activate. Jiangdu held his breath, braced himself, and plunged into the shadow layer like a frog. He powerfully swam through the dark space. In just a few moments, he was back at his starting point. Jiangdu plopped down, rubbing his backside and letting out a sigh of relief. That was way too close. He panted, wondering what that thing was, and why it attacked him right in front of his apartment building. He checked his body to see if he was injured anywhere. Jiangdu smirked, mentally patting himself on the back. Luckily, his reflexes were much faster thanks to the past few days of training. He grabbed a chair to stand up, breathing heavily. Thinking that thing didn't even manage to touch him, Jiangdu hoisted the chair onto his shoulder, determined to get revenge. He thought, this ghost dares to block my door. I'll teach it a lesson. And so began a series of battles, On January 28th, in his first fight with the apartment building ghost, he was completely overwhelmed. On January 29th, his second attempt, he lost again. He took a blow to the chest that nearly broke his ribs, and he cursed in frustration. On January 30th, he got 3 deep scratches on his butt, but he still managed to knock down its health bar by 6%. Keep going. Jiang-du grit his teeth. Finally, on January 31st, he took a break to recover, and Zhao Zhao was applying ointment to his butt. Seeing all his wounds, she frowned and asked, "Have you been getting into fights lately?" Jiang-du proudly declared that scars are the mark of a true man. Zhao Zhao laughed, then pressed hard on a sore spot. "So the mark of a true man is on your butt," he yelped, his face scrunching up in pain. "Ouch," she said sternly. "Oh, so you can feel pain. You just started to recover and you're already out causing trouble again." Just then, Jiang-du changed the subject. "There's only 1 month left. What are you going to do?" Zhao looked confused. Not understanding what he meant by 1 month left, Jiang-du sat up abruptly to remind her. "The martial arts assessment. Have you really forgotten? In the era of calamity, cultural and artistic professions were gradually neglected, and few people cared about them anymore. Artists were now considered lower class. Society only focused on practical matters, with survival being the top priority. Frontline warriors, like those from the Night Watch, were regarded as heroes and national idols. To join their organization, you had to pass the assessment. If you succeeded, your life would turn a new page." At this, they both fell into a thoughtful silence. Looking at each other, she hesitated before speaking softly. "Actually, I don't want to take the test." Zhao Zhao bit her lip, hesitating for a few seconds. Then she mustered up her courage and confessed, "I want to study music." Hearing this, Jiang-du calmly suggested, "If you want to study music, then go for it." Would Uncle Luke really object? He understood immediately, sighing to himself. That's right, Uncle Luke is a member of the Night Watch. How could he let his daughter pursue the arts? Hearing that, Zhao Zhao's hand paused in midair. She quickly explained, "It's not that my dad won't allow it." Jiang-du raised an eyebrow. "Really?" As she continued applying the ointment, she looked down sadly and whispered, "Don't tell anyone, but the policy has changed. This year, anyone with the required aptitude must participate in the martial arts exam, and registering for the professional level is mandatory." Jiang-du was stunned and asked in confusion, "Wasn't it always optional before those who didn't qualify could just take the general level exam?" Zhao sighed, her gaze heavy. "The pressure from the Night Watch division is getting worse. Unless there's an exception, I'm pretty sure I have to compete." Hearing this, his mind was in turmoil. He thought about the scanner Zhao Zhao took out the other day, and how close he came to being discovered. Jiang-du recalled the scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. With that kind of technology, there's no way he could hide. If his identity was exposed, he wouldn't even be surprised if they shot him on the spot. He frowned and muttered, "I hope this stupid notebook doesn't actually turn me into an aberrant." Suddenly, an idea flashed through Jiang-du's mind. He quickly asked, "Can that scanner of yours from the other day detect aberrants?" Zhao Zhao shook her head firmly. "That thing's only for superhumans. If you run into a real aberrant, your only option is to run, and if you can't outrun it, remember to call the emergency number before you die." Hearing the unfamiliar term, Jiang-du frowned and repeated, "Superhumans." The two of them stared at each other intently, their eyes meeting in a few seconds of silence. Zhao Zhao spoke softly, "I'm done here, so I'm heading home." Jiang-du quickly stopped her, asking, "Do you have any books at your house about superhumans or aberrants? Can I borrow them?" Zhao Zhao shot him a suspicious look. "Didn't you say you weren't interested in that stuff? That you were planning to take the general level exam?" Jiang-du gave a forced smile. "Well, it's mandatory this year. Who knows? Maybe I have some hidden talent. It's better to study up beforehand just in case." She stepped closer, raising an eyebrow dubiously. "Really?" Jiang-du was startled and quickly replied, "Of course, besides, I also want to incorporate some superhuman elements into my hot-blooded story." Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she eagerly told him to hurry up and tell her. Jiang-du hesitated, thinking to himself, "Geez, I just made that up on the spot and she actually bought it." Jiang-du thought for a moment, and then began his story. It's about a Ban, a scrawny student who's always getting bullied, but thanks to his kind-hearted deskmate, he still manages to hold on to his faith in life. Thanks to his unyielding will, a Ban is selected for a high-level warrior program. After being injected with a serum, he becomes the powerful Captain A-Ban. But instead of sending him into battle, the Night Watch division takes him to parties to meet high society ladies. That is, until the aberrant Sir Kellyton attacks the city with a blue cube. The two of them continued to laugh and joke, completely oblivious. The scene shifts elsewhere, as Miss Tu smiles, nods, and walks away. They were now at Zhao Zhao's apartment, and she told him, "Wait here. I'm going into my dad's room to get the materials." Her room was filled with pink and cute things. Just then, Jiangdu's gaze unintentionally drifted to another corner of the room. He froze when he saw the comic book lying right on her bed. Jiangdu curiously picked it up to read. He couldn't believe it. Is this a BL story? I never would have guessed she reads this kind of stuff. Zhao Zhao blushed and snatched the book back, stammering an excuse. "A friend of mine left it here, it's not mine." She warned him with a stern face. "Just sit still and don't touch my stuff." Jiangdu crossed his arms and gestured. All right. Go on." He chuckled to himself. "She's still the same. Not on guard around me at all." Jiangdu's eyes swept around the room, and he recalled nostalgically that Zhao Zhao had loved music since she was little. She could never bear to throw old things away and always made him listen to it. Even though he wasn't interested, he reached out and pressed a button on the old radio, and sound filled the quiet room. Memories of the past came flooding back. "I remember helping you catch goldfish that day. Looking back on it now, it was both embarrassing and pretty funny." Lost in his memories, Jiangdu was startled when Zhao Zhao spoke up. "Since when did you get into music?" He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his head. She leaned in to tease him, pointing out how he never used to know the first thing about any of this. Zhao Zhao handed him the device. Jiangdu asked excitedly, "You found it?" She nodded. "Everything's in there. See for yourself." Without a moment's hesitation, he put the device on his head. Instantly, lights flickered as the system booted up. In the blink of an eye, he was pulled into a strange, unfamiliar space. His entire body seemed to drift into a portal, vanishing completely. Jiangdu groggily came to, his eyes struggling to focus. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Jiangdu froze, turning his head to survey his surroundings. He was overwhelmed by the bizarre landscape. This was the lower abyss, and it felt breathtakingly real. He immediately realized he was in a forbidden zone, an uncharted area filled with countless dangers and deadly, forbidden-level threats. This was the birthplace of the aberrations, the source of the great disaster. They were cruel, murderous, and endlessly destructive. Seeing the grotesque creatures, Jiangdu muttered in horror. "These are the aberrations." Could the thing from the hospital that day have been one of them? He quietly deduced that between the real world and the abyss, there exists a dimension called the shadow layer, which is how the aberrations sneak into our world. Although it's tightly controlled by the Night Watch, some still manage to slip through. Jiangdu quickly slipped out of the glowing detection ring. He picked up speed, changing direction to shake off any pursuit. He mused that the shadow layer refreshes itself every month, recreating a perfect replica of the real world's environment. That's when the aberrations multiply, so they need to be cleared out quickly. However, humans who enter this place have their strength severely weakened. Only the most powerful dare to set foot here, and even then, visibility is extremely limited. The shadow layer carries an extremely high level of corruption, and anyone who stays too long will be assimilated. That's strange, he thought. I didn't feel any reaction when I was here before. Just then, an aberration silently materialized behind Jiangdu. Startled, he whipped around. Before he could even react, a blast of golden energy surged forward from out of nowhere. In a flash, the aberration vanished, along with the golden orb of light. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to stay balanced amidst the chaos. Jiangdu frowned, a clear understanding dawning on him. If he wanted to fight the aberrations, he would need to possess equivalent power. He would have to become a transcendent, witnessing it firsthand. He was so excited he could practically taste it. So strong. If I pass the exam, maybe I can become a transcendent, too. But then, the system's voice spoke, revealing a dark truth. Transcendents are actually people who carry aberrations within their own bodies. While they struggle to control that power, it simultaneously erodes them day by day. The superhumans are forced to fight against the internal corruption. Once they die, the chance of turning into an aberrant species becomes even greater. Therefore, when they know they can no longer live on, Jiangdu was stunned, too horrified to speak. The system's final reminder was to use all their strength before they perish. The screen flickered off right after that sentence. Jiangdu jolted awake, sitting up with a shout. Zhao Zhao quickly asked what was wrong, and Jiangdu rubbed his eyes and sighed. There's too much information. My head feels like it's going to explode. He leaned back in his chair and ordered, "Come here and give me a back rub." Zhao glared at him and snapped. "Say that again." Jiangdu smirked slyly, tempting her with 3 pages of original comics, clean line art, and customizable content. Zhao immediately nodded her head. The deal was struck while massaging his shoulders. She wondered why his body was so hard. Jiangdu grinned smugly. I've been training constantly. My abs are well defined. She was surprised. Really, he nodded proudly. Want to feel. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted his shirt, her fingers tracing over his abdominal muscles. Just then, the door burst open. Captain Luke stood there, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiangdu's tongue got tied as he stammered, Captain Luke." A few minutes later, the three of them sat at the dinner table in an unusually silent atmosphere. He kept his head down and ate, not daring to say a word. His gaze accidentally met the older man's, causing Captain Luke to grind his teeth so hard it seemed his jaw would break. Zhao Zhao quickly tried to soothe him. "Dad, you're misunderstanding," he growled. "What misunderstanding? I saw it with my own eyes." She replied flusteredly, "No, it's not like that. I was just..." Zhao Zhao blushed and turned to urge him. "Jiangdu, hurry up and say something." Jiangdu was awkward. His expression turned serious as he said softly, "Dad, no. Captain Luke, it's nothing. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses." Without waiting for a reaction, he raised his glass of wine, drained it in one go, and forced a smile. "Bottoms up for me. Please, help yourselves." That action made Captain Luke's face darken. As his anger flared up, he slammed his hand on the table, sending bowls and chopsticks flying, and roared, "Impressive. You've got some nerve. Are you looking down on me?" Zhao Zhao rushed over in a panic to stop him. "Dad, calm down." Terrified, Jiangdu backed away while trying to explain. "Captain Luke, it's not what you think. You've misunderstood." The story flashes back to the past. Zhao Zhao and I were childhood friends, but our personalities were complete opposites. I was mischievous and destructive. She was a well-behaved, intelligent, and polite young lady. Yet for some reason she liked to hang out with someone like me. I was always coming up with mischievous pranks, and she would curiously follow along, as if it were a competition, where the loser had to submit. It was probably because I had helped her once back then. I clearly remember her shouting, "Yumini, I'll take on anyone who dares step up." It might also be because she was drawn to the badass vibe I thought I was giving off. She was always there cheering me on, shouting, "Go. Jiangdu, go." She even enthusiastically joined in when I made up a game where we pretended to be beggars. Because of that, Uncle Luke would often pull me aside and scold me for being old enough to know better, yet still leading his daughter into mischief. He never wanted his daughter to hang out with me and always tried to keep us apart. Just then, he pulled a lighter out of his jacket pocket. Captain Luke flicked it open, about to light a cigarette. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao frowned with displeasure. She strode over and snatched the cigarette right out of his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "So, what were you two doing when I got home?" Jiangdu quickly answered, "Reporting. Sia. We were reviewing materials on special abilities and superhumans." Hearing that, Uncle Luke went quiet and shot a quick glance to the side. Zhao Zhao playfully stuck out her tongue and gave a sheepish grin. He chuckled softly and shook his head. "Looks like I've spoiled you too much." Suddenly, his tone became serious. "Jiangdu," he asked point blank, "do you know why students aren't supposed to have early exposure to the superhuman world?" Jiangdu hesitated before replying, "I'm not exactly sure." He calmly explained, "The darkness and despair within a person's heart can open a gateway for aberrant insects to invade, which is why some things cannot be made public." Jiangdu sat in silence, listening intently. It continued, "Not everyone is strong enough to resist the temptation. The moment even a tiny crack appears in one's heart, an aberrant insect will slip through and seize control of the body. That's why, before the martial exam, everyone's aptitude is rigorously tested, and only those with enough physical and mental fortitude are permitted to walk the superhuman path. That path is dangerous every step of the way, and there is no turning back." He sighed. "Even with advanced therapeutic equipment to help, there are casualties every year, which is why I'm advising you not to pursue this path. Do you understand?" Jiangdu smiled and nodded, his voice sincere. "I understand. Thank you, Uncle." He was calm, accepting the reality of the situation. The test was something everyone had to face, so running was pointless. Rather than rely on others, it was better to become stronger himself. All he needed was to maintain a peaceful mind. He looked at the boy and sighed softly. This kid really is different. Just then, his phone rang. He answered, and an urgent voice came from the other side. "Report. There's an emergency situation in the shadow plane." He replied instantly, "Understood. I'm on my way." Before leaving, Captain Luke didn't forget to issue a warning. "I'm heading out on a mission. You better watch yourself. Jiangdu, if I catch you again, I'll haul you straight to the patrol headquarters." He obediently replied, and his words made Zhao Zhao choke on her water and start coughing. "Don't worry, Captain Luke. Zhao Zhao and I definitely won't cross the line again." The two of them turned on each other, glaring as she yelled, "What do you mean again? We haven't even done anything, you're just trying to provoke me. Aren't you?" The scene shifts to the street below, where the sunset casts long shadows across the pavement. The streets were bustling with people and filled with lively chatter. "It's getting cold today. Did you bring a jacket? Are you coming over tonight? Candied fruit skewers? Get your candied fruit skewers here. It's getting late and I still haven't ranked up yet." A little boy was happily munching on a snack skewer. Jung-do stopped to look up at a sign that read, "Night Patrol Protecting the Order of Van Hai." A flicker of regret crossed his face. He had only just scratched the surface in his research. Afterwards, he walked into a supermarket and quietly picked out the items he needed to buy. He sighed, thinking to himself that with Captain Luke being so secretive, there was probably no chance he'd get to see any more of those documents. Suddenly, while he was at the checkout counter, the phone in his pocket started ringing. It was Zhao Zhao on the other end, who irritably said, "Damn it, Gyangdu, pick up a carton of eggs and some milk for me." Actually, never mind. That's enough." He clicked his tongue and glanced over at the feminine hygiene aisle. "If you need me to buy something sensitive, just say so," he muttered. "No need to be so shy about it." Jongdu picked up the shopping bag, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. After finishing his shopping, he left the supermarket, his mind heavy with thought. School would be starting in just 1 month, and his progress with shadow training had clearly hit a plateau. He gritted his teeth in determination. He couldn't just keep doing dry runs forever. It was time for some real combat. Just then, he stopped in the middle of the street. As his eyes scanned the area, Jiangdu suddenly realized that the anti-aberration propaganda had gotten much thicker lately. He looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. The martial arts exam had also increased its mandatory quotas. Something felt wrong. The sky was pitch black, with clouds gathering ominously as if a huge storm was about to break. A creeping sense of unease washed over him. It felt like this world was on the verge of a major upheaval. Jiangdu clenched his fists and took a deep breath to steady himself. Whatever. Overthinking it is just a headache. I'll just find that aberration from the other day and finish our fight. With that, he scanned his surroundings. Once he was sure no one was watching, he began to summon his shadow ability. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of energy move around his body. In the blink of an eye, Jiangdu vanished, teleporting into a pocket dimension. A health bar silently appeared before his eyes, showing only 14% remaining. In the silent void, he called out in a low voice, "Who's there?" But his surroundings remained nothing but absolute darkness and silence. From a hidden corner, a figure staggered out. It was Duke Bao, his body covered in wounds, dragging himself forward one slow step at a time. His face was pale and cracked like a broken stone statue. As the man got closer and closer, Jiangdu subconsciously backed away. He realized in a panic that the man seemed to live in the same building as him. So why was he here? Before he could ask, Duke Bao collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had vanished. Jiangdu was stunned, not knowing what was happening. He hesitated, analyzing the situation in front of him. After a moment, the other man still hadn't moved. Suddenly, a strange shadow emerged from the void. It approached with a health bar showing 24%. Jiangdu immediately became vigilant, a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes. His gaze was as cold as a blade, locking onto the enemy as he launched a precise attack. Jiangdu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his anger flaring up. Flashing back to the past, Duke Bao sighed wearily as the work at the Night Watch division just kept piling up. He thought an administrative job would be easy, but who knew he'd be working overtime every day? If he had known, he wouldn't have tested for the combat division. Suddenly, a horrific scream echoed out, crying for help. 2 small children were trembling and crying in the darkness, calling out desperately for help. He stood frozen, horrified as he watched an aberration drag someone into the shadows. This was too strange. Aberrations invading the physical realm had never done this before. The 2 terrified children reached out their hands, begging to be saved. Without hesitation, Duke Bao rushed straight in. He spoke firmly to reassure them. "Don't worry. Just try to hold on." Duke Bao quickly grabbed a child's arm, but he himself was also pulled into the strange space along with the kids. Duke Bao trembled, gritting his teeth to stay calm. He was aghast, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. A strange world appeared, and the 2 children burst into tears of fear. "What is this place? Oh my God." Duke Bao suddenly realized he was in danger and cursed himself. "I'm dead meat. I got dragged in too, and I don't have any protective gear on me. This is basically suicide." Just then, a razor-sharp blade shot towards them. Startled, he immediately spun around to dodge. Duke Bao reacted quickly, knocking the blade aside, giving the enemy no chance. He stomped down hard and crushed the blade. Looking around, Duke Bao was stunned to discover that the rift from before had vanished, leaving him with no way back. He pursed his lips, slowly surveying his surroundings. Surrounded by danger, Duke Bao seriously analyzed the situation. He was surrounded by aberrations that could attack at any moment, and it had been a long time since he'd been in a real fight. To make matters worse, he also had to protect two children who had no combat skills. At that moment, the two children began to wail, desperately crying out for their mother. He frowned and tapped his wristband, realizing his only option was to activate the distress signal. Immediately, the signaling device activated. Duke Bao gently soothed them. "Don't cry anymore. Take this. It'll temporarily ward off the contamination. I'll find a way to get you both home." He let out a gloomy sigh, knowing there was no chance for him to escape. His only hope was for the children to survive. The rest he would leave to fate. One of the children looked up, their eyes shining with hope. "Really, you'll take us home?" Duke Bao nodded, then directed the children to a safe hiding spot. He turned away and said resolutely, "I have to take care of a few things." A memory flashed through Duke Bao's mind. At 18 years old, he had passed the entrance exam for the Superhuman Martial Arts Academy. Studying diligently since his freshman year, he dreamed of becoming a true warrior. In his second year, with guidance from a professor, he managed to defeat a low-level aberration. But his joy was short-lived. He had to face the harsh reality that it still wasn't enough. In the world of superhumans, talent was everything, while effort was rarely given a second thought. Duke Bao bitterly admitted that he had tried his hardest but was still overlooked. He bowed his head in despair before his shackling fate. Despite not believing in destiny, no matter how hard he tried, he could never escape its invisible chains. In the end, he was forced to change his path, leaving the martial arts department for the liberal arts department, destined to live the life of a normal office worker. Now, Duke Bao solemnly wrapped his hands, his gaze growing heavy. He took a deep breath and began to move his body, warming up every tense muscle. A demonic fiend growled as it advanced, and Duke Bao silently assessed its semi-bestial form: 4 eyes, powerful limbs, a mid-level aberration. Without warning, it lunged forward like a shadow cutting through the wind. He lowered his stance, took a deep breath, and braced himself for the fight. Duke Bao threw a punch, batting its long tongue to the side. Enraged, the demonic fiend swung its scythe-like limb, slashing through the air as it charged. The powerful impact forced him to his knees, sending him stumbling back several steps. Duke Bao countered with a lightning-fast uppercut. The creature froze, unable to process what had just happened. Duke Bao let out a laugh. "This is great." The feeling of battle is coming back to him. In that very instant, his eyes widened as he noticed something was wrong. A giant hand suddenly swung at him out of thin air. Duke Bao was slammed to the ground, and the residential fiend quickly retracted its hand. He gritted his teeth, his mind filled with confusion. His instincts screamed to dodge, but his body couldn't react in time. Seeing him distracted, it seized the opportunity to lunge and attack. But thanks to his months of relentless training, he skillfully dodged the entire barrage of precise strikes. A sharp, numbing pain spread through his body. Duke Bao struggled to escape, feeling as if hundreds of needles were piercing his flesh. He changed direction, circling around to find an escape route. Duke Bao clenched his fists, telling himself decisively that he couldn't drag this out any longer. He had to end it quickly. He poured all his remaining strength into one final punch. Duke Bao unleashed the decisive blow right into the enemy's chest, releasing the power of the blind phantom. The residential fiend roared and charged forward in a frenzied counterattack, but immediately after, it was sent flying by his incredibly powerful punch. Duke Bao panted heavily, a puff of toxic smoke escaping his lips. He could feel his body slowly becoming corrupted. The more a superhuman uses their power, the easier it is to be tainted. And with his weak aptitude and fragile willpower, it was lucky he'd been away from the battlefield for so long, or he wouldn't be able to control it. Suddenly, the aberration roared and charged at him with terrifying speed. In the moment of confrontation, Duke Bao gritted his teeth and thought, "If I don't risk it all today, I'm definitely going to die here." But just then, the aberration unexpectedly sidestepped his attack. Its eyes gleamed with a cunning and triumphant look. A slash across the stomach sent Duke Bao spitting blood. He collapsed, his body thrown a great distance. He rolled for nearly 30 feet before he could struggle back to his feet. Clutching his chest and gasping for air, Duke Bao gritted his teeth. He never expected it to adapt so quickly. It's just a mid-rank creature. A combat student from the academy could take it down easily. Yet I'm struggling this much. This must be the gap in natural talent. Despite knowing the disadvantage, he still charged forward, As a member of the Night Watch, he couldn't retreat, even in defeat. At this point, the only thing he could do was buy more time. Second by second, he just needed to hold on a little longer, until the people from the Night Watch division arrived to save the two kids. Crimson blood sprayed amidst the fiery battle. Duke Bao's eyes widened in absolute terror. His body completely frozen, a deep gash sliced across his shoulder, blood pouring out in streams. A swing of the aberrant creature's scythe had completely taken Duke Bao down. His vision began to blur, and everything around him started to distort. Only despair remained in his eyes. Was this really the end for him? In that moment, his memories flooded back. At 15, he watched his loved ones fall to the aberrant creatures. At 18, he had an awakening and chose the path of martial arts. At 20, after finishing his second year, he was forced to leave the combat division. At 21, he started an internship with the Night Watch division, working a desk job for 4 years. And that had been his life. Despite all that had happened to the world, he was still just an ordinary person living an ordinary life. The 100-year war between humanity and the aberrant species was never as peaceful as people claimed. It was just a long series of defeats. When dark clouds obscure the sun, who can still see a glimmer of hope? Duke Bao let out a faint smile, as if trying to hold on to his last bit of consciousness. He fumbled in his pocket for something. Knowing that death was a common fate for the superhumans, he pulled out a blue pill and swallowed it, thinking to himself, "At least I have to accomplish something before I die." A fierce light ignited in Duke Bao's eyes. He had to take it down with him. He gritted his teeth, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared intently at the mongrel. His body shot up, erupting with a ferocious surge of energy. Duke Bao smirked, looking straight at his enemy. Round 2 begins. The pill's effect spread throughout his body, an uncontrollable surge of power welling up inside him. He took a defensive stance, ready to face the Ma Trung Ku's next attack. Letting out a low shout, he focused all his spirit to prepare for a counterattack. The Ma Trung Ku unleashed a flurry of slashes, forcing him to leap back and dodge. Immediately after, Duke Bao spun around and landed a kick straight to its face. The Ma Trung Ku staggered back, and he seized the opportunity to rush in and close the distance. Duke Bao clenched his fists, unleashing a relentless chain of counterattacks. One punch after another made the aberrant creature roar in pain. He kept telling himself, "I have to hold on, just a little longer." But his vision began to blur, and his breath felt as heavy as lead. His body grew weaker, his steps became unsteady, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Duke Bao mustered all his strength, his fist enveloped in a purple aura, thinking he just needed a little more, but his limbs were already numb, and his mind was spinning uncontrollably. The mid-level demon seized the opportunity, lunging forward to deliver a punch as powerful as a hammer blow. Duke Bao couldn't react in time and was sent flying, his body slamming hard against the ground. The impact kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Blood trickled down his face as he smiled bitterly, his vision fading to black. The backlash from his own power had brought him down, proving that the weak are always just weak. He gritted his teeth, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. It's over, this mediocre life of his. But just then, a look of astonishment flashed in Duke Bao's eyes, as if he had just witnessed something extraordinary. Right next to him was Jiangdu, loaded down with bags and grumbling. Why didn't that useless guy just wait at the gate? What is he doing all the way out here? Duke Bao looked at the person before him with suspicion. Someone from the Night Watch. That's strange. His voice is so young, and his manner of speaking is different. Could he be a superhuman? But an ordinary person couldn't possibly appear in a place like this. Jiangdu stepped forward to help him up, saying in a calm voice, "You rest here. I'll take care of the rest." He smiled confidently and added, "The entrance to the dark side is strictly guarded by the Night Watch. Not just anyone can get in, unless he's an extremely dangerous and powerful being who lives hidden within the dark side." Before he could even finish that thought, it happened. The mid-level demon swung its arm and struck Jiangdu, causing him excruciating pain. He was sent flying a long way, just like Duke Bao had been, which made Duke Bao's eyes widen as he thought to himself, "He's so weak." The mid-level demon tried to press its advantage while Jiangdu was still stunned. But suddenly, another hand shot out and stopped it in its tracks. A punch straight to the face twisted its jaw to one side. This was followed by a relentless barrage of blows that made it bleed continuously. After beating it senseless, Jiangdu panted heavily, looking absolutely furious. He grabbed a bottle of sauce and pointed it at the demon, yelling, "I'm your opponent now." In the gloomy and terrifying space, the battle was reaching a tense climax. Jiangdu deftly dodged the sharp swing of the mid-level demon's blade. A bottle of wine flew out from the nearby rubble. He snatched it and used it as a weapon to knock the aberrant creature away. The mid-level demon, refusing to give up, raised its scythe again to attack. But Jiang Du had already vanished. Silently slipping behind it, he slammed the broken bottle down hard, making it roar in pain. Smirking as he attacked, he declared, "After our last fight, I've figured out your weak spot. Right now, you're seriously injured and your strength is fading. So the advantage is all mine." Jiang Du attacked relentlessly, using the glass bottle to constantly provoke the creature. The demonic spider fiend writhed in pain, roaring in a mad fury. It backed away to create some distance, no longer daring to get close. Duke Bao watched, stunned, unsure whether to call him strong or just plain weird. He was fighting with no discernible style, yet he was still effectively overwhelming his opponent. Just then, Jiang Du yelled, "You scratched my butt the other day. So now I'm gonna shred your back. Let's see you handle that." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had noticed something was wrong. The mutant beast suddenly whipped its tail, sending him flying. The impact slammed his back against the wall, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Jiang Du sat up, coughing violently, and cursed himself for being careless. Attacking the same spot repeatedly had allowed it to put up its guard. Watching the demonic spider fiend charge toward him, a wary look flashed in his eyes. He quickly calculated that he could probably only take 2 more hits. If he wanted to play it safe, he could withdraw from the dark side, rest for a few days, and then come back. But that would mean abandoning his comrade, which went against everything he stood for. His health was critically low, but Jiang Du refused to back down. He was going to see this fight through to the end. Just then, Duke Bao shouted, "It's badly wounded on its right flank. Attack it there." Jiang Du heard him loud and clear and immediately smirked. He had found its weak spot. The demonic spider fiend instantly grew wary, sensing the imminent danger. But Jiang Du had already anticipated its move, and a victorious glint flashed in his eyes. Jiang Du moved with agility, distracting the mutant beast's gaze. Its left side is wide open. The shard of broken glass in his hand plunged straight into the monster's flank. The demonic spider fiend's health bar dropped to 18%. It roared in agony and panicked. Turning to flee, Jiang Du paused for a moment in surprise. It's running away already, but the mutant beast wasn't retreating. Instead, it charged right past Duke Bao. He whipped his head around in alarm to watch it. Realizing something wasn't right, it turned out the demonic spider fiend's target was the 2 small children hiding in the back. Duke Bao screamed in horror as he saw it open its maw full of sharp teeth, clearly intending to regenerate. The monster was already right in front of the poor children. Its massive, blood-red mouth gaped open, and its jagged fangs reflected the darkness. The trembling older brother still held his little sister tightly, trying to shield her. Just as it was about to pounce on its prey, a shout echoed out. "Stop right there." Jiang Du tensed his arm, and veins bulged all over it. He took a stance, his fiery gaze locked onto the aberrant creature. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Du forcefully threw the object he was holding. The can flew through the air, tracing a perfect arc. The top of the can shot straight towards the monster like a silver bullet. It was startled, realizing just in time that something was hurtling toward it. It hastily tilted its head, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. At that same moment, Duke Bao rushed in with surprising speed. No one saw when he had leaped into the air. His kick came crashing down on the vile insectoid's head. Powerful and decisive, all his power was focused into that single, incredibly precise blow. The aberrant staggered, lost its balance, and fell backward. Its health bar dropped further, with only 15% remaining. Duke Bao was also injured by the recoil, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The vile insectoid shrieked in fury. He voiced a deep rasp. "I'll crush you." As it opened its mouth to devour him, the situation became extremely perilous. A strong hand suddenly appeared, grabbing its head in a tight grip. Jiang Du had arrived. Flashing a cold and confident smile, he leaned down and, without a second thought, a bit hard into the aberrant's neck. Its health bar dropped again, leaving only 14%. Jiang Du roared, grabbing the hair on its head and slamming it into the ground. He straddled it, punching and cursing. "An aberrant, huh? You piece of scum, try getting up now." Its health bar continued to fall, now down to just 11%. Jiang Du raised his fist, ready for another blow. "You like eating people, huh? Let me show you how it feels." But suddenly, the aberrant's chest began to glow, and an orb of energy flared to life, making him pause. "What is this?" Jiang Du gritted his teeth, focusing all his strength into his hands and shaping them like a spearhead. Without hesitation, he plunged his hands straight into the glowing light in the center of the monster's chest. Jiang Du poured all his strength into a direct thrust at the blazing point of light in the monster's chest. Even as a fierce wave of energy pushed him back, he roared and cut it down. In an instant, the energy around Jiang Du erupted, throwing the space into chaos. The monster's agonizing scream echoed everywhere, shaking the very ground. Its body exploded. Its head sent flying through the thick smoke. Jiangdu stood frozen amidst the rubble, covered in blood and gasping for breath. All around him now was just a scene of devastation, littered with debris and blood. He activated his ability, causing shadows to spread out and connect with everything around him. The scattered objects slowly began to gather automatically under his control. Even broken pieces of the wall were pulled back, sealing the pitch-black cracks. Only Duke Bao and the two children were left, lying unconscious on the cold ground. Jiangdu leaned over slightly, his entire body aching as blood continued to seep from his wounds, but his lips curved into a faint smile. He had finally settled that humiliating score. His vision began to fade, becoming as blurry as if it were covered in mist. His body swayed, and then he collapsed onto the cold, hard ground. In his last moment of consciousness, he saw his own silhouette reflected in the darkness. And then, Jiangdu sank into a deep unconsciousness. Before his eyes was only an endless, pitch-black void. A city was engulfed in smoke, with a sea of fire spreading everywhere. At his feet lay the countless bodies of innocent civilians. Scattered about, towering pillars of fire reached for the sky, consuming the entire cityscape. Jiangdu stared numbly at the scene. This was a human sanctuary. How could it have come to this? He spun around quickly as a terrible sense of foreboding washed over him. He didn't know when it happened, but he was completely surrounded by hundreds of monsters. His horrified gaze met a tide of monsters rushing toward him, a wave so dense it blotted out everything else. Countless grotesque, black arms reached out, fighting one another to seize their prey. Before he could even react, Jiangdu was completely engulfed by the sea of monsters. He was dragged down, sinking into the suffocating horde with no hope of escape. It was like being pulled into a bottomless black hole as his entire body was swallowed whole. Amidst the ruins of the city, only the thick, suffocating stench of death remained. In the distance, the sun was a hazy blur behind a veil of dust. The world was submerged in darkness, a place where weak superhumans struggled amidst chaos. Some lived in luxury, while others screamed in the shadows, to fight silently, and then to fade away. That was the Great Continent, a land both familiar and strange, a place where the true face of the world was rarely ever seen. In a dream, Jiangdu heard a faint voice calling out to him, "Wake up! Hurry and wake up!" Someone was frantically shaking him, their voice trembling as they asked, "Are you still alive?" Jiangdu coughed lightly and sat up, panting heavily. It turned out it was all just a dream. He tried to remember. After destroying the aberrant, all his memories were a complete blank. Jiangdu placed his hand on the head of the aberrant's corpse and activated his Shadow Guard ability. The black aura surrounding it was immediately sucked back into the palm of his hand. Duke Bao looked at him and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Why are you so quiet?" Jiangdu replied softly, "I'm fine." He glanced at Duke Bao's health bar, which showed only 10% remaining, and thought to himself, "This is critical, but according to the system's standards, there's still a chance. 70% health is a light injury, 50% is severe, and 30% is near death. 10% is the threshold between life and death, where the chance of survival is hanging by a thread." A sudden tap on his shoulder made Jiangdu flinch, and he turned around in confusion. Duke Bao forced a smile and explained, "Give me a hand. Will you? I can't even stay upright, leaning against the wall anymore." The two of them finally slumped down in a hidden corner against the wall, breathing a collective sigh of relief. Duke Bao tilted his head and asked quietly, "Hey, buddy, you're not from the Night Watch division, are you?" Jiangdu froze. He didn't recognize him, even though they lived in the same building. It seemed his vision was too blurry to see clearly, so Jiangdu just went along with it and nodded. "That's right. I'm not." Duke Bao burst out laughing. "I knew it, struggling that much with a low-level aberrant. You're definitely not one of us." Does everyone really think the Night Watch division is full of powerhouses? Jiangdu was so angry he could barely speak. Does this guy even know the meaning of gratitude? I just saved his life. Duke Bao's tone suddenly turned teasing. "Just kidding. You actually did pretty well. Taking on an aberrant with just a bottle of soy sauce. You've got goots." He suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit, startling Jiangdu. "Are you okay?" Jiangdu looked at him, filled with a sense of admiration. To be able to laugh while covered in injuries like that. The guy truly had nerves of steel. Duke Bao asked curiously, "So, little bro, what school do you go to?" "What year are you?" Jiangdu lied on the spot. "North Capital Academy. I'm a sophomore." He regretted it instantly, because Duke Bao's face lit up with excitement. "Really? So you're my underclassman. What's your major? The martial track or the academic one?" Jiangdu just wished the ground would swallow him whole. Duke Bao mumbled to himself, "Must be the martial track. There's no way a student from the academic track could handle an aberrant that size. Hey kid, you got any medicine on you? Jiangdu stared at him blankly. What kind of medicine? Jiangdu then pulled a box of biscuit sticks out of his pocket. This is all I've got. Duke Bao glanced at it and gave a wry smile. Biscuit sticks. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. To his surprise, Jiangdu snapped one of the sticks in half. Then he held out one of the halves. Here. This is your share. Duke Bao grimaced. This kid was something else. Jiangdu pointed at the ground. The rest of them fell all over the place. You want me to pick them up for you? Duke Bao waved his hand dismissively. If you want them, you can go get them yourself. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly grew heavy, and they both fell silent. Duke Bao then spoke up. Is this the first time you've killed an aberration with your own hands? Jiangdu answered noncommittally. I guess so. Duke Bao's eyes gradually grew dim as he looked up at the pitch-black sky. He spoke slowly. Sometimes I really admire you guys, getting to learn martial arts, train, and fight. But me, I'm just a regular guy with no talent and no willpower. Just like this guy, gloomy and without light. Clinging to false hope doesn't make things any better. Jiangdu quickly tried to change the subject. Why don't you get some rest? We can talk more when the rescue team arrives. Duke Bao chuckled softly. It's okay. I just want someone to talk to for a bit. The willpower of office workers like us is as fragile as a thread. No matter how much of it you have, it can't stand against the wind. Once the corruption hits, you get swept away no matter how much you struggle. Jiangdu couldn't help but ask, do you have any regrets? You could have lived a peaceful life. So why did you get involved in this dark world? To his surprise, Duke Bao suddenly clenched his fist, the veins on his hand bulging prominently. He gritted his teeth and cried out, Of course I have regrets. I was a salaried worker, chatting with the girls in the office every day, training a bunch of goofy kids. Life was pretty good. But then my brain must have short-circuited, and I suddenly jumped into all of this, and now there's no way back. After his outburst, he bent over, coughing violently. Jiangdu panicked. Bro, stop talking. You won't last until the rescue team gets here. But he just chuckled softly. The signal was sent a while ago. They should be here soon. Jiangdu nodded and stood up. That's a relief then. I'll be on my way. No one noticed the bracelet on the child's wrist, which was emitting a faint light. Duke Bao grabbed his arm. Don't wander off. If you run into another aberration, someone at your skill level wouldn't even be enough to scratch its itch. Come back and chat a little more. Jiangdu broke out in a cold sweat. I just want to get away from here. Talking to you is more stressful than fighting an aberration. And so, the small alley echoed with endless laughter and banter. Duke Bao rambled on, bragging about his past exploits. Back then, I just had to hit it once and it was all over. Jiangdu was tired of listening, but could only endure it in silence. Duke Bao suddenly gave him a message to pass on. If you go back to the academy, help me apologize to Teacher Chow in the martial arts department. Tell him I failed to live up to his expectations, that I couldn't even beat a mid-level aberration. Jiangdu clutched his head, trying to suppress the overwhelming feeling of helplessness. Duke Bao continued his rambling. And send my thanks to the vice chair of the Corruption Studies program in the Transcendent Arts Department. Tell him to stop lecturing like he's some edgy teenager. And I'm sick of hearing those phrases like Tan Hoa, forever and humanity will endure. He forced a smile. Bro, maybe I should get a notebook to write all this down, or you could just wait until you're better and tell them yourself. Unexpectedly, those words made Duke Bao pause. He sighed softly and whispered, I've kept so much bottled up inside. I just wanted someone to listen to me. Duke Bao shook his head regretfully, his gaze growing distant as he recalled the past. He looked off into the distance, his voice lowering. If only I could go back to my days at Bakdu Academy, he whispered. Got any more of those snacks? Can I have 2 more sticks? I really like that spicy flavor. Jiangdu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're really something else. Besides, what company even makes that kind of spicy stick? Duke Bao's hand went limp, falling onto the cold brick floor. He knew the answer, but asked anyway. Fair enough. It didn't matter either way. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the distance. Duke Bao raised an eyebrow. It seemed the people from the Night Watch division had arrived. Hearing that, Jiangdu immediately stood up and sighed in relief. Help had finally arrived. He picked up his bag and turned to leave without any hesitation. Duke Bao called out, asking if he wasn't going with them. Jiangdu looked back with a smile. No need. I can go on my own. Duke Bao understood and didn't try to stop him. Just giving a slight nod, he looked up and offered a brief farewell. Travel safely. He wasn't sure if this man was truly blind or just hiding it, but he nodded anyway. Even so, it didn't stop Jiangdu from walking away. Duke Bao bowed his head, silently seeing him off. The shadow path appeared beneath Jiangdu's feet, leading the way back. Before stepping fully onto it, he turned his head for one last look. The group from the Night Watch division had arrived. Discovering Duke Bao and the two children beside him, they quickly checked his vital signs, trying to find a way to save him. But strangely, Duke Bao showed no reaction at all. Those men silently shook their heads, signaling that he was already gone. Jiangdu sensed something was wrong, and his expression darkened. Duke Bao's health bar had dropped to exactly 9%. He was stunned. What's happening? Why is his health still dropping steadily? With current medical technology, he should be completely savable. Then Jiangdu saw a powerful stream of energy envelop him. The members of the Night Watch division stood motionless, none of them daring to approach. In that moment, they all raised their hands in unison and bowed their heads in a final salute. And then, Duke Bao's life force reached zero. His body slowly disintegrated, turning into a fine ash that drifted away on the wind. But his face still held a serene smile. Jiangdu was frozen, his eyes fixed on the scene. Wait, but the escape via the shadow path had already been activated, and there was no turning back. In the end, Jiangdu's hand could only fall limply, returning to nothing. The people around him stared, filled with confusion and bewilderment. They whispered amongst themselves, "What is he doing? Is this some kind of performance?" Jiangdu's face fell, his sorrow impossible to hide. On a large advertising screen, a voice boomed, "We are the superhumans. Remember this." The sound echoed in his ears, jolting him back to his senses. The message emphasized that you must not give up, even at the very end. Even if you realize you have almost no chance of returning alive. Once consumed, your potential skyrockets, but the mortality rate reaches 90%. And if you have to use it, it means there's no turning back. Only compound number 3, burning your life force to illuminate the Grand Continent. We will remember every sacrifice. We will advance without retreat. And we will hunt until not a single aberrant species remains. Standing between heaven and earth, we look up at the night stars. We replace the sky. We transcend humanity. With mortal bodies, we create miracles. We are the Night Watch division. The elevator slowly carried him to the top floor. Jiangdu, covered in blood, stood there in silence. The shock hadn't faded yet. That man, he was gone. He dragged his heavy feet out of the elevator. As he walked, he thought, just a little while ago, he was laughing and talking so cheerfully. In the end, he just wanted someone to confide in one last time. No flowers. No applause. He passed away silently. Just like so many other nameless people, Jiangdu's heart clenched. No matter who it was, no matter how ordinary, I will never forget him. Ever. He clutched his head and let out a deep, weary sigh. Tossing his bag onto the table, he muttered, "I'm exhausted. I'll just take a shower and go to bed. Just walking is tiring me out. And my health bar is still more than half full." I thought it was down to about 20%. He was still dazed, muttering. That guy only had 10% left, and he was so calm. "I still have a long way to go. It seems like just having muscle isn't enough," he said while pulling out some food. "You have to train your willpower too." Suddenly, a voice startled him. "Where are the groceries?" Zhao Zhao was sprawled on the sofa. "Puting, you didn't answer your phone. You just disappeared. I told you to buy eggs, not get lost in someone's chicken coop." Jiangdu made an excuse. "It's the new year." The lines were insanely long. Then it hit him, and he asked, "How do you have a key to my place?" Zhao Zhao hopped down. "You order takeout every day and never cook. So Uncle Lai told me to look after you and gave me the key." She stared at him. "What's with this look? Did someone beat you up?" Jiangdu quickly tried to change the subject. "It's late. You should go home, or Uncle Luke might get the wrong idea." Zhao Zhao wouldn't let him go. "Get back here." Jiangdu panicked and tried to escape. "I'm hungry. I need to go make some noodles." But Zhao Zhao was faster, grabbing his shirt tightly. "You're not going anywhere." Suddenly her eyes went wide, and she froze for a few seconds. Then she shouted, "Oh, me God. Why are you covered in wounds?" Jiangdu turned to run. "I forgot to buy eggs." But Zhao Zhao refused to let go, grabbing his shirt. "Tell me the truth. Where did you just come from?" Jiangdu struggled. "It's nothing. Let me go." She gritted her teeth. "I'm not letting go until you tell the truth." He had to make something up. "I ran into a robber on the way home, and I stepped in to save someone. I might look rough now, but the other guy is in much worse shape. When the police arrived, they couldn't even believe he was human. It all happened so fast. A punch here, a kick there. I hit him high and low. I beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. You couldn't tell if he was a man or a beast." While he was still bragging about his victory, Zhao Zhao suddenly reached out her hand and said in a cold voice, "I'm serious. You. Zhao Zhao looked at him. Her eyes filled with pity. Jiangdu stood there stunned, not expecting her to be so worried. He gaped, his mind in a whirl. Could she have actually believed my ridiculous story? Zhao Zhao gently placed her hand on Jiangdu's cheek. Her face showed clear displeasure as she asked softly, "Does it hurt?" He mumbled in reply, "Not really. You should go home and get some rest." Zhao Zhao turned away, flustered, her cheeks turning red. She said softly, "I'm going to tell Uncle Lai about this. About you getting into fights in the middle of the night." Jiangdu frantically grabbed her hand. No. It wasn't a fight. I was doing a good deed, please don't go," but Zhao Zhao ignored him. "I'm still telling him." He pretended to wince. "Ouch. The pain is unbearable. I can't take it anymore." This made her turn back and ask with concern, "Are you okay?" Looking at his injuries, she said sternly, "You need to go to the hospital." Jiangdu quickly argued, "No need. I have some top-grade medicine at home from the Night Watch division. It's even better than what they have at the hospital." Zhao Zhao narrowed her eyes at him. "You're just trying to trick me into putting the medicine on for you, aren't you?" Jiangdu grinned widely. "Then I'll have to rely on Dr. Luke." But the moment she touched him, he yelped loudly. "Ow. That hurts so much." As she applied a little more, he howled like a mummy being unwrapped. "You're being so dramatic." She gave him a light slap on the shoulder. "Are you going to mess around like this again?" Jiangdu immediately surrendered. No, I won't dare do it again." Zhao Zhao glared at him, her eyes full of suspicion. "Really?" he replied weakly. "For real? You've always loved a spectacle since you were a kid. At most, you'd just stand and watch. You wouldn't jump in." Zhao Zhao frowned. "What did you just say? Say that again." Jiangdu quickly waved his hands. "I said I'd just watch. I won't do anything." Zhao Zhao huffed. "Fine. I'll let it slide for now. I'm going home." Jiangdu tried to stop her. "Leaving so soon, why don't you stay the night? My bed is big enough." Zhao Zhao turned back and made a funny face at him, as if to say she couldn't care less. With that, she slammed the door, making the whole room tremble slightly, leaving Jiangdu sitting alone and dazed in the cold, empty living room. He whispered, "He asked me to pass a message to the North Capital Garrison Academy." Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Startling him, Jiangdu was stunned, muttering, "This is not good." In the end, that person never told me his name. His body was still slowly absorbing the dark energy from the aberration's corpse. The energy seemed to be accumulating, emitting a faint glow. System text appeared. Aberrant insect. Name Shadow Ghost Insect. Rank 1 mid-tier. Creature of the Dark Zone. Once marked by it, beware of what's behind you. Warning. The target is not simple. Annihilator Kaijia. Sacrificed an arm. Skill Shadow Guard harvested the Shadow Ambush ability, increasing points. Kaijia is exempt. Jiangdu was surprised. So aberrations are recorded in the system after they're defeated, and it's only recognized when the Shadow Guard absorbs it. The newly absorbed energy was rapidly integrating into his body. A new skill was unlocked. Shadow Ambush. It allows him to identify an enemy's weak points in the dark, and the first strike will be extremely powerful. He nodded. "Well, might as well give it a try." Jiangdu awkwardly got up from the chair. He lowered his stance, got ready, and whispered, "Shadow Ambush. Activate." But the only response was a cold breeze brushing past his neck. Jiangdu frowned. "I can't see anything. Is this system trying to mess with me?" Then it hit him. "Oh right. How can I use it without a target? Whatever. I'll try it again when I run into a monster." Jiangdu shrugged and sighed. Then he immediately opened the system to check his information. The screen clearly displayed Jiangdu. Shadow Attribute. Shadow Power 14 out of 14. Class the Enigma. Skills Faded. Shadow Guard. Shadow Eye. Status the Shadow. The Enigma lives in the shadows. A natural-born assassin. The more hidden he is, the stronger he becomes, silently hunting prey from the darkness. Jiangdu furrowed his brow and grumbled. What kind of cheat ability is written like a game? What's this about hunting at night? I should be hunting during the day. Curious. He tapped on the status line, the Shadow, wondering if it was a new skill. The system responded, "When this state is activated, you will gain 4 effects. The more you train, the greater the benefits. 1. Your presence is almost completely erased, allowing you to merge into the shadows unnoticed. 2. Your body reorganizes, enabling extremely fast regeneration. 3. The shadow layer does not consume shadow points. 4. You have no critical hit points. Even decapitation won't cause instant death." Jiangdu's eyes lit up. This really is a cheat ability, especially the 4th effect. It's just ridiculous. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed that even being decapitated would only cost him 99% of his health. Not killing him completely, Jiangdu yelled. Losing 99% of my health without dying. How is that supposed to save me? I'd rather just kick the bucket. But on second thought, it's pretty good. Time for a test run. The shadow status. Appear. Instantly, a murky black mist rose from the ground. It gradually formed into a shadowy reflection of himself. Jiangdu raised his hand to try and control the shadow. The black shadow immediately mimicked the move he just made. Then, they both reached out and touched each other. The shadow immediately merged straight into Jiangdu's body. The darkness spread from his face, covering his entire skin. While Jiangdu was still stunned, it had already finished merging with him. His entire body transformed into an ethereal mass of black shadow. He looked at himself in amazement, thinking, so this is the shadow form, how interesting. Jiangdu took a deep breath. Sensing his new physical state, he suddenly leaped into the air, his body zipping forward. He zipped around the room like an intangible bolt of lightning. It was clear that his speed and physical body had changed. Without hesitation, Jiangdu lifted the bed with just one hand. He repeatedly lifted it up and down as if it were a dumbbell. His strength was now outstanding. Next, he pulled a massive hammer out of nowhere. Then, without a second thought, he slammed the hammer right into his own face to test his defense. Jiangdu burst out laughing. This shadow form was seriously tough. The noise woke up the people downstairs, who yelled, "Are you having a fight in the middle of the night? Keep it down." He was startled and quickly stopped, thinking he should be more discreet as he dispelled the shadow form. Jiangdu looked back at the system interface. Status: the mysterious one. He was filled with curiosity and wondered, what does unlock mean? The system replied, you currently possess preliminary authority over this status, but it has not been fully awakened. Once unlocked, you will become its sole owner, and no one else will ever be able to activate this status. The status will belong to you, but the unlocking process involves potential risks. Do you wish to proceed? Note, sometimes, risk is also an opportunity. Jiangdu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Unlocking a new status sounded pretty good. The system highlighted the word risk in red. Choosing no would be the safe option, but choosing yes could lead to a huge reward. But before he could even make a decision, the system automatically confirmed his choice. He jumped in shock and yelled, wait a minute, I haven't made a choice yet. A massive black shadow suddenly enveloped Jiangdu, like a silkworm in its cocoon. It made the pile of stuff on the floor shake uncontrollably. Inside, the only room still lit in a city that had fallen silent. Something earth-shattering was quietly taking place here. Jiangdu had just emerged, his entire body still shrouded in a black shadow. This was a new state. The hunter. If you entered the fray but didn't attack, you would be hunted instead. Once you strike, it's a guaranteed hit that cannot be dodged. Note the exception. Attacks from external items like guns would not count. A bow, poison, and 2 hunters in the shadows. The more you conceal yourself, the further your reputation spreads. The effect's potency increases with the level of danger. Even a god would find it difficult to escape. Jiangdu muttered to himself, once I attack, it's guaranteed to deal damage. Not even the gods are exempt. The system announced that upon activating the shadow, your enemy killing capabilities would be greatly enhanced, and the health threshold to trigger and execute would also be lowered. The system clearly described the activation sequence. When the prey's health is near its limit, its health bar will glow bright red, and a fatal point will become clearly visible. Attacking that exact spot can trigger and execute, finishing them off completely. The required health threshold is not dependent on strength or level. Jiangdu stood motionless in deep thought, carefully reading every single line. He suddenly recalled that the group of mutants from before had also shown red spots. He mumbled, not only is it guaranteed damage, but it also comes with an execute. At this thought, Jiangdu burst out laughing. It seems laughing. He pointed to the sky and shouted, I'm invincible now. But he froze a moment later, as if he had just remembered something. Jiangdu chuckled as he began to unwrap the layers of bandages from his body. He curiously checked his wounds. Weren't there supposed to be risks? This looks fine. In fact, the wounds were already almost completely healed. Medicine could never work this fast. Jiangdu forcefully ripped off the newly formed scab. He realized with astonishment, could it be because I just activated the shadow state? Is my recovery really this fast? The next morning, Bao Kuang asked, Xiao, is that video Jiangdu posted last night for real? He wrote that he was stabbed nearly 100 times without even flinching. Tu chimed in. Last night he said he ran into a human trafficker, and the guy chased him down an alley with a knife without blinking once. Hearing this, Bao Kuang grew worried. If he's that hurt, why don't we go visit him? Zhao waved her hand dismissively. Don't believe a word he says. He was just chased by a dog. Her 2 friends looked at each other. For real, Zhao Zhao thought to herself that Jiangdu is going around telling tall tales again. The scene shifts back to Jiangdu's house. She put her hand on the lock. If you don't believe me, let's go inside and verify it for ourselves. Zhao Zhao held the key, preparing to open the door to Jiangdu's house. His two friends were surprised, asking her why she had the key to his house. She turned and said calmly that Jiangdu had given it to her. After saying that, Zhao Zhao opened the door and called out loudly, "Jiangdu, we're here to visit you." Inside the room, he was huddled in a corner, clutching his head, clutching his wound. Jiangdu groaned softly. "I shouldn't have picked the scab. What a mistake." A voice called from outside. "Jiangdu, are you okay?" Zhao Zhao rushed to his side, startled. "Where's the bandage? Why did you take it off?" Jiangdu sighed. "I thought it was completely healed, so I removed it." His two friends whispered to each other. That post from last night must have been real. "I think so too." They came closer, amazed. "When did you get so muscular? No wonder you had the guts to take on those traffickers." Zhao Zhao pulled them back. "All right, stop staring and go sit in the living room." The other two teased with a laugh. "We get it. We get it." As soon as they finished, she pushed them both out and slammed the door shut. Bao Kuang suspected that those two were definitely becoming a couple, and Tutu nodded, saying there was an 80% chance he was right. Afterward, Zhao Zhao helped Jiangdu reapply medicine to his wound, and he winced from the sting. She glanced at him suspiciously. "Stop faking it. This kind of medicine doesn't even sting." Jiangdu groaned, but his eyes kept darting down to Zhao Zhao's thighs. She frowned and scolded him. "Did you hit your head or something? Your wound was healing just fine. Why would you pick it open?" As she was talking, Zhao Zhao suddenly noticed his strange gaze. She sighed. "You kids are hopeless. I'll just call Fatty in to put on the medicine for you." Jiangdu panicked and stopped her. "No, don't. He's way too clumsy for this." Zhao Zhao's expression remained full of suspicion and annoyance. She pinched his cheek. "I can tell it's been a while since Uncle Lai taught you a lesson." Jiangdu thought to himself, "It wouldn't matter if he taught me 800 times. Zhao Zhao pouted. "So, tell me the truth. What kind of trouble did you get into last night? Don't tell me you were out robbing people, because I'd probably believe you." Jiangdu protested. "It's true, I was just out being a righteous hero." She let out a cold laugh. "Just hearing you say that gives me goosebumps. Not a single word you say is believable." Jiangdu sighed to himself. "Am I supposed to tell her the truth, that I went into the Shadow Realm to slay aberrations and then chat about the meaning of life with the Night Watchers? Maybe then she'd believe me?" He suddenly asked. "By the way, what time did Uncle Luke get home last night?" Zhao Zhao looked surprised. "He didn't come home." "Why do you ask?" Jiangdu's voice grew serious. "I'm just realizing how tough the Night Watchers have it. They work all day, pull overtime at night, and they're constantly risking their lives." Hearing that, her expression softened, and her gaze grew somber. Jiangdu glanced over, realizing she must be very worried about Uncle Luke. Zhao Zhao said softly, "Few members of the Night Watchers ever get to live a peaceful life. Uncle Lai lost an arm, and Lam Mak died when he was only 20 years old. Even Uncle Luke, as powerful as he is, was severely injured and will never fully recover." She asked softly if he planned to join the Night Watch division after passing the martial arts exam. Hearing this, Jiangdu just stayed silent, not rushing to answer. It seemed like he wanted to break the gloomy atmosphere that had settled over them. Then he smiled slowly and said, "I don't know. I wonder if there are a lot of pretty girls in the Night Watch division." Zhao Zhao got angry and pinched his cheek hard, telling him to shut up, while Jiangdu yelped, "Easy. That hurts." He complained that she was too rough, but she just glared, saying, "You've never met a girl like me before, have you? Well, now you know." All Jiangdu could do was beg her to stop. Outside the door, Bao Kuang heard the noise and wondered what the two of them were doing. But Tutu just shrugged and told him to guess for himself. "A moment later." Jiangdu was done and walked out, fully dressed. He gave a forced smile and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Bao Kuang sighed, saying they came to see if his crazy stories were true. While Tutu asked if he was okay, they both saw the red marks on his neck and immediately misunderstood, whispering that they looked exactly like love bites and that Luke Rio must be really intense. Jiangdu waved his hand dismissively. "Have a seat. I'm still alive and well. I'm not gonna die," A explained. "At the time, I had just bought a bottle of soy sauce and some other stuff from the supermarket, and on my way back, a guy holding a bag ran towards me." Zhao snorted. "Here he goes, making things up again." Jiangdu continued, "I went to the supermarket to exchange some things. Those two shirts were torn, so you can just toss them." He waved his hand dramatically. "Then about 80 guys built like oxen rushed out of the woods, and I just started slashing at them with my knife." But as he was speaking, Jiang Du suddenly stopped, remembering something. He rushed over to stop Zhao Zhao. Wait, there's still something in the shirt, but the item had already fallen out of the pocket and rolled onto the floor. On the floor, a pack of sanitary pads lay conspicuously in the light. Zhao Zhao froze, her voice trembling. Why are you carrying this? Jiang Du blushed and explained. Last night you complained about stomach cramps. So when I was at the supermarket, I thought I'd buy this for you as a surprise. His two friends' jaws dropped, thinking this was the kind of thing only a couple would do, and that this drama had to be spread to the whole class. He placed the package in her hand. Take it. Just tell me next time you need some. Zhao Zhao suddenly clenched it tightly, her face turning as red as a beet. She hissed angrily, I don't need it. Then she threw it right in Jiang Du's face, turned around, and stormed out. Jiang Du clutched his forehead, wincing. Why did she suddenly get angry? I really don't get it. His two friends stood up, smirking. We'll head out first. You got this. We're rooting for you. Jiang Du stood there stunned, not understanding a thing. But now that everyone was gone, it was a good time to train in peace. He took a slow, deep breath and activated his skill. Shadow Eye. A dark magic circle appeared right beneath his feet. A black mist spread out, quickly swallowing his entire figure. The darkness crept upward, completely covering Jiang Du's face. He chuckled softly. All right, let's begin this fun training session. Jiang Du focused on activating his power, entering a shadow state. Then he plunged straight into the deep shadow space. He looked down at his body. How strange. This place was supposed to be corrupted. Yet he felt so comfortable. It felt like someone who lived in smog their whole life, finally getting to breathe the fresh air of the open countryside. Great. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, and my health is regenerating at an insane speed. Jiang Du raised his hand, his face beaming. All right, let's get to training. He planted his hands on the floor, lowering his body close to the ground. His arms tensed with power, the movement both fluid and forceful. Then he suddenly launched himself into the air, crashing straight into the ceiling, rebounding off it. He fell with a loud thud that made the floor shake. Jiang Du burst out laughing. His whole body felt like it was filled with an endless stream of energy. The system's voice rang out. The shadow state has been activated. Entering the shadow plane, his entire body was liberated, becoming as agile and light as air. And the training process began. During his training, the shadow guard activated automatically, allowing him to absorb the surrounding shadow energy, slightly increasing his shadow points and physical constitution. The blackness covering Jiang Du's body fluctuated continuously. It receded and then expanded again, as if it were breathing in sync with him. It seemed the system was analyzing the changes in his body. A series of numbers on his status panel increased non-stop. Jiang Du smiled. 1,000 push-ups completed. It was a piece of cake. He looked around the room. It's a bit cramped. I'll go outside to train where there's more room. Jiang Du dashed straight to a nearby park. He laughed as he ran. If this were the real world, all the billionaires would be fighting to make me their master. He grabbed onto the horizontal bar, gripping it tightly. He spun his body continuously, dangling in midair. I've decided. First, I'm going to win a gold medal in the World Championship for the horizontal bar. At that same moment, at the headquarters of the Night Watch Division, a group of people in neat attire entered with solemn steps. They headed straight for the central conference room, where Captain Luke was already waiting. One person holding a document began to read, reporting that the shadow layer was experiencing major fluctuations, and the contamination index had exceeded the acceptable threshold. Teams B3, B7, and A2 in the north, south, and east sectors have all detected signs of unusual rifts. This outbreak is quite unusual. As the distribution map shows, it's concentrated in residential areas. It's no longer spreading randomly like before, and everyone's expression grew heavy. The atmosphere in the Night Watch meeting room was thick with tension. Captain Luke said in a low voice, "The aberrations have been far more active recently. In just 2 days, there have been 4 cases of people being dragged into the shadow layer." The report also documented the incident involving Duke Bao and his death. Captain Luke frowned. It might not seem like much, but who's to say they won't be more sophisticated next time, causing even more severe consequences. Compared to the aberrations from the shadow layer, the rifts to the abyss are exponentially more dangerous. If the aberrations are like rabid beasts, then the creatures from the abyss are no different from a giant Godzilla. Just then, Duan Kuang spoke up. Come on, everyone calm down. It's just speculation for now. Don't act like it's the end of the world. It's not like we haven't prepared for combat situations. His words eased the atmosphere in the room. Captain Luke and all the other members let out a quiet sigh of relief. Tuan Kuang nodded. All right, continue with the next part of the report. To which the assistant replied, Understood. Next was the list of those who had recently fallen. The meeting ended. and Captain Luke stood silently by the glass window. He took a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took one out, about to light it to relax a little. He muttered, "Trouble always seems to stir up right before the new year." But then he immediately noticed something strange. The thing he was holding in his mouth wasn't a cigarette. He scowled. "Ah, cookie stick. That little brat switched my stuff again." As he was thinking, a pack of cigarettes came flying from out of nowhere. He caught it reflexively without even looking. Only then did he turn his head to see who had thrown it. Tuan Kwang chuckled. "Don't be so serious all the time." He had already lit a cigarette, exhaling a faint wisp of smoke. But Captain Luke placed the pack of cigarettes down on the table. He continued to chew on the cookie that had been swapped in. He replied calmly, "No thanks. I'm afraid of getting lung cancer." Tuan Kwang burst out laughing. "That sounds like a joke." "You? Afraid?" Captain Luke frowned. "Cut the nonsense. If you're here for something, just say it." Tuan Kwang just gently exhaled smoke, his eyes revealing a deep-seated worry. At almost the same moment, an urgent bulletin was sent to headquarters. Captain Luke was stunned. What kind of notification is this urgent? Tuan Kwang didn't answer right away. Slowly taking a drag from his cigarette, Captain Luke's brow furrowed as he had a bad feeling. "It's happening again." He staggered slightly, gripping the edge of the table for support. He asked wearily, "This is so sudden. Has it been confirmed?" Tuan Kwang shrugged. "Your terminal should have received it by now." Captain Luke immediately opened the computer in front of him. He asked, "Have you chosen a path for your daughter yet?" "The superhuman martial arts or liberal arts track," Captain Luke replied. "We're waiting for the aptitude test." On the screen, a notification appeared. All children of superhumans, rank 2 and above, are required to enroll in the superhuman department after testing. He then asked, "So what about your son? I think he's pretty average. So maybe he should go into spiritual engineering, xeno-entomology, or superhuman physiology." Tuan Kwang fell silent, rolling the cigarette between his fingers. After a moment, he said decisively, "I'm not registering him for anything." Captain Luke was surprised. "Are you going to have him study superhuman liberal arts?" Then Tuan Kwang shook his head. "Just regular liberal arts." Captain Luke laughed. "Are you kidding? If he hasn't taken the aptitude test and happens to meet the standard, he'll be transferred to the superhuman track anyway." Tuan Kwang didn't answer. Simply extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, he put on his coat, turned, and walked out of the room, adding, "He's not taking the test." Captain Luke called after him, "Explain what you mean," but Tuan Kwang just waved his hand. "You get back to work. I'm going out for some air." A female assistant knocked gently on the door. "Excuse me, I have new information." Captain Luke nodded. "Go on." She presented a file. "This is the latest report from the shadow layer." He skimmed a few lines before freezing in place. The report stated a new aberrant species, code D29527, had been discovered, nicknamed the Mad Training Shadow. The description reads: a pitch-black, shadow-like entity, found in the garden of the Azure Moon district, suspected to have accidentally entered a residential area. The target shows no signs of fatigue. It has a high interest in physical training, knows how to use equipment, and has extremely low aggression. When personnel approached, the subject stopped training and even bowed. After a 2-hour observation, its threat assessment was deemed low, so it has not been slated for elimination at this time. The female assistant summarized that a new type of aberrant species had been discovered in the apartment complex, a type never before recorded, and she requested his preliminary assessment. Captain Luke frowned, a single thought echoing in his mind. What kind of strange aberrant species is this? At the same time, in the shadow realm, Jiangdu held up his camera. Before him was a giant spider, which contained many times more protein than a regular meal. The spider meat is firm, you just have to singe it to remove the hair. One bite reveals a flavor that's both unique and rich. It doesn't taste like beef, and it doesn't taste like goat. It's spider meat. He looked at his feed. The landscape photos of the shadow realm were getting a surprising number of likes. He was on his way to becoming an influencer. It turns out there were other people making supernatural content besides him. This kind of stuff used to be banned from being uploaded. Suddenly, the system panel lit up, startling him. Jiangdu frowned as he read, "Shadow attribute. Persona, the hidden one. The hunter. If you do not hunt, you will perish. Only through continuous hunting can you survive. Upon awakening this persona, you understand that only those who relentlessly pursue can exist. Go forth and enjoy every hunt, pushing yourself to the limit." He glanced at it and, annoyed, lightly slapped the screen. What kind of way is this to scare someone? But then, another line of data appeared. The words, remaining lifespan. 100 hours struck Jiangdu like a bolt of lightning. He was stunned. He only had 100 hours left to live. Jiangdu's hands trembled as he looked at the flashing number. What the hell? Why would the system say something like that? Perhaps this was the so-called risk of unlocking the hunter persona. And what a risk it was. Calm down. Don't panic. There has to be a way to fix this. According to the description, the hunter must continuously hunt to extend their life. Simply put, killing aberrant species is the only way to live longer. He read it again carefully. Item 1 clearly stated that life and death are in the hunter's hands. Only by throwing himself into the cycle of killing could he touch immortality. Jiangdu mused. It seemed that if he hunted continuously, he could potentially live forever. Item 2 mentioned that a special hunter will continue to exist in another form, even if their physical body is destroyed. He frowned. What does it mean to exist even after your body is gone? It also said that after awakening the persona, one would become unusually cheerful. How could I possibly be cheerful when I'm going to die in a few days? If I can't manage to kill any aberrant species, I'll probably have to ask Uncle Lai to intervene. Looking at the giant spider in front of him, Jiangdu thought that perhaps the only way was to kill it to gain a little more lifespan. He took out his phone and started recording. This was a rare opportunity to hunt and make a clip at the same time. He'd posted on TopTop. This account was a burner from Uncle Lai, so no one would be able to trace it. Jiangdu quickly activated his ability and merged into the shadows. The camera lens captured that very moment. Turns out he was live streaming. Welcome everyone to my channel. Today, I'll be soloing a giant spider. One-on-one. First, you stay silent and get close to the prey. Then you launch a surprise attack. We're getting very close now. Absolute silence, so it doesn't detect me. Jiangdu pulled out a reinforced steel bar. A pricey one, with a few strange metal pieces embedded in its tip. Just then, the monster started to pick up a human scent. The moment it lunged forward, Jiangdu had already dodged to the side. The aberration turned its head, and Jiangdu vaulted behind it. His heart pounded in his chest as adrenaline surged through his veins. The aberration's eyes darted around. Seemingly having lost track of its target, Jiangdu smirked. So close and it still can't see me? The shadow state is seriously overpowered. Now I just need to find its weak spot and strike. He crept underneath the aberration, looking for the perfect angle to attack. A glint appeared in Jiangdu's eyes. That's the spot. He smirked and raised his weapon. Let's see how many of these you can take. Half an hour earlier, from the spider's perspective, it had been in this world for quite some time and was slowly adapting. This place was quieter than the abyss. There were no giants lurking about, and as long as it was a little careful, it could live in peace. It had just defeated an ugly member of its own kind and had a satisfying meal, so it was feeling a bit tired. It lay down, preparing to sleep and recover its strength. Its eyes fluttered shut in contentment. Suddenly, its spider-like instincts made it jolt awake. Something was approaching. The aberration strained its eyes. It was a strange feeling. Something was clearly very close. Its senses screamed danger. This place wasn't safe. It had to leave. But just as it turned to leave, it felt something was wrong. A sharp force pierced straight through its abdomen, causing it to screech in agony. Jiangdu gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of power. It seemed he could only unleash all his pixels when he was in combat. Its health bar was down to 40%. A few more hits and this would be over. But before he could land another blow, a giant claw swept towards him. The powerful strike sent Jiangdu flying backward, slamming him hard onto the ground. He staggered to his feet, dazed, muttering, "That hurt. I didn't expect it to be so strong." While the mutant spider roared in fury. "My backside." Jiangdu smirked slyly. The staff had struck its weak point, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, he immediately sprang up. A surge of energy erupted around Jiangdu's body. It was his shadow dive skill. Using the momentum, he slowly sank into the ground, his entire body submerged as if he were diving underwater. He thought to himself, "I never expected shadow dive to feel like being completely hidden in the darkness. There's no need for a direct confrontation. I just have to lurk like a hunter in the jungle and wait for the perfect moment, and then deliver the fatal finishing blow." Looking at the writhing spider, Jiangdu quietly muttered, "A mutant bug, a superhuman." A sharp, cold smile appeared on his face. The hunter, the prey, the chase has officially begun. A bored girl scrolled through a few live stream channels. The Sunset Watch, the place that keeps you safe. Hello, I am a member of the Sunset Watch, and today I will be introducing low-level mutant bugs. She let out a long yawn and scrolled to another channel. I'm La La La, and today I'm taking everyone to a restaurant deep inside a small alley. It's your favorite bad boy here. Bring on the big show. Hello. I'm about to perform an extremely dangerous stunt. Here's the lighter. Everyone watch closely. I'm gonna smash it. Tudich was bored. What is all this nonsense? Have these channels completely run out of ideas? But then suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. A strange channel appeared. Jiang Du introduced himself. My name is Du, and I'm from Bakdu. She wondered, where in the world is that? The screen was filled with images of all sorts of mutant bugs flashing by continuously. Tu, sat bolt upright. Was that thing just now a mutant bug? Seriously, that's not some kind of special effect. Is it? Jiang Du continued to explain. This is a shadow pattern spider. An ancient demonic bug. First tier. Low quality. Originating from the abyss. The comments started flying. Du is so cool and handsome, I want to gift you a house if I don't have money. How about a plate of stir-fried pork? Not spicy is fine too. He continued his lecture in a steady voice. The patterns on its body can cause mental contamination. It's dangerous for low-level individuals to look at it for too long. Tudich frowned. This whole bunch is just blindly fawning over him. Posting such cringy comments for their parents and friends to see would be mortifying. I hate how shameless they are, chasing after boys at such a young age. But then, she couldn't help herself either. Her fingers typed out a sappy comment. Hey big bro, I want some too. Just then, Jiang Du in the video sank into the ground. Her eyes lit up. Holy crap. Could the channel host actually be a superhuman? Tudich grinned to herself. The more she watched, the more captivating it became. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Realm, Jiang Du was still fighting the mutant spider. He suddenly targeted the staff that was still embedded in its body. One powerful kick made the mutant creature let out a blood-curdling screech. It counterattacked with a ferocious strike, but Jiang Du swiftly and successfully dodged it. This left the abomination confused. Unsure of where its enemy had gone, it stared intently at the spot where its attack had just missed. Suddenly, a finger tapped lightly on its body from behind. At that very moment, it instinctively turned its head. Jiang Du held up 2 fingers in greeting. I'm over here. He continuously taunted the spider, dodging instead of attacking, mocking how it couldn't land a single hit with 8 legs, calling it pathetic. Tudich's jaw dropped. Her eyes glued to the screen. She was mesmerized. So handsome, and as fast as the wind. This like was definitely worth it. In the video, Jiang Du was completely engulfed by a spray of poison from the spider. The wave of poison spread out, covering the entire ground. Jiang Du vanished amidst the thick cloud of toxic fumes. The spider gloated, thinking it had finally taken down its opponent. But his voice rang out. Did you really think spreading acid everywhere could stop me? Jiang Du suddenly appeared on the roof of a nearby building. He smirked. Wherever there are shadows, you'll find me. His figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The panicked spider unleashed another ferocious stream of poison, but Jiang Du disappeared again, moving freely within the darkness. His form flickered in and out of view, as if he were dancing between the walls. His feet glided lightly as his voice echoed. I am the hunter who emerges from the shadows. He pulled out another gleaming steel rod, silently appearing right beneath the spider. His voice was chillingly cold. The slaughter makes me forget all my memories. I can only remember my name. A single thrust pierced through the abomination's body, sending black blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Du's voice echoed through the area. My name is... The shadow merged with the poisonous mist. The Shadow Wanderer. The battle was over. An absolute victory for Jiang Du. He then began to absorb the abomination using his Shadow Guard skill. A thick, dark stream of energy surged forth, gradually seeping into his body. Jiang Du took a deep breath. Absorbing all of that power, his white clothes fluttered in the wind, his figure like that of a god in the night. His stance was cold and mysterious. The hunt now complete. The livestream chat exploded. Is this a superhero movie? Is this real or staged? He's so handsome. Du, I'm totally falling for you. On the other side, Tudich clutched her phone tightly, unable to contain her emotions. Her eyes lit up and her heart pounded wildly. This is so exciting. It's been a long time since she's seen something this captivating. She didn't hesitate for a second, immediately hitting the follow button. She couldn't miss this. She chuckled softly. He's handsome and a little crazy. A combination this rare is hard to find. Then she sent a private message. Hey there. Want to be friends? That last mission was absolutely epic. The system displayed the information. Patterned shadow spider. En ancien démonique insecte. Mid-tier rank 1. A low-level abyssal variant. The patterns on its body represent its power and level of mental corruption. The more patterns, the more dangerous it is. Don't stare for too long unless you want to become its prey. Abilities include acid, silk spinning, and ancient demonic corruption. The cost is sensory chaos. The Shadow Guard has collected the energy, obtaining the Shadow Silk skill and increasing shadow points. This variant has been assimilated. Waiving the cost, Jiangdu let out a soft sigh. It was only a mid-tier rank one, huh? And here he thought he'd met a powerful opponent. Considering his own strength, he was still weak. He only managed to win thanks to the Shadow Swarm. At that moment, the number of viewers had surpassed 1,500,000. He was stunned. That many people. I'm famous now. Jiangdu flashed a radiant smile and ended the livestream. That's all for today. I got to leave the audience with a little suspense. Suddenly, he noticed something on his hand. This black thread. Could it be the shadow silk? He tried shooting the silk thread towards the tall building across the street. His body was immediately launched into the air, following the thread as if he were swinging on a rope. Jiangdu was amazed, letting out an excited shout. Then he laughed heartily. From now on, I'm the Spider-Man of the Shadow Stratum. Who would have thought that before he could even get the hang of it? He slammed face first into a wall with a loud thud, carried by inertia. Jiangdu began to fall, hastily grabbing onto a lamppost to steady himself. He finally managed to stabilize his body. That really hurt. I definitely need to practice more with this shadow silk. He opened the system panel to check. His lifespan had only increased by 3 days, leaving him with just 7 days left. A little disappointing, even though he had a whole 7 days. Variants weren't something you could just find anytime. If he couldn't find another one, he'd be done for. Right at that moment, a system notification appeared. The hunter who kills in the shadows. Your reputation spreads far and wide. You will reap many unexpected rewards. Because your fearsome reputation has spread, you have unlocked the hunter's authority. You can mark a target, identify its weak points, and deliver a fatal blow. The prey will be thrown into a state of panic and fear. The effect depends on the power difference. The duration is short, lasting only 1 second. Enhance your fearsome reputation or status to strengthen it. Note: activating the mark will consume mental energy. This ability may reveal your position. It must be used with caution. When pursuing a marked prey, you become more agile and stronger. And if you take down the target, your abilities or attributes will increase. The hunt has no additional cost. The duration of the hunt is equivalent to the mark's duration, and eliminating the target within that time will increase your infamy or status. Jiangdu scratched his head in confusion, wondering since when his infamy had started to spread. Then it hit him. It must have been because of the livestream earlier. Killing aberrations, recording videos, getting views, and unlocking new powers all at once caused his abilities to skyrocket. He shot up. Excited. Awesome. Time to put in some overtime. Jiangdu immediately activated his hunt state. Traces of an aberration immediately appeared in his vision. Found one. He launched himself from a lamppost like an arrow. Then he charged straight towards the aberration ahead. And the hunt began. The corners of his lips curled up into a clear, bloodthirsty smile. After a whole night of fighting, Jiangdu dragged himself home. He winced as Zhao Zhao firmly pressed a cotton ball soaked in alcohol onto his wound. His face twisted in pain, his entire body aching. She glared at him, annoyed that he couldn't just stay home quietly and had gone out to fight someone again. Jiangdu stammered. Unsure of how to answer her, he tried to brush it off, saying, "Be gentle. I was just out doing a good deed. Don't judge what you don't understand." Zhao Zhao snorted coldly. What kind of hero comes home covered in bruises all the time, trying to act tough when you don't even have the skills to back it up? Jiangdu muttered that if he used his umbral shadow, these wounds would heal instantly. He was just letting her treat them on purpose. She glanced at him suspiciously and asked what he just said. Startled, Jiangdu quickly denied it. "Nothing, say. Are there any good movies out lately? We should go see one." Zhao Zhao scrolled through her phone, noting that all the movies were terrible and there was nothing worth watching. But there is a pretty interesting blogger I've been following recently. He looked up curiously and asked which blogger she was talking about. She played a video for Jiangdu. Look at this. On the screen was a clip of Du Tu in the shadows, saying, "My name is Du, an amnesiac assassin from the Umbral Shadow." Jiangdu was so shocked watching it that he almost choked on his water and spat it all out. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened. "What's wrong? Why are you reacting like that?" Jiangdu quickly looked away. It's nothing. Have you been watching those clips lately?" She nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. It hit the top of the search charts in just 2 days. That guy named Du is super famous now." He scratched his head and gave a weak smile. "Really? That's pretty wild. But won't you get arrested for posting that kind of supernatural knowledge publicly?" Jiangdu was secretly panicking. He was getting famous way too fast. If the Night Watch noticed him, he'd be screwed. Zhao Zhao then slowly turned her head to look at him. She spoke calmly. "The ban is on core knowledge. What we're seeing is just the most basic stuff. It doesn't really matter that much. Look here. This is a video of his actual combat with an aberration." Zhao Zhao moved closer and linked her arm with Jiangdu's. Closing the distance between them, she smiled as she held out her phone. You're into supernatural stuff. Right. You should try following this guy. There's another clip of him too. But this one was re-edited by a different group. Seeing Zhao Zhao's bright and radiant smile, Jiang Du unconsciously smiled along with her, because that smile was so carefree, so surprisingly innocent. Suddenly she asked, Hey, let's try filming a clip to post online. Who knows? Maybe we'll get famous too. Jiang Du immediately teased back. Film what? You dancing in a schoolgirl uniform in some spooky basement. Zhao Zhao puffed her cheeks and hugged her shoulders. Get lost. I want to make videos explaining supernatural phenomena. Not just watch a few of those clips and think I'm all that. You think watching a few clips makes you comparable to the veterans of the Night Watch. Also, don't wear this kind of outfit outside next time. You'll easily attract creeps. I already lost track of one guy like that last time. Zhao's face went pale when she heard that. You lost track of one. She quickly hid behind Jiang Du and drew her gun. Moving with agility, she pressed the muzzle directly against his waist. Her voice was icy cold. Those injuries of yours weren't from secretly following a girl in a skirt and getting beaten up, were they? Jiang Du raised both hands in a panic. That wasn't me. Zhao glared, tapping lightly on the gun's muzzle. Who knows what's true and what's not? Jiang Du whined. Give me a break. Will you? She grimaced and said, Your punishment is to cook for me. That'll be enough. After the meal was finished, Jiang Du let out a sigh of relief and flopped onto a chair. He scrolled through his phone grumbling. I finally sent that little kid home. To his surprise, it was flooded with messages. Are you there? Who are you? What's the point of posting that video? Are you really from Baekdu? Mister, are you a real member of the Night Watch? Was the clip scripted? Do you have any more pictures of aberrations? Don't use Photoshop, okay? Here's the recipe for braised pork. Scrape the pork belly clean. Chop it into pieces. Add green onions. Who? Jiang Du was stunned. So many messages in such a short time. He really was famous now. But then, something else caught his attention even more. A series of messages flooded in. Du, you've been exposed. Go watch that other person's clip quick. Du, you've been called out. Is it true? You phony. Did you stage the video? What the hell kind of person are you? You deserve to be exposed. Real night watchmen risk their lives in combat. But you got famous through edited clips. Who do you think you are? Come out and face the facts instead of just editing videos. Jiang Du was stunned. A fake video. He immediately clicked on the link everyone was sending him. The video featured another blogger. Hello everyone. I'm Dia Dao. Today, I'm not here for a food review, but to pick a fight. A bald old man spoke. I'm sure everyone has seen the video. Right, that Du guy, what aberration him? One of those, the shadow plane. Aberrations. A crazed assassin. Take a look. Does that video really look real to you? First, let's look closely at the clip. We'll use software to analyze it frame by frame. Look at these two frames right here. They're clearly not seamless. It's been edited. Next, look at the background. It's heavily blurred. That's post-production work, not a real effect. Jiang Du was choked with anger. Isn't this blogger supposed to be a food reviewer? Why is he suddenly coming after me for clout? I only cut out the parts where I looked bad, and that's enough to get called out. It continued. Why am I exposing him today? Well, I'm a real night watchman. I've killed more aberrations than I can count, so I can spot a fake like him from a mile away. I'll leave it at that. I advise someone to clean up their own mess. He scrolled down to read the comments below. This is obviously real footage. The shadow plane and aberrations are real. So why call it fake? Sure. He edited it and blurred the background for a reason. But editing doesn't automatically mean it's fake. Right. I thought some of the camera angles looked off. That Du guy has no real skill. He's just showing off to get famous. That's right. Only Dia Dao is a true veteran night watchman. Jiang Du scratched his head. Fine. Call me out then. My own comic gets torn to shreds by critics. The truth is, you only find out who's swimming naked when the tide goes out. Alright then. If they say the video is fake, I'll just film myself killing another aberration. I can earn some more life force while I'm at it. But first, I need to deal with that Dia Dao guy once and for all. He posted a compilation demanding a public apology, sparking a viral debate. Blogger faking superpowers Du has this side to him. The scandal was far from over. People claim Du's videos were complex, wondering who he really was. He can't be an ordinary person. A natural-born aberration hunter. A nightmare that makes his enemies tremble. Jiang Du immediately jumped into the shadow plane. This time, he brought a small camera instead of his phone. He neatly attached the camera to the left side of his chest. He glanced around. There were noticeably fewer aberrations than yesterday. The shadow plane changes every time it resets. When he first entered, it was packed. Suddenly, his hunting skill lit up brightly. He spotted one hiding, and it looked like another master of stealth was waiting to ambush it. I'll show you what a real master of stealth looks like. Without hesitation, he prepared to charge in. The hunt had begun. Jiangdu stuck his leg out over the building's railing, but when he saw the dizzying height, he swallowed hard. He decided to take the stairs instead. Calm down. Don't get ahead of yourself. They might call you a badass assassin, but you're still just a rookie on foot. Meanwhile, the aberration was lurking, searching for prey. It was completely unaware of the danger closing in. Jiangdu suddenly appeared in front of it, marking his target. Instantly, the aberration fell within his pursuit range. Jiangdu chuckled softly. It worked. The marked creature trembled in unprovoked fear. This thing looks familiar, like that scythe monster from before. Did it evolve? But he wasn't phased at all. So what if it evolved? He hadn't been standing still either. Jiangdu launched himself into the air and struck down hard sacred node staff arts, ascending dragon staff. The monster's health bar dropped by nearly half. He didn't stop, chasing after it like the wind. He leaped up and launched a preemptive strike in midair. Jiangdu's eyes sharpened as he seized the opportunity and activated Pursuit. The system announced that Pursuit was activated. His strength and speed would skyrocket for 1 second, and killing the target during this time would grant a bonus reward. He instantly appeared right in front of the monster, but it managed to dodge. Its reaction speed was astonishing. Jiangdu was slightly taken aback by its speed. Without hesitation, he immediately lunged forward. Sensing the danger, the aberrant creature immediately turned to flee, but Jiangdu was quick enough to block its path. Finally, the aberrant creature launched a counterattack. Its tentacle-filled mouth opened wide. Preparing to strike back, an invisible wave shot straight towards him. Jiangdu raised his hand to block, but his mind went dizzy. It could even launch psychic attacks. Immediately after, 2 clean, sharp slashes flew straight at him. Jiangdu instantly lost a huge chunk of his health. He hastily retreated, steadying his stance and kneeling to brace for the impact. He couldn't help but mutter, "That's insane. I just took a small hit and already lost 34% of my health." Amidst the thick cloud of dust, the aberrant creature's form gradually became clear. Jiangdu frowned, thinking, "This is an assassin type that's both strong and fast. And it's a tank too." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I have to change my strategy." Jiangdu activated his burrowing skill, narrowly dodging the attack. He dashed away like the wind, neatly dodging the barrage of attacks. But the enraged aberrant creature refused to give up, pursuing him relentlessly. It lunged forward, swinging its scythes at Jiangdu. Suddenly, the aberration stopped short, its entire body frozen in midair. It turned out its 2 scythes were held fast by the shadows. Completely immobile, he rushed forward, landing a straight punch right into its gut. Jiangdu laughed coldly. "What an idiot. Falling right into my trap." He sprang forward. Moving with the speed of a fleeting shadow, he unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks on its body. "So what if you're fast and strong, now you can't even fight back? Let alone run. This is my territory, and there's no escape for you today." The aberration was completely restrained, unable to move a single muscle. It let out a furious roar, its burning rage making the ground tremble. Jiangdu launched a straight kick, scoffing, "Still want to fight back? Dream on." Just like that, he relentlessly hammered the creature's face with a barrage of punches and kicks. In just a moment, the creature's body became unusually weak. Jiangdu raised his hand high, preparing to deliver the final blow, but in that very instant, his hand froze in midair. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as a strange sensation washed over his entire body. The creature's face gradually transformed, morphing into the face of Duke Bao, a former member of the Night Watch. Jiangdu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Wasn't Duke Bao taken away by the Night Watch? How could he have turned into this? And why was he here? At that exact moment, the creature seized the opportunity and burst free from his hold. It fled in a panic, startling Jiangdu, who shouted after it, "Stop, I need to talk to you, do you hear me? Stop." He gave chase, only stopping when he reached a high-rise building. Breathing heavily, his eyes darted around, desperately searching for any sign of the creature. As he passed a dark corner, Jiangdu could only let out a helpless sigh. It seemed he had completely lost the creature's trail this time. The system's voice rang out, announcing, "You have entered the shadow plane. You have detected prey." As a hunter, your heart races with excitement, anticipating the moment you take down your target. Jiangdu walked on slowly, ignoring the voice that echoed in his ears. The system repeated, "The hunt was nearly complete, but the prey escaped." What a shame. This hunt has ended in failure. Warning: continuous failure will cause your power to weaken and may even shorten your lifespan. Deep down, you understand that only by endlessly hunting and killing, accumulating renown and rank, can you truly hold the power of life and death. But right now, your heart is filled with rage. You feel that a life dedicated solely to hunting is meaningless. The voice whispered like a curse. Then just wait to die. Enraged, he slammed his fist into the system panel before him. An annoyed voice rang out. That's enough. Stop this nonsense. His anger spent, Jiangdu could only exhale and lower his fist. He clutched his head in anguish. The hero who once saved people had been reduced to this. Suddenly, Jiangdu froze. His eyes completely vacant. He stared at his reflection in the glass and wondered, what if one day, will I also become a monster like them? He clenched his fists. Knowing there was no turning back on the path ahead, Jiangdu told himself that the only way to survive was to keep hunting. Afterward, he went to the Van Hai Assembly area, East District 1, a desolate wasteland. Looking around, he confirmed this was the right place, where the news said the aberrations often appeared, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Jiangdu opened a gateway, and a cold breath of air emanated from it. A portal appeared high above. With a powerful swirling light, he leaped in, his figure vanishing as if he had teleported. Observing his surroundings, Jiangdu realized the aberrations here were many times more numerous than in the last place. However, they were timid, only daring to hide inside the buildings, not showing their faces. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance. Jiangdu was surprised. Who? There's one on the roof, and it's not running away. He immediately understood the implication behind this, which meant Jiangdu was certain this one was no ordinary foe, but it seemed its leg was injured, and it had lost almost all of its blood. This was a rare opportunity. He had to strike with precision this time. A shadow silently glided toward the rooftop. Jiangdu's hand emerged from the ground like a phantom. He quietly closed in on the aberration, leaving no trace behind. And yet, it still sensed that something was amiss. The moment it turned its head, Jiangdu instantly submerged back into the ground. It was as if no one had ever been there. He was inwardly shocked. Its reaction was too fast. The aberrations here were much more vigilant than the ones in his area. It seems its sense of smell is extremely sharp tonight, and the red spot on its body has faded significantly. It must be on guard. I need to make it relax first. He waited patiently for it to lower its guard. When the aberration bent down to bite the corpse again, that was the moment to strike. Jiangdu immediately activated the mark of the hunt. At the same time, at the Lukjia apartment complex, as soon as Zhao Zhao saw him walk in, she started grumbling. Why are you back so late? Where did you run off to this time? Now hurry up and help me carry this stuff inside. Tuan Kuang laughed and asked, cooking for Jiangdu again. Captain Luke chuckled. I told him to stay here. He's my son-in-law now. After all, she turned away in embarrassment. Dad, stop teasing me. But how come you're off work so early today? He smiled warmly. Work was slow, so I took the chance to get off early. And it's been a while since we were all here. Let's go out for a nice family dinner. Zhao Zhao quickly refused. No, it's okay. I'm almost done cooking already. Tuan Kuang sat right down without any hesitation. Then let's go out another time. Today I have to taste your cooking. It's the perfect chance. And I get to freeload off of Little Du. Hearing this, she blushed bright red. Uncle Tuan Kuang, he asked again. Where's Little Du? Is he not home? Zhao Zhao shook her head. I'm not sure. He probably went out somewhere. Tuan Kuang Sahil. I'm speechless. Letting a young lady cook for him while he goes out to play. Just then, a battered and bruised Jiangdu dragged himself in. Where's the food? Where's the food? I'm starving to death, Zhao Zhao. What delicious dish did you make today? Let me see. I'm in such a good mood. I even bought you a lollipop. You wouldn't believe it. I was chased by a dog the whole way. Almost got killed by it. Also, what's with all the messages? Did you miss me? But as soon as he looked up and saw the two adults in the room, Jiangdu froze in his tracks. He gulped nervously, his throat suddenly feeling tight. Then he hurriedly hid the lollipop. Then he forced a smile. I was chased by a dog and ran like a madman. My head's all messed up. It's all a big misunderstanding. Tuan Kuang waved his hand dismissively. All right, that's enough. It's a rare get-together today, so let's not spoil the mood. Come over and sit down. Got into a fight. Who? Well, if young men don't get into fights. Are they even young men? Captain Luke nodded in agreement. That's right. Getting jealous and into a scuffle over a girl you like is normal when you're young. Speaking of which, the other day I saw you with a young lady in a dress. What was her name? Zhao prompted. Dushaoni. Her father exclaimed as if he just remembered. That's right. That girl looked very cute. With a petite figure. If I were young and met her, I'd probably risk it all for love. Come on. I'll raise my glass to you. Here's to your swift success. Jiangdu struggled to suppress a laugh as he looked at Zhao Zhao, who was trembling with anger. Captain Luke really knows how to say the wrong thing at the wrong time, especially right in front of Zhao Zhao. Tuan Kuang prompted him. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and toast Captain Luke. He quickly raised his glass of water. Captain Luke, let me toast you. His palms were sweating. These two old guys are clearly in cahoots to mess with me. Jiangdu downed the glass of soda. Considering it a proper return of the toast, the captain raised an eyebrow with a smirk. This kid really thinks he can get one past me. He quickly interjected. Captain Luke, please eat. You've been working hard outside all day. Zhao Zhao made these vegetables. It's a rare occasion. You know. The captain nodded in agreement. Rara indeed. But then Jiangdu casually added, I'm sure Zhao Zhao cooks for you at home all the time. Right, no wonder her cooking is so good. That one sentence made the captain freeze, leaving him completely speechless. Captain Luke glanced at his daughter. What do you mean? At home all she does is order takeout. But when it comes to taking care of little Du, she's so devoted. Running over here to cook every day. He smirked to himself. Looks like I've won this round. The atmosphere at the table lightened up. Come on, little Du. Offer Captain Luke a drink. Captain Luke, I'd like to make a toast to you. Thank you for all your hard work. Dad will have a drink with you too. After dinner, the uncle and nephew walked Zhao Zhao and her father. Uncle Luke. Out. He laughed and said, Get home safe. I'll visit again. She waved. See you tomorrow. While clearing the table, Jiangdu casually asked, Want a soda? Uncle Tuan Kuang shook his head. No thanks. Then he sat down. His expression suddenly turning serious. Jiangdu calmly continued to sip his water, but Tuan Kuang remained strangely silent. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. I need to ask you something. Jiangdu turned his head. Yes, he asked bluntly. You've awakened your powers, haven't you? The confident statement left Jiangdu stunned. He avoided the man's gaze. What powers? Uncle, Tuan Kuang spoke slowly. I've worked the night shift for 20 years. I can tell at a glance. That wound isn't normal. So tell me, since when? Seeing that it was useless to hide it, he sighed in defeat. He confessed. A little over half a month ago. Tuan Kuang pressed on. How did you awaken? Jiangdu frowned. Are you interrogating me? Uncle. He lit a cigarette, his tone softening. Don't be so tense. Just tell me. He answered vaguely. I'm not really sure. I just suddenly woke up with them. He was a bit surprised. A spontaneous awakening, that's very rare. Only a few cases a year. Jiangdu shrugged. I guess I just have some special talent. But when he looked up, he saw Tuan Kuang's grim face, and the pressure in the air shifted. A chill ran down his spine. Could Uncle Lai be activating his powers? The man was silent for a long time, his gaze darkening. Then he said softly, This year, if you're confirmed to have superhuman aptitude, you have to take the martial arts exam, even if your willpower is weak. Jiangdu nodded. Yes. Jiangjia already told me. Tuan Kuang frowned. That girl knows too, that old Luke. Honestly, he sighed. The pressure on the night patrol department has been immense these past few years, with endless casualties. I can help you. You don't have to take the martial arts exam. Just focus on your studies and get in through the regular entrance exams. His eyes widened. You'd pull some strings for me, this is no joke. He stubbed out his cigarette. Speaking casually, several universities are possible, and you can pick any major you want. If you like drawing, go for the arts. And if you want another major, I can arrange that too. Jiangdu's jaw dropped. You're really something else. Uncle. He chuckled and tried to joke. Can I just skip studying and get the degree right away? Tuan Kuang lightly tapped him on the head. You think it's that easy? Just go to school. It's a good environment. When you graduate, I'll arrange a stable job for you, and you can live a peaceful life with Zhao Zhao. But Jiangdu's expression darkened. He said gravely, Uncle Lai. He seemed to guess the boy's intention, his eyes tensing with worry. Just as he thought, Jiangdu said slowly, I still want to try becoming a superhuman. Tuan Kuang immediately snapped. No way. You have to listen to me on this. After saying that, he froze, realizing he had gone too far. His hand was still pointing forward, and he didn't quite know how to retract it. Unexpectedly, Jiangdu said firmly, No need. If you dare to pull strings for me, I'll report you to the Night Watch Department myself. Tuan Kuang was stunned, staring in disbelief. Report me. His face darkened as he looked straight at his nephew, his gaze stern. He said, I'm not kidding. The world of superhumans is more dangerous than you think. Just focus on your studies. I'll take care of anything that comes up. But Jiang Du remained resolute. Uncle Lai, I'm serious. There's danger everywhere. You can't look after me for my whole life. The room fell into a heavy silence again. A moment later, Tuan Quang Sai He. Fine. We'll see if you regret this later. If you change your mind before your 3rd year, just come find me. Seeing him about to leave, Jiang Du called out, Uncle Lai, be careful on your way. Don't take any more secret shortcuts. What if you run into trouble? He waved his hand. This kid. All right, I'm heading out. Unexpectedly, Jiang Du called him back. Wait. Last time, I was reading the documents Zhao Zhao gave me. It said that before dying, superhumans must release all their energy to avoid contamination and mutation. So what if their energy has dissipated but they still turn into an aberration? Hearing this, Tuan Quang's gaze turned sharp and cold. He explained, it's possible. If their ability is unique or they're affected by external factors, that possibility still exists. Jiang Du nodded. I see. Tuan Quang asked, why are you asking about this? The boy laughed and scratched his head. No reason. Just curious. Before leaving, he advised, if you've chosen to take the combat exam, you'll have to face those things sooner or later. Get some rest, and stop causing trouble on the streets. He replied immediately, I'll listen to you. He suddenly turned his head. Oh, I forgot to mention, this year's combat exam is being held early. It's right after the Lunar New Year. Jiang Du was startled. That soon, Tuan Quang waved his hand. Anyway, just prepare well. The boy nodded. Okay. That night, Tu Deke received a notification that vlogger Du, whom she follows, had just posted a new video. She cheered. It's finally here, but as soon as she opened it, she saw it was flooded with negative comments. People were saying the script was terrible, and that the monster and night watch scenes were all staged just to get views. Someone sneered. I told you so. Sooner or later he's just going to start live streaming to sell stuff. I'm so over it. Teodic's face turned red with anger. There are more and more haters like this every day. They're obviously just jealous of Du. I hate it, she immediately retorted. You guys don't know anything but you talk like you do. You're all just jealous. But even so, Teodic still felt a little uncertain in her heart. She mumbled to herself. Could Du really be deceiving everyone? I hope not. Please don't post any more apology videos. But the first line that appeared was, hunt or be killed. Teodic stared at the screen in shock, her heart pounding. This scene, she was certain it was real footage. It couldn't possibly be fake. Suddenly, Jiang Du in the video leaped off the roof. The whole frame shook, and she choked up. Don't tell me he's going to. Teodic clearly saw him plummeting through the air. She could only watch without breathing, her throat tight with tension. She only dared to open her eyes once she thought he was safe. Then she saw him using silk threads to glide between the buildings. Teodic watched in a daze. It was incredible. So this is what a superhuman is like. Suddenly, the image shook violently as a dark figure lunged straight at Jiang Du. The creature kicked him down, and the tilted camera angle allowed her to see everything. The monster was crystal clear on the screen. There was no mistake. It was a real monster. She saw Jiang Du raise his hand and shoot out a thin thread of silk. He used it to escape from the enemy's pin. From this angle, Teodic was completely mesmerized. He was unbelievably cool. Through the tiny camera, it was as if she were watching his every move up close. She then saw Jiang Du send the monster flying with a powerful kick. Even when it counterattacked, he held his ground firmly. She felt as if she was in the fight herself. It was so realistic. A superhuman and a monster clashing looked like something out of a movie. There was no way it could be fake. Just then, Jiang Du sprang back to dodge a dangerous blow. His speed was so incredible that it left the monster stunned in disbelief. When Jiang Du completely took down the beast, Teodic was convinced. He was the assassin from the northern capital. He stood up from the monster's slimy corpse. Without hesitation, Jiang Du raised his hand and absorbed its shadow essence. Teodic wondered. He absorbed the monster. So does that mean his ability to shoot silk also came from that spider creature? If so, then he must have gained a new power this time. Right. Back with Jiang Du. He had returned home after the battle. He rubbed his face, wincing from his wounds. It definitely still hurt. The monster in that area was really strong. It was a good thing. It was already badly injured. Otherwise, he might not have won. Just as he finished bandaging himself, a new notification popped up. It was a new video from that old critic. Hello. This is Diadao, that fake superhuman. Du posted another clip. It might look real, but it can't fool me. Watch closely. As you can all see, the aberration was clearly weak and already heavily injured. Any normal person with a few days of training could have taken it down. If he's really a superhuman, why does he only pick on weak opponents? Jiang Du was so angry he immediately turned off the video. He thought irritably, that Dia Dao guy is such a persistent pain. So annoying. He cursed under his breath. This is making me furious. Exhausted, Jiang Du slumped onto the sofa. His mind was still racing. My current abilities are still too weak. It was a struggle just to fight one low-level aberration. I have to get stronger. Much stronger. So strong that no one will ever dare to doubt my true power again. He crossed his arms and pondered. My current level isn't enough. I'm still weak. But thanks to these few battles, I've gained quite a bit of combat experience. First, about the shadow points. At first, I thought it was an experience bar, but it turns out it's more like a separate energy bar. Using Shadow Thread costs 3 points. Activating Shadow Pupil costs 1 point, and moves like Mark, Shadow Slash, or Pursuit all consume different amounts of energy. He looked at his hand as a stream of energy gathered bit by bit. Jiang Du shook his hand to test it. The consumption rate for maintaining a state like shadow form changes with the environment. It's free in the shadow plane, costs less in the dark, and costs more in the sun. Soon, there will be an aptitude test. Jiang Du slowly walked out onto the balcony, gazing at the sky. He mumbled, a superhuman talent is only equivalent to me having about 3 shadow points. Even if I don't get any stronger, that's still enough to intimidate them. Talented people are often watched, and showing off too much attracts scrutiny. So, forget being modest, I'm going to go all out and make a huge splash. Besides, I've got Uncle Lai watching my back, so who do I have to be afraid of? His laughter echoed through the hallway, reaching all the way down to the apartment on the floor below. Jiang Du said gleefully, putting on a show is actually pretty fun. The old man downstairs could only sigh. That kid upstairs is having one of his episodes again. But the next morning, he found himself waiting at the shopping mall. Next to him was Bao Kuang. Sipping a can of soda, Jiang Du looked towards the entrance and sighed. Those 2 girls went shopping. They said it would only be a minute, but they've been gone all morning. He grumbled. Wasting time like this. I probably won't live much longer. Bao Kuang warned him. It's the end of the year. Don't jinx it. That's bad luck. Jiang Du replied listlessly. I'm serious. If I'm not hunting aberrations, what's the point of living? His words startled Bao Kuang. What did you just say? Jiang Du immediately sat up straight. No. It's nothing. Look. They're coming out. The 2 girls were discussing as they walked. What should we have for lunch today? Or maybe we should just get a salad. No one noticed that something was approaching. Jiang Du laughed. What's so good about dry grass? Let me take you somewhere with better food. So the whole group headed over to a steamed barbecue restaurant. Jiao Jiao was about to lose it. Is this the student-friendly place you were talking about? Tiu Tiu covered her mouth and giggled. That's right. It's especially friendly for male students. Jiang Du was unfazed. I've been getting hurt a lot lately, so I need to recover. How about some grilled buns? Egg-fried rice, stir-fried vegetables, and a little seafood. Jiao Jiao sighed softly. Oh, I thought you were going to order a bunch of crazy stuff. But those are just normal dishes. Who knew he would actually order? Forget those dishes. We'll get one of every type. And for the oysters, pick the biggest ones. They have to be fresh. The staff quickly brought out the food. Everything is here. Please enjoy your meal. Jiang Du chuckled. Don't be mad anymore. This portion is for you. Go on and eat. Jiao Jiao kept a straight face. I'm not eating. While they were bickering, she received a notification on her phone. The message stated clearly that the martial arts exam would be held early, with rankings starting on February 17th, and special training scheduled to begin on February 25th. Tiu. Read it too. What? The exam is this early. And it's mandatory. Bao Kuang broke into a sweat. An aptitude test right after the new year. What a hassle. Jiang Du patted his shoulder. Don't worry. With your aptitude, there's no way you'll fail. Bao Kuang grimaced. Thanks a lot. I explained. When I was 7 years old, a small aberration followed me around constantly. When that thing was finally destroyed, I got sick. And I also suffered from psychological trauma. Jiang Du laughed. If it were me, I would have just fought back. Zhao Zhao shot him a look. I'm sure everyone is as stubborn as you. The avoidance instinct is natural. Most people are like that, even if he seems fine on the outside. The psychological scars from the aberration are still there. The atmosphere at the table clearly grew heavy. The whole group fell silent as they thought about the monsters. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Jiang Du felt a bit awkward. He raised his glass. Come on, let's move past it. A toast to happier things. Just as he raised his hand for the toast, a piercing alarm rang out. Everyone jumped to their feet in shock. Zhao Zhao's face turned pale. That's the warning from the contamination detector. An aberration has infiltrated the shopping mall. The siren blared throughout the building. Wailing incessantly, someone shouted, "Run! An aberration is here." Like a switch was flipped. The entire crowd surged towards the door, shoving and screaming for everyone to get out of the way. People in the back shoved those in front, screaming chaotically, "The mutant is here, run," while others yelled, "Be quiet. You're too loud." Bao Kuang broke out in a sweat. "This is bad. It's packed like sardines in here. How are we supposed to get out?" Tutu's voice trembled. "What do we do now?" Zhao Zhao tried to keep everyone calm. "Don't panic. If everyone stays orderly, we'll find a way out." Suddenly, Jiang Du's cold voice cut through the noise. "Get in here." Somehow, he had already smashed a huge hole in the wall. Everyone was stunned by how utterly badass the move was. Jiang Du ordered, "What are you all standing around for? Run." As the two girls helped Bao Kuang through the opening, he quickly scanned their surroundings. A panicked citizen screamed as they ran past. "The mutant is over there." A massive creature with sharp, scythe-like arms appeared before them. Jiang Du gritted his teeth. "There are too many people here. If I fight, my powers will be exposed." He immediately grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand and pulled her along as he started to run. The group of four weaved through the frantic crowd. Their only option for now was to escape. As she ran, Zhao Zhao wondered. There's supposed to be security around the center. How could a mutant have gotten inside? Jiang Du snapped. "It's too late for that now. We just need to escape." Luckily, that thing is slow, or this entire center would have been wiped out. He pointed ahead. "Hurry. There's a way to the next floor over there." But just at that moment, the ground began to shake violently. Jiang Du shouted a warning. "Be careful. It's collapsing. Grab onto me." Before the group could even react, they fell into the gaping hole that had just opened up. This can't be happening. Screams for help echoed through the thick cloud of dust. After hitting the ground, Jiang Du, now covered in dust, grimaced in pain. He frantically looked around and called out, "Is everyone all right?" Zhao Zhao and Tutu had a few scrapes and bruises, but they were otherwise safe. Bao Kuang gritted his teeth. "It hurts. My leg is pinned." The rest of the group immediately rushed over to help him. Jiang Du knelt beside him and offered reassurance. "Don't worry. I'll get this slab off of you." He summoned all his strength to lift the heavy slab of concrete. He finally managed to lift it clear of Bao Kuang's leg. However, his leg was already badly swollen. It was clearly a serious injury. Jiang Du forcefully shoved the boulder aside. Zhao Zhao took a white box of pills from her backpack. She handed it to Bao Kuang and told him to chew this painkiller. After chewing it, he asked, "Where are we? Why is it so dark?" Zhao Zhao frowned with worry. "I don't know either. I've never seen a place like this." Jiang Du placed his hand on the ground, concentrating to feel his surroundings. His eyes widened in shock. "This is still the shopping mall. We're still on the same floor." Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke coiled around his hand. Jiang Du furrowed his brow. This feeling, it's both strange and unmistakably familiar. He looked around. The entire floor was now shrouded in black mist. All of it had been dragged into the shadow layer. Another group of people fell down, one of them with their leg crushed by concrete, screaming in fear. "Dad, it hurts." "Don't worry. The night watch will be here soon." Jiang Du carefully observed his surroundings with a grim expression. There are still many people trapped. Vehicles can't enter the shadow layer. It'll take time for the night watch to arrive. He looked towards his friends. "If we wait too long, we'll be attacked by aberrations. And the contamination here is already extremely dangerous. We have to get everyone out of here immediately." He glanced at Zhao Zhao's wrist. "Aren't you wearing the watch Uncle Luke gave you?" Hearing that, she seemed to snap out of it. "Oh right. I almost forgot." Bao Kuang and Tutu were overjoyed when they saw Zhao Zhao press the alert button. She spoke quickly. "This watch can send a signal. The night watch will receive it soon." Tutu cheered. Thank goodness for Zhao Zhao's quick thinking. "We're saved," Jiang Du said in a low voice. "It's not certain they'll arrive in time, but at least this watch can ward off the contamination. From now on, the aberrations could attack at any moment. Don't let your guard down." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the space, and a series of giant black shadows appeared. The panicked crowd screamed, "Monsters! There are monsters!" Jiang Du stared straight at them, his gaze turning cold. "They're here." A terrifying cracking sound echoed from beneath everyone's feet. Jiang Du clenched his fists, so tense that he began to sweat. A massive object crashed down, creating a thick pillar of dust. Zhao Zhao lowered her head, coughing wearily. She slumped to the ground, calling out weakly, "Tutu, Bao Kuang, Jiang Du." Tutu quickly rushed to hold her. "I'm here. I'm okay." Amidst the rubble, Bao Kuang shouted for everyone, but his vision was too blurry to see. Qiu Qiu didn't seem to hear him. She just kept calling out, Jiangdu, where are you? Suddenly, she noticed something and pointed, yelling, Zhao Zhao. Look, she saw a huge fissure in the ground. Could Du have fallen down there? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a badly injured Tudich looked up in pain. She tried to push herself up from the pile of debris, groaning from the pain. Her clothes were tattered. Her whole body was scraped and bruised, and she mumbled, what in the world just happened? In her panic, a memory surfaced. She had been taking a walk with Tunya. Then the alarm bells rang, and the two of them ran with the crowd in the ensuing chaos. Realizing something, she shot up and screamed, Tunya, where are you? Her hand touched a strange unfamiliar liquid. She turned her head and froze. Before her was a mangled body, crushed beyond recognition. Trembling, she backed away, stammering, Tunya. Suddenly, from behind her, a giant aberration appeared in silence. Tears streamed down her face as she turned around in absolute terror. The aberration lunged forward, and only one thought crossed her mind. Is this how I die? Crying, she thought to herself that she never expected a movie-like disaster to happen to her. If this were a movie, a hero would definitely show up to save the day. She mumbled, but that doesn't happen in real life. No one is coming. She closed her eyes and waited for the final moment. Reality has no heroes. Just then, a razor-sharp slash cut through the air. Red blood dripped down, slowly spreading across the rubble-strewn ground. A stark contrast to the ruined scenery. Right in front of her, a stranger had suddenly appeared, blocking the way. Dick slowly opened her eyes, her face smudged with dirt, her expression bewildered as she tried to process what had just happened. A mysterious young man had rushed in to take the full force of the aberration's attack for her. Jiangdu unleashed a single, light blow that sent the aberration sprawling to the ground. Tudich couldn't hide her astonishment. You are... A system notification rang out, phantom form activated. Triggered by devouring a predator. Power greatly increased. Agility enhanced. Before her shocked eyes, he suddenly leaped into the air like the wind. Jiangdu gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful kick straight to the aberration's head. The incredibly strong blow sent the monster reeling backward, crashing hard onto the ground. It dropped its weapon and shrieked in anger as it staggered back to its feet. The aberration growled, its heavy breathing echoing through the space. Meanwhile, Tudich was cheering excitedly. I can't believe it. Is it really him? It's Du, the assassin. Jiangdu, on the other hand, was completely lost, his face a mask of confusion. Tudich babbled on, I'm your biggest fan, I've seen all your clips. You're so handsome, let me give you a kiss. Jiangdu was stunned. This girl? Her white stockings are torn. She pouted playfully. Geez, I can't believe you're looking there. Du, he gave a forced smile. I was just letting you know. Then her tone shifted suddenly, her expression deadpan. If you like them so much, I can change into a new pair for you to see. Jiangdu blinked, his eyes inexplicably drawn to her legs as he unconsciously gulped. He asked excitedly, For real, you'd wear torn ones just for me? She laughed. Torn. New. Whatever you're into. I'm game. The aberration roared in anger, trying to pull their attention back to the fight. Jiangdu glanced over. All right, we can talk about stockings later. I need to take care of this thing first. He clenched his fists, entering his predator mode. It was time for action. The aberration looked around frantically, wondering where he had vanished. Suddenly, a thread shot out from behind, striking the monster. It was Jiangdu, using the thread to ensnare the creature and hoist it into the air. His razor-sharp claws raked across its body, making the aberration shriek in pain. He landed gracefully, his silhouette every bit. The deadly assassin. As the aberration whimpered, Jiangdu sighed in regret. If my aim had been just a little better, this would be over already. Without giving it a moment to recover, he launched another attack. Pressing forward, Jiangdu astutely noticed that the aberration was also gathering power for a counterattack. With lightning-fast reflexes, he instantly threw up his arm to block the blow. I didn't expect it to be this strong. Jiangdu panted, sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, two more aberrations appeared. Watching him and baring their teeth in a sinister grin, Jiangdu licked the blood from his claws and murmured, 2 more of them. This is starting to get complicated. Seeing how tense the situation was, Tudich yelled out, You can do it. Do if you win. I'll show you my black stockings. In an instant, all his fatigue vanished. He was filled with a renewed fighting spirit. All for the sake of black stockings. The aberrations lunged forward, and Jiangdu clenched his fists. He leaped into the air. effortlessly dodging the attack as if it were nothing. But another aberration attacked from behind. This was a real problem. He couldn't dodge while in midair. He swung his arm, unleashing a blast of power directly at the creature. He immediately locked the monster's arm in place, making it impossible for it to counterattack. With a ripping sound, he flicked his hand, unleashing a wave of power that tore through the space in front of him. Jiangdu seized the opportunity, lunging forward to strike the aberration, his sharp claws finishing it off on the spot. He lowered his head and smirked coldly. "You want to kill me? Dream on." But just as Jiangdu let his guard down, an aberration counterattacked from behind. Hit by the surprise attack, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to react in time, Jiangdu jumped back. Getting out of its attack range, he clutched his torn arm, panting heavily. These things know how to coordinate. 2 to pin me down, and 1 for a sneak attack. Letting them team up like this is bad news. I have to separate one and take it out first. Jiangdu swung his arm and shot out a beam of dark light. "You, come here." But the aberration tilted its head, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Jiangdu broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling. It figured it out. Immediately, all 3 of them lunged at him simultaneously. Like a pack of hunting wolves, they attacked from 3 sides, leaving him absolutely no room to retreat. Jiangdu gritted his teeth and defended himself. Damn it. There's no space to slip into the shadows. He took hit after hit, his health draining faster than it could recover. If this keeps up, I'm done for. Jiangdu stood his ground defensively as the 3 aberrations surrounded him, attacking relentlessly. The relentless barrage of attacks left him unable to counterattack. I have to lure one of them into a trap, he thought. An aberration suddenly struck him hard in the back, causing blood to gush out. Jiangdu whipped around, his eyes glowing. Mark. The hunt begins. The aberration was hit by the skill. After posting the video and gaining fame, the mark effect now lasts for 3 seconds. During that time, the marked target is unable to react. The 8th aberration was caught in the effect, and a cord of light bound it tightly. 2 seconds later, Jiangdu held the cord as the remaining 2 charged from behind. At the 12-second mark, he used his full strength to whip the cord, sending them all flying. Then he launched a powerful kick and leaped high into the air. At 22 seconds, he closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of slashes, causing the monster's health to plummet. At 26 seconds, energy gathered in his hand, forming a gigantic sphere. At exactly 30 seconds, Jiangdu slammed the sphere into the aberration, finishing it off. All sound suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. At his feet, the aberration disintegrated into dust. A system window appeared. Hunt complete. Activating enhanced shadow form. When used in the real world, it reduces the consumption of shadow points. In shadow form, you can continuously absorb energy, recover quickly, and increase your leveling speed. The deep wound on his back began to heal bit by bit. Jiangdu raised his hand in a challenge. "All right, it's your turn now. You 2 punks." The aberrants started to back away, fear glinting in their eyes. Jiangdu said coldly, "You were so arrogant just a moment ago. Why so quiet now?" Without waiting for a reaction, he lunged forward. "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." But just then, a strange beam of light shone from a distance. He froze and turned to look. What's going on? How can there be light in the shadow plane? Jiangdu suddenly felt his body being pulled toward the light. How strange. The 2 aberrants facing him had already noticed and were dashing in that direction. They even fought each other to be the first to get there. The source of that light was the eternal flame, emitting a warm, gentle glow that dispelled the darkness. And the one holding it was none other than Kan. He activated his skill, ready to strike the aberrant in front of him. But Jiangdu was stunned. Realizing the attack was aimed directly at him, he panicked and yelled, "Hey, you're aiming at me." At the same time, an aberrant silently approached Kan from behind. However, he spun around and unleashed a move, finishing it off with incredible ease. Jiangdu felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat. Just one hit completely obliterated that aberrant, and if that had hit me, I'd be meeting my ancestors. He grabbed the hand of one of the group members and laughed it off. "Glad you guys made it in time. Otherwise, this fight would have been over." "Thanks," the Night Watch member looked confused. "Ooh, sorry we're late." "You are." Jiangdu pointed at the girl. "Who I am doesn't matter. That young lady is slightly injured. Please take care of her." The girl retorted. "Wait a minute. Weren't you going to take me home?" He shrugged and put on a serious face. "Just kidding. I'm with the Night Watch department, and duty comes first. I'll leave her with you guys then." After saying that, he vanished, leaving a wide-eyed Tudish behind. "Wait, Dukaka." Kan frowned and asked, Is he one of ours? His subordinate replied. There's a very popular blogger lately, with abilities like a branch of the Umbrals, probably around level 1. Hearing this, he mused doubtfully. Level 1. Because Kanan knew perfectly well, the fire is mine. So where did this shadow user come from? And to vanish in plain sight like that, can a level 1 really do that? Seeing two ditch whining, Kanan gave an order. Alright, take this girl back first. After that, conduct a thorough investigation on that guy named Du for me. Du shone her flashlight on the scattered corpses, calling out worriedly. Gyangdu, where are you? She trembled as she took step after step. Please answer me. Blood was splattered everywhere. You have to be okay. Gyangdu. Suddenly, a hand shot up, making Zhao Zhao jump. I'm over here. He was pinned under a large rock, calling out weakly. Hurry and pull me out. My chest feels so tight. I can't breathe. She rushed over to him. Calm down. I'll help you. He grabbed her hand urgently. There's no time. Just pull me out now. But he was pinned so tightly it made her panic. Stop pulling. How are you supposed to get out when you're trapped like that? To his surprise, she lifted him out from under the rubble with just one hand. She pointed to the empty space where he had been. This pile wasn't even pinning you down. Jiangdu laughed awkwardly. I must have been panicking and thought I was stuck. I could have actually gotten out by myself. Zhao Zhao looked at the wound on his back with concern. It's so long. Did a rock hit you? He gave a weak smile. I'm not really sure. It's probably fine. But inwardly he cursed. It wasn't a rock. An aberration took a damn chunk out of me. Suddenly, remembering something, he asked, Where are Amatutu and Bao Kuang? She happily reported. The Night Watch already came to the rescue. They only had minor injuries. So they went on ahead. Jiangdu was a bit flustered. Did you stay behind just to find me? Zhao Zhao blushed and turned away. Of course I did. If something happened to you, how could I possibly face Uncle Lai? Jiangdu froze, staring at her blushing face. The corners of his eyes welled up slightly as he called out her name. Zhao Zhao. Without any warning, he lunged forward and pulled her into a tight hug. Zhao Zhao stiffened, and the warmth from his body made her face flush bright red. Her embarrassment turned into flustered anger, and she tapped him on the head. Let go, what do you think you're doing, Jiangdu? Just pressed closer with a sly grin. I saw that aberration swinging its blades everywhere just now. I was scared out of my mind. He held on even tighter, his voice stammering. Just let me hold you for a little while. Zhao Zhao struggled against him. Let go of me right now. Suddenly, a voice shattered the awkward atmosphere. A Thi. Tuyet walked over awkwardly. I heard shouting a moment ago. Are you two all right? She pushed Jiangdu away, stammering. We're fine. Tuyet sighed and shook her head helplessly. Youth. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Follow me. I'll lead you out of here. Got it, Jiangdu yelled. Zhao Zhao shot him a sideways glancy. Now what? He forced a bitter smile. It's nothing. Inside, however, he was screaming. Damn it, I forgot to devour those aberrations, my pixel points. My precious pixel points. Against the blue sky, gentle sunlight streamed through the window of the Night Watch precinct. Light from a desk lamp shone down. The soft clink of a glass cut through the silence. Full name. The cold handcuffs had just been removed. Gyangdu, he answered softly. She took her pen to write, her eyes still fixed on the file. Age. He sat up straight, his expression nonchalant. 18. Li Ai turned on a recorder and asked quietly, You're starting university this year, correct? Jiangdu gave a slight nod. Yeah. Her voice became serious. This incident has had a significant impact. According to regulations, everyone involved must undergo about a month of psychological therapy. The owner of that soft yet sharp voice was none other than Lai a famous member of the Night Watch. She sat upright across from him and continued. During this therapy period, if you were to take a martial arts exam, your willpower score would be severely reduced. A chill ran down Jiangdu's spine when he heard that. I feel perfectly fine psychologically. Can I skip the therapy? She glanced back at the report, her voice even. The contamination from aberrations is unpredictable. It will be too late by the time an outbreak occurs. The therapy is mandatory. He was stunned. The martial arts exam is in a little over 10 days. Doesn't that mean they'll overlap? Lai smiled softly, pulling a paper from the file. Don't worry. We've had cases like yours before. You can apply for an early evaluation. Jiangdu confirmed in surprise. An early evaluation. She placed the paper on the desk. Contact your guardian and have them sign this consent form. Seeing his confusion, she smiled gently. The The evaluation is conducted here at the Night Watch Bureau. The results are entered into the system, and the process is standardized, fair, and completely secure. He lowered his head slightly, his voice dropping. My guardian is my uncle. He works at the Night Watch Bureau. Li Ai asked calmly. Could you please specify which sector he works in, his position, and his full name? He scratched his head, trying to remember. I think it's Sector 1, an administrative staff member. His name is… She shot up from her seat, startled, her voice trembling when she heard the name Li Tuan Kwang. Her eyes lit up. Li Tuan Kwang. You don't mean the Li Tuan Kwang, do you? Jiangdu was stunned, not understanding why she was so excited. Li Ai leaned forward, resting on her hands. Are you sure he's just a regular staff member? Jiangdu hesitated. Isn't he? He suddenly remembered something. Wait, don't tell me he's being investigated and got demoted. I haven't even filed my report yet. She quickly waved her hands. No, it's nothing like that, but what report were you talking about? Li Ai quickly gathered the documents, turned, and said, Never mind, come with me. I'll take you to him right now. She led Jiangdu to the main hall of the Night Watch Bureau. This is the Bureau's research center for future technology, personnel, and weaponry. Jiangdu gaped at the displayed equipment. So this is the headquarters. It's on a whole other level. He overheard two staff members talking. Is he really not on the official roster? The other replied. I've checked the files thoroughly. There's no one named Du. He was shocked, his eyes darting around as his heart began to pound. Li Ai noticed something was wrong and asked softly, What's the matter? He forced a smile. It's my first time here, so I'm a little nervous. But inside, his mind was in turmoil. It seems I've been noticed. Li Ai opened a door and said gently, Don't be tense. Just rest in this room while I go see Commander Lai. As soon as he stepped inside, Jiangdu froze. Zhao Zhao and Tiu Tiu were both there. A girl slammed the table and shot up. Seriously. You've got a crush on that assassin. Du. Tiu Dictae put her hands on her hips, beaming. Of course, he even saved me. Jiangdu's eyes widened as he watched the girl chatter on. Why is she here too? What a coincidence. Zhao Zhao waved him over. Sit here. Then she turned to the other girl. Keep going. What did Du do after that? She described excitedly. I saw him face off against 10 aberrant creatures. But he was completely calm. He took one down in an instant. By the time the Night Watch arrived, the aberrant creatures were nearly wiped out, and my dear Du had already vanished into the shadows. Jiangdu's lip twitched. Please stop making stuff up. Even as he thought that, his eyes were glued to the girl's legs, and a slight smirk played on his lips. However, the thin white socks, dotted with a few dark stains, made for a strange sight. You really know how to make people forgive you. Zhao Zhao frowned in confusion. What on earth was this Du guy's background? His voice didn't sound like he was from the Night Patrol Department at all. Tudich crossed her arms confidently. I'd bet Brother Du is the same age as us. Zhao Zhao was surprised. A student. How would you know? She brushed her hair back with a smug smile. You can tell just by the way he talks and acts. Plus, I have my intuition. Most importantly, it's his eyes. They're always glued to girls' legs, and he doesn't even bother to hide it. Tudich pointed directly at where Jiangdu was sitting. It's this guy right here. Had jumped, his smile twisting awkwardly. Who? Zhao Zhao was so angry she wanted to grab his head and smack it a few times. Jiangdu was hopeless. He stammered. I wasn't. Suddenly, a man rushed over, his powerful presence startling them both. Zhao Zhao looked up and called out softly. Dad. Captain Luke hurried over. Are you okay? I heard you were pulled into the shadow plane. Zhao Zhao glared over at Jiangdu and pinched his cheek. I'm fine. And so is this guy. He just deserves a good smack. Jiangdu gave a weak laugh. And I'm a little hungry. He sighed in relief. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. You two, come with me. The three of them sat around a table in a serious atmosphere. Zhao Zhao spoke up. Is this incident really that serious? Captain Luke answered slowly. Of course. This is the first time the real world has been pulled into the shadow plane. Casualties are still being tallied. But for now, this doesn't concern you kids. He took a light drag from his cigarette. As you both know, because of what happened, the aptitude tests have to be moved up. Seeing the smoke, Zhao Zhao cleared her throat pointedly. Captain Luke looked flustered and awkwardly stubbed out his cigarette. He put the cigarette down and got straight to the point. The test is divided into two parts, one for ability and the other for willpower. The ability test, also known as the primary awakening, involves exposing students to a slight corruption to activate their latent powers. The process is completely safe and is used to determine their field of specialization. Following that is the willpower aptitude test, which measures a person's inner spirit and mental fortitude. That's the test that truly decides who has what it takes to become a superhuman. Gyungdu asked, so willpower is the main focus. Does that mean the more resilient a person is, the stronger they become? Uncle Luke shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. Some people can endure a deep cut without flinching and still end up being ordinary, while others who are cheerful all the time can achieve an extremely high aptitude. Willpower doesn't just measure pain tolerance. It also encompasses compassion, resistance to evil thoughts, and the purity of one's soul. It's the most complex metric of all. Jiangdu's eyes lit up. So, do a person's values and worldview affect their willpower? The man frowned. Why do you ask that? Jiao cut in coldly. For example, what if someone's mind is only filled with thoughts about girls' legs? Jiangdu's face turned red. Are you still hung up on that? Uncle Luke gave a faint smile. It does have an effect, but having an upright moral compass is only a small part of it. However, if one's worldview is twisted and filled with negativity, their results will be extremely low. Jiangdu looked bewildered. Why is that? His eyes grew sharp and cold. Evil thoughts drag a person down into the abyss. Negative emotions are, in essence, a form of spiritual corruption. When allowed to fester for too long, it can become even more deeply rooted than the corruption caused by aberrations. That's why it's important to resolve these things early on. Suppressing them will only cause a person to break. Jiangdu rested his chin on his hand. Deep in thought. Do even minor negative emotions count? He sighed, thinking he would probably have to go to a club to cleanse his tainted soul. Uncle Luke waved his hand. All right, go get some rest. Someone will come get you two for the test later. Oh, right. Tiedu. Uncle Lai is busy with a mission and couldn't make it back, so I signed all the paperwork for him. Jiangdu nodded. Thank you, Uncle. He added, don't push yourself too hard. Just let things happen naturally. Jiangdu waved with a smile. Don't worry, Uncle. Zhao also replied obediently. I understand. As soon as they left the office, Tudik was already waiting. You're back. She was the only one left in the spacious hall. Zhao sat down and looked around. Where is everyone else? Tudik pointed towards the elevator. They went to handle the procedures with their families. She asked, what about you? Hasn't your family arrived yet? Tudik shook her head. My parents are busy with business. They just left Cloud C, so I had them sign remotely. Just then, a door opened, and a voice rang out. Looks like everyone's here. Bao Kuang, sitting in a wheelchair, grinned gleefully. It's a miracle, just one spray of medicine and the pain in my leg is completely gone. Jiangdu asked worriedly, you're still injured. Can you even take the test? Will you be okay? Bao Kuang laughed casually. Don't worry. They said it won't affect the results. Tutu teased. Don't be fooled by how cheerful he looks now. A little while ago, he was hiding in a corner sniffling. He retorted defensively. Who said that I wasn't crying? While they were talking, the door to the room swung open, and several people walked in. The atmosphere immediately became heavy, and no one dared to say another word. Jiangdu frowned slightly. Why does everyone look so exhausted? Zhao sighed. You wouldn't understand. They just want to live normal lives. But from this day on, their lives will no longer be as peaceful as before. Lai A spoke up. All right, now that everyone is here, let's begin. This examination is divided into two parts. One is for ability, and the other is for willpower. The ability test provides a comprehensive evaluation of potential destructive power and consumption rate. The results are divided into 4 tiers: low, mid, high, and peak. As for willpower, it's based on resistance to spiritual corruption and is divided into 6 levels, from 1 to 6, corresponding to the colors white, green, blue, indigo, red, and orange. Previously, level 1 couldn't take the combat exam, but this year, even reaching the white level makes it mandatory. The superhuman evaluation requires considering both ability and willpower simultaneously. With strong willpower, even someone with weak abilities can excel. Conversely, someone with powerful abilities but lacking willpower will be limited to a non-combat role. That's the gist of it. If there are no questions, follow me. Everyone was led to a waiting room. Jiangdu curiously pressed his face against the glass to look through. Inside was a large room, with its center covered by a thick cloth sheet. The person in charge called out a name in a clear voice. Tiu. She flinched and answered, Present. Tiu took a deep breath, hearing words of encouragement. Don't be nervous. She nodded, giving her friend a reassuring look. Then she took a deep breath. I'm going in first. Now, Tio was inside with Tan Min. Outside, the students watched silently through the glass. The cloth was yanked away, revealing a powerfully glowing stone. Tan Min held the cloth and announced, "Let's begin." The light above the door was initially green. In just a moment, the light turned a brilliant red. The crowd outside murmured, "Hey, why did the lights go out? They must be testing her willpower now." Jiangdu looked in, thinking to himself, "I'm already used to this level of darkness from the shadow plane." He frowned, looking closer. Her feet were bound to something that was also glowing. It looked like she was struggling against an immense pressure emanating from the black crystal. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the middle of the room, causing everyone outside to squint from the glare. Tio walked out. Zhao Zhao rushed over to ask, "How did it go?" Bao Kuang wheeled closer too. "What's the result?" She shook her head slightly, her voice low. "I don't have any willpower aptitude. It's a shame. I did so many willpower exercises before this." Her friend exclaimed, "What, so you were planning to major in the supernatural department all along? You even trained separately?" Tu sighed. "Yeah. And look at the result. Happy now," the loudspeaker announced. "Next person." Bao Kuang. He wheeled himself in while muttering, "It's fine if I'm not a supernatural. Please God, let me fail." Feng Tiu laughed. "Don't bother praying. You're definitely not one." The light above the door remained a brilliant red, illuminating the waiting hallway. Bao Kuang wheeled out, his expression suddenly dark. Then he suddenly shouted, "Holy crap, I passed." Hearing this, Feng Tiu froze, as if struck by lightning. "What?" The two sat down, complaining gloomily. The one who wanted to pass failed, and the one who didn't want to passed. Zhao Zhao sighed. "I guess that's just fate." The loudspeaker blared again. "Next person." Zhao Zhao. She let out a soft sigh. Seeing this from behind, Jiangdu chuckled quietly. Zhao Zhao turned her head and waved. "I'm going in now. See you later." At that moment, her body began to glow with a brilliant red light, continuously radiating energy. The center of the light was at her feet. Coming from that very stone, Jiangdu observed closely. Zhao Zhao's stone was red, while Fatty's was green, according to the willpower levels from 1 to 6. Red means, after thinking for a moment, he was suddenly surprised. It was level 5. When the test ended, a buzz of conversation erupted among the crowd. Tio immediately asked with curiosity, "Are you done? What were your results?" But Zhao Zhao awkwardly dodged the question. "Xing he expression." Jiangdu smirked. "Look at you. So tired you can't even catch your breath." Zhao Zhao shot him a glare and said, "You'll see when you get in there." Jiangdu flashed a mischievous grin. "Don't be so tense. How about some motivation? Just one kiss." She snapped back angrily. "Get lost." Just then, the loudspeaker boomed. "Next, Jiangdu." He jumped to his feet. "That's my turn. I'm heading in." Zhao Zhao was left standing alone, letting out a quiet sigh, her face blushing. She whispered, "Good luck." Jiangdu heard her, and his own face grew warm. "Thanks." In no time, he stepped into the examination room. The proctor asked sternly, "Are you Jiangdu?" He replied, "Yes." "See you." Tan Min checked his file. "Have you awakened yet?" Jiangdu nodded. "Yes, I have." The man nodded back. "All right, drink the medicine then." But then the examiner paused. "What, you've already awakened?" Jiangdu scratched his head. Yeah. It just sort of happened." Tan Min started sweating and took a step back. "We'll skip the ability test then. Let's go straight to the willpower examination. Put this on." Without hesitation, Jiangdu followed the instructions. He immediately felt a wave of dark energy and strange sounds wash over him. Tan Min placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry. Just go with your feelings. Since you've already awakened, your consciousness will soon start to separate from your body. Just let it happen. All you have to do is walk forward." As he finished speaking, he gave Jiangdu a gentle push. "Go on now." Jiangdu shot forward, his body suddenly feeling weightless. He muttered in a daze, "What in the world is this?" His body felt like it was in a freefall, and the space around him warped bizarrely. Jiangdu's soul plunged into a deep, dark void. Then, it gently landed on the surface of the water just outside the city. He marveled in astonishment. "This is incredible. I can't feel my body at all anymore." But he could still clearly feel the connection between his soul and his physical form. His soul leaped up, floating weightlessly in the air. Back in the examination room, his physical body swayed along with the movement. Looking incredibly excited, Tongbao quickly interjected, "Stop jumping around and focus on the test." Jiangdu hastily replied, I know. Jiangdu dashed straight for the test rock, thinking that since it was just a simple run, it would be an easy win. But then he felt his body slowly starting to sink. Water rose up to his nose. His body grew heavy, and his breathing became difficult. Something was invading his emotions. Jiang Du's soul was pulled deep into a river of emotions. A swirling mix of despair, sorrow, and outrage. No, I can't let these emotions control me. Suddenly, the figure of Tuan Kuang appeared behind him. "Tiu Du." His voice was deep and cold. "You're wondering why I'm here." He answered coldly. "Your disposition is unfit to become a transcendent being. You will only bring disaster upon yourself and others." Jiang Du backed away. "No, that's wrong. This is an illusion. The real Uncle Tuan Kuang would never say something like that." Another voice rang out from the opposite direction. Another Tuan Kuang, his body wreathed in a bloody aura, spoke up. "You need to understand clearly. You don't have the aptitude for this path. The continent of Dai Chao is in ruins. Monsters run rampant, and danger is everywhere. You know that perfectly well. So why do you still try to force your way into the world of the transcendent? What allows a person to rise above the mundane has never been strength, but the unwavering will in their heart. All of their phantoms point to one truth. But what about you? Giangdu, can you keep getting back up after every fall? Just like they did." A colossal monster roared from within the illusion. Its body was the size of a building, and it destroyed everything in its path. Jiangdu was forced to watch as his loved ones fell, one after another. Rain mingled with his tears, dissolving into the cold river. The illusion of Tuan Kuang lit a lighter, the flame illuminating his face, cold and hard as steel. He spoke slowly. "This is the price for anyone who dares to join the ranks of the transcendent. Do you really want to become one of them?" The blood-red illusion appeared again. Its voice hissing. "Stop deceiving yourself." The words wormed their way into his mind. "In reality, you just want to prove yourself." Tuan Kuang's voice pressed on. "That's right. You're just like every other kid who fantasizes about being a hero. Just like those who daydream every single day about becoming great. You wake up late. You're lazy with your studies. You love to fool around. You like pretty girls. And you hate being scolded. You think you're different from everyone else. That you have some kind of special perspective on things. You always think you're an exception. That you're not like the rest of the crowd. You love showing off and you crave attention. You have nothing special about you. Yet you act so superior. But deep down inside, you know you're just another ordinary person. The same as everyone else." In the middle of the dark space, a scarlet flame suddenly blazed to life. A man wearing the uniform of the Night Watch emerged. His voice calm. "You understand? Of course. The darkness of this world isn't just found on the shadow plane. No matter how bright the sun shines, there are always dark corners it cannot reach." An echoing voice resounded, cold enough to pierce through the very soul. "This world has never been the beautiful place you read about in fairy tales." The figure vanished. The torch fell into the water, and its flames slowly died out. Thousands of aberrations emerged from the hazy smoke, a grim omen of the coming disaster. Those who walk the path of the transcendent must inevitably face this great calamity. A deep, muffled voice spoke up. "Stop avoiding it, and return to the original question. Do you truly have what it takes to become transcendent?" Jiangdu's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with immense pressure. Outside, his real body was still deeply immersed in an endless illusory realm. Just then, a member of the testing division, Tuyet, walked in. She raised her hand in greeting and asked curiously, "So, how's it going?" Tong Bao shook his head wearily. "Not good. He's just going around in circles." Tuyet wasn't surprised. "That's normal. It is the abyssal onyx stone from the abyss. After all, not everyone can withstand its corruption level." He nodded. "That's right. Only those with high aptitude can endure it." The scene shifts back to Jiangdu, who was still struggling within the chaotic illusory realm. Tong Bao sighed with regret. It looks like this Jiangdu kid isn't going to make it through. But then, Tuyet suddenly noticed something strange. She pointed at the illusion monitor in shock. "Look, the color has turned red." Hearing this, he whipped his head around. For real. Sure enough, a red aura was slowly enveloping Jiangdu. The light on the stone monolith grew more and more intense. Tong Bao's eyes widened. No way, he's still so far from the abyssal onyx stone, and he's already reached level 5. Could it be? Tuyet crossed her arms and asked with interest. "Do you think he can reach the level 6 mark?" He let out a breath. "I'm not sure. In the past few decades, only 15 people on the entire continent have reached that level." But unexpectedly, the stone platform beneath Jiangdu's feet began to slowly descend. Tong Bao was stunned. "What's happening? Why is the light fading? Quick, check his wristband for any malfunctions." Tuyet Tuyet immediately moved in closer. Nothing's wrong. All his stats are normal. He grew even more confused. This is illogical. The closer he gets to the stone, the stronger his willpower should become. Why is it getting weaker? What in the world is going on? But Gyangdu persisted, continuing to move forward without stopping. He almost touched the surface of the black abyss stone. Tongbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he really going to touch it? Even a level 6 couldn't do that. And yet Jiangdu reached out and placed his hand on the stone, causing a brilliant golden light to erupt violently. It was as if the stone itself was responding with joy. Inside the illusion, Jiangdu's mind was distorted as an echo rang out, telling him to give up and stop pursuing the path of the transcendent. Think of your close friends and your loved ones. An image of Zhao Zhao appeared. She was the person he cherished most. She smiled gently and held out her hand toward Jiangdu. He couldn't help himself and took her hand. Tuan Kuang's voice echoed, saying, "That is where you truly belong." But suddenly, a light flashed in Jiangdu's eyes. That's enough. The image of Zhao Zhao shattered before his eyes, turning to dust. Jiangdu squinted and sneered. Do you really think a pretty girl is all it takes to sway me? You call this little trick a temptation. At the very least, you should have conjured up an entire harem for me. He approached the illusion of Tuan Kuang, his face firm and resolute. He shrugged and chuckled. To be honest, I was a bit lost for a moment there. I really almost strayed from my path. At first, I just wanted to be some flashy hero, the kind who has to act all tough even when nothing's happening. But in this world, heroes don't just fall from the sky. There are only ordinary people who know how to get back up. It's because of those silent guardians that the world can enjoy the peace it has today. Jiangdu reached his hand out to the night watchman, the one who had given him that peace before. A firm hand grasped the torch, transmitting a searing warmth. Jiangdu declared with determination, "This time, I don't want to hide behind anyone else. I want to become that unextinguishable flame myself." The light reflected in his eyes, as if he had perceived something profound. Jiangdu's face shone with a fierce determination, a will to illuminate every dark corner of the world. The surface of the water within the illusion gradually became as calm as a mirror. In the briefing room, Captain Luke listened to a report about a reality plane being pulled into the shadow plane, specifically floor 234 of the Commerce Center. Floor 5 had not completely collapsed but was affected. An estimated 850 people were impacted, with 700 trapped in the shadow plane. So far, 650 have been rescued, and the rescue operations are ongoing. A total of 30 students preparing for the martial arts exam will be grouped for assessment and then immediately treated for minor contamination. He asked sternly, "What's the word from the Contamination Assessment Department?" His assistant replied, "The results are in, and the images have just been sent over." A classified file quickly appeared on the computer screen. The species is classified as a wraith, with its corruption level confirmed to be high tier. Level 1, analyses of their physique, bone structure, and internal organs all indicate that these three wraiths are nearly identical. Furthermore, their bodies show numerous marks of human origin, suggesting that this could be the result of humans undergoing mutation. Another assistant panicked, saying this was absurd because everyone's constitution is different, so the mutation process can't be uniform. Mutating into three identical aberrations should be nearly impossible. Captain Luke silently took a drag from his cigarette to calm his nerves. Standing by the window, he mused that the one in the northern capital might be the product of some experiment. It seems someone in the shadows can no longer sit still. Just then, a brilliant light flared up from the building across the way. Captain Luke was so startled that the cigarette fell from his mouth. That places, he couldn't believe the sight before him. The superhuman testing chamber. He immediately rushed over, saying, "Excuse me, I need to get in there right now." His face was tense as he said, "I apologize, but this can't wait." He frowned in disbelief. The highest result on the willpower test was only an orange light, and no one had ever achieved this golden color. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, asking in a stern voice, "What in the world happened here?" Inside, a large crowd had already gathered to watch. Tong Bao hurriedly reported, "Captain Luke, there's someone named Jiangdu." The captain repeated, "Jiangdu." A sudden, powerful gust of wind swept past him. Then, the golden light from inside the room erupted brilliantly. Jiangdu slowly opened his eyes. Escaping the illusion, he slowly observed the scene around him. Outside the glass, a crowd was watching his test. Afterward, Captain Luke personally escorted Jiangdu back to a private room to rest. He handed him a bottle of water and said, "Drink some to clear your head." Jiangdu was startled but replied, "Thank you." "Captain Luke." He asked where Zhao Zhao and the others were, and Captain Luke replied that while he was still in the test, they were taken back to their rooms and probably didn't know what had happened yet. The captain laughed. You really surprised me this time. Kid, level 5 is considered normal, and level 6 would shake the entire department. But you went and directly created a golden light that has never been seen before. Jiangdu puffed up his chest. Doesn't that mean I've reached the legendary light, even surpassing level 6? The captain nodded. It could be, but since there's no precedent, it's hard to say for sure. You might even be taken away to be dissected for research. Jiangdu choked on his water and exclaimed, What? He cried out. Don't scare me. Sir, Captain Luke raised an eyebrow. You're scared already. And yet you were just talking about the legendary golden light. You won't be taken away for dissection. But someone will be here shortly to collect your data. Your file will be sent to the major Night Watch departments for research. And from now on, you'll be a high-priority surveillance target. Hearing this, Jiangdu frowned. Is it really that serious? Do they have to make such a big deal out of it? The captain reassured him. Don't worry. I'll teach you how to handle it in a bit. Just follow the procedure, and you'll be fine. But Captain Luke had no idea that a thought was echoing in the young man's mind. This is my chance to shine. When asked for his information, Jiangdu answered clearly named Jiangdu, 18 years old. Hobbies are reading and physical training. The people around them saw this and began to whisper, Is he the one who emitted the golden light? He looks so ordinary. Maybe the equipment was broken. Tong Bao took notes and asked, In the test's illusion, what did you see? A group of high-ranking leaders was also watching Jiangdu, as he described seeing rows upon rows of Night Watch members advancing with their torches raised. It continued, describing how they took turns fighting the aberrations. Jiangdu thought to himself, This is so boring. These are all just the lines Captain Luke fed me. I'm the legendary golden light, and I have to follow a script. Captain Luke asked, Following procedure. And what did you think when you saw those scenes? Jiangdu replied as if reciting from memory. I was deeply moved at that moment. I felt the heavy responsibility of a superhuman. And then He suddenly stopped, lowering his head in silence. Captain Luke grew a little anxious and urged him, Why did you stop talking? Jiangdu broke into a mysterious smile, as if he had just come up with a brilliant idea. Then he looked up and asked in return, Captain Luke, you have a map hanging on your office wall. Right. Captain Luke was taken aback for a moment. Yes. Jiangdu suddenly shot to his feet, planting one foot on his chair, his aura flaring with intensity. His voice deepened. There were once 10 survival zones, but now only 5 remain. This situation is far from simple. Sometimes, knowing the truth is more painful than being deceived. Captain Luke was speechless, thinking to himself, What kind of act is this kid pulling now? Jiangdu raised his hand and declared passionately, I hope the youth of Daichao will awaken, cast off their apathy, and march forward together, even if I am but a single firefly. I will give my all to illuminate this long night. Finishing his speech, he stood tall, his eyes gleaming with pride. The light of truth will illuminate all. If no torches remain, then I shall become the one and only light. The room fell into a stunned, awkward silence. Captain Luke forced a laugh. This kid just spouts nonsense sometimes. But to his surprise, Tong Bao was genuinely moved. I never knew the boy had such a powerful will. Tuyet wiped away a tear. He's destined to be a great asset to the department. Captain Luke's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe they actually bought it. Outside, the other candidates were also buzzing with excitement. No wonder he emitted a golden light. That's the soul of a genius. He was truly born to shine. The high-ranking officers nodded in satisfaction, exchanging looks of high praise. Meanwhile, Jiangdu just pooted, wishing for it to be over quickly so he could go get a massage to de-stress. Seeing this, Captain Luke quickly ended the debriefing. All right, that's enough for today. Go home and wait for the notification. Jiangdu frowned. What notification? The captain closed his laptop and said calmly, We don't even need to look to know the result. He said in a serious tone, That's right. It's about the special training camp. Jiangdu sat on the wall, looking lazy yet thoughtful. His brows were furrowed, as if he was pondering something important. Mister, Luke recalled telling him not to be so flashy. Now you're famous all over the department, he said. Jiangdu felt ashamed. I'm sorry. Uncle, I've caused trouble again. He sighed. I don't know what to tell old man Lai. I didn't want you getting involved with the supernatural. And now he's probably sick with anger. Well, what's done is done. You should head home for now. But remember to report to the training camp on March 25th. Jiangdu was confused. A special training camp. Captain Luke explained that it's a place where those with qualifying potential gather for a few months of training, followed by another combat test. You absolutely cannot tell anyone what happened today. Not even Zhao Zhao. Remember, March 25th. Back in the present, Jiangdu opened his system. He only had 20 days of lifespan left. He sighed softly. The training starts at the end of next month. I probably won't even make it. He clenched his fists. I have to keep hunting monsters. Even if it's just to survive this. Just then, something caught his eye. Making Jiangdu jump, an aberration was on its last legs, with its health bar at only 27%. As it staggered past, his eyes lit up. Jiangdu immediately activated Shadow Walk and gave chase. This was his chance to score big. The aberration sensed the danger and turned around warily, but it was too late. He had already made his move, activating his mark skill. With just 2 clean hits, the prey fell. 1 pursuit strike, and 1 finishing blow. The system chimed in. This was a heavily wounded aberration. It was just trying to run to survive. It only wanted to continue existing, but fate had been sealed. Its time was up. It would never again see the dawn or feel the wind blow. There's no glory in hunting down a wounded creature, but there was still a reward. Lifespan increased, now at 22 days. Combat skills slightly enhanced, plus 4 shadow points. He breathed a sigh of relief. What a stroke of luck. Although he felt a bit ashamed for kill stealing, it would be a waste not to take it. As he was collecting the crystal, a shout came from behind him. Where the hell did you come from? Jiangdu turned around, stunned to see someone chasing after him. A figure covered in dust with his face concealed yelled, "Where's my aberration?" He was startled, realizing he had just snatched someone else's prey. He looked back at the aberration's corpse, which was in the middle of being absorbed. Feeling suspicious, the other person roared, "You thief! Give me back my prey." Jiangdu asked in confusion. "A thief?" The guy brandished his staff and shouted, still playing dumb, "You even steal from a scavenger? Have you no shame?" Alarmed, Jiangdu stepped back into a defensive stance, not expecting to be confronted so directly, but as the other guy closed in, he suddenly froze in place, as if he'd been turned to ice. His running feet screeched to a halt right in front of Jiangdu. The guy took a deep breath and seriously walked closer, making him step back. Suddenly, the guy pulled off his hood, an action that put Jiangdu on guard. He asked nervously, "What are you doing getting so close?" The guy suddenly grabbed his hand excitedly. "I can't believe it. It's really you, Du. I finally met the famous blogger. I'm a loyal fan. I've watched every single one of your videos. Give me a smile. Oh, and about that prey from earlier. Let's split it 70-30. Just like the old rules." Jiangdu was bewildered, having no idea what he meant by scrap or what rules he was talking about. Seeing that expression, the guy misunderstood and his eyes widened. "Who?" Then he immediately opened his phone to write a post. Famous blogger Du bullies a poor scrap collector. Steals his kill and denies it. Jiangdu furiously shouted, "What scrap collector? What are you talking about? Make it clear." He was so angry he used a skill to violently pull the guy closer. The other guy stumbled and fell, his phone flying out of his hand. Jiangdu grabbed his head in frustration. "Spit it out. What's going on?" The guy waved his hands in surrender. "At your command." "Du. Scrap collectors is what we call each other. We're actually contract workers for the Night Watch department. You just need to reach the intermediate rank to be approved." Jiangdu frowned. "What do you mean contract workers?" The guy quickly explained. "It's pretty normal. One aberrant sells for 6 or 7,000. Hearing that, his jaw dropped. "You call 6 or 7,000 normal?" He hadn't even recovered from the shock of this information. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in an aura of resentment. He gritted his teeth and muttered, 7,000, gone in a flash. That's almost a whole month of writing." The other guy remained calm. "It's not that much. We don't get insurance, a housing fund, or any benefits. We just live by risking our lives. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I'm a scrap collector from the underbelly." It was only then that he noticed a few pieces of the monster's corpse were still left. Jiangdu asked curiously, "Who do you sell the aberrants to after you kill them?" Deng Hua explained, "There are organizations like the Night Watch, schools, or companies that need materials. They issue procurement quests and send you the monster's location." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. "Oh, they even give you the aberrant's location. That's so convenient." He immediately took out his phone. "Give me your WeChat code." When he got home, he added him as a friend and immediately transferred 7,000 yuan for the monster. Hearing that, Dang Hua was stunned. "What? 7,000? Just split it 70-30. Give me 4,900 yuan. That's enough." Jiangdu clapped him on the shoulder and laughed casually. "No way. I've never been one to take advantage of anyone. Also, I wanted to talk to you about working together." Hearing that, Dang Hua broke into a cold sweat. A partnership. And so, he led Dang Hua on a monster hunting spree. He easily took down a cat-like aberrant. The system immediately displayed a notification. Blood Shadow Conspiracy Worm? Blood Shadow. A murderous glint flashed in Jiangdu's eyes as he whispered, "Shadow Guard." The monster instantly collapsed, swiftly and cleanly defeated. He even actively controlled the absorption, taking only the essence while leaving the corpse intact to be sold. After finishing, he called out, "It's done. Take this one." Dang Koa replied enthusiastically, "Yes, you're such a good guy. You do all the work, but you're still willing to split the profits with me." Jiangdu laughed and replied, "You worked hard too, finding the monsters, pinpointing their coordinates, and even hauling the corpses back to the Night Watch department. I don't see it that way. You could totally do this all on your own. You just have to register as a freelancer, and you'd be set." Jiangdu put on a mysterious air. "I want to maintain a low profile. If the Night Watch department found out my identity, it would be a huge hassle." Dang Hoa praised him lavishly. "You're incredible. Taking down 4 aberrants in one day without even breaking a sweat." Jiangdu smirked. "Forget 4. If I had the time, I could handle 100. But then his expression turned serious. "The thing is, even after absorbing so many, my strength hasn't increased by much. Now, even fighting mid-rank level 1 monsters is a bore. Tomorrow, find me a few high-rank level 1 monsters." Hearing that, he was startled. "High-rank level 1, are you kidding me? Even though they're the same level, high-rank ones are overwhelmingly stronger and extremely dangerous." Jiangdu just smiled confidently. "I know." His eyes shone with ambition. "I want both the money and the experience." Late at night, Jiangdu finally made it back to his dorm. Exhausted, he flipped on the light switch in the living room. He dragged his feet inside. Finally home. "I'm so tired I could pass out." Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's voice rang out. "You're late again. I've been waiting for you. I made some cookies. Go ahead and have some." Since Jiangdu was starving, he didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed one to eat. After eating, he sat down awkwardly and asked where Uncle Luke was. She replied that he had gone on a mission. He was surprised. "He's not coming back tonight, Zhao." Zhao shook her head. "No." "Why?" Jiangdu gave a sly grin. "Then you should stay over tonight." She punched him, then crossed her arms angrily and asked, "It's been 3 days and I haven't had a chance to ask. Did you pass the test?" Jiangdu clutched his head and groaned. His face contorted in pain. "Is it over? Why is my head spinning like this?" Zhao Zhao was surprised. "You really passed." "What level?" he stammered in reply. "Probably level 3. While thinking to himself, "It's actually the legendary gold tier. But Uncle Luke forbade me from revealing it." She moved closer, questioning him relentlessly. "What about your awakened ability?" "What is it?" Jiangdu stuttered out a lie. "My ability, it's Shadow Freeze. You've probably heard of it." Zhao Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. "A branch ability of the Phantom user class. It has decent potential and is more support-oriented, so you won't have to risk your life on the front lines." Hearing that warmed his heart. So she was waiting for him because she was worried. He asked back, "What about you? What's your ability?" She smiled softly, her eyes full of confidence. She said calmly, "Corporeal Soul. A sub-branch of the Soul user class. Its potential is ranked the highest. Although I'm a little weaker than you right now, I'll definitely surpass you in the future." Jiangdu was speechless after hearing that. Was that long explanation just to show off? He flicked her forehead lightly. "Well then, do your best. Don't fall at the first hurdle." She reacted quickly, covering his mouth with her hand. "Don't jinx it." Caught off guard by the touch, Jiangdu blushed, and the atmosphere between them suddenly changed. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, what are Phantom users and Soul users?" Zhao Zhao frowned. "I'm not entirely sure myself. I just know that each person corresponds to a type of aberrant insect. For example, your Phantom user class corresponds to the Shadow insect, while my Soul user class corresponds to the Soul insect among the aberrant insects. Killing aberrant species and absorbing their corruption is how we get stronger. If you take down the corresponding type, the effect is greatly enhanced. But if it's the wrong type, it's just a waste of effort." Jiangdu was intrigued. "That's interesting. Your soul ability must be really strong. Let me see it." She became flustered. "There aren't any aberrant species here to use it on." He winked and pointed at himself. "Try it on me. Don't worry. This body can take it." Zhao Zhao blushed and whispered sharply, "Soul Stun. It basically means you make the opponent freeze in place." Then she channeled her power, and a blue light gradually gathered in her palm. She hesitantly reached her hand out towards Jiangdu. A soft halo of light spread out. Her hand trembled slightly. The light flickering, Jiangdu suddenly went still, his eyes glazing over, his expression frozen. Seeing him slump over, she panicked. "Jiangdu, are you okay?" He moaned softly. "It hurts. Quick, Rub my head. Or it's going to explode. Zhao Zhao frantically complied. Okay. Okay. She gently placed her hands on his head. Soothing him bit by bit, she asked hesitantly. Is this right? His eyes were half closed. No. Press from my forehead backwards. Gently on the sides. Zhao Zhao followed his instructions. Like this. Jiangdu savored the moment. Yeah. That's it. Your hands are so soft. He chuckled. I had my defenses up just now. But I still got hit. I didn't even see it coming. Flattered by the compliment, she beamed. Our abilities all come from the aberrant species, so it's normal for them to be strange. Besides, true spirit is a mental attack. After all, Jiangdu was amazed. That's really impressive. You'll definitely stand out at the special training camp. Zhao Zhao shook her head. I don't like to show off. I heard students from other bases will be there too. Hearing that, Jiangdu grew a little worried. The competition must be fierce then. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. They're all just martial artists. She teased him with a half-joking smile that he must have spent a fortune at massage parlors with a taste like this. But Jiangdu coolly replied, not at all. Just a few thousand. Zhao Zhao gave a dangerous smile. Her eyes flashing like a demon's. She raised her hand. So you like massages? Huh. Then let me give you a few more soul shocks. Jiangdu screamed and ran. No. Please spare me. The next evening, Jiangdu returned to the aberrant hunting area from the day before. He was surprised. This is a 1-star high-level aberrant. Dang Koa nodded. It's the same one you fought before. Just stay calm. He asked if he needed help, but Jiangdu answered decisively. No need. I've got this. When he turned back, Jiangdu had already vanished from sight. From high above, a streak of light shot down and exploded on the ground below. He descended like a celestial shadow, easily overpowering the monster. His sharp claws pulled back from the lifeless body of the aberrant. The system announced, Hunt target locked successfully. Shadow Thread's ability has been enhanced. Shadow Embodiment has activated a new skill. Control over darkness has greatly increased. When casting Shadow Cluster, darkness will condense, and after exploding, it will create countless piercing shadow threads in all directions. From a high floor, Deng Hua gasped loudly. Brother Du is a real monster. On the screen, the image of a superhuman displayed incredible power. Below him, a horde of aberrants appeared, as dense as a surging tide, but a single flash of lightning wiped them all out in an instant. That was a recording of a battle, shown to the other candidates. Zhao Zhao was also stunned watching it. A true war general. The strongest person on the great continent. Captain Luke said in a low voice. In the world of superhumans, those who awaken a pseudo-soul spirit are very rare. Your soul shock ability is already top tier. There was once a war general who possessed an ability like yours. This USB drive contains all of his training experience. Study it carefully, and absolutely do not let anyone know about it. She was a little surprised. Dad, how did someone at your level get this material? He nodded. Uncle Lai gave it to me. He's very close with that group of war generals. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao became even more confused. How strange. This would be more suitable for Jiangdu to see. So why did it end up with me? Elsewhere, in Tuan Kuang's office, he stood by the window, his gaze pensive amidst a haze of cigarette smoke. Behind him, a thick file lay on the desk. On the cover of the file were 2 bright red words, top secret. Everything inside was about aberrant number B, 14256, which descended 200 kilometers west of the North Capital in the year of the Great Catastrophe. Its body was covered in a white light as it hovered in midair. Its form was ever-changing and seemed to be on the verge of dissipating. Anyone who looked at it for too long became contaminated and turned into a fanatic. It possessed terrifying regenerative abilities, had new blood like a human, was resistant to all poisons, and was immune to psychic powers. 2 grandmasters were killed, 3 war generals were severely injured, and 300 Night Watch members were lost before it was finally sealed successfully. The file was then strictly classified. After many years of research, they discovered it could not be looked at directly. Its form could not be described, and it could not be destroyed. The final conclusion was to classify it as a god. Back on the battlefield, Jiangdu was now hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, he burst up from the ground, launching a bolt of lightning straight at the aberrant. But the attack hit without causing any damage at all. It immediately counterattacked, throwing a punch that sent him flying. Dang, Koa shouted while recording. Du, hang in there. Don't lose. Jiangdu's health bar dropped sharply to 2/3, but he wiped away the blood and calmly got back up. Just then, the monster charged again with ferocious momentum. Jiangdu clenched something between his teeth, his voice low as he said, "Get ready." As the object shattered, he whispered a single word, Explode. The aberrant suddenly felt a sense of unease, its entire body trembling slightly. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted right where it stood. The system announced, Skill Shadow Orb creates a small energy sphere that can explode in midair or attach to an enemy, dealing limited damage. However, if it enters the opponent's body, the instantaneous internal explosion will cause catastrophic destruction. Manhwa laughed, showing off the video. You look so cool in this part. Like a real badass. That's awesome. It'll probably go viral if you post it. Jiangdu nodded. Nice filming. Then, he carefully started collecting the aberrant's corpse. He opened his status window, Shadow Attribute. Shadow points 78 out of 78. Lifespan remaining 47 days. He nodded to himself. That's enough to last until the special training camp opens. Excited, he called out, Manhwa, send the coordinates for the next target, to which he immediately replied, already on it. But just then, a colossal aberrant with an eye as large as a lantern appeared. It immediately fired a powerful energy beam toward them. Jiangdu instantly sensed the impending danger. He reacted quickly, pulling Manhwa behind him. Jiangdu stood guard in front of Manhwa. His eyes narrowed cautiously as he growled, Who's there? As the smoke slowly cleared, a crimson figure was revealed amidst the rubble. A giant eye came into view, with dozens of long tentacles writhing around its body. Dang! Hoa screamed in terror. An eye demon. A level 2 spirit beast. Jiangdu froze when he heard that. A real spirit type. He recalled Zhao Zhao's words. A spirit wielder like me corresponds to a spirit type among the aberrants. He reacted instantly, charging forward to strike. I can't let it have time to react. I have to stop it before it activates its ability. But just as Jiangdu closed in, a beam of golden light shot in from a distance. The light pierced straight through the aberrant's giant eye. The blow made it collapse, its whole body convulsing before going still. A foot stepped lightly on the monster's head, the movement decisive. From the smoke, the muscular figure holding a spear became clear. Jiangdu stared in surprise at the man who had just saved him. Who was he? The man didn't answer. He just turned and walked away, his figure disappearing into the mist. A yellow piece of paper fluttered on the wind and landed in Jiangdu's hand. He curiously unfolded it, his eyes stopping on the scrawled words. It read, Worried you haven't reached your full potential. Want to choose a new path? Academics or martial arts, your future is in your hands. So Duong Group, certified in Van Hai. The next morning, Jiangdu went to the headquarters of the So Duong Group. He stood in the middle of a crowded square, looking up at the giant statue in front of the main gate. This place matched the address written on the paper from yesterday. Last night, Manhwa had said that So Duong was the largest pharmaceutical conglomerate in Van Hai. Anyone hired by them, even as a temporary employee, would be set for life. He wondered, was the man from last night a pioneer hired by So Duong? He nodded. Judging by that combat suit, it was highly likely. Jiangdu frowned. A level 1 pioneer. How could he take down a level 2 Idamon so easily? Manhwa chuckled. You don't know, do you? So Duong's drugs can temporarily amplify supernatural abilities. They also cooperate with the Night Patrol Department. They even helped expand the entire Jiawang district. If you want to get strong fast, So Duong is a worthwhile shortcut. Jiangdu asked. Aren't you planning to join them? He replied casually. Nah. I'd rather trust in my own strength. In the lobby of the So Duong Group, an employee was introducing a product with the code 1928, named Sweet Dew. This medicine was developed by a research team led by Dr. Bak Du over 10 years, helping to stimulate the brain and increase sensitivity to supernatural energy. Jiangdu leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. Listening to the pitch, it all sounded like a scam. Could a drug that enhances abilities really exist? The female MC smiled brightly. Now, I'd like to invite a member of the audience to come on stage and try it out. Before she could finish her sentence, Manhwa leaped out from the crowd. Let me try. Jiangdu's eyes widened as he watched the man take the medicine and drink it with childlike excitement. Jiangdu Saihil, didn't you just say you'd rather trust in yourself? As soon as he finished drinking it, his eyes lit up, and he felt his mind become remarkably clearer. The MC quickly seized the opportunity. The original price is 8,888, but today, it's only 1,888. Get it while you can. The crowd surged forward, scrambling to buy the product. Their shouts echoed throughout the hall. He could only sigh. These people were a lost cause. A little while later, Jiangdu started to walk around the corporation's headquarters. The place was filled with old artifacts, from a half-broken blade to a tattered suit of armor. Even the ancient scrolls were only half intact, kept merely as mementos. On the wall hung a large photograph of a 4-person team, radiating a glorious aura. Below it was an inscription that read, "Dedicated to the founder, Sir Trieu Duong." Jiangdu was stunned and muttered, "Trieu Duong." So the founder of this corporation was once a member of the Night Watch. Someone standing beside him replied, "That's right. He was part of the first generation of the Night Watch. It's a shame that few people remember his great deeds now." Jiangdu was startled. This was the same captain who had investigated his background. Khan. Anne explained that 50 years ago, when the great calamity spread across the great continent, Sir Trieu Duong charged into the land of despair alone to lead civilians out from the encirclement of alien beasts. To protect them, he chose to burn away his own life force, perishing together with the monsters. That heroic scene was deeply engraved in his memory. Khan On continued. In the end, he burned away completely, leaving not even his bones behind. Fortunately, his successors carried on his legacy, building the Duong Corporation we see today. To be honest, I think you're a lot like Sir Trieu Duong. Jiangdu's eyes widened as he pointed to himself. Me. He smiled. That's right. You once said you wanted to become a light in the darkness. Remember? Jiangdu scratched his head awkwardly. I did say that, but I was just talking. I didn't think you'd actually believe me. Hang'an said admiringly. As expected of a descendant of General Lai, you have a high level of awareness. Jiangdu was bewildered. Who is General Lai? He turned back in surprise. General Lai? I mean Lai Tuan Quang. Jiangdu recalled the old man's goofy behavior and almost fell over. He's really a general. His jaw dropped wide enough to swallow an egg. The strongest person in the great continent. Khan An scratched his head. Confused. He hasn't told you, Jiangdu quickly replied. No. I thought he was just an ordinary government official. He laughed. He is an official, but one with extremely high authority. He rubbed his forehead. This is unbelievable. No wonder he said he could pull some strings for me or arrange for a school. Turns out he's a big shot himself. Khan. An nodded. He probably kept it a secret so you could become independent. Oh. By the way, I'm Tong Kang'an, the training officer for this special training camp. Jiangdu was surprised. Training. He leaned in and whispered. Do your best. I have high hopes for you, so I'll be training you thoroughly when the time comes. After saying that, he walked away, leaving Jiangdu standing dumbfounded in the middle of the hall. He shuddered. Thorough training. Just hearing it sounded ominous. Suddenly, a strange, cold aura emanated from the photograph on the wall. Jiangdu was on alert, whispering, "Who's there?" But when he looked back, he only saw the painting still hanging peacefully in its place. Suddenly, a giant aberrant burst out from the frame with a loud roar. Seeing this, Jiangdu immediately gave chase without hesitation. A sense of unease grew within him. It was an undead. Why would it appear here? He sped up, tailing the aberrant as it ran towards the exit. He frowned. The security outside is so tight. How did it even get in? But its speed was too fast. Jiangdu had to push himself to the limit to not lose its trail. Just then, the system chimed in. Guide activated. Shadow aberrant. Lives in the abyss. Reaches maximum power in darkness. If detected by them, extreme caution is advised. Jiangdu furrowed his brow. Not easy to deal with, huh? The first undead I ever killed came with the same warning. It seems the system detected something unusual beforehand. Even so, Jiangdu didn't give up and continued the pursuit. As suspected, could this be related to the recent wave of aberrant appearances? When he reached a turn, the scene in front of him made him freeze in his tracks. The hallway ahead was pitch black and completely empty. The monster was nowhere to be seen. He frowned. This is clearly the basement of Duong. Why is it so deserted? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Number 9 is back. Come on in. Jiangdu was startled. There's someone here, but as he looked around, no one appeared. He guessed the person must have slipped into the lower level. What exactly is Duong hiding? Without hesitating, Jiangdu transformed into his shadow form to scout ahead. He phased through the wall. Following the hidden underground passages, a sudden clang of metal made him instantly raise his guard. Before him were rows of giant glass vats containing something strange. Jiangdu's eyes widened, too shocked to speak. This is... He looked closer inside. Aberrant insect. Duong is actually researching them. He quietly hid in a corner, trying to listen for any activity inside. 2 people emerged from behind a door. An old voice said, Progress is good. The training of the undead and their hunting are both on schedule. This morning, Director Trieu instructed us to control the bloodline variants first. The younger person asked, Dr. Ah, do you have a plan? He gave a faint smile. Aberrants are difficult to control. The 3 undead that caused a ruckus in the shopping mall last time were troublesome enough. If we keep using the bloodline variants for testing, I'm afraid the consequences will be even worse. Tianmin asked. But using the flesh and blood of aberrants with the bloodline variants also has an effect. Right. Dr. Ao shook his head. Just using flesh and blood isn't enough for complete domestication. Our ultimate goal is to find a way to control the aberrant insects, to provide support for the Night Watch. But to do that, one must start with the 4 foundational species, because the spirit entity evolves from those soul seeds. Jiangdu broke out in a cold sweat as he heard this, his eyes fixed on the creature in the tank. Doctor, Aw leaned in close, whispering to the monster, "How are you feeling?" The aberration in the tank stirred slightly, opening its mouth to reveal a mouthful of teeth. Min panicked. "Be careful." But the doctor just gave a faint smile. "Just keep taking notes." "It's fine," he asked. "Is the body stable? Are my eyes working well for you?" The aberration reacted. Slowly raising its massive claw, it lightly tapped the side of the tank 3 times, as if in reply. "Doctor." Aw nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Its emotions are stabilizing. Next up is clone number 9. We'll use an aberration to fight an aberration. Quickly. Bring a few soul-soothing stones." Tianmin hurriedly replied. "Yes. Right away." Hearing this made Jiangdu even more uneasy. Had he already been discovered, this creature was unlike the usual undead. It didn't attack at all, and it could even form simple memories. He thought to himself, "It's as if it has its own separate consciousness." Tianmin asked again, "If we keep going like this, what happens if it gets out of control?" "Doctor." Ao nodded. You have a point, but I'm confident there's still a way to handle it." Tianmin whispered, "How about we try a more foolproof method, Doctor?" Ao frowned. "What method are you talking about?" Tianmin said in a cold voice. "For instance, replacing a human soul with an aberration's." The doctor immediately flew into a rage, grabbing him by the collar. "Don't you dare speak such filth. Are you trying to trample on all ethics?" "Ha, Tianmin, get that thought out of your head, or else I will." He waved his hands apologetically. "I just misspoke. Don't take it seriously." The doctor's face was stern. "Not even as a joke. This subject is absolutely taboo." Just then, "Doctor," Aw's eyes shot wide open, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A sharp blade was plunged deep into his chest, driven in by his own assistant. "Doctor," Aw gasped, looking down in agony. "You." Tianmin held up the glasses, his voice icy. "Aberration. Humanity. Night Watchers. I'm sorry, but the research stops here." He revealed his true self, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "I am from the Harmony species." A powerful, swirling energy began to form in his hand. His eyes glowed with a brilliant purple light, a twisted smile spreading across his face. Tianmin clenched his fist, and the energy erupted with ferocious intensity. Objects throughout the room were suddenly thrown into the air, shattering into pieces everywhere. The containment tanks began to crack, emitting a high-pitched, piercing sound. Aberration number 9 shattered the glass, letting out a maniacal roar. Alarms blared throughout the room, warning that Aberration 035 had breached containment. This was a code red emergency. The research staff scattered in a panic, running for their lives. It wasn't just number 9. A whole series of other aberrations had awakened at the same time. On the floor below, the warning systems were also sounding off everywhere. Room 035 was now filled with out-of-control aberrations. People were screaming. "Quick! Call security. What are you just standing there for? Run!" From high above, Tianmin watched the frantic, struggling crowd as a smirk formed on his lips. The human skin on his face began to crack, revealing a savage smile underneath. An intense pressure of energy radiated from his body, and his eyes gradually turned completely white. His body collapsed to the ground, and the health bar on the nearby monitor plummeted. It kept falling until the reading finally hit 0%. Just then, Jiangdu emerged from the ground, his gaze as cold as ice. He looked at the corpse and muttered, "The student kills his master and then self-destructs. Truly insane." Taking advantage of the chaos, the wandering spirit had also vanished. Suddenly, a weak hand reached out from the rubble, and a hoarse voice called out, "Over here." It was Dr. Aw. He was still alive, but his breathing was growing faint. Jiangdu panicked. "Don't move, I'll call for medics right now." The doctor struggled to speak. "Fire. Ling." Before his eyes closed for the last time, he rasped, "He is a fire seed." Jiangdu froze. A fire seed. The doctor's eyes stared wide, his life now extinguished. Jiangdu shook him gently, his voice strained. "Wait, what's a fire seed? You have to explain." He frowned in frustration. Why do they always die at the most critical moment? Suddenly, he sensed an unusual aura and immediately spun around. Standing before him was aberration number 9. Jiangdu had no choice but to put everything else on hold. His claws crackled with electricity. He would kill first and figure things out later. He lunged forward, taking down the monster in a single, clean strike. But before he could even catch his breath, 2 more aberrations appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangdu decisively eliminated both of them. As he landed, his foot slipped slightly, and he realized he had stepped in something warm and liquid. He frowned, looking down at the floor. Red blood was pooled all over the hallway. All around him, the corpses of humans and aberrations lay piled on top of each other. Jiangdu clenched his fists tightly. This is bad. They've escaped into the real world. Out in the hall, the medicine presentation was still proceeding as usual. From the ceiling, claws and a skull suddenly dropped down. 3 abominations simultaneously lunged straight towards the female MC, who was speaking. Everyone around panicked and fled, shouting loudly, "Abominations! Run! Help!" Dang Hoa tried to stay calm and shouted, "They're blood spawn. Don't scatter. They hunt those who are alone. Get into groups." But one of them had already set its sights on him. "Don't split up. Get over here." The monster lunged straight at Dang Hoa, as if it had seen a delicious feast. Just then, a punch came flying out of nowhere and sent the abomination flying. Jiangdu stepped out from the smoke, his aura blazing. Dang Hoa was stunned. "Du Tu, why are you here?" he asked. Jiangdu replied hastily, "No time for questions. We need to save people first." Dang Hoa turned his camera to show him the chaotic scene, where no one was listening to instructions. A scream rang out as Jiangdu suddenly saw someone in danger. He immediately rushed forward and unleashed a powerful kick, sending the abomination flying. His action immediately caught the crowd's attention. Jiangdu shouted loudly, "Stop running. If you want to live, come here. Watch the shadows around you carefully, and don't let the abomination sneak in." A few people recognized him. "That's Du Tu, the famous TikTok assassin. It's really him, we're saved." Everyone followed his instructions, gathering in one place and watching the shadows, letting women and children go first. As the situation gradually stabilized, Jiangdu let out a temporary sigh of relief. Just then, a terrified scream rang out. "Help me, we're trapped." Jiangdu assessed the situation. "This area is stable for now. Time to head upstairs," he instructed. "Dang Hoa, lead them out of here first. I'm going to check upstairs." Dang Hoa immediately replied, "Got it." Inside a burning room, cries for help echoed. "Is anyone there?" a little girl cried. "Mommy, it's so hot. I want to get out." Suddenly, a dark figure kicked down the locked door. The mother, overjoyed, shouted loudly, "Over here, my daughter and I are here." But as soon as she finished speaking, her expression froze. Her eyes filled with terror. A giant abomination rushed out from within the room, roaring ferociously. The woman hugged the little girl tightly, trembling. "No, please." The little girl burst into tears. "Mommy." But before the monster could attack, it stopped dead in midair. A tendril of energy latched onto it and yanked it violently upward. Jiangdu appeared just in time, pulling the monster towards himself. He unleashed a punch as powerful as a hammer blow, piercing straight through its body. Then with a twist of his wrist, he slammed the monster face first into the ground. Flames immediately surged forward, incinerating the monster's corpse until nothing was left. The woman was cut off before she could even say thank you. Jiangdu patted out the flames on his body, thinking, "So hot I'm supposed to have fire resistance. So why am I still on fire?" He quickly composed himself and said, "Stay calm. I'm here to save you both." The little girl was still sobbing, even more scared of him than the monster. Her mother comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid. He's a good person. He's just a little scary looking." Jiangdu gently picked them up and told them to hold on tight. He launched himself through the glass window, jumping straight down the side of the building. Down below, a fire crew was already waiting to provide support. He landed gently, his stance steady, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just occurred. The fire trucks had arrived, already spraying water to extinguish the towering flames. The mother and daughter were brought to safety, their bodies still trembling with fear. The emotional mother thanked him profusely, and the little girl mumbled along, "Thank you, Mr. Monster." Many in the crowd recognized him, shouting, "It's Du Tu. He saved them." The crowd erupted in cheers, encouraging him as he turned to leave. "You're amazing, Du Tu." The shouts echoed across the square. Du Tu saved people again. "Keep it up. Jiangdu Sahil, my shadow points are almost depleted. I need to hurry. I wonder how the other night watchers are doing." Reinforcements should have arrived by now. Suddenly, an intense golden light flared up from inside the building. He immediately whipped his head around, a cold sweat breaking out at the sight before him. Inside, it was chaos. The Night Watchers were completely overwhelmed. Could it be that this was all a setup from the very beginning? A hand was raised, and energy began to gather in the air around it. Heng An appeared, surrounded on all sides by 3 monsters. He didn't hesitate, gathering all his strength to prepare a counterattack. The energy shot out, and the 3 monsters collapsed instantly. The other superhumans were also fighting for their lives. Even though they had defeated many, the monsters just kept swarming in. There were so many of them that they were completely overwhelming all defenses. A series of explosions rocked the building, causing it to shake violently. Jiangdu realized that the Soduang Industrial Park was their true target all along. The situation was far worse than anticipated, and the main Night Watch team was still nowhere in sight. He opened his system window, knowing that this time he could only rely on himself. As he moved and rescued people, the cheers roared once more. He's back. The crowd gasped in awe. He saved 3 people at once this time, someone pointed. He even brought out an animal. That guy Jiangdu is so handsome. From a distance, Khan An also noticed him rushing into the middle of the flames. He glanced over and thought to himself, it's him again, that mysterious assassin. At that moment, Jiangdu had just laid an unconscious young man on the ground. The crowd murmured, is that the last one? Are you okay? Keep going. Someone panicked. He's injured. Call for an ambulance. Quick. Jiangdu leaned on his hands, panting heavily. This is exhausting. Being a hero is tough. I wanted to look cool, but I can barely stand. He let out a tired laugh. But it was worth it. The crowd below cheered relentlessly. Being this tired was something to be proud of. Suddenly, an old woman sobbed. Where's my granddaughter? She's about this tall, with braided hair. Have you seen her? Many others also cried out. My son is missing, my daughter too. My grandson is only 7 years old. Jiangdu froze, his brow furrowing. I didn't see them. Are they all children? He looked up at the highest floor, where the flames were burning fiercely. Through the smoke, he spotted a small figure dangling in the air. It was a little girl, captured by a monster, screaming for her dad. I want to go home. Jiangdu clenched his fists. What do these things ultimately want? Why are they taking children? Just then, his phone rang. The screen displayed the name Zhao Zhao. Jiangdu answered. Hello, Zhao Zhao got straight to the point. You're at the Soduang Enterprise building, aren't you? Running and surprised. He asked back. How did you know? She replied curtly. Never mind how. Just get over here now. Jiangdu chuckled lightly. No rush. Wait for me to finish cooking. Beef with tomato and egg sauce. And it's done. Zhao Zhao was furious. You just wait. But he had already hung up, charging straight toward the building where the children were being held. Zhao Zhao gripped her phone tightly, staring helplessly at the long dial tone on the screen. By now, Jiangdu was nearly exhausted. His health and mana points were almost depleted. If he pushed himself any further, he could die. At that exact moment, a man appeared with a megaphone, his voice booming. It was Captain Luke, standing before the superhuman warning barrier up ahead. According to Article 113 of the Superhuman Law, unauthorized individuals are prohibited from using their abilities in public. Cease your actions immediately and cooperate with the investigation. This is your final warning. If you do not stop, we will be forced to take legal action. The soldier next to him raised his special issue rifle, ready to fire. Jiangdu raised his hands in surrender and sighed, figuring he should just leave it to the Night Watch since they were more professional and could save the kids. But from behind him, the old woman knelt and cried out her grandchild's name. Lam Lam, please save my granddaughter. The sight was too much for him to bear, so he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Jiangdu turned back and said to Captain Lu, follow me. His words left the captain stunned and utterly confused. Without waiting for a response, he had already turned and dashed towards the building. 2 guards raised their guns, preparing to open fire, but Captain Lu stopped them, leaving them bewildered. Captain, he just watched Jiangdu's retreating figure and then said, let's follow him and see what happens. On the roof of the building, a horde of mutants were moving about chaotically. On each of their backs, they carried a bound and gagged child. Jiangdu followed them silently, wondering to himself what they were planning to do. He saw the mutants walk straight into a solid black portal. It was then that he realized with a start that they were entering the shadow plane. Jiangdu immediately followed, sneaking deeper into that strange space. He frowned, thinking how strange it was that blood fiends, who usually just killed, were now kidnapping people. Their actions were systematic and well organized, not unlike humans. So Duang, the fireworms, the experiment. It was all starting to connect into a horrifying conspiracy. Retreating now was pointless, so he could only see this through to the very end. Further inside, a group of children were trembling and crying, guarded by a single mutant. Suddenly, a small stone rolled near the monster's feet. It turned its head but didn't see anyone there. The silence was eerie, causing the mutant to become vigilant. It glanced over at the children, who were still sniffling and crying. Another stone flew by, making it whip its head around instantly. But again, it saw nothing, and its eyes filled with suspicion. Suddenly, the mutant felt that something was terribly wrong. It muttered to itself, "Wait a minute. This group of kids seems to be missing someone." It rushed around, searching everywhere, but couldn't find any other child. But suddenly, a tremor made it feel something returning. Jiang Du had already scooped up all 3 children and was fleeing the dangerous area. Despite being spotted, he maintained a calm smile, looking directly at it. Immediately after, hordes of aberrations swarmed out from everywhere, completely surrounding them. But in an instant, a net dropped from above, capturing them all. The aberrations struggled, screaming in a frenzy. Jiang Du led the children down the stairs, sticking close to the shadows with every step. Tai immediately made the call. "Night watch. I've got over a dozen kids at my location." Just then, a massive explosion erupted, blowing the phone to pieces. He quickly threw up his hands to shield his face from the incoming hot shrapnel. A stranger emerged from the shadows, exuding a cold aura. The man had a twisted face and bared his teeth in a grin, expressing his surprise that the chase had led him all the way here. He'd thought he was after the night watch. "I never expected it to be the famous Jiang Du from the internet." Jiang Du watched him cautiously and demanded, "Who are you?" The man flicked his snake-like tongue and challenged, "Why don't you take a guess?" Hua-san swung his arm, shattering the nearby wall in an instant. Fortunately, Jiang Du managed to twist away, dodging the attack. He was inwardly astonished. This guy's strength was far beyond that of a normal person. He was a superhuman, too. Without hesitation, Jiang Du shot a grappling hook to the ceiling. He quickly zipped away, trying to lure the enemy away from the children. But the moment he landed, a barrage of iron spikes suddenly shot down right where he was. Luckily, Jiang Du reacted in time, leaping away to completely evade the attack. The man appeared right after, smirking. "Your moves are just like in the videos, but overall, you're still just a level 1. Pathetically weak." Jiang Du frowned and asked, "Are you with So Duong?" Hua-san's lips twisted into a smug grin. "Do I look like it?" Jiang Du was nearly certain. "So you're from the hybrid faction." Without another word, the man launched a decisive attack at him. Jiang Du leaned back to dodge, escaping by a hair's breadth. But the attack seemed sentient, changing its trajectory to come back at him. Jiang Du couldn't react in time and was struck by the ferocious attack. He was sent flying, tumbling through a thick cloud of smoke and dust. At that very moment, 2 more energy orbs shot toward him. The previous explosion hadn't affected Hua-san in the slightest. He sighed with boredom and disappointment, thinking the fight would have lasted longer. On the rooftop, the children held their breath, following every single movement. One of the children burst into tears, worried sick about their big brother. Down below, as the smoke slowly cleared, a surprising scene was revealed. Even Hua-san froze for a moment, unable to believe his eyes, because in front of him now was nothing but debris, an empty space with no one in sight. Hua-san furrowed his brow, observing every movement around him. Jiang Du suddenly burst from the ground behind the attic. He launched himself like a phantom, intending to land a sneak attack on Hua-san. The wraith image swept through the space like a raging, swirling storm. Hua-san sensed the killing intent and tilted his head to dodge, but he was still grazed, leaving a streak of blood. Jiang Du didn't give up, appearing right behind him again. A confident smile touched his lips, his raised hand shimmering with energy. His strike was so powerful that Hua-san barely had time to react. Jiang Du quickly concealed himself when he saw Hua-san preparing to counterattack. The man gritted his teeth, catching the direction he was vanishing in, and growled, "You filthy rat." Just before disappearing completely, Jiang Du tossed a small black orb. Hua-san watched it warily as the orb exploded in midair, thinking it was harmless. He was stunned when a strange phenomenon occurred. From the center of the explosion, countless silk-thin tentacles rushed out to attack him. Hua-san had to spin around to defend himself, his body continuously taking the brunt of the relentless whipping. Licking the blood that trickled down his cheek, he hid in the shadows, admitting this opponent was more troublesome than he thought. But he still smirked. "I have a way to put you down for good." He flicked his hand, throwing a bizarre, swirling orb of energy. It didn't fly towards Jiang Du, but instead shot straight at the building where the children were hiding. The little girl in the lead was horrified. Unable to dodge the attack in time, she screamed in despair, calling her brother's name in terror. The wraith image instantly appeared, shielding the little girl. Jiangdu materialized, spreading his arms to block the massive scythe. Incoming energy orb. He gritted his teeth and endured as poisonous energy seeped into his veins. Hwasun then appeared behind him, his eyes cold as he trapped his prey. Forced to counter, Jiangdu drew Mu King high and spun around to retaliate, but the man had already gathered vile energy in his palm. The direct blow landed squarely on Jiangdu's back. His entire body convulsed from the pain that pierced his internal organs. The heavy blow sent him flying, crashing to the ground. Jiangdu's body crashed straight into the pile of rubble next to the collapsed wall. Hwasun curled his lip into a venomous smirk. "You think you can still escape? Your chances are all gone." He laughed wildly as he rained punch after punch down on Jiangdu. Each fist landed like a hammer, the dry crack of bone echoing with every impact. Jiangdu was both in agony and shock. The energy in his body was in chaos. His shadow form was dissipating, and he couldn't activate any skills. Hwasun grabbed his head as if he were a toy. He slammed it down hard, causing the ground around them to crack and shatter. A part of the shadow shattered, revealing Jiangdu's true face. He licked his lips, clenched his fist, and moved forward. "Let's see who you really are." Just as Hwasun raised his hand to finish Jiangdu off, suddenly, rocks and debris rained down from above. Hitting his head, the children screamed in anger. "Let him go. You monster, get him." Hwasun growled angrily. "You little brats really think I won't kill you?" As he glanced over at the children, Jiangdu had already silently gotten back to his feet. The shattered shadow form began to faintly reappear. Jiangdu lunged forward, grabbing Hwasun tightly, thinking to himself, "I'm your opponent. Thank you, kids." He launched himself straight into the air. Shadow freeze, instantly pulling him into the illusion of 1,000 eyes. Hwasun gritted his teeth, his eyes wide. As he mustered all his strength, he unleashed a burst of power that sent Jiangdu flying, screaming, "Get off me!" Seeing Jiangdu stagger to his feet, he gave a cold, contemptuous laugh. Fortunately, his shadow form had just managed to recover as well. Hwasun snarled, "You think dragging me into the shadows can stop me after I kill you? Those brats are next." Jiangdu frowned. So all the bloodkin are under his control. But why capture children? He laughed sinisterly. "Because children's souls are the purest. Haven't you heard?" Hwasun's eyes lit up with greed. The soul parasite technique. Jiangdu suddenly remembered the laboratory from before. "Hello. Number 9. The soul parasite technique in So Duong." Then he made the connection to the aberrations he had encountered in this place. "Is your curiosity satisfied now? Then let's add some more to the mix." Hwasun snapped his fingers to signal the attack. "Get him out of my sight." The aberrations roared madly, charging forward without stopping. The entire swarm aimed directly for Jiangdu, but he just flashed a strange and meaningful smile. His face was completely calm, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. Jiangdu smirked, as though his plan had come together perfectly. Countless aberrations were absorbed by him completely. A truly generous gift. The horde of monsters was now nothing more than food for him to devour. Jiangdu casually waved his hand, signaling that it was their turn. He marked them and pursued them, not letting a single one escape. All of them were gathered into an orb of energy in his hand. Jiangdu swallowed it whole. Shadow Guard. Shadow points +6. Shadow points now 81 out of 90. Hwasun was terrified. Damn it. He can absorb the aberrations. Jiangdu's body was seen slowly levitating high into the air. He merged into a fierce, swirling vortex of power. All the nearby aberrations were absorbed by his Shadow Guard. The man realized in horror that he'd made a terrible mistake. This was really bad. Hwasun rushed forward, shouting, "Could this guy actually be?" But his punch couldn't even touch the vortex. He was even thrown backward in excruciating pain. He roared with wide eyes, veins bulging with pure fury. Hwasun ground his teeth in frustration, never expecting that guy to use the very bloodline mutants he had created to counterattack. Now, Jiangdu was enveloped in a dense layer of energy. Like a glowing cocoon, the man's entire body trembled as he stammered, unable to form words. Leveling up. The energy before him converged into thin strands of light, resembling living nerves. Hwasun roared hoarsely in anger. He leveled up. He turned and fled without a second thought, cursing inwardly. You win this round, but a suspicion still arose. It's so strange. Other people only level up through cultivation, but he does it by devouring aberrations. I've never seen anything so insane. Hwasun's steps faltered. Wait a minute. Do aberrations also devour each other? His eyes widened, reflecting a look of absolute horror. As he was trying to flee, his feet suddenly froze in midair. Before him, The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a spatial gate and a familiar shadowy figure. At this moment, Jiangdu's body had reached an entirely different plane of strength. A cocky smile played on his lips. Now, the hunt begins. Jiangdu tightened his grip on his twin swords, closing in on Hua Sun step by step. He took a deep breath, savoring the feeling of pure freedom. His entire body felt liberated from its chains, entering a new realm as all constraints disappeared. With a slight movement of his arm, the blade hummed softly. The aura around him erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. The very space around them shifted color, and his presence pulsed with vibrant energy. He could even feel the fear radiating from his opponent's heart. Jiangdu smiled, thoroughly amused. Let's see how long you can withstand this. His figure vanished in midair, as if swallowed by the void. Huasan's eyes darted around in panic. He went into the shadows. No, that's not right. This time he actually vanished. He hastily called out to his minions, "Dam it. Trying a sneak attack, are you, everyone? Form a defensive perimeter." But all they saw were a few brief flashes of light. The entire horde of aberrant creatures had collapsed right before his eyes. Huasan hastily wrapped himself in energy, but he still received a deep gash across his chest. He let out a quiet cry, unable to see where the blow came from. That speed was beyond imagination. What in the world is he? How can the power of the second realm be this terrifying? Jiangdu chuckled. He didn't even notice me right beside him. I can now merge with the shadows, as if I'm another form of existence. He unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. Huasan, unable to dodge, could only endure the onslaught, feeling the gash on his face. He gritted his teeth in fury. "You bastard." Hatred swelled in Huasan's mind. "How dare he treat me like a toy?" He roared. "If you're going to kill me, then do it. Stop dragging this out." Huasan forced his head up, clinging to his last shred of pride. "Come on, do it." Jiangdu appeared behind him. "Fine. Let me put you out of your misery." But just as the blade glinted, poised for the final blow, he suddenly sensed something hurtling toward him with incredible force. Jiangdu instantly leaped back, raising his sword to parry the attack. He stopped short, seeing a piece of iron hooked firmly onto his blade. It was a hollow brick. From the shadows, a figure slowly emerged. "What are you doing?" Huasan. Half a day had passed, and Trong Wen was getting extremely anxious. The boss was about to lose his patience. Huasan smiled faintly. "Dongthan, did the boss send you?" He smirked. "The plan is in motion. Get the kids out of here. I'll handle the rest." Dongthan didn't hesitate. He nodded. "Leave that madman to me." But Jiangdu rushed out to block their path. "Don't you dare take another step toward those children." A brick suddenly flew out, knocking the sword from his hand. Dongthan gathered his strength and threw a powerful punch at Jiangdu. He refused to stand still, his eyes flashing as he launched a counterattack. Jiangdu leaped back, dodging the sledgehammer-like fist. He immediately melded with the ground, his figure vanishing into the shadows. Just then, the ring on Huasan's hand began to glow intensely. A stream of energy formed into bindings that wrapped tightly around Jiangdu. Huasan laughed smugly, trying to pull a disappearing act. "It won't be so easy this time." Dongthan followed up, unleashing a wood fist that sent Jiangdu flying. Huasan screamed, "Nice one, kill him." But a light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, his body was sliced to pieces. Huasan's eyes glazed over, unable to believe he had died just like that. His body collapsed onto the cold stone floor, his legs severed. As blood pooled around him, it was Jiangdu's doing. He had to eliminate him before he could get to the children. Dongthan smirked. "Not bad. Kid, you're no ordinary night watchman," he asked coldly. "Why are you interfering in this?" Jiangdu snarled. "You're kidnapping children for your aberrant insect experiments. I can't just look the other way." Dongthan paused for a moment. "Acting on your own, you think you're some kind of justice trying to be a hero." Jiangdu planted his sword on the ground, using it for support to get back on his feet. He steadied his ragged breath. "I'm not a hero, and I have no desire to be one. I just do what I believe is right. That's all." Hearing this, Dongthan burst out laughing. "Right, that's hilarious. If saving these kids causes the extinction of all humanity, would you still think you're right?" Jiangdu was stunned. "Are you saying you're kidnapping children to save the world? That sounds like a joke." Dongthan's voice turned grave. "You should know. The war between humans and aberrants has raged for 100 years. Humanity has only survived this long thanks to the faint glimmer of hope that remains. But human bodies are weak, while the aberrations are not. Humanity's strength is like a firefly's glow in a pitch-black abyss. It's better to find a new path than to simply wait for death. If you can't defeat the darkness, then you must merge with it, bury your hope in the abyss, and survive by adapting. But by becoming one with the darkness, you will extinguish humanity's final spark of light completely." Jiangdu sneered coldly. A betrayal cloaked in righteousness. If that is your fire seed, his body erupted with energy. Then let me be the one to end you. Dung Thon clicked his tongue. Talking to someone like you is a waste of breath. His aura surged, and a terrifying pressure radiated from his entire body. Let me show you what true power is. Jiangdu lunged forward, gripping his sword tightly, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. But that fatal strike, Dung Thon blocked it easily with just his bare hand. He even countered the force, sending Jiangdu stumbling back to the ground. He struggled to his feet, his back against the wall, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Immediately after, he charged forward again at incredible speed, but he was still stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, Dung Thon clenched his fist, and the energy around his hand condensed. The man spun around, launching a dazzling sphere of energy with one hand. Jiangdu was forced to raise his sword reflexively to block it. The sphere exploded violently, and a blinding white light filled the entire space. The destructive power was immense, yet he remained completely unfazed. In contrast, Jiangdu was thrown back, slamming hard against a distant stone wall. He clutched his chest, coughing dryly as blood trickled out, hissing to himself. Such terrifying power. He looked down at the wound that wouldn't close. Just what was that technique? Dung Thon slowly walked closer, his eyes cold and empty. The man spoke in a grim voice. Transcendent skill. Purgatory Flame Slash. My signature move. Jiangdu narrowed his eyes warily. A transcendent skill. No wonder it's so extraordinary. Dung Thon scoffed. You can't even touch me, let alone the abyss. In the face of absolute power, resistance is futile. This is where it ends. Go rest in paradise. Jiangdu smiled faintly. Yes, it is time for this to end. He activated his skill. A shadow fell over Dung Thon's entire body. Mark. Before he could react, his body was instantly engulfed, and he let out a choked scream. Dung Thon fell straight into the void, darkness swallowing him whole. A sense of panic enveloped him. This can't be. Why am I here? Save me. I don't want to die. Jiangdu's voice echoed in his ear. You see, that's the true fear in your heart. Your so-called mission to save humanity is just an excuse. What you truly fear is the abyss. You're not some kind of hybrid species. You're just a bunch of fakes. The shadow sword in his hand glowed, a flash of lightning tearing through the darkness. Jiangdu gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice low. Just a bunch of cowards running away. Zumtang trembled, grinding his teeth in fury, his eyes bloodshot. He roared and charged forward madly. Shut up. Just shut up. Jiangdu spun around and unleashed Pursuit Hunt, the shadow sword piercing straight through his chest. Dung Thon's eyes widened as black blood poured out. Unbelievable. What? He got a clear look at Jiangdu's face, realizing he was just a young, inexperienced kid. As he fell, his eyes remained open, a flicker of understanding dawning on him. So that's why you're not afraid. I used to be proud and full of fire just like you. The light in Dung Thon's eyes faded, leaving behind a trace of vague regret. He let out a soft sigh. That indomitable spirit. Eventually, it too will be swallowed by the abyss. And you, sooner or later, you'll end up just like me. I just won't be around to see it. Jiangdu frowned slightly, his voice low. What in the world are you people? Dung Thon's body disintegrated, turning into a faint flame that floated upwards. A firebug. Outside, a news report could be heard. Hello everyone. I'm Thui Thui, and behind me is the headquarters of the First Light Corporation. 1 hour ago, the First Light Corporation headquarters suddenly erupted in a massive fire. Hordes of aberrations poured out. The entire ground floor was incinerated, and over there are signs of a fierce battle between superhumans and aberrant beasts. A survivor said emotionally, Dutuka. He's the one who saved me. According to the investigation, many people trapped in the fire were rescued by a social media celebrity named Dutuka. Hearing that children were missing, he immediately went back in to save them. Currently, there's no confirmed news about his status. We hope that he and the children will return safely. Just then, someone shouted with joy, Dutuka. He's back. Look, it's really him. Everyone, look. Thank goodness. Jiangdu returned, accompanied by the children who had gone missing. Seeing the cheering crowd welcoming him, he was momentarily stunned. He bent down and patted the children's heads. Let's go. I'm just taking you this far. The rescued kids clung tightly to Jiangdu, chirping, Thank you so much. Members of the Night Watch quickly appeared and returned the children to their families. The early morning sun shone down warmly, as if celebrating along with them. Later, Jiangdu dragged himself home, covered in dust, finally making it back. It was already late into the night, yet Zhao Zhao was still sitting at the table, waiting. When she saw him walk in, she said nothing, as tears silently rolled down her cheeks. The dinner she had prepared on the table remained completely untouched. Jiangdu felt a pang of guilt, his emotions a tangled mess. He pulled out a crushed carton of eggs from his bag and mumbled, "Sorry. I went to the supermarket to buy eggs and unexpectedly ran into some trouble. That's why I'm home so late." But Zhao Zhao was not amused in the slightest. She burst into tears and sobbed. "You're lying to me again. Do you think I'm some kind of kid?" Jiangdu Saihil, placing his hands on his hips. "What's with the intense reaction? Did you think I died or something?" Zhao Zhao screamed in frustration. "Then you should have." But he grabbed her hand tightly, and she couldn't break free. Startled, Zhao Zhao tried to pull her hand back, shouting, "Let me go." Jiangdu pulled her closer to him. "I'm not letting go." The light in the room was soft, and the atmosphere grew strangely silent. He gently lifted her chin. "You've never experienced this before, have you?" Zhao Zhao asked nervously. "Experienced what?" Jiangdu whispered. "It's okay. After today, we won't be children anymore." Zhao Zhao's face turned beet red. She had no idea what he was talking about. Jiangdu leaned in even closer, his voice lowering to a whisper. "To be honest, I haven't either." A mischievous glint shone in his eyes. "How about we give it a try?" She was drawn in, her whole body weakening as she stammered. "What crazy things are you saying? Get a grip." But Jiangdu moved his face even closer, giving her no room to escape. And then, their lips met in a soft, gentle touch. Zhao Zhao was completely stunned, the shock evident on her face. She immediately pushed him away forcefully. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Startled, Jiangdu gave an awkward laugh. "It was nothing. I was just thirsty." Zhao Zhao covered her lips with her hand, her face as red as a tomato. "Thirsty?" He hastily changed the subject. "You want to eat? I'll go warm up the food." Saying that, he turned and practically ran into the kitchen. As if seeking an escape, he busied himself, awkwardly placing each dish into the microwave. Zhao Zhao clutched her hand to her chest, her heart still pounding wildly. She couldn't believe he had just done that. "I got caught up in the heat of the moment and kissed her. I honestly thought Zhao Zhao was going to slap me. But I've got to admit, a girl's lips are really soft." He smirked triumphantly, considering it a well-deserved reward after a long battle. Jiangdu didn't realize that she was also secretly watching his every move. A mix of shyness and hidden joy flickered across Zhao Zhao's face. Once the food was heated up, they both sat down and ate in silence. Zhao Zhao kept stealing glances at him, her cheeks blushing as she remembered the moment from just before. As for him, he pretended to be calm, keeping his head down while eating to act casual. But inside, he was wondering just how much his power had progressed after that battle. The system panel appeared. Jiangdu. Shadow attribute. Shadow points 105 out of 150. Titles Hunter. Shadow Guard. Abilities Hidden Shadow. Shadow Blade Form. Continuous Kill Skill. Lifespan 80 days. Evaluation among the weak. You can be considered to have some strength. Hidden Shadow allows for free concealment in the darkness. Shadow Blade Form transforms his hands into sharp swords. Continuous attacks create storm-like pressure. The more consecutive strikes, the stronger the killing intent becomes. But if the chain is broken, the killing intent immediately returns to zero. The enhanced hunter ability helps to pinpoint enemies more accurately. Yang du Pondurit. Hidden Shadow must be the ability to enter and exit shadows, which is very useful. Continuous Kill is also powerful but difficult to use, as its activation conditions are quite strict. He closed his eyes, recalling that the color red represented enemies. In the last battle, blue meant allies. When the battle ended, all the colors vanished. White signified normal people, belonging to no faction. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and looked toward the opposite table. Zhao Zhao became flustered when she was caught by his gaze. She snapped, "What are you looking at? I'm warning you. Don't get any funny ideas." But Jiangdu frowned. As the color pink suddenly appeared in his vision, he let out a soft chuckle. "I get it now. Pink means, she likes me." Zhao Zhao glanced over, muttering, "This guy is thinking about weird stuff again." Just then, a sudden flash of light from outside caught both of their attention. Curious, she also turned her head to look out the window. They both stepped out onto the balcony. High above, the dark sky was brilliantly illuminated. A series of fireworks bloomed, lighting up the entire city. The two of them stood in silence, quietly watching the rare spectacle. After a moment, Jiangdu asked quietly, "Do you know anything about an organization called the Fire Seed?" Zhao Zhao frowned slightly. "The Fire Seed, where did you hear about that?" He was a bit startled. "You know about them," Zhao Zhao nodded. "My father's documents mentioned them briefly. Unlike the war faction, they're a group of crazed researchers, half human and half monster. Their bodies are mutated. They're considered aberrations. And they've turned against humanity. Oh, by the way, if you capture a member of the Fire Seed and turn them over to the Night Watch, the reward is a whopping 500,000. Jiangdu was stunned when he heard that. 500,000. That's a lot. Zhao Zhao was surprised. What's wrong? But he just forced a smile and said it was nothing. While inwardly his heart was in turmoil. 1 million. Just gone like that. Then Jiangdu asked, besides the Fire Seed, are there any other organizations with bounties? Zhao Zhao shook her head. That's all of them. Why? Are you planning to make a living that way? He scratched his head and gave a wry smile. I was just wondering if I could change my fortunes with it. Hearing that, Zhao Zhao lowered her head slightly, her gaze dimming. Then she slowly said, actually, there is one more mysterious organization, but they don't have bounties. For example, the Dawn. Jiangdu was surprised. The Dawn. A stream of energy flashed in Zhao Zhao's hand as she spoke of a splinter organization, which includes a war faction. But unlike the Orthodox faction, they believe humanity will fail sooner or later and are always looking for a way to leave this world. For instance, by leaving the current planet to find a place they call the Dawn. Jiangdu was taken aback. That idea sounds too far-fetched. This isn't a science fiction movie. We can't even build a spaceship yet. Zhao Zhao gently shook her head. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on science and technology. The aberrations from the abyss don't need technology to invade the real world through rifts. If humans could grasp that method, the dream of the Dawn faction could become a reality. The days passed peacefully, and the Spring Festival gradually came to an end. Those who worked returned to their jobs, and those preparing for school got ready. Ever since he reached level 2, hunting level 1 aberrations only yielded a meager amount of lifespan, which was barely anything. Some days, he would fight for hours, only to gain a few extra days of life. The final talent exam was over, and everyone was summoned one by one to the special training camp. Bao Kuang had already left, and Jiangdu was the last one, set to depart tomorrow. But on the night before his departure, Tuan Kuang unexpectedly returned from Bakdu. As soon as he arrived, he asked, I heard you manifested the golden light during the willpower test, and you've even made a name for yourself in the Night Watch. Not bad, kid. Jiangdu turned around in surprise. Uncle Lai, weren't you in back? Is your work finished? Tuan Kuang wearily rubbed his neck. Not yet. The Night Watch has had a lot going on this year. All sorts of trouble. For example, during the aptitude test, besides you, there was also a misty cloud phenomenon. Jiangdu was curious. What level is misty cloud? Is it stronger than me? He shrugged. No one knows for sure. It's all very vague. In his heart, Tuan Kuang still found it strange. Having observed him carefully, your body once showed signs of contamination. You shouldn't have been able to pass the test. Yet who would have thought your result would be as high as level 6? But looking closely, you don't seem like someone with superhuman strength. Or maybe the diagnostic system was wrong. Jiangdu suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Uncle, I once met someone named Tong Kanan. He mentioned a war general. Is that real? Tuan Kuang stiffened for a moment, not expecting to be asked about that. He had no choice but to nod and admit. Yes, it's real. Jiangdu's eyes widened. Uncle, you were a war general. I heard that's one of the 5 strongest people in Great Chu. Tuan Kuang gave a sad little smile. More accurately, I was. I'm over 40 now and have been retired to the rear lines for a long time. When I was young, I was just like you, hot-blooded and eager, fighting for Great Chu and facing countless powerful enemies. Back then, I had only one thought. If I could wipe out all the aberrations, Great Chu would finally know peace. But 20 years have passed, and nothing has changed. In the end, my wife died from an aberration's corruption, and I lost an arm. The legendary war general is now just a cripple. Besides, a stronger aberration has now appeared in the northern capital. Jiangdu cut him off. Stop. Are you trying to convince me to give up again? I will never back down. I want to be like you, to become a war general and protect Great Chu. After hearing that, Tuan Kuang simply sighed. Giving up on trying to dissuade him, he stood up. All right, the higher-ups have already taken notice of you. If they approve, I won't stand in your way. He took a pendant from his pocket. Take this. Wear it. Jiangdu took it. Confused. What is this? Uncle Tuan Kuang replied. It's a forbidden item. The whisper of the night. When you wear it, you will hear echoes from the abyss. This item can train your willpower, making you more resolute. But it can also easily cause your mood to plummet, so you must rest for at least 3 days after using it before wearing it again. Additionally, it can activate your supernatural energy to temporarily boost your strength. but it can only be used once. Jiang Du realized the key point. Corrupted energy. This thing comes from the abyss. Tuan Kuang smiled with satisfaction. Quite perceptive. Yes. It was brought out from the abyss. These things are crystallizations of corruption, and using them comes at a great price. Furthermore, its power depends on the wearer's aptitude and willpower. Only those with a willpower of level 5 or higher can withstand it. Most importantly, this item chooses its own master. Jiang Du was eager to try it. Interesting. Let's see. Tuan Kuang stared intently. So how does it feel? Remember to subscribe to the channel to follow Jiang Du's journey. He nodded in satisfaction. Looks like your willpower is strong enough to resist this item's influence. I'm relieved. I'll give you the files on its previous users. Take a look when you're free. Jiang Du replied politely. Yes. Uncle. Goodbye. Night fell. It sank into a deep sleep. The moonlight from outside shone softly on the pendant. Suddenly, it began to vibrate, radiating a strange energy. The energy silently spread out, gradually enveloping Jiang Du's body. In his dream, he rubbed his eyes in confusion. Where am I? Am I lost? His eyes scanned the pitch-black space. This place. Suddenly, floating bubbles drifted toward him, each containing the image of a person. A girl who had once worn the pendant screamed. No, stop talking, get out of my ears. Jiang Du realized that the other people were also screaming in despair. Some were driven mad by its power, completely losing control of themselves. They writhed in agony, screaming, "Kill me, the pain is unbearable. Save me, I swear I'll never wear it again. This is a curse, I don't want to be its master, please. Release me." Jiang Du broke out in a cold sweat, gradually realizing he was witnessing memories hidden deep within the pendant. A soft voice echoed in his ear. Master. From the deepest shadows, something began to emerge. In the real world, the vehicle carrying the ability users was slowly approaching the training camp. Zhao Zhao let out a huge yawn, not even trying to hide her sleepiness. Jiang Du asked tearingly. Couldn't get any sleep. She scratched her nose. It's my first time at the special training camp. I was too excited all night. What about you? She asked. He grinned. Oh, I slept great. But in reality, he still felt a bit strange. He knew he'd dreamed about something last night, but he couldn't remember it clearly. It was probably the pendant's influence. He even seemed to hear a whispering voice. Jiang Du gently tapped Zhao Zhao on the shoulder. Just go to sleep if you're tired. You can even lean on my shoulder. She shot back in a panic. Don't think you can get fresh with me. He quickly tried to calm her down. Relax. I won't do anything. But when she turned back, she saw him making a kissy face just to tease her. Captain Luke shook his head watching the two of them mess around. Zhao Zhao. Once you get there, make sure you stay away from creeps with bad intentions. You hear? She nodded obediently. I will. Dad. Jiang Du flinched when he heard that. Bad intentions, is he talking about me? He continued. Also, once you're at the camp, you have to follow the drill instructor's arrangements. If anything happens, go find an instructor. If that doesn't work, call your dad. Zhao Zhao whispered shyly. Dad, you've been saying this the entire ride. Jiang Du puffed out his chest with confidence. Don't worry, sir, with me around, nobody will dare to bully her. Captain Luke glared at him. You're the very reason I'm so worried. The vehicle stopped in front of the station. We're here. Zhao Zhao waved. Dad, we're heading out now. Goodbye, he nodded back. Don't forget to call. He watched as the two figures walked away. Hand in hand, Captain Luke frowned, letting out a frustrated grunt. He gritted his teeth. That rotten brat. Just wait until you get to camp. I'll show you. Zhao Zhao quickly yanked her hand back. Are you insane? We'd be dead if my dad saw that. Jiang Du just smirked. What's there to be afraid of? The next time we see him will be in 6 months. By then, we'll be in the same university. So how would Captain Luke know? She blushed and turned away. Who would want to go to the same university as you anyway? Just then, the other candidates from their batch had gathered. The train's here, let's hurry and get on. He silently followed the crowd onto the path leading to the camp. All around him were young faces brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Du glanced around, realizing this was the special train heading to the training camp. An announcement echoed from the speakers. Attention passengers. The train to Vanhai training camp will depart at 10:30 Beijing time and will make no stops en route, with an estimated travel time of about 20 minutes. Jiang Du remarked on how crowded it was, and Zhao Zhao calmly replied, Of course, everyone from the various concentration zones is being sent here. Everyone in this car possesses outstanding aptitude, a strong will, and unique transcendent powers, needing only a bit more training to be capable of fighting level 1 aberrations. He acted surprised. saying, "That impressive, then we won't need to fear aberrations." But inwardly he scoffed. Even a level 2 is nothing but a joke to me. Of course, she didn't know what he was thinking and warned him, "Don't think it's that simple. Being talented is useless if you can't pass the training. Get some rest for now. You'll understand once we arrive." Jiangdu leaned back with a slight smile. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." The train shot forward like the wind, speeding down the path to the camp. Then, it suddenly plunged deep into a pitch-black tunnel. Zhao Zhao nudged his shoulder. "Wake up. No time for sleeping." Jiangdu groggily opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" She pointed to the clock in the train car. "Didn't they say the journey would be less than 20 minutes? It's been almost 40 minutes and we haven't stopped." Jiangdu frowned. This is strange. It was still bright outside just a moment ago. But now, he quickly turned to look out the window, only to see a thick fog. The others around them also realized something was unusual, sensing that this fog was not normal. Out of curiosity, one person reached out to touch it. He immediately pulled his hand back, his face turning pale as he warned, "Don't touch it. It's like it can sense me." The atmosphere immediately descended into chaos as panic spread among the passengers. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt, causing everyone to stumble. The sudden stop sent everyone in the car tumbling on top of each other. A cold announcement echoed from the speakers, "We have arrived at Van High Training Camp. Please exit through the doors on the left." Everyone froze, looking at each other in confusion. What's happening? Aren't instructors supposed to welcome us? No one had a clue. Amidst the chaos, Jiangdu calmly stepped away from the crowd. He was the first one to set foot outside the train. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao panicked and rushed after him. She yelled, "What are you doing? Come back here." But Jiangdu's gaze was firm as he said, "I'm not turning back." His silhouette trembled, cloaked in a strange, dark aura. Beneath his feet, fresh red bloodstains were imprinted on the ground. Zhao Zhao covered her mouth and backed away, her voice trembling. "This is..." Jiangdu knelt down, carefully examining each and every bloodstain. He stated with absolute certainty, "The blood is still fresh." A few people shuddered. "Blood? Are you kidding? Don't tell me someone from the camp was killed. That's impossible. The instructors are on guard there. Who would dare cause trouble?" Jiangdu didn't answer. He just uttered a single word. "Aberrations." That word made the entire group turn pale with fear. He turned and said, "Everyone, report this to the night patrol. Whoever knows how to pilot the ship should prepare to retreat as soon as possible." Zhao Zhao asked worriedly, "What about you?" Jiangdu looked at her, his eyes filled with hesitation. He forced a slight smile. "I'll use the excuse of going to the bathroom to slip away." No matter how hard she tried, Zhao Zhao couldn't stop Jiangdu. Her face darkened, her expression reflecting a deep and anxious fear. She bit her lip, suppressing the fear that was rising within her. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she immediately chased after him. The rest of the group was in a complete panic, lost and unsure of what to do. Should we turn the ship back? There's no signal. We can't call for help. Waiting is useless. Let's go. We're getting out of here too. And so, the group of freshmen also hurried off in that direction. No one noticed the camera recording everything from above. At that moment, Jiangdu had actually walked into the restroom. He let out a sigh of relief. His face was visibly relaxed, finally getting some relief after the long journey. But as he turned around, he suddenly sensed a bizarre presence. A wolf-like aberration snarled and lunged straight toward Jiangdu. Just as it was about to reach him, it was sent flying by a rock. Jiangdu looked back in shock. "Are you here to take care of business too?" Zhao Zhao snapped. "Business, my foot. It's dangerous to go out alone. If you got yourself killed by an aberration, what would I tell Teacher Lai?" He smiled to placate her. All right. Just hear me out." Zhao Zhao put her hands on her hips and snorted coldly. "Let's hear it then. What excuse are you going to make up this time?" "The truth is," Jiangdu replied calmly, "the special training has already begun." Zhao Zhao was baffled. "Training? When did it begin?" Jiangdu explained that everything had already been set in motion from the moment they boarded the train. She frowned and retorted, "What are you talking about? Do you have any proof?" He pointed to the corpse on the ground. "Look at the aberration you just took down. Did you notice its combat strength?" Zhao Zhao suddenly recalled that it was very weak, only slightly stronger than a common monster and nothing to worry about. Normally, such a weak creature wouldn't dare attack the training camp. Jiangdu patted her shoulder and chuckled. "Not bad. At least you know how to analyze things." But Zhao Zhao still shook her head. "What if we just haven't encountered a truly dangerous one yet?" He raised an eyebrow. "Even if an aberration did break in, the guards would have definitely spotted it. If this were a real emergency, don't you think they would have sounded an alarm? They're dragging this out to deliberately make the new recruits feel anxious, and then wear them down to the point of exhaustion." They're using the smell of blood and the chaos to break everyone's spirit. That's when everyone's true colors, good or bad, will be completely revealed. At this point, Jiangdu suddenly raised his voice. And as for me, Jiangdu, I am the strongest one here, leaving Zhao Zhao completely speechless. All that talking, and in the end, it was just to show off. Just then, an aberration suddenly appeared and blocked their path. A whole pack of monsters suddenly charged forward to attack the two of them. Jiangdu scrambled back in a panic, yelling, "Quick! Zhao Zhao, use the soul-shaking bow." She was furious. "Aren't you supposed to be the strongest? What are you doing hiding behind me?" He grinned confidently. "If I step in, you won't get a chance to shine." Zhao Zhao was about to lose her mind. "Then go ahead and step in." Jiangdu pushed her forward. "Stop arguing and just take the opportunity when you have it." He then cheered her on, yelling, "You got this." Zhao Zhao hit them hard. The officers in the barracks were monitoring the developments from a large screen. By now, Zhao Zhao had taken down the entire pack of aberrations. Jiangdu praised her admiringly. "That was amazing. Zhao Zhao. You took down 3 of them all by yourself." She was furious, glaring at him as she scolded. "Jiangdu, you're completely useless. All you did was stand there and watch." He quickly tried to explain. "I didn't step in because I had faith in you," she screamed back. "Faith? My foot. Get away from me." Suddenly, Jiangdu grabbed her hand, his voice calm and steady. His gaze was serious as he warned, "This is no time for arguing. Look." In front of them was an illuminated map that marked all the exits. Zhao Zhao asked, "So, which way do you think we should go?" Jiangdu observed it for a moment before pointing. "Gate C. The Shadow Zone." Zhao Zhao was taken aback. "The Shadow Field, are you sure?" "That place is just like that dangerous simulation level," he replied. "The most dangerous place is often the safest." "Let's go," he said. "If anything happens, I'll protect you." Just then, several other freshmen ran over in a panic, screaming and crying for help. Jiangdu was surprised and tried to call for them to stop, but it was too late. What could have made them so panicked? What kind of variant could scare them this badly? Zhao Zhao pointed in shock. "Jiangdu, behind you." She could clearly see that the giant variant that had just appeared was the copper serpent. Jiangdu immediately jumped back to dodge the swing of its tail. He was horrified. This thing's power had already reached mid-level rank 1, and putting it in a training exercise was practically a death sentence. Zhao Zhao rushed forward, preparing to face the copper serpent. Energy condensed in her hands as her aura flared powerfully. The giant monster had also locked onto its target. Its jaws opened wide like an abyss as it lunged forward, trying to swallow Zhao Zhao whole. Jiangdu leaped forward, sending the copper serpent flying with a single kick and shouting, "Be careful." Without hesitation, he grabbed her hand and prepared to make a run for it. While the variant was still staggering, the two of them sprinted away as fast as they could, but the copper serpent let out a hiss and slithered closely behind them, refusing to give up the chase. The other freshmen nearby watched the scene unfold, completely frozen in terror. Jiangdu pointed ahead. "Gate C is right there. Hurry up and get inside." As soon as he rushed through the doorway, his figure vanished inside, but when he turned back, the hand he was holding was suddenly empty. She had disappeared. Jiangdu's face turned pale, and his eyes widened as he looked around the room. He realized he was standing all alone and shouted loudly, "Zhao Zhao." Back in the monitoring room, the atmosphere was chaotic. What's going on with that copper serpent? Is it activating its blood essence? The officers were confused and unsure of the situation. If it gets out of control, take it down immediately. The student's safety is our top priority. But Khan, suddenly stopped them, saying, "Wait, don't be so hasty." He stared intently at Jiangdu. "There's no need for us to intervene just yet. This is a perfect opportunity to see what his true strength is." Jiangdu finally understood, just as he suspected, there was something wrong with this door. The door's glass was made from abyssal material, allowing it to function like a portal. Even though they entered the same door, it could lead to different places. Without a moment of hesitation, Jiangdu clenched his fists, determined to open the door again. He muttered to himself, "If I just try a few more times, maybe I'll be able to find Zhao Zhao." The bronze serpent unexpectedly launched a preemptive strike. All 3 of its heads locked onto him at once, startling Jiangdu and making him jump back. He panicked for a moment as he saw its giant mouth about to snap shut on him. Jiangdu instantly clamped his hands together to hold the monster's mouth open. With a low growl, he unleashed a relentless flurry of kicks, taking down the bronze serpent in an instant. Then he landed lightly on the ground, his balance firm and steady, clutching his bleeding arm. Jiangdu panted, "That was too close. I hope those moves didn't give me away." Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted. enveloping his body. In the blink of an eye, Jiangdu's entire body had transformed into its shadow form. He was stunned. What's happening? I didn't activate the shadow form, so why did it appear on its own? At that very moment, a figure crashed down heavily right beside him. Startled, Jiangdu spun around, his eyes filled with doubt. Before him, another abomination with a terrifying aura slowly materialized. Jiangdu frowned. A high-tier rank one. This is getting more and more complicated. In the observation room, the officers were all stunned, speechless. Khan. Anne muttered dazedly. What in the world is that thing? The faceless bronze figure's body began to split open, revealing countless bloodshot eyes. Its entire body was covered in a dense layer of eyeballs. Suddenly, it raised a hand and pointed straight at Jiangdu. Instantly, a barrage of energy waves surged towards him like a storm. Jiangdu jumped into the air, dodging the wave by a hair's breadth, but he landed right in a trap. As the massive body closed in tightly around him, Jiangdu coughed up blood in agony. I'm done for. This is a psychic attack. Zhang him Shtaga. The faceless figure rushed in for the kill, but unexpectedly, Jiangdu's lips curled into a confident smirk. He shot out one hand, grabbing and easily restraining the abomination. His eyes flashed. You fool. I lured you here on purpose. With those words, Jiangdu twisted its arm, forcing the faceless figure to collapse. He let the abomination's body drop to the cold ground. Then he calmly absorbed its energy, the shadow essence, into his body. Jiangdu opened the interface to check the detailed information. The first aberration, the bronze serpent, was a bronze type, first rank, mid-tier monster. It was a multi-headed abyssal serpent, specializing in constricting and tearing apart its prey, rumored to share the same bloodline as the shadow species. It has been eliminated. Shadow guard points increased, and the aberration has been recorded. The second aberration, the faceless bronze figure, was a bronze type, first rank high-tier monster. It used its eyeballs as an energy source and excelled at mental attacks. Its pupils helped it observe and find weaknesses to exploit, and it has been recorded by the system. The elimination cost has been temporarily waived. Both Shadow Guard and Shadow Points have increased. The bronze energy fluctuated slightly, and the data has been saved to the file. Jiangdu touched his chin. The bronze species and the shadow species share the same bloodline, and since he's a shadow walker, it's no wonder they kept targeting him. He thought this was just a small assessment with a few weak monsters. But who knew they'd throw in a whole bunch of creatures that could actually kill someone? He sighed wearily. The instructors must have seen him in this form by now. There was no point in hiding it anymore. So he decided to dispel it. But he discovered that his body wasn't reacting at all. Jiangdu was stunned. Looking at himself still stuck in his dark form, he tried repeatedly, muttering, Dispel the shadow form. But it was completely useless. Just then, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire space. Above Jiangdu's head, countless eyes appeared, watching him intently. He sighed. It seemed like this time, he had really stirred up the bronze species nest. In the monitoring room, everything was in chaos. All the screens went black. Quick, call the technical department now. Only Khan. Anne remained silent, his eyes lost in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a frantic person burst in to deliver an urgent report. All information systems have simultaneously encountered an unusual error. And what's more, we've lost the connection signals for both Instructor Liu and Instructor Lack. Upon hearing this, a cane slammed heavily onto the floor, creating a deep thud. Elder Tran growled. Truly commendable. Cloud Sea Training Camp. A small incident occurs, and you all scurry around like ants in a disturbed nest. And you people have the nerve to call yourselves instructors. Khan. An calmly stepped forward. Elder Tran, you can criticize us later. What should we do now? The old man swung his cane and slammed it down again, creating a crack in the floor. Elder Tran gave his orders. Tan, compile a list and check the awakening potential of the group that entered the Shadow Realm. Retrieve the white bones, halt the assessment, and dispatch instructors to secure the scene. At the same time, summon all remaining Level 2 and Level 3 instructors and have them proceed directly to the Shadow Realm. The officers immediately acknowledged the order and dispersed to carry it out. Elder Tran called out, Instructor Tong, you stay behind for a moment. You've been silent and deep in thought this whole time. Now, speak. What is the Cloud Sea Shadow Realm hiding? Khan, Anne no longer tried to hide it. You already suspected, which is why you sent the Level 2 and 3 instructors. Right, Elder Tran nodded. I knew something was wrong the moment I saw that student enter. Khan Anne nodded as well. I won't hide it any longer. The Shadow Realm was formed by a cursed artifact, The abyssal bronze insect nest. Anyone who touches it will sprout eyeballs and gradually mutate. The environment around it also transforms into a semi-shadow realm. Normally, it only spawns level 1 low-rank aberrations for students to train with. Sometimes mid-rank ones appear, which require a bloodstone to suppress, and if a high-rank one shows up, it must be eliminated immediately. He asked what tier the forbidden object was, and the other replied that according to the stellar lunar solar calendar, it is a mid-rank moon tier object. Tron Lao fell silent. A mid-rank moon tier was comparable to a 4th tier transcendent. Heng An confirmed. That's right. As long as no one touches it, it will not react. A transcendent below tier 3 would not be able to activate it, but if someone above tier 4 enters the area it controls, it will immediately retaliate, spawning many powerful aberrations to eliminate the intruder. He was shocked, asking if he thought one of the students could possibly be a tier 4 transcendent. The other replied that the probability was very low, but it could not be ruled out. Whether they are a 4th tier or not, that person is still inside the shadow domain right now, and that person is Jiangdu. It seems this time, everything is truly hanging by a thread. At this moment, Jiangdu was fighting a ferocious aberration. He moved as fast as lightning, crushing it and then absorbing it into his body. As soon as he was done, he sighed. He really could not take it anymore. Could these annoying aberrations please stop following him? Jiangdu gathered his strength and leaped into the air. As light as a feather, he glanced behind him, thinking if they wanted to chase, then chase. If they fall to their deaths, it is their own fault. But it seemed like they had guessed what he was planning to do. They immediately launched a blazing red wave of attack. It shot straight for Jiangdu's back from behind. He was hit, thrown violently to the ground, and rolled a few times before stopping. Clutching his stinging arm, Jiangdu gritted his teeth. Damn it. I am completely locked down. Stealth movement is nullified, and their mental attack is a complete counter to mine. The aberrations rushed forward in unison, tightly surrounding Jiangdu. He gritted his teeth and looked around. It was bad enough they were 1st tier, but there were even a few 2nd tier ones mixed in. Fine. You want to play? I will show you that I am 2nd tier too. Shadow Ring. Activate. But at that very moment, he felt something was wrong. Looking down at his hand, Jiangdu was stunned. The Shadow Ring was not responding. This is not right. Something is clearly sealing my power. He listened closely and heard the aberrations murmuring to each other in a strange language. He frowned. What is with them? Could it be that my aura has scared them stiff? Unexpectedly, they parted, splitting into 2 distinct paths. A crimson blade slowly emerged from within the darkness. A giant monster slowly emerged from the midst of the aberration horde. Jiangdu looked up, his gaze tense. A 3rd tier aberration. The monster, having just appeared, immediately swung its blade to strike. Jiangdu raised his hands to block, but the impact made his arms go numb. The terrifying pressure sent him flying away like a dry leaf. His body slammed hard into the wall of a nearby building with a heavy thud. He struggled to get up. Damn it. His dual blades were useless, and Shadow Plane Shift wasn't working either. In this condition, fighting a 2nd tier was already difficult, let alone a 3rd tier. He unleashed his shadow tendrils, intending to bind it tightly. He calculated inwardly. Fighting like this wasn't sustainable. He had to find a way to escape, stall it for a moment, and then retreat. Yes, running was the best strategy, but the shadow tendrils didn't even make it flinch. Jiangdu's face paled as he saw it closing in. Crap. It's too fast. The 3rd tier aberration launched itself into the air, hurtling straight toward him. Jiangdu reflexively dodged upward, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Briefly relieved, he rejoiced inwardly. This was his chance to counterattack. He dove down and attacked relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of slashes as his killing intent gradually built up. Watching its health bar decrease slowly, Jiangdu frowned. There was still hope. He just needed to accumulate enough killing intent to finish it off. But before he could celebrate, the monster's fist slammed right into him. The blow sent Jiangdu flying backward like a bullet fired from a gun. His body crashed hard into the building, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately, the 3rd tier creature raised its blade and charged again. But halfway there, it suddenly froze, as if it had received some kind of command. Its feet screeched to a halt on the ground, stopping right in front of Jiangdu. He was also stunned. Why did it suddenly stop? His entire body was tense, like a drawn bowstring, as Jiangdu awaited the next attack. Suddenly, the space around them began to tremble violently. He looked up and realized the scenery had completely changed. Looking around in a daze, he whispered, "Isn't this place exactly like the Shadow Plane? The simulation level is incredibly high. Moreover, the air here was heavy, and the evil aura was so dense it felt like something was trying to pull his soul closer." Before he could even figure out what was happening, The Tier 3 aberration charged forward to attack again. Jiangdu quickly turned and fled, deciding to worry about everything else later. Surviving was the priority. By this point, his stamina was almost completely drained. He looked around in surprise. This alley seemed to stretch on forever, with no end in sight. Suddenly, he lost his balance, and Jiangdu plummeted straight down. Before his eyes was a sparkling space, like a universe full of stars. He stared around in a daze. Where was this place? He couldn't hear, see, or feel anything at all. Suddenly, the special ability in his hand erupted, and a bright light enveloped him. A powerful force pulled Jiangdu, sending him hurtling through the void. His body was twisted tightly, and he cursed inwardly. Why can't I control this? Who is controlling my body? Jiangdu screamed in his mind. Stop, I'm the real master here. As soon as the scream ended, his body lurched to a halt. It had actually stopped, but immediately after, a glowing orb shot straight into him. The impact sent a sharp pain through his chest, nearly making him collapse on the spot. Jiangdu collapsed, unconscious. As the orb radiated a shadowy influence that surrounded him, the halo of light moved slowly, as if it were cradling a precious treasure. Suddenly, Jiangdu's eyes snapped open. A voice echoed in his ears. I have finally waited for you, the successor of the Shadow Progenitor. He looked around the shattered space, his mind in turmoil. What the hell is this place? The voice echoed. This is the boundary between the mortal world and the abyss. Jiangdu was startled and shouted, Who's talking? The deep, steady voice replied. You still don't recognize it. This is the familiar feeling of the dark shadows. Mysterious, cold, and deceitful. Jiangdu turned his head, a strong premonition, making his heart beat faster. Ahaze, shadow-like hand, slapped against a thin pane of glass. The Shadow Progenitor appeared. You and I share the same origin. We were originally one. Without hesitation, Jiangdu swung his fist and shattered the glass. The Shadow Progenitor jumped back in alarm. What are you doing? You scared me to death, Jiangdu snorted coldly. What am I doing? Obviously, destroying an aberration like you. The Shadow Progenitor grew annoyed. With that attitude, you're going to miss a lot of important plot points, like secret martial arts manuals or a future guide. Jiangdu scowled. Spit it out. Don't beat around the bush. I still have to get out of here and find Zhao Zhao. It huffed lightly and waved its hand. Just look up. You'll understand when you see for yourself. Before Jiangdu's eyes, a colossal image began to materialize. It was a massive creature looking straight down at him. He looked up, his eyes widening in shock. It was a pupil spawn. Jiangdu understood. So this was the one that sealed my powers. The shadow spawn nodded slightly. Yes, that is the progenitor pupil spawn, a forbidden entity from the abyss. The pupil spawn and the shadow spawn are mortal enemies. Although you are a superhuman, you carry the lineage of the shadow spawn, so the progenitor pupil spawn saw you as an enemy. If I hadn't stepped in to block that attack just now, you would no longer be alive. Jiangdu was a bit stunned. So you were the one who saved me then. Why help me? The shadow spawn chuckled softly. Because I have been waiting for you. He frowned. Waiting for me, the shadow spawn nodded. That's right. Waiting for an individual who shares the same source of power as me. I was once the supreme existence in the abyss. Powerful. Dominant. Even the deepest chasms had to bow and call me overlord. But because of a single rift, my soul was shattered, breaking into countless fragments that drifted across the worlds. My guardian, the progenitor pupil spawn, was fortunate enough to encounter me, and I subdued and protected it. But that traitor, taking advantage of my weakness, turned against me and imprisoned me, desperately siphoning my power to strengthen itself. Therefore, I could only wait patiently for another shadow spawn to appear, to come and receive my power, and help me settle this old score. And then, you'll become my host, completely under my control. After hearing this, Jiangdu didn't say a word. He just delivered a thunderous slap to the shadow spawn. The blow sent it tumbling across the ground. Unable to react in time, it stammered. What are you doing? Weren't we going to cooperate to destroy the progenitor pupil spawn? Jiangdu sneered. Did I ever say that? Someone who was robbed blind by their own subordinate has no right to demand cooperation. Besides, you were planning to use me as a host and force me into submission, the shadow spawn said coldly. So what, you can't escape either way. Jiangdu paused when he saw its body begin to swell. The shadow spawn gloated. Bow before me, becoming my host is the greatest honor of your life. Unexpectedly, Jiangdu plunged his hand into the solid black, glass-like substance. He forcefully pulled the shadow spawn's entire body out. He said in a low voice, It's true you were once strong, but now you're just a weak fragment. More than half your power has been drained by the progenitor pupil spawn. It's not yet certain who will subdue whom. The shadow spawn screamed. I am a level 6 shadow spawn, of the pure bloodline of the Abyss. How can I be devoured by you? Impossible. A mere level 2 dares to consume me. What in the world are you? Jiangdu said nothing, simply and calmly absorbing its energy. In its final moments, the shadow spawn let out a frenzied roar that echoed throughout the space. Then it dissolved into a stream of black shadow, clutched tightly in his hand. Particles of energy flowed into Jiangdu's body. Ultimately, unable to resist, it completely merged with him. Jiangdu furrowed his brow slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Placing a hand on his chest, he muttered, "The shadow seed, the missing piece of my own power, has finally returned." In the space outside the shadow dimension, the group of officers had entered. They all issued commands at once. Split into teams immediately. Instructors, hold the perimeter. And cadets, stay in the center. Use the anti-contamination medicine now. And do not break rank under any circumstances. Zhao Zhao stood in the middle of the crowd, her eyes filled with worry, thinking, Jiangdu, where did you go? She was unaware that the progenitor variant in the distance had already started to notice her. Its colossal form gradually came into view, as if it was preparing to strike. 3 variants suddenly rushed towards Zhao Zhao. She immediately activated her special ability and launched a swift counterattack. A single move was enough to bind all 3 of the monsters. Thanks to her, the officers arrived in time and quickly took them down. One of them spoke up. Thanks. We would have been in big trouble without you. Can you still hold on? Zhao Zhao panted. I'm fine. The officer nodded and shouted. All right. Reform the formation, prepare to withdraw from this area. But just then, the progenitor variant suddenly appeared right in front of him. It just lightly touched his face, causing the man to tremble as his eyes filled with absolute terror. Zhao Zhao watched in shock as the officer collapsed right at her feet. The creature leaped forward, landing in front of her with an aura that was chilling to the bone, intending to capture Zhao Zhao and take her away. Zhao Zhao couldn't react in time, her mind only managing to process one thought: this is it. Fortunately, Kan An appeared just in time, striking down the monster. He frowned. A 3rd-grade variant. This situation is even worse than I imagined. He sternly berated his subordinates. Didn't I tell you to always be on guard? You were almost ambushed. The 2 officers bowed their heads in apology. We're sorry, sir. It was our negligence. Kan An glanced at the group of cadets, thinking, among all of them, only this group was attacked by a 3rd-grade variant. Could it be that someone here possesses a transcendent power of the 4th grade or higher? He signaled for them to follow, saying, Gather up. Is everyone here? Follow me, Zhao Zhao quickly called out. Wait, I came with Jiangdu, but he hasn't come back yet. Hearing this, Kan unfroze for a moment. Jiangdu. Could it be that the progenitor variant was targeting him, and this girl was with him and seems to be close to him? Just then, a 3rd-rank variant suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack, but Kan An was already prepared for it. Reacting with incredible speed, it spun around, unleashing a lightning-fast counterattack. The aberrant was sent flying, shrieking in rage. He confirmed it to himself. There was no mistake. Zhao Zhao had also been targeted by the pupil nest progenitor. Kan An turned and ordered the soldiers. You 2 get the students out of here. I'll handle things here. With that, he charged straight into the roaring horde of aberrants. The power in his hands flared intensely, and an aura of energy swirled around him. He focused all his strength to confront the 3rd-order monster before him. A fierce gust of wind swirled into his transcendent skill. Eye of the storm. The monster was caught in the vortex, unable to move. Seeing an opening, it struggled to find a way to escape. Seizing the opportunity, it quickly slipped out of the vortex. Kan An gritted his teeth. You think you can run another gust? But just as he mustered his power, a giant eye suddenly appeared beneath his feet. He was shocked, feeling his entire body grow heavy, unable to manifest his energy. Elsewhere, the group of new students was also surrounded by aberrants. This time it was a pupil nest progenitor, one even stronger than before. Its entire body was covered in pupils, and its aura was suffocatingly oppressive. A wave of darkness spread from its body, engulfing the entire group of students. Kan An's spirit was also dragged down, and he muttered, Damn it. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed onto the ice-cold ground. The others also lost consciousness one by one. Zhao Zhao still tried to resist, feeling her body gradually stiffen and her consciousness fading. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, when facing a real aberrant, she still felt so small and weak. She felt her body being dragged by something through the cold darkness. She could only manage one last thought. Jiangdu, you have to live. Before completely passing out, she whispered softly, Jiangdu. Just then, A strong hand gripped the tether that was pulling her. Another arm supported Zhao Zhao's weak body. A familiar voice rang out, carrying a faint smile. "I'm here." Jiangdu gently laid Zhao Zhao down, his gaze calm yet resolute. Jiangdu stood up angrily, his cold gaze fixed on the enemy. The bronze progenitor had also turned its attention to him. The lesser monsters immediately rushed forward, completely surrounding Jiangdu. He smirked. Even though this was the bronze progenitor's territory, had it forgotten that this was his shadow realm? Jiangdu slowly raised his hand, his voice deepening. "I am the true master here." He brought two fingers together and pointed straight at the sky. A blinding light tore through the sky, wiping out waves of enemies. The shadows immediately swirled, forming a massive vortex. It tightly bound all the screaming, struggling monsters. Jiangdu looked up, a slight curve on his lips. "All of you, welcome to my hell." A layer of thick darkness spread out, like a shadow barrier. It swallowed all the monsters into a black hole. Jiangdu walked slowly amidst the dying swarm of monsters. Wherever he went, monsters exploded, their blood mingling with the darkness. The entire area was engulfed in a brilliant red light as the screams faded away. Jiangdu stopped in front of the Tier 3 monster and smiled. "We meet again. Last time, you chased me to the brink of death." He took his stance, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. "This time, it's my turn to hunt you." In just an instant, Jiangdu's figure flashed past it. Before the monster could even react, its body was sliced open. Blood splattered everywhere as its body shattered into 100 shadowy fragments. The bronze progenitor watched in silence, its aura growing chillingly cold. But before it could counterattack, Jiangdu had already plunged his sword straight into its largest eye. He channeled his power and unleashed his ultimate skill. Chain kill. Activate. Hundreds of phantom swords shot out at once, piercing every single one of its pupils. As the last streak of light faded, its health bar dropped to 0. Jiangdu swung his sword forcefully, finishing it off with a cold, killing blow. The bronze progenitor's body cracked and disintegrated into dust. A crimson rain, the remnants of its power, poured down from the sky. Jiangdu muttered, "How terrifying. So this is the true power of the Shadow Lord." He placed his foot on the monster's corpse and looked down. The Copperkin Hive Lord had truly been slain by a Shadowkin. To make such a debut and already shake up the entire region, for a level 2 being to take down a level 3 creature, that's truly defying the natural order. No wonder the Copperkin were so terrified. But I should thank them. I gained a hefty amount of experience from this. A truly satisfying meal. Just then, a few instructors appeared, shouting, "Over here, the signal is coming from this direction." Seeing them approach, Jiangdu let out a soft sigh. He shrugged. Talk about bad timing. They've ruined the whole party. Just as they arrived on the scene, Jiangdu dissolved into a shadow and vanished into thin air. The instructors didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, immediately shouting, "Get the wounded out of here." Another one urgently asked, "Where's the anti-contamination medicine? Hurry, these people are on their last legs." "A few of you. Block the Copperkin's escape routes. Move it." In the hospital, Jiangdu was telling his story. "The monster with the big eyes charged right at me, so I smacked it twice and then booked it. A crow flew over the airplane's roof and exploded. And right then, someone tried to ambush me. So I, Zhao Zhao, playfully smacked him. You're this hurt, and you still have the energy to spin tall tales." With her hands on her hips and an angry pout, she said, "Just drink the medicine already." Jiangdu grinned slyly. "Well then, could you put it on for me?" Without any hesitation, Zhao Zhao immediately agreed. However, she just poured the medicine right onto his hand, making him wince. Jiangdu caught a whiff of the medicine's potent smell. He yelped, "Ouch. That stings. This is obviously you getting back at me." Jiangdu rubbed his hand. "This is supposed to be taken orally. Are you trying to kill me by pouring it on my skin?" Zhao Zhao replied coolly. "You're the one who told me to apply it." He hesitated and glanced at her. "Are you still mad at me?" Zhao Zhao huffed. "What do you think? You just vanished. And I had to look all over for you." Jiangdu panicked and tried to soothe her. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to." Unexpectedly, she placed her hand on his face and whispered softly, "You don't need to apologize." Her finger gently brushed against his lips. Zhao Zhao murmured, "Next time, don't be so reckless." "Okay." Blushing, Jiangdu nodded, his heart melting at her tenderness. A gentle smile finally graced her lips. She suddenly recalled, "Oh, right. Something really strange happened. I was knocked out by an aberration, and when I woke up, I'd already been saved." He feigned ignorance. "What's so strange? An instructor must have rescued you." But Zhao Zhao immediately shot back. "No. It was clearly Du Tu who saved me." Jiangdu was flustered. She had to be mistaken. How could Du Tu possibly be at the training camp? Zhao Zhao remained firm. I'm absolutely sure. Right when I lost consciousness. It was Du Tu who held me. The strange thing is, I clearly called out a different name. But he answered, and that feeling was so familiar. No way. Jiangdu said evasively. Hey, are you suspecting me or something? Zhao Zhao considered it for a moment, then shook her head. Probably not. Du Tu couldn't be someone as ordinary as you. Jiangdu retorted indignantly. Who are you calling ordinary? Zhao Zhao swung her legs back and forth. Well, you tell me then? Could Du Tu be one of our fellow trainees? He immediately shot back. Definitely not. Zhao Zhao was surprised. How can you be so sure? Jiangdu praised himself. Just look. Du Tu is strong, smart, brave, and righteous. Not to mention his looks are flawless. How could he possibly be a college flunky like me? Zhao Zhao nodded. That does sound reasonable. But how do you know he's handsome? He shrugged. Whether he's handsome or not doesn't matter. What's important is that Du Tu is very likely one of the high-ranking instructors at the camp. Zhao Zhao immediately agreed. Right. That's highly possible. Just then, Kanan walked over. Jiangdu. He immediately stood up to greet him. Head instructor. We meet again. How is your wound? He clapped him on the shoulder. It's just a scratch. Have a seat. Zhao Zhao said gratefully. This time, it was truly thanks to you and the other instructors that we made it back safely. Khan. On site again. Ultimately, it was our oversight. We're just lucky no one was seriously injured. By the way, when we were rescuing the trainees, I didn't see you. Did you leave the scene on your own? Jiangdu grinned brightly. That's right. I carved a path out of there. Khan An raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I'll be paying attention to your abilities then. He thought to himself, to be able to withdraw on his own in a situation like that. Jiangdu is no simple kid. He took out a scanner. Oh right. The infirmary is busy. So they asked me to measure your contamination levels for you. It's very good. Your index isn't over the limit. You just need to take the detoxification medicine. I'm going to check on the other trainees. Remember to stay safe. Zhao Zhao waved. Yes. Goodbye, head instructor. Jiangdu also nodded a farewell. See you later. But in reality, Khan An hadn't come here just to check on their health. He stared, stunned at the parameters displayed on the screen. Contamination 0. Tension level 2. Khan unfrowned, to hide a level 2 status until the exam. This was definitely premeditated, but this rank isn't high enough to make the hive mobilize. Could it be that the person the hive is interested in isn't him? What's strange is the 0 contamination index. He said he fought his way out, but it's impossible to eliminate aberrants without getting contaminated. At that moment, Jiangdu asked curiously, Hey, by the way, who did you call for when you were unconscious? Me. Zhao Zhao immediately shook her head. No, it was my dad. He burst out laughing. Well, isn't that just me then? Khan An glanced over and chuckled softly. This kid is full of secrets. He's getting more and more interesting. This time, Cloud Sea University was using a special training ground right in the first and second year student area, which was also the area for third years. The moment Jiangdu saw a pretty girl, his eyes lit up like lanterns. What an incredible school. Zhao Zhao turned away in a huff. You're a hopeless girl chaser. I'm going to the dorm first. Jiangdu scratched his head. This place is unfamiliar. Let me walk you there. Zhao Zhao narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You want to go to the girls' dorm to check out the upper-class women, don't you? He didn't even try to hide it. Yeah, I do. How'd you know? She promptly rapped him on the head and walked away. Don't talk to me anymore. Bao Kuang appeared out of nowhere. Looks like you just got an earful from Zhao Zhao again. You're still the same as always. Jiangdu's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. Holy crap. Bao Kuang. Why are you so round now? Watching him gobble down his food. Jiangdu Saihe. I think I'm starting to understand why. Bao Kuang said nonchalantly. I awakened the gluttony ability. The more I eat, the stronger I get. I can even digest spoiled food. As long as it's something I can swallow, I'll eat it. Originally, I didn't meet the standards for the Cloud Sea training camp, but because of my special ability, I was accepted as an exception. Anyway, let me show you the way. Which dorm are you in? Jiangdu answered right away. Building number 1. So he led him to the building. Here we are. Dormitory 1. Looks pretty high quality, doesn't it? Jiangdu nodded in amazement. This is the real deal. It's just like a 5-star hotel. Bao Kuang explained. This is the area reserved for the training camp's outstanding students. All the facilities are state-of-the-art, and the environment is top-notch. Besides the dorm rooms, there's also a sky garden. A training room. And a private study. He assured him, living here will be extremely comfortable. Every room is modern and spacious. It's really something to see. Then Bao Kuang pointed. Here we are. This is your room. Huh. The door's open. Aren't these supposed to be single rooms? The two looked at each other, confused, then pushed the door open and went inside. Inside, 3 students were chatting. This is great. The room is spacious, bright, and breezy. Brother Mock, do you think the new students will be tough? We're about to be second years. What's there to be afraid of? Speak of the devil. And he appears, the guy sitting in the middle stood up. You guys need to find another room. This one is ours now. According to the rules of Cloud Sea Camp, Bao Kuang frowned. That's bullshit. What kind of training camp has such a ridiculous rule? Duangxiu narrowed his eyes menacingly. What, you got a problem with that? Bao Kuang growled. This is clearly a room for new students. Get the hell out now. He smirked arrogantly. Then he shouted outside. Hey, a new guy is here. Says this is his room. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire dorm hallway burst into commotion. Every door opened, and people started pouring out to watch. A whole bunch of male students flooded out, completely packing the hallway. Every one of them was big and fierce. This newbie has some serious nerve. Don't you know the rules? If you want to stay here, you have to prove your strength. But remember, we're the elite first years. Bao Kuang was sweating bullets. Damn it. They've taken over the whole floor. Jiangdu patted his shoulder. Let's go. There are seniors, after all, so let's let them save some face. Hearing him say that, everyone agreed to drop the matter for today. Let's go. But his gaze was full of provocation, as if to say that letting an underclassman get scared to tears like this wouldn't look very good if word got out. Bao Kuang froze, and the senior's eyes went wide. The entire group charged forward in a rage. This newbie is way too arrogant. You're the one who's going to be beaten to tears. Jiangdu was already prepared to fight, but unexpectedly, Thomuk stepped forward from the back, his powerful aura spreading out. When their leader made an appearance, the second years immediately stopped in their tracks. He radiated a powerful presence that made everyone cautious. His crimson eyes blazed like burning flames. Jiangdu narrowed his eyes. It looked like Thoimuk's ability was an ocular-type power. Thomuk walked closer and asked what his name was, and he answered curtly, Jiangdu. Thoimuk smirked. You look just like a bottle of soy sauce. You want to keep this room, according to the rules of Van Hai. We settle this in the gym. Jiangdu smiled and replied, fine by me. But a single match won't be satisfying enough. He pointed his finger at the crowd of second years. You guys aren't getting away. A rumor spread like wildfire through the entire school. Did you hear some third-level student dared to challenge Thoimuk's group? The one that always preys on the weak. Hey, did you hear someone is trying to win our dorms back for us? Is that for real? Can he really do it all by himself? Let's go see. Where's it happening? I heard it's in the gym. Just follow the crowd, and you'll find it. Before long, the stands were packed with spectators. Instructor Thuong Van made a note. All right, the information is logged. Now go ahead and choose your weapons and protective armor. Everyone knows the rules. Be restrained when using melee weapons. The second years replied arrogantly. Don't worry, we'll be sure to go easy on the new student. Bao Kuang said nervously. Jiangdu, you should stop. There are too many of them, but Jiangdu reassured him. It's okay. I have a plan. For now, just pick a weapon you're comfortable with. He picked up a saber to test its weight, then shook his head. It's a little too light. I probably need something heavier. Jiangdu looked around, contemplating which weapon would be the best fit. A second-year student leaped onto the stage. Hey, soy sauce, what are you waiting for? Are you scared? Kneel and surrender, and I'll let you off. Hiding his power in the shadows, he smirked. Scared of you? That's hilarious. I'm just trying to decide which weapon I should use to teach you all a lesson. It's taking up so much time. Trinche gritted his teeth. You're not wearing any protective gear, and you're holding a dull weapon. Are you looking down on us? Jiangdu replied calmly. That's right. He roared and lunged forward. You're too arrogant, take this. Jiangdu smiled. Interesting. He's also an ocular type. The crowd roared. Here he comes, the fastest second year. Nicknamed Trin, the Snake Shadow Go. Trin Ka. Show him what you've got. Only Bao Kuang was panicking. Get out of the way, what are you doing just standing there? In an instant, Trin Ka vanished from Jiangdu's sight. He reappeared behind him, launching a surprise attack. A flash of light engulfed the entire arena. As the dust settled, the entire stadium held its breath. Bao Kuang's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene before him. Even Thwamuk trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. The remaining second years stood frozen, their mouths agape. Jiangdu stood tall in the middle of the arena, his gaze calm. Who's next? Jiangdu swung his mace and struck his opponent directly, splattering blood all over the arena floor. The supervising teacher quickly helped the injured student back, calling for support. The student is bleeding heavily. Meanwhile, Jiangdu casually spun his mace. What's wrong? Is no one else brave enough to step up? He chuckled softly. It seems this bunch is all talk. If you're scared, just come at me all at once. The students were furious and indignant. He's too arrogant. This level 3 punk is mocking them. All at once, they rushed forward to attack. They all closed in, their eyes filled with killing intent. The new students on the sidelines exchanged glances and nodded. This is getting interesting. Let's go see what he's made of. Jiangdu smirked. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Instantly, he activated his skill as the system's voice chimed repeatedly. Hidden 1. Hunter in the shadows. An unseen lurker. You go undetected. The night is your domain, but if you are exposed for too long, your power will decrease. Hiding in the shadows is paramount. Jiangdu thought to himself, ever since I absorbed that fragment of the shadow race, my abilities have leveled up. I tested this skill when I took down a creature of the same kind. In this world, he didn't need to hide. The energy within him was boiling over. The system announced mark of 100 battles activated. True Hunter. Through every battle, you accumulate experience, allowing you to comprehend new abilities or strengthen old skills. Now he understood. The mark of 100 battles was made for direct combat. The fiercer the fight, the stronger he became, the more enemies there were, the calmer Jiangdu became. Every move was clean and chillingly precise. Bao Kuang was worried. Isn't this against the rules? It's many against one, but Thuong Van just said coldly. It doesn't count. He challenged all of them himself. The female proctor chuckled softly. Don't worry. That young man is unbelievably strong. In no time at all, Jiangdu had single-handedly wiped out all of his opponents. He sighed. Is that all? It's still not enough. Just then, Doi Muk appeared, approaching casually while eating an apple. He nodded in approval, surprised that a high school student could possess such extraordinary physical strength. Tossing the apple peel aside, he said in a low voice, but remember, fighting isn't just about strength. What's more important is, he held his sword and began making small, delicate cuts on the apple. His gaze turned sharp, as cold as steel. Each slash was precise and clean, carving intricate lines into the fruit. Then he held up the carved apple and said concisely, Technique. His followers cheered. Go get him. Doi Muk. Don't let those high school kids get arrogant. When it comes to real combat technique, you're still number 1 among the sophomores. Amidst the noise, Jiangdu kept staring at the apple. His swordsmanship is truly exquisite. Just like a master from a novel. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Doi Muk. Then let me see for myself. Doi Muk frowned slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Even as Jiangdu attacked with full force, he remained perfectly still, completely unshaken. As they were about to clash, Doi Muk smirked. You don't know your own limits. My lineage is from the strongest branch of the ancient mages. Once my ability activates, your movements will slow to a crawl, as if they're frozen. Jiangdu was stunned. It continued. I can easily dodge every single one of your attacks. And at the same time, I can see all your weaknesses and counterattack instantly. In my eyes, you're just prey waiting to be hunted. The tip of his sword was almost upon him, and Jiangdu tensed up in high alert. But in that instant, he suddenly broke free. Dodging the fatal blow, he immediately fell into a defensive stance, his expression grim. Doi Muk glanced over and sneered. You've got quick reflex, but I was just testing the waters before. As for now, he tightened his grip on his sword as a cross-shaped glint flashed in his eyes. The real fight begins now. Doi Muk decisively raised his sword, his aura surging powerfully. Jiangdu was tense, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He activated 100 battles, and the system began to analyze his opponent's every move. His eyes were fixed on his arm. The sword's trajectory was a diagonal upward slash. With power concentrated in both hands, his wrist is angled slightly to the right, a method of force that makes the movement smoother, and his stance isn't too wide. This posture isn't optimal for generating power. He needs to use his waist to guide the force. This move shouldn't be blocked. I have to dodge to the right, wait for an opening at his shoulder, and then counter. The moment Doi Muk struck, Jiangdu had already sidestepped to dodge the blow. He even found the perfect opportunity to launch a counterattack. The head of Jiangdu's mace shot forward, striking deep into his opponent's back. He was sent flying, skidding for 100 meters. Doi Muk crossed his arms and hissed. How is this possible? Isn't that my awakening? His special ability failed the moment he activated it, leaving him stunned. While Jiangdu himself didn't understand why he was so strong, suddenly, Doi Muk froze. his eyes widening in shock. His voice trembled as he realized something was terribly wrong. Wait a minute. Could he be a shadow user? The power radiating from Jiangdu made Toy Mook uneasy. This is bad. The ally effect weakens when facing a shadow. He tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, calculating inwardly. If he uses his special ability, I'll be at a disadvantage. Jiangdu smiled provocatively. What's wrong? Not going to fight anymore. Are you scared? Provoked. Though Mook gritted his teeth. Who's afraid of you? Immediately after, brilliant red flames erupted around him. Things had reached a point where Jiangdu could no longer be careless. He immediately used his special eye to observe, tracking every change in the swordsmanship. Most of them are feints. Don't be fooled by the wrist movements. Watch the shoulders. When the power from his hips and core transfers to his shoulders, that's the moment of the real attack. To seize the initiative, I have to strike before his shoulders can power up. Jiangdu lunged forward like a flash of lightning. Striking in an instant, the mace nearly crashed down on his head, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe. He continued with a barrage of attacks, though Muck was suddenly bewildered. I spent 5 years learning this technique. How did he understand it so quickly? Moreover, he even knew how to adapt the swordsmanship into a mace technique. And although he was being overwhelmed, though Muke still refused to give up, his eyes gradually filled with panic, and his breathing became ragged. Jiangdu's lips curled slightly, a mocking smile flashing across his face. He said nothing, simply turning to walk away, but he left him with one last sentence. If you have any other moves, you'd better use them all now. He immediately screamed as if he'd been wronged. You damn bastard. I was just trying to teach you a lesson. You forced my hand. Now die. He unleashed a series of powerful moves, as if trying to shatter the entire arena floor, but Jiangdu calmly observed every single blow. Just then, he unleashed his ultimate move. After image slash. Faced with this move, Jiangdu still dodged with ease. In the end, despite his perfect execution, all of his attacks were useless against him. That made Toy Mook more panicked than ever before. Jiangdu immediately teleported behind him. Once again, he swung his mace and struck the critical weak point on his back. The intense pain made his entire body convulse, as if he'd been electrocuted. His eyes rolled back. His nose was running, and he was foaming at the mouth, feeling he might have gone a bit too far. Jiangdu bowed slightly and politely thanked him for the lesson. After hundreds of battles, he unlocked a new ability, heightened senses, and an almost instinctual ability to perceive danger with pinpoint accuracy, getting the expected result. Jiangdu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This was a pretty big haul. Maybe he should take this chance to keep going. He began challenging a series of other opponents, shouting, "Is this all the first years have got? Bring out anyone who is supposed to be strong?" He didn't forget to add a heavy-hitting line, so that the entire Van Hai Academy would remember the name Jiangdu. The battle ended with Jiangdu lying in a hospital bed, covered in bandages, forcing a smile as he endured the aftermath. Zhao Zhao scolded him while peeling an apple. "You challenged all the first years, you're hopeless." But Ngok Kwong excitedly recounted the epic scene. Those guys got totally wrecked, and the girls were screaming your name across the whole field. Jiangdu grinned smugly. In the end, over 100 of them had to rush me. I only went down because I ran out of stamina. It's a shame I didn't get to activate my shadow form, or all of Van Hai would have fallen. Zhao Zhao quickly covered his mouth. Be quiet. If the instructor hadn't arrived in time, you'd probably be bedridden for good right now. Suddenly, Jiangdu remembered something. Oh yeah, what about your dorm room? Did the first years take it over? Zhao Zhao immediately shot back. Of course not. Why do you ask? Hearing that, he sighed in disappointment, leaving her confused. Disappointed about what? At that moment, Jiangdu was lost in a daydream, imagining the two of them sharing a bed, practically drooling. He thought that if he didn't have a place to stay, Zhao Zhao would take him in, and they would live happily ever after. Seeing him daydreaming, Zhao Zhao started hitting him repeatedly. In your dreams, I'd rather live on the street than with you, Jiangdu cried out, holding his head. You're hitting my wounds, Ngok Kwong watched helplessly. Who can stand all this public display of affection? Just then, a voice cut through the room, silencing everyone. It seems your head is still working just fine. Khan. An smiled and waved. Seeing you joking around like this means you're recovering well. They all looked up in surprise. Instructor Tong. Jiangdu immediately shot up, trying to look alert. I'm fine. When do we start training? Zhao Zhao's face hardened. Sit down. Do you want to reopen your wounds? Khan. An sat down and explained. Don't be in such a hurry. Your training schedule is different from the others. It will start later. He frowned. How is it different? Chang'an replied. Because you've already reached superhuman level 2. His words hit the mark, and Jiangdu froze. When did he find out? He was sure he hadn't revealed anything during the battle. Nok Kwang's jaw dropped. No way. Level 2 already, and you didn't tell me, Zhao. Zhao was also startled. Really, when Jiangdu just gave a forced smile, I only just found out myself. An continued. For the theory part, like superhuman history or basic knowledge, you'll study with everyone else. But for practical combat, you might train with the second-year students. Jiangdu's eyes lit up. I get to fight the second years, An said coolly. It's training, not a duel. Even so, he was overjoyed. This is great. I can use 100 battles to hone my skills. An looked at him, realizing that he clearly enjoyed facing strong opponents, a quality he greatly admired. Before leaving, An looked at Jiangdu seriously and said, when the time is right, I'll personally spar with you. A few days later, the Van High building was bustling with students coming in and out. Inside, a bell rang, signaling the start of the opening ceremony. Everyone was settled in their seats, except for Injok Kwang and Jiangdu, who were still munching on snacks. Zhao Zhao frowned in annoyance, asking, can't you be serious on the first day of class? Jiangdu casually replied. What's the big deal? I've already learned all of superhuman history at home. She glared at him and warned, you'd better get serious if you want to pass the exam for the superhuman department. Jiangdu was stunned and asked, there's an exam too. In the middle of their conversation, they both suddenly froze, their eyes wide with astonishment. Before them, a strange map was clearly displayed on the large screen. Beside it was a glowing orb that looked incredibly mysterious. Cao Trung jumped up and stared intently, thinking, this orb and that map look exactly like the things in Uncle Luke's room. Is a secret about to be revealed? Immediately after, Qian Duang spoke in a deep voice. I am your instructor for superhuman history. My family name is Tu, and my given name is Qian Duang. As he looked at the orb, his eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. Superhuman history chronicles the major events since the Great Flood era. It is a new subject for all of you, and it might change your initial perspectives. But please do not lose faith. After speaking, he gently flipped a switch. Instantly, the orb emitted a brilliant light that spread outwards. Those rays of light shot straight up to the ceiling. They formed a giant compass that enveloped the entire space. He began his lecture, saying, at the dawn of the new millennium, the aberrations suddenly appeared. They began their invasion of the human world. Initially, no one knew where they came from. People just thought they were strange animals from some distant, unknown land. Their bodies were bizarre, and they constantly secreted a contaminating fluid. It was as if a gateway to a chaotic world had been opened, plunging humanity into madness. After just half a month, 36 abyssal rifts appeared, and Class 2 aberrations swarmed out, slaughtering without mercy. The aberrations weren't exceptionally strong, and they could be easily destroyed by artillery. But the terrifying part was the cost of every single kill. Killing an aberration meant sacrificing human lives. Fortunately, the lower-class aberrations had small contamination zones, which was the only reason we dared to launch a large-scale offensive. That seemingly reckless action helped humanity maintain a temporary stability. But as more rifts appeared, the contamination also began to spread uncontrollably. Animals and plants were more susceptible to the contamination than humans. They gradually mutated, and the wilds were no longer safe. At the start of the second year of the new era, the North Capital and South Capital established large-scale settlements, simultaneously evacuating residents from surrounding areas. In the fifth year, the aberrations began to attack residential areas, and humans counterattacked by raiding the Abyss, where the fatality rate reached 97%. From that moment on, humanity learned how to use the Abyss to fight the Abyss. And thus, the superhuman era officially began. Qian Duang continued grimly. Even after researching supernatural powers, we could only maintain level 1 and couldn't fight back against the Abyss. That same year, 15 nations were wiped out. After that, forbidden items from the Abyss were discovered, ushering in an explosive era of abundance. Thanks to these forbidden items, some people broke their limits to reach level 2 through extreme methods. The Dawn organization was born, playing a major role in the early stages of the fight against the aberrations. Hearing this, Jiangdu silently recognized the familiar name. It was the same organization Luke Zhao had mentioned before. In the 10th year of the new era, we discovered a normal method to evolve to level 2, and humanity's combat capabilities entered a completely new age. In that same year, the two key zones of the Northern Capital Guard and the Southern Capital of Light were established. Afterward, 8 level 1 zones, Kanduang, Ma Wai, Tin Hoa, Lam An, Ak Tai, Truongjiang, Lam Dong, and Thienfu became operational one after another. Sensing the serious atmosphere, one student whispered, "How could there be so many fortified zones?" The person next to him replied, "The official information is a lot different from what they tell the public." As the students began to murmur among themselves, Qian Duong spoke in a stern voice. "I understand this is hard for you to believe, but everything I'm telling you really happened. In the 20th year, a level 3 aberration appeared. Artillery couldn't stop it, and the southern capital suffered heavy losses just to take it down. In the 30th year, the first special type aberration emerged, its power far exceeding its supposed level. It led a horde of aberrations to surround the Manhwa zone, but because it was too close, we couldn't use nuclear weapons." Hearing this, the whole class broke into a cold sweat, anxiously asking, "Then what happened?" Qian Duong's face suddenly darkened, and he remained silent. After a moment, he lifted his head and said in a low voice, "Manhwa was completely annihilated. There were no survivors. The city was engulfed in smoke, dust, and raging fires that reached for the sky." The entire lecture hall fell deathly silent. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Qian Duong stood motionless in the middle of the silent room. Zhao Zhao lowered her head, a sorrowful expression on her face. Jiangdu and Nokwang were also stunned into silence for several seconds. But it didn't stop there. In the 40th year, a level 4 aberration appeared. It survived a nuclear strike and went on to attack and annihilate the Aktai zone. In the 50th year, the Thianfu zone and its surrounding areas faced abyssal fissures and aberrations, forcing the first large-scale migration. In the 60th year of the new era, the southwest and northwest of Daichu fell completely to the aberrations, becoming lands of chaos. By the 70th year, the aberrations were closing in on Lam-an. If it fell, the entire north would be in peril. As he said this, Qian Duong clenched his fists tightly. That was when the second migration began. But this time, the superhumans did not retreat. Tens of thousands of young people chose to fight to the death to protect Daichu's territory, pushing the aberrations back thousands of miles. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It was also in that year that the north and south were permanently severed by the abyss, and the southern capital became completely isolated, a city with no way out. The scene shifts to the stadium on the school grounds. The sky, once clear, suddenly turned gloomy as thick. Dark clouds rolled in. With the history lesson over for now, Jiangdu chatted with his friends as they walked. Zhao Zhao let out a soft sigh. "Everything around us seems the same, but the truth is so far beyond what I imagined. It's hard to accept," he admitted honestly. "They're stronger than I thought. I used to think the abyss was on the verge of being destroyed." She suddenly grew quiet, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Namdu has fallen. How much longer can Van Hai hold on?" Jiangdu remained calm, saying, "Who knows, we'll just hold on for as long as we can." Then he secretly glanced at Zhao Zhao's reaction. "A moment later." Jiangdu moved closer to her. Without a word, he wrapped his arms around Zhao Zhao in a warm embrace. Caught by surprise, her face flushed red. Jiangdu spoke softly, "If that day truly comes, I'll protect you, even if it costs me my life." Hearing this, Zhao Zhao was so moved she was close to tears. Whispering softly, "Jiangdu," he seized the opportunity, smirking slyly, and said, "Since we still have time, how about a kiss?" But he completely ruined the mood and was immediately scolded. "You creep. Have some shame." Just then, Qian Duong appeared, laughing heartily and teasing them. "It seems you two are in high spirits." He tilted his head for a closer look. "You're Jiangdu." "Right, I recognized you immediately. I've taught many generations, but only you have managed to maintain such a mindset." The boy asked in confusion, "You know me?" Sir Qian Duong nodded. "You just crushed the Van Hai first years. Your name is already all over the school, but that's not what's bothering me. Teacher 2, I have a question." The man smiled. "Go ahead and ask." Jiangdu then said, "Why did you teach such heavy topics on the very first day of class?" Hearing that, a gentle breeze blew by as he grew pensive. "Don't you think it's better to know the truth sooner rather than later?" He explained softly. "Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but if I told you everything, your spirits would be completely crushed. Sometimes, despair can be a powerful motivator. Spring is coming. The flower that best endures the harshest winter is the plum blossom. People are the same. The more they despair, the more they mature." Then he glanced at Jiangdu, his voice turning sharp and cold. "Even though you've reached level 2, I'll be blunt, you still can't be called a true transcendent." Jiangdu was bewildered. "I'm already at level 2, so why am I not a transcendent?" Qian Duong replied coldly, getting straight to the point. "Having transcendent power doesn't mean you have become a transcendent." Hearing this, the boy fell silent as if he had been slapped across the face. The teacher's voice was stern. Level 1 is Spirit Awakening, your first touch of power. Level 2 is Aberration, the most dangerous stage. As Jiangdu activated his skills, a corruption clung to his body, and his form began to blur. It was like falling into a deep well, surrounded on all sides by sheer cliffs. He stood on the edge of a precipice, as if walking on thin ice. Qian Duong placed a hand on Jiangdu's chest and asked softly, "You're at level 2 now, but have you ever seen the abyss within your own heart? Or have you seen the perilous path that lies ahead of you?" Before leaving, he emphasized, "You are not yet ready to become a transcendent." He waved goodbye, adding, "I have to get to class. Let me ask you one last question." The endlessly falling leaves sent Jiangdu deep into thought. Could that be the real history? He placed a hand on his chest, trying to listen to his own heartbeat. Seeing him lost in thought, Zhao Zhao nudged his shoulder and teased, "What are you so deep in thought about?" Jiangdu quickly brushed it off. "It's nothing. Let's just worry about getting to the next class." Back then, the class was learning about the fundamentals of superhuman power. The teacher passionately explained that this power originated from aberrant bugs, which included many types like core bugs, bone bugs, blood bugs, pupil bugs, and winged bugs. Hunting bugs with a similar bloodline resulted in less energy loss, and one could absorb their contamination to become stronger, making it the most common and effective method. The more he listened, the sleepier Jiangdu became, until he eventually slumped over his desk and fell fast asleep. The scene shifted to a training session, where an instructor shouted, "Use the power within you and focus your mind." At his command, everyone activated their abilities simultaneously, each manifesting their own unique power. At lunchtime, Jiangdu went to the cafeteria, where the cook's hands trembled as he served the food. Stammering, "We have braised pork today." The schoolyard was quiet, with yellow leaves drifting slowly down in the gentle breeze. In the afternoon, combat training class began, and Jiangdu discovered he had been placed in a different group. He wondered why Luke Jiao was in class 3. Since she was supposed to be with him, he immediately suspected that Uncle Luke must have had a hand in this. He deliberately arranged this to keep me away from Zhao Zhao. Just then, an instructor announced, "Hello, students. Starting today, the combat training course officially begins. The drill instructors will be teaching you directly, and your results will count towards your college entrance exam scores." He paused, then continued, "Without further ado, instructors, receive your orders." They all responded in unison. "Yes, Sia." Next, the groups were assigned to their positions and began their training. Once again, a loud, clear, and uniform response rang out in unison. Once the assignments were complete, the drill instructors approached their respective classes. Jiangdu was startled when he saw the lead instructor and thought, "Is that the instructor for class 1? He looks so much thinner than before." Tinvu sternly shouted, "Attention!" The entire class instantly snapped to attention, their formation as precise as a military unit. His voice boomed across the field, making Jiangdu take a second look. "Now that's what you call authority." Then, he lowered his voice and said coldly, "Just stand like that." Jiangdu groaned internally. "Isn't this supposed to be combat training? Why are we just standing at attention?" A short while later, his expression grew grim. As sweat streamed down his face, Jiangdu gritted his teeth and realized it was killing intent. His body was completely paralyzed. He was puzzled for a moment. It wasn't just him. Everyone was bound by a dense aura of killing intent. This wasn't a forbidden item, nor was it a normal ability. Finally, he realized the source of this energy was the instructor. It was Tinvu himself who was generating this oppressive killing intent. One student couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed right where he stood. Jiangdu nodded to himself as he understood the training's purpose. So, this was an endurance test for superhumans. It looked simple, but it was brutally harsh. Only the one who could endure until the very end was truly strong. 15 minutes later, the entire class was sprawled on the ground, and only Jiangdu remained standing. However, his body was also pulled taut, and steam was rising furiously from his skin. Instructor Tinvu gave a slight smile and said simply, "You can rest now." Jiangdu plopped down, wiping his sweat and panting, figuring he had passed. Just then, Khan An walked over, looked at him, and said, "Same as always. You really love to show off." He held out his hand and said invitingly, "Come with me." Jiangdu quickly asked, "Where to?" "Are we training with Group 52? Khan An shook his head. "No. You've been scheduled for special training." Before long, they arrived. Jiangdu looked around the empty area, puzzled. "There's nothing here," he replied softly. "I'm all you need." It began to dawn on him. "Oh, you mean..." An gave a thumbs up and a confident smile. That's right. One-on-one training. Seeing this, the other students were filled with envy. Whispering, Jiangdu gets private instruction from the instructor. He really is the genius who defeated the entire first year. And he lasted the longest just now, too. Hearing their words, Jiangdu got a little flustered, glancing around before speaking quietly. Sir, can we move somewhere else? Too many people are watching. An crossed his arms with a smirk. What? Afraid of being embarrassed, Jiangdu replied with a wry smile. A little bit. He closed his eyes, remembering Tuan Kuang's words. It was really time to begin. This special training was arranged to knock this kid down a peg, but An firmly refused, saying this was an order from Li Tuan, and if he had any objections, he could take it up with him himself. Hearing that name, Jiangdu clenched his fists. Him again. He's really overstepping his bounds. Without any more arguing, An immediately made his move. He cut the conversation short. Time waits for no one. Let's begin. Jiangdu Sahil. I'm this weak. How can I possibly fight you, An just said softly. Don't be afraid. Attack me with everything you've got. I won't counter first. Jiangdu smirked, his voice sarcastic. Really now, don't you regret it? As soon as the words left his mouth, he shot forward like an arrow. His first move incredibly decisive. His speed was like a whirlwind, forcing An to hastily activate his defenses. The surrounding students cheered. Whoa. A student daring to go head-to-head with an instructor. He's so strong. The power difference should be huge. But look at him go. Come on. Maybe Jiangdu can actually win. However, someone disagreed. No. He's making a mistake. Tin Vu analyzed from the sidelines. He jumped mid-combat, leaving himself wide open to a counterattack. Don't you guys ever copy that? Faced with the relentless assault, An grew more interested, his eyes gleaming. His power isn't bad. But unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, he had a firm grip on his opponent's ankle. That last move was too simple, too easy to counter. An put his strength into it, throwing Jiangdu far off the training floor. Jiangdu's body spun through the air, but he quickly stabilized himself, landing as lightly as a cat. Without a word, he charged in again, his gaze resolute. He unleashed a series of kicks, but An sensed that he was even stronger in his previous fight. Even so, he remained on guard. His skills hadn't reached a master level yet, but his combat instincts were becoming increasingly apparent. The more they fought, the more he realized, this kid is improving with every passing second. His rate of growth is terrifying. Because of a moment of carelessness, Jiangdu's punch shot straight forward. That fist landed squarely on An's face. Jiangdu smirked triumphantly, thinking he'd landed the hit. But in the blink of an eye, An stood straight, grabbed his hand, and gave a cold smile. You think so? He squeezed Jiangdu's wrist, his grip so tight that the veins on his hand bulged. Jiangdu gritted his teeth in pain, sweat soaking through his shirt. Then, An forcefully threw him away once again. As he prepared to deliver the final blow, he even activated another layer of energy around himself. Jiangdu crashed to the ground, motionless. The surrounding students stared wide-eyed. It was over so fast. He was taken down in an instant. Jiangdu's whole body was tense. His eyes were wide, and his breathing was ragged. Another student sighed. I thought he was going to win. Who knew he'd lose so quickly? Tin Vu stood by with his arms crossed, his voice stern. That was a reckless move. The head instructor intentionally left an opening, and I can't believe he actually fell for it. He emphasized, remember, combat isn't just about strength and skill. It's also about awareness. A moment later, Jiangdu shakily sat up, groaning softly as he clutched his back. He asked quietly, Instructor Tong, were you using your abilities? An laughed. I wasn't. I just kept it within the limits of level 2. I beat you thanks to my combat experience. He continued. Speed, stamina, technique, and mindset. Those 4 elements form the foundation of a fight. On the battlefield, being a second too slow can cost you your life. There's no time for hesitation. As he was explaining, Jiangdu suddenly launched a counterattack, but and easily blocked it, his gaze calm. You're still too green. You need a lot more training. You must turn what you've learned into combat reflexes. An glanced at him teasingly. Did you forget that so quickly? Refusing to make the same mistake twice. Jiangdu immediately used his other hand to lock An's arm. That unexpected move left and stunned, genuinely surprised. In a split second, he had learned the move his opponent used and returned it in kind. The moment he hit the ground, An immediately used his hands to absorb the impact. The match concluded, and the crowd cheered. but an instructor quickly cut them off. Breaks over. Everyone fall in. Once the ranks were formed, the instructor announced clearly, the past 2 days were just a warm-up. Today, we officially begin class assignments. Before we begin, he stated the rule. Anyone who can't hold a military stance for 1 hour will be eliminated, and the classes will be reorganized regardless of gender. Upon hearing this, everyone's face tensed up. Unable to hide their displeasure, Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth, telling herself, I have to endure this. I absolutely cannot collapse. She imagined Zhangdu teasing her. Zhao Zhao, are you still in class 3? That thought made her even more determined. Otherwise, he would just laugh in her face. I have to get into class 1. But then she looked back with concern. Would Zhangdu be alright? Even with special training, surely Instructor Tong would go easy on him. As it turned out, Zhangdu was getting beaten to a pulp. Lying sprawled on the ground, his body was covered in injuries. Yet he still forced himself to get back up from where he had just fallen. Zhao Zhao's face went pale at the sight. How could the training be this brutal? Khan. Anne stepped forward and clapped, offering praise. Not bad. You're tougher than you look. He thought to himself. I figured I could overwhelm him easily, but I didn't expect to have to use my full strength. This rate of improvement is exactly like his uncle's back in the day. Despite being completely exhausted, Zhangdu refused to back down. It's not over yet. Let's keep going. But Kanan held up a hand to stop him. That's enough. Your speed has noticeably dropped. You've hit your limit. But no matter how many times he advised him, Zhangdu stubbornly launched another attack anyway. That final attack truly took Kanan by surprise. He rushed forward, putting all his strength into a direct ram against his opponent. Anne held his ground, but was still forced back half a step. He stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the spot where the attack had landed. Zhangdu grinned in satisfaction. He had finally landed a clean hit. With that done, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Man, it's finally over. I'm so exhausted I could die. An stared at him, silently impressed. To unleash his strongest move when he was almost out of stamina, his unawakened superpower must be. With his eyes closed, Zhangdu called out, Instructor Tong, let me ask you straight. Am I going to have to pay for the damages to the arena? If so, just tell Uncle Lee to cover it. Anne replied coolly. Don't worry, we'll just use a forbidden item in a little bit, and it'll all be restored. After the fight, Zhangdu was taken to the infirmary, where Duangtu greeted him. You're back in here again, your name sounds really familiar. She gently placed a hand on his bed. Duangtu leaned closer. I'm your senior, currently doing my internship here. And for the record, this is the 3rd time you've asked for my name. But Zhangdu just gulped, his eyes glued to her generous chest. He muttered, Duangtu, 23 years old, 36D, 5'9". Oh my god, it really is her. A 36D. She blushed and turned away, reminding him, you should get some rest. But Zhangdu reached out to stop her. Please don't go, I'm scared of getting an IV all by myself. Heng'an, who had just arrived, immediately frowned. What nonsense was this kid up to now? Zhangdu shot up in bed and called out, Instructor Tong. He tossed a vial of potion to the boy. Zhangdu asked curiously, aren't you going to continue the training? Sir Khan. An gave a slight smirk. I'm the head instructor for this program. I can take a break if I want. Drink up and get your strength back. As soon as he got the water bottle, he immediately popped the cap and chugged it down, then thanked Kanan. The moment he finished drinking, Zhangdu's eyes suddenly flashed like lightning. Energy surged through him, and he jumped up excitedly, shouting, I have returned, I'm strong enough to fight for another day. Seeing this, An was stunned, speechless, finally managing to say, all right, that's enough. Let's take a break. We'll fight again another time. Zhangdu suddenly remembered something strange. Speaking of our one-on-one, Mr. Tong, something felt off about that last move the other day. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't uncomfortable either. It was just weird. Kanan's face grew serious as he crossed his arms and replied, I'm here to clarify that, from now on, I'll be adjusting your training regimen. Zhangdu asked in confusion. Adjust what? Kanan answered directly. You'll be training with the sophomores. This only confused him more. And going to the factory. But I haven't even graduated yet. I signed up for this boot camp to learn about superhuman abilities. Anne simply replied curtly, just follow orders from above. After saying that, An turned and walked to the door. I have other matters to attend to. As for your subtle control technique, I'll email you the materials. Read them carefully, and under no circumstances should you let anyone else see them. And with that, he left. Jiangdu immediately opened his email to check, and saw a message about superhuman skills. Figuring that must be the document. Suddenly, a large screen lit up, and Huang Duong appeared as the representative. Hello everyone. Today, I will be giving a brief introduction to superhuman skills. I will analyze superhuman skills from several different aspects, and I invite you all to follow along on the summary chart. Superhuman skills are composed of 3 levels, starting with Spirit Awakening, followed by Aberration, and finally, True Superhuman. These final 2 levels are fundamentally different, as the body's contamination mutates to the point where it can inflict massive damage using pure energy alone. If you can turn 100 parts of pollution into 200 parts of power, that's what a superhuman skill is. Superhuman skills aren't overly complicated. At their core are 3 elements: body structure, the amount of energy used, and the concentration of one's will, which when combined, create transcendent power. With that said, he snapped his fingers as a signal to begin the next part. Huang Duong tightened his grip on his sword, ready to demonstrate for everyone. He decisively struck, swinging his sword down on the training target. Huang Duong added that this was target number 7, made from a special alloy capable of withstanding physical damage from a level 2 superhuman. And what he just did was a typical example. Without stopping, he gathered a brilliant golden energy in his hand, using about 500 units, which is also the threshold to enter level 3. He immediately shot that power at the targets, but it only managed to knock them over without causing any other damage. Jiangdu, who was watching, was not impressed. For all that flash, he only knocked over half a row of targets without destroying a single one. Huang Duong continued, this time also using 500 units, but he would convert it into a superhuman skill for his attack. This time, Jiangdu was truly surprised. Huang Duong focused his full power, his aura flaring intensely. This is a superhuman skill, unifying the 3 elements of body, energy, and will, concentrating all power into a single blow. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his force straight ahead. The destructive force was so intense it seemed to want to tear space itself apart. The training target remained standing, but the pressure in the surrounding area changed dramatically. The air grew heavy, and Huang Duong's will felt like it could crush mountains. Dust and sand swirled into a thick cloud as a torrent of green energy surged forth. The sky darkened, and the atmosphere became tainted with a polluted color. Huang Duong declared decisively that superhuman skills are the pinnacle of power. Seeing it with his own eyes, Jiangdu was stunned. He never realized the power of a superhuman skill could be so terrifying. Finishing the demonstration, Huang Duong readjusted his stance and explained that what he just used was a common superhuman skill. 100 strikes. Even with level 3 energy, it can unleash immense power. Most superhumans can learn it with diligent practice, and it's how you truly inflict serious damage on aberrations. After reading the email, Jiangdu still hadn't recovered from the shock. He thought he was strong, but after just 2 days in the training camp, he realized he was just a rookie. This world is truly harsh. Superhuman skills can usually only be fully controlled at level 3, but each use consumes a massive amount of physical stamina, mental energy, and power. 1. Microcontrol, which is complete control over one's body, allowing for movements beyond imagination. 2. Overdrive, which forces the body and superhuman abilities beyond their limits. A strong will can break through barriers to activate it. 3. Mental domain, where the mind is tranquil and completely dominated by will, like a surging undercurrent. Furthermore, organizing the body, energy, and will is about quantity, while the 3 skills above are about quality. In the early stages, one must focus on quantity first. Don't rush to achieve quality, as forcing it will be counterproductive. Jiangdu thought to himself, this skill is nothing but a double-edged sword. Afterward, he started to fill out his personal information. Name Jiangdu. Attribute Shadow. Lifespan remaining 5 months. Conclusion. Congratulations on surviving until the end of the year. Below that was another line that made him choke. Having grasped a superhuman skill before the age of 18, he felt like asking the country to let him skip a grade. The next day, Jiangdu met Kanan again and asked, Uncle Tong, is it even legal for someone my age to work in a factory? Can you explain the situation? He replied, you'll be doing running drills with the second-year students. Jiangdu's eyes widened. Running. Soon after, they arrived at the Awakened Dragon Zone. Hainan instructed him, once you're inside, just run with all your might. The watch will measure your physical condition, and you can only leave the camp when you meet the standard. No one will save you unless it's a fatal wound. This was a very unusual training method. Seeing the space before him, Jiang Du's eyes widened in astonishment. This is magnificent. He turned and asked, "So, do you dare to step inside?" Jiang Du flashed a confident smile. "Are you kidding? My uncle is a retired war general, and my father-in-law is the inspector of Van Hai, standing on their shoulders. I'm destined to become the king of war generals. Who would dare to harm me?" Khan An didn't waste any more time and led him inside. "At worst, you'll be in the hospital for 2 months. I'll request a forbidden item to heal you." No matter how thorny the path ahead was, Jiang Du still yelled, "I'm not afraid." The two of them gradually moved deeper into the base. Jiang Du shivered from the cold. He thought this place was no different from a prison, and it felt a bit strange. He immediately asked, "Uncle Tong, what is this place called? Last night I thought you were taking me to an electronics factory." Khan An shook his head. "What factory? This is the Awakened Dragon Zone. But the trainees call it the Escape Zone." Upon hearing this, he looked flustered and turned away. Well, I think I'll reconsider. Sorry to have bothered you." Seeing Jiang Du trying to bolt, he sent him flying with a kick. It was short, decisive. "Go." Just like that, Khan An stood calmly outside, leaving Jiang Du all alone in there. "Hey, Uncle Tong, Uncle Tong." His task complete, he made a call. "Hello, Captain Lai. The kid is locked in. Everything is normal." "Yes, I know. I'll be careful." The person on the other end said a few more words that made him pause for a moment. Inside the confined space, Jiang Du screamed his head off. "Uncle Tong. Oh my god, how did aberrations get in here? This is horrifying." He screamed until he was hoarse. But Khan An was still talking to Tuan Quang. The man asked, "What's he doing? He's just screaming wildly." He then asked, "Is he scared?" Khan An secretly listened in. "You disgusting thing. Don't you dare touch me. You dare bite the great Zhang. You're dead meat." As it got louder and louder, he helplessly cleaned out his ear and reported to the captain. Jiang Du is extremely enthusiastic. In reality, Khan An hadn't heard a single cry for help, only emotional outbursts. Jiang Du clutched his head, tears streaming down his face. "What in the world is this godforsaken place? Stop releasing more frogs. I'm going to throw up." Suddenly, a door creaked open. Jiang Du was startled. Why did the door open on its own? He seriously considered his options. He wasn't sure if it was a trap, but stepping out was better than being stuck in here with these endless aberrations. With that thought, he made a disparity dash for it. But a whole swarm of aberrations was blocking his path. The greater the danger, the more alert he became. There was no turning back. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Du burst out of that area. He stopped short, his eyes gazing back, full of vigilance. The new area wasn't any better. It was a strange and unpredictable space. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed out. "Don't touch me." Seeing Jiang Du standing there frozen, Minhu yelled, "Hey, run for it." Hearing him, Jiang Du immediately took off after him. The two of them talked as they ran. Minhui asked, "What class are you in? I haven't seen you around." Jiang Du replied, "Class 1 of the special training camp." Minhui frowned. "Class 1. You're a rookie who just joined the camp, and you're already in a place like this. That's weird." Jiang Du gave a wry smile. "I guess I must have gotten on someone's bad side." Minhui's eyes widened. "At this rate, you must have messed with an instructor's daughter or something. Who else would be cruel enough to throw you in here?" Not wanting to dwell on it, Jiang Du changed the subject. "Senior, what exactly is this place?" Minhui explained. "This is the fleeing zone. You have to use your willpower to overcome the challenges. Otherwise, you'll be completely devoured." As soon as he finished speaking, he bolted off. "Good luck, little bro. I'm going on ahead." Jiang Du pushed himself to catch up and asked, "How do we get out of here?" In less than a few seconds, he was right on Minhui's heels, startling him. "What kind of rookie is this fast? I'll say this one last time. Run until you meet the standard, and the exit will appear." But that could take a few months of non-stop grinding. After running for a while, they encountered a girl screaming, "I hate frogs, get away from me." Then that frog charged straight towards Jiang Du. Without a second thought, he reached out and squeezed it hard. Then he delivered the finishing blow. Everyone was stunned. "You just took down a blood-patterned frog." Jiang Du was taken aback. "Aren't we supposed to kill them?" Minhui explained. "This is a training exercise. The task is to face your inner demons as they grow stronger. Killing them will only dull your mind and make it easier for you to get eliminated." Not wanting to get bogged down, another student urged, "This is no time for talking. Let's just run." Suddenly, a girl lost her footing and fell into a pit. She panicked and cried out for help, but she was falling faster and faster. Just then, Jiangdu suddenly caught her by the arm. Watch out. Many were surprised, wondering when Jiangdu had suddenly turned into a hero, saving the damsel in distress. Jiangdu asked gently, "Are you okay?" She looked at him shyly. "Why did you save me?" He replied calmly. "It was on the way." Right after that, they separated. The charming girl added, "In this place, a single misstep comes with a price. Saving me means you've just brought disaster upon yourself." Jiangdu grimaced. This godforsaken place is such a hassle. As soon as she finished speaking, a volley of sharp projectiles shot out from the darkness, aimed directly at him. Jiangdu reacted instantly as his instinct screamed a warning. Bone spikes, sharp enough to pierce through the very walls, were coming at him. Following that, from out of the mist, a horde of ferocious white bone aberrations emerged one after another. The sight left the girl stunned. Oh my god, those are 2 level 2 aberrations. Without hesitating, Jiangdu launched a counterattack. "Take your bone spikes back." The bone spikes flew back, embedding themselves directly into the pained bodies of the aberrations. With that taken care of, he grabbed her hand and made a run for it. She was secretly impressed. I can't believe he dodged the attack and then used those same bone spikes to forge an escape route. This student really has both brains and brawn. But the danger wasn't over. The white bone aberration rose again to pursue him. Jiangdu immediately pushed the girl away. "Go on ahead," he urged. But she didn't seem to understand what was happening. With that said, he threw himself into the fight with all his might. Jiangdu moved like a flash, slipping behind his opponent. He then unleashed a surprise takedown, only to be hit with a powerful counterattack. At the same time, his eyes flashed as his intuition kicked in. Just as he turned, a sharp object shot toward him. He dodged while looking for an opening to strike back, but the weapon was relentless, pursuing him without a moment's rest. Jiangdu gritted his teeth as he calculated. This steel weapon was like it had a tracker. He couldn't shake it. His only option was to risk it all. Finally, he switched tactics and activated his shadow stealth skill. Immediately after, he unleashed a devastating attack. The massive weapon tore through the air. Jiangdu gasped for breath. This training camp is insane. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have been killed. And that didn't even count as a critical hit. A desperate cry for help echoed from the distance. "Save me." Jiangdu turned around, his heart sinking. It was the girl from before. At that moment, she was only struggling weakly amidst the rubble. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as her entire body trembled. And then, the girl was eliminated from the trial. Jiangdu clenched his fists, his heart heavy. The further he advanced, the more he understood the trial's brutality. Someone was already eliminated in less than 10 minutes. This escape was no joke. He had to stay sharp. Suddenly, a strange object began to materialize in front of him. In the blink of an eye, its shape became clear. Jiangdu was startled. Wasn't that a man-eating flower? It immediately shot out its tendrils, wrapping them tightly around a nearby tree. Judging by its attack, Jiangdu guessed its level was no lower than the white bone aberration from before. Despite that, he felt a bit of relief, as it seemed to only have about 20% of its strength left. Immediately, poison began to spread from its tendrils, trying to reach him. At the same time, its body began to blur and fade. Jiangdu was stunned. It can even turn invisible. What in the world is this training camp raising? He managed to dodge all of its attacks, but he knew this couldn't go on forever. If he kept dodging, he would run out of stamina long before the monster did. Jiangdu strained his eyes to observe its every move. The priority now was to grasp its attack trajectory. He gritted his teeth and focused, his gaze sharp. Switch tactics. Freeze frame. Activate. Jiangdu smirked. "I can finally see it clearly. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." He charged forward decisively, getting cocky with just a little invisibility skill. "Are we?" Seizing the momentum, Jiangdu's voice deepened. "If you dare to provoke me, don't even think about surviving." He grabbed its wooden limb and plunged it straight into its body, causing it to shriek as blood splattered everywhere. The man-eating flower's strength quickly dwindled to just a fraction of what it was. It collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. But the more Jiangdu looked at it, the more it annoyed him. He launched a powerful kick that sent it flying. "Get out of my way." With that done, he turned to leave. "The people from the camp will probably clean up this aberrant mess. I need to hurry up and keep moving." Jiangdu's entire body began to feel heavy. A corrupting pressure spread through the air. This level of difficulty was truly beyond human limits. Suddenly, his head spun, his vision darkened, and he felt a wave of motion sickness. In the moment he let his guard down, the man-eating flower sprang up and launched an attack straight at his shoulder. The wooden limb shot out with terrifying force, embedding itself deep in Jiangdu, sending a sharp jolt of pain through him. His body flared up, emitting a brilliant green energy. The sight even surprised him. The level 2 aberrant still had 70% of its health left. It moved closer, its slow steps sending a chill down his spine, and behind it, there were many more. Jiang-Du screamed when he realized a swarm of aberrants was approaching. Facing this scene, he curled his lip into a grim smile, releasing a whole pack of level 2 aberrants with 70% of their health to fight me alone. This camp is completely insane. Suddenly, Jiang-Du froze. He sensed something strange. Wait a minute, there's a glowing door over there. He speculated that unlike the doors in the right hallway, this one was separate on the left. Could that be the exit? Regardless, a horde of aberrants was still blocking the way. Jiang-Du gritted his teeth. Even if I'm not sure it's the exit, I still have to try. I have to reach that door before I collapse from exhaustion. His entire body erupted with a powerful aura. Then, a reckless idea sparked in Jiang-Du's mind. All I have to do is rush through them, and this will all be over. With that thought, he shot off like a flash of lightning. But it wasn't that easy. The opponent dodged it. Instead, the variant launched a lightning-fast counterattack. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Jiang-Du was thrown back, his body torn and battered. He winced and thought to himself, these variants' attacks have gotten insane. Just one hit made him bleed profusely. At this rate, he'd be taken down before he even reached the door. After that, Jiang-Du took a deep breath to calm himself. Even knowing the enemy was right behind him, he remained calm. Maybe the only way was to unleash his ultimate move. He still had a little strength left. He had to risk it. Despite the imminent danger, Jiang-Du stepped forward to seize the initiative. He charged in, locking onto the variant's arm and refusing to let go. The determination in his eyes blazed. This time, he absolutely would not let it escape again. After just a moment, the variant's health quickly dropped to less than 30%, but it wasn't over. Other variants swarmed in to attack as well. A gaze locked on from the front right. His left shoulder pulled back. The wind whistled behind him. An attack was coming. Taking half a step forward, Jiang-Du realized with satisfaction that within a 6-yard radius, every single movement was crystal clear. His spirits lifted. The feeling of being in complete control of the situation made him even more confident. This was the state of daylight perception. He tightened his grip on his sword and struck with overwhelming power. Noticing an opening in the enemy's defense, Jiang-Du seized the chance to escape. Now was the time to run. Suddenly, 2 variants he thought he had already defeated appeared to block his path. His eyes widened in horror. What the hell was going on? The white-boned variant and the man-eating flower were clearly destroyed. So how were they alive again and at full health? A dangerous aura filled the air all around Jiang-Du. In the next moment, he was flipped upside down and slammed headfirst into the ground. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This special training camp played dirty. Even so, Jiang-Du struggled to break free from the encirclement. If that's how it is, then you can all play by yourselves. He glared at the door in front of him. I'm done playing with you guys. Pouring all his strength into his legs, Jiang-Du accelerated and charged forward, but the variants had already surrounded him from all sides. This was bad. Those 2 monsters weren't easy to deal with, and he only had enough stamina for one final use of micro-perception. Jiang-Du clenched his fists. This time, he could only win. Losing was not an option. Before striking, he had calculated every step. The bone spike from the back left would hit his abdomen. He would have to sacrifice the skin on his hand to pull it forward. Immediately after, vines would lunge down from the upper right. If he grabbed the bone spike correctly and leaned back 40 degrees, the attack would hit the other variant instead. Jiang-Du closed his eyes to focus. Daylight perception meant observing every detail and controlling his body perfectly. But besides having crystal clear vision, why was his mind automatically formulating tactics? This felt strange. Having thought it through, he told himself that even if it was ridiculous, fate had given him a chance, and he just had to go with it. With that, he swung his sword and struck the target, causing the monster to roar. Right next to it, the man-eating flower also got hit. What an idiot, Jiang-Du was panting, his stamina completely depleted. But luckily, the door was close. Even though the monsters struggled and fought back, he paid them no mind. Now, he had finally escaped the danger zone. The man-eating flower could only stare in a daze. Jiang-Du turned back with a smirk. I can't believe you actually helped. See ya. The moment he stepped forward, the door instantly vanished. He froze and then let out a bitter laugh. An exit? What exit? There's no door here. He roared in frustration. Is anyone there? Let me out of here? Suddenly, another monster appeared right in front of him. Just escaped one to run into another. Jiang-Du wanted to curse. A level 2 again. Are these trainers actually trying to get someone killed? He took a few steps back, pleading, Hey, can you let me catch my breath for a second? but the monster showed no mercy, swinging a blow straight at his face. The blow was so powerful that it sent Jiangdu flying hundreds of feet. He collapsed, unconscious. In the middle of the cold, barren ground, even with his strength gone, Jiangdu cracked his eyes open and hissed, "Just you wait. Training camp. I won't let this go." As he came to, Jiangdu mumbled, "Where is this place?" He squinted, trying to remember. It seemed he was knocked out by some kind of monster that looked like a giant bug or something. Suddenly, Jiangdu looked down and then froze for a few seconds. Duangtu casually pulled down his pants and said, "Oh, you're awake." Jiangdu shrieked in panic. "What are you doing pulling down my pants in broad daylight?" Right after, Duangtu stopped and ordered, "Since you're awake, apply the medicine yourself." Hearing that, he flinched and whined, "Oh me God, I'm already in love with someone else." She took out a bottle of medicine and calmly explained, "Your butt got hit. You need to apply this for it to heal." At this point, Jiangdu could only grit his teeth and comply. Before he could even ask anything, she answered, "My name is Duangtu. No need for questions. Hui Sin has already sent you a friend request. You can't stay here without a card. If you're not afraid of your little girlfriend finding out, you can come to my room to get another one. I'll pretend I didn't see a thing." Jiangdu was stunned, thinking to himself, "Oh me God, I've never hit on a girl before, and now I'm the one being hit on. This woman is definitely not ordinary." Then he asked, "You said my butt was messed up. Is it serious? Will there be any long-term effects? This touches upon a man's pride." You know, Duangtu didn't say much. She just raised her hand and smacked him right on the butt. Jiangdu yelped in pain. She turned away coolly and casually reminded him, "If it hurts, it means you can still feel it. Apply the medicine for a few days and you'll be fine. It won't damage your male dignity." She glanced over and added, "Same old rules. Once an IV bag is finished, press the call button for me." Even though he was in excruciating pain, Jiangdu felt a sense of satisfaction looking at her firm behind, and even felt a little excited thinking about it. He unconsciously recalled what happened earlier. Perhaps the final blow from that creature pushed him to his limit, allowing him to escape the escape zone. Otherwise, with that level of difficulty, no one could have passed. But why would they design an impossible stage? Could there be a special clear condition that I didn't understand? Jiangdu closed his eyes, replaying the battle in his mind while processing the combat experience. At that moment, the clock struck 7 o'clock. Opening his eyes, he rubbed them and thought to himself that he had absorbed quite a bit. Yet it was already getting dark. Just then, Bao Kuang, who was standing nearby, chimed in, "I just saw on the forums that you were carried out, so I rushed right over. Don't tell me you actually ran into a second-year student." As soon as he opened his eyes, Jiangdu asked, "I was sent for special training. Instructor Tong was the one who brought me out." Bao Kuang replied with a lollipop in his mouth. "Instructor Tong is still in the main training area. Zhao Zhao came to visit this afternoon, but she left when she saw you weren't awake yet." Jiangdu nodded after hearing this. "That's good. The training is still on." Bao Kuang laughed. "Zhao Zhao couldn't sit still after you got hurt. Top students really get special treatment. Even the instructors don't push them. Her future is definitely bright." Suddenly, Jiangdu got out of bed, startling his friend. "Where are you going when you're injured like that?" he reassured him. "It's fine. I'll be more comfortable resting back at the dorm." He stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. His vitals were stable, but his body felt completely drained. It seemed he really needed some serious rest. The moment she saw him calmly walk out, Duangtu's face was a picture of surprise. She frowned and asked, "Why are you out here?" Jiangdu forced a smile. "My injuries aren't that serious, so I'm going back to rest." Duangtu warned him in a stern voice, "If something happens to you, we'll be held responsible." He thumped his chest and promised, "If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility myself." She turned away, blushing. "Who needs you to take responsibility for me anyway?" Bao Kuang suddenly asked, "Jiangdu, you just said you'd take responsibility for the nurse. So what about Zhao?" Zhao hearing this, Zhangzu choked. "Don't just say random stuff. It sounds all wrong coming from you." Then he admitted his own fault. "All right, fine. My mind was in the gutter." Bao Kuang waved and reminded him, "You should go see Zhao Zhao. She's really worried about you. I can't get into Area 1, so I'll wait out here." Jiangdu nodded. "Okay, I'll just be a few minutes and then I'll be right out." As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Khan An sitting comfortably on the steps, seeing him in one piece. He was overjoyed. "You're awake. Why not rest for a few more days? Your wounds haven't healed yet." Jiangdu smiled brightly. "It's just a minor injury. I'm fine." Khan An patted the spot next to him in invitation. "Come on. Sit for a bit, he advised in a serious tone. Reaching transcendent level 2, under such immense pressure can lead to exhaustion, even for someone as gifted as you. You should rest well, or it might affect your foundation. Jiangdu, unconcerned, asked curiously, "So when can I go to the Jiaolong area, Khan?" Anne replied. "Next week. For the next few days. You'll just train with us." Hearing the time frame, he got a little annoyed. Why so long? This made Khan wonder. What's the rush? You can't clear that stage in such a short time anyway. Jiangdu stretched and replied, "It's not that I'm bad. It's that the difficulty is way too high." Khan frowned. That difficulty level is for the second-year student's final exam. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, even if it's an exam, with their current abilities, those students can't kill the aberrations. Do they just get points for running forever? That's ridiculous. Then he paused. Wait a minute. He started to suspect. The passages. The traps. The students. Could it be? Jiangdu had a vague realization. Could it be a teamwork test? Kanan's expression turned cold as he answered curtly. The escape zone is, in fact, a test of coordination. He continued to think. High difficulty. A large number of students. Cooperation is the only way to clear it. It might even require dividing tasks, or even making sacrifices. Is this what a university for superhumans is like? I'm truly shocked. Right after, he changed the subject. Heng'an, what's your take on teacher Qian Duang? Everyone nearly broke down during the first class. I even went up to ask a few questions back then. Hearing that name, Kan chuckled softly. Teacher Qian Duang. Who? He recalled everything from back then. The first exposure to the real world shocks everyone. Fear and despair are normal. The first class showed an uncensored, bloody video. That shock was truly unforgettable. Even as he spoke, Kanan felt a bit uneasy. He remembered having nightmares for 3 straight nights after finishing that class. So why was he asking? Jiangdu answered honestly, saying he just felt that while Teacher 2 looked kind, his classes were as tense as a drawn bowstring. He offered some serious encouragement, explaining that Teacher 2's class was extremely important, as it laid the foundation for advancing past level 2. He told him he was already ahead of his peers, but he had to take it slow and steady, because force leveling might be fast, but the consequences were unforeseeable. It suddenly dawned on Jiangdu. Was Uncle Tong a level 3 Khan? An didn't mind sharing, admitting that because his own level 2 foundation wasn't solid, he ran into countless difficulties when he tried to advance to level 3. After hearing that, he let out a soft sigh, realizing the path of a superhuman was far more arduous than he had ever imagined. At first, he thought getting stronger would be as simple as it is in the stories. You just sit and meditate, absorb some spiritual energy, and then suddenly have a breakthrough. Khan. An slowly reminded him that stuff only happens in stories and animation. If it were really that easy, the great continent wouldn't be in the predicament it's in now. Jiangdu maintained his positive attitude, trying to comfort him. Don't be so pessimistic. Uncle Tong, everything will work out. Khan. An immediately shot back. I'm not being pessimistic. I'm just telling you the truth. The number 1 rule for a superhuman is to never despair. He then asked curiously. So what's rule number 2, Khan? An replied coldly. Forgot. Just then, from a distance, Zhao Zhao cheerfully waved her hand and called out to Jiangdu. Her voice was both clear and sweet as she asked, "Are you coming with us?" Seeing her made his heart flutter, and he called back, "Just a second. I'll be right there." At that moment, the national flag was fluttering in the late afternoon breeze. Jiangdu looked up, recalling what he'd read in a book, that the large star represented the great continent, and the 4 smaller stars represented the milestones and heroes from the Age of Calamity. Those 5 stars were forged from the blood and bones of countless people. The real world was so much crueler than the stories. But thankfully, there were innumerable superhumans protecting the great continent. A flicker of conviction shone in his eyes. Even though the path ahead was filled with hardship, he believed he could overcome it all. While he was lost in thought, An clapped him on the shoulder and teased, staring at the flag so intensely. Maybe we should make you the poster boy for next week's assembly. Jiangdu waved him off. No thanks. I was just thinking about what those stars mean. He looked up as well and explained further. The 4th star represents the Night Watch organization. It went by many other names in the past before they finally settled on this one. Can you guess why? Jiangdu answered slowly. Because demon, or maybe aberrations, tend to appear at night. Khan. An smirked and dodged the question. Don't bother guessing. Knowing the answer will just mess with your head. Jiangdu nodded. I get it. Knowing too much can disturb your focus and create inner demons. Right. Pestered with questions. Khan. An got annoyed. You got too much time on your hands. How about we spar for a few rounds? Hearing that, Jiangdu immediately took off. Yelling. Bullying an injured person goes against all martial ethics. I'm taking my leave. A moment later, Jiangdu found Zhao Zhao and asked in surprise, "Where's Fatty? He was just here a second ago." She pointed and answered, "He went ahead to the cafeteria to save us a table." Suddenly, Zhao Zhao pinched his sleeve lightly and asked, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Just that one light pinch brought tears to Jiangdu's eyes from the pain. "Spare me. My lady, I'm perfectly fine." She gritted her teeth and said, "You still have the nerve to talk back." Her eyes were red as she sulked. "I heard you had to be carried out of there. I was so scared I nearly fainted." Seeing her like that, Jiangdu felt awkward and didn't know how to comfort her. He stepped closer and comforted her in a soft voice. "Don't cry," as he reached out his hand to wipe away a precious tear, but he didn't stop there. He then unexpectedly brought his finger to his lips and tasted it. Then he commented with a straight face, "It's a little bitter, and also a bit salty." Zhao Zhao's face turned bright red as she yelled, "What is wrong with you? Why would you suddenly lick my tear?" He said shyly, "So that I'll always remember your taste." Then he pulled her into a hug and promised firmly, "Zhao Zhao, no matter what happens, I will protect myself. All I have to do is remember today's bitter taste." Zhao Zhao blushed, her heart fluttering wildly, as she threatened, "You'd better keep that promise, or else I'll have my dad and Uncle Lai take care of you." He glanced at the wound on her knee and immediately asked, "What happened to your leg? Have you been to the infirmary yet?" Mentioning that, she recalled hearing people say that Jiangdu had been ganged up on by second-year students and carried out. When Zhao Zhao heard this, she flew into a rage and rushed forward, intending to teach them a lesson, but things didn't go as she had planned. In her haste, she tripped and fell hard. It's a bit embarrassing to bring up. It's just training. A few bumps are normal. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Jiangdu was still worried. What if you dislocated something? Not wanting to argue, Zhao Zhao grabbed his hand. Enough talk. Let's go, or we'll miss all the food. The two of them discussed what to eat as they ran. I want chicken breast, with fries and a Coke. Your treat. Okay, Jiangdu nodded eagerly. Sure, whatever you want. 2 weeks later, in the fleeing zone, Jiangdu panted as he chased an aberration. You dared to push me around before. Now that you're out here, you see life isn't so easy. He smirked. You think you can escape, dream on. Without hesitation, Jiangdu immediately activated his combat insignia. He launched himself high into the air, striking the aberration directly from behind. The powerful blow pinned the monster's head down, immobilizing it. From there, Jiangdu charged forward like a descending god of war. Meanwhile, in the fleeing zone's monitoring room, An shouted in alarm. This is bad. The kid's actually trying to kill the aberration. Get him out of there. The training ends now. After the training session, he praised him generously. This kid improved so fast. In just 2 weeks. The level 2 aberrations here can't even stop him. Now I'm even more suspicious that you don't just have the shadow doppelganger ability, but you're also the type who gets stronger the more you fight. Jiangdu gave a forced smile. Mr. Tong, everyone's constitution is different. You can't really compare. His answer slightly annoyed An. Don't get complacent just because you have a little skill. Do you want to join a real mission or not? Besides teaching, instructors also have to carry out organized missions, both in the real world and in the shadow realm. Interested in giving it a shot? Hearing this, Jiangdu closed his eyes to consider. I can't reveal my shadow guard. If I go with them, I can't devour aberrations. I'm not going to be some sacrificial pawn. With that thought, he firmly refused. It's a waste of time. I'm not interested. Seeing this, he tried to entice him further. I was going to say, if you do well on the mission, I could get a certificate for you. You wouldn't have to stay at the barracks anymore. Upon hearing that, Jiangdu immediately slammed his water bottle on the table. Then he stood up straight and declared firmly, it's a deal. Afterward, they both boarded a bus for the mission. Seeing the crowd, Jiangdu was a bit confused. Mr. Tong, what is all this? Before he could finish, An explained. They're all students here for field combat training. Glancing around, Jiangdu immediately recognized a familiar face. This senior looks really familiar. She glanced at him and said flatly, I'm Duong too. This is the 5th time you've asked for my name. Is it that hard to remember? Caught red-handed, Jiangdu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't recognize you without your uniform. You look better in regular clothes. An got goosebumps. That's enough. Cut the chatter and take a seat. I have things to discuss. Once everyone was settled, he got straight to the point. Traces of an early Rank 2 blood spawn, along with several Rank 1 abominations, have been detected in the shadow plane near West Cloud Sea. Sector 2. The mission is to eliminate the one that has fully mutated. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole team confirmed in unison. Half an hour later, the vehicle was still cruising along. By now, an exhausted Jiangdu was leaning on Duangtu's shoulder. Fast asleep. She blushed, wondering what this kid did last night to be sleeping like the dead. Not only that, he was sleeping so deeply that he started drooling on her shirt. Suddenly, An shouted, "We're here, get ready to get out," and Jiangdu shot up as if he had never been asleep. Seeing the stain on Duangtu's shirt, he turned beet red with embarrassment. "Oh my god. I got drool on her." Jiangdu pulled out a cloth to help her wipe it off. "Sorry. I was exhausted from training yesterday and got drowsy as soon as I sat down. Let me clean that for you." Duangtu lowered her head, completely speechless and helpless. She snapped, "Just stop touching it. Or, I'll text Luke Zhao Zhao right now," hitting him right where it hurt. Jiangdu mumbled, "Oh man, how does she even have Zhao Zhao's number?" He bowed his head and stammered while wiping. "I've finished wiping the top part. You can take care of the bottom part yourself." Duangtu was so choked with anger she couldn't speak, while an annoyed Khan and yelled, "Jiangdu, Duangtu, get out of the car now." As soon as they set foot on the ground, he warned them carefully. "The blood spawn has been located by the tracker in this area. Don't split up. These abominations are very dangerous. If I don't get there in time," Jiangdu cut in, "we'll get sucked dry and turned into husks." Right, but Duangtu had a different take. The competition among abominations is fierce these days. When they catch their prey, they'll play with it for a while before draining it. This is a good time to test our abilities. I'll be recording, so let's do our best. As he walked, Jiangdu wondered absent-mindedly. This area isn't huge, but it's not small either. Which room and what floor could the blood spawn be hiding on? Seeing his expression, An smiled to himself. It seems this kid is pretty eager. His hands have definitely seen blood before. I'm never wrong about that feeling. An's brow furrowed and his tone turned serious. Going from rank 1 to rank 2 takes at least a year. Jiangdu must have been sent into the shadow plane when he was 16. That's so reckless. Weren't they afraid of him getting corrupted? Although reaching rank 2 at 17 is rare, it's not unheard of. General Fuang achieved advanced mastery of rank 2, and his strategies were unparalleled. I wonder if Jiangdu will be able to follow in his footsteps. After walking a little further, Jiangdu spotted the silhouette of an abomination in the distance. Seeing this, An immediately deduced, a rank 1 blood spawn has appeared, which means the rank 2 is probably about to show its face. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward and grabbed the abomination, holding it tight and yelling, "Gotcha." Just then, another abomination suddenly appeared from behind him. It unleashed an attack so powerful it sent Jiangdu flying. He gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to withstand the relentless assault. Seeing how tense the situation was, An couldn't just stand by. "Jiangdu and I will handle the rank 2, the rest of you. Take care of the rank 1s. At his command, the other 3 immediately split up. Before jumping into the fight, An turned back to warn her. "Duangtu, you're a medic. You're not suited for direct combat. Find a place to hide." Before he could even finish his sentence, an abomination lunged straight at her. Duangtu calmly raised a hand and grabbed its head, showing no sign of fear. A shocking amount of power radiated from her body, stunning everyone. Even more terrifying, she swallowed the abomination whole without the slightest hesitation. Yet Duangtu's expression remained icy, as if nothing had happened. A second later, she effortlessly retracted the aberration into the palm of her hand. Then, she carefully stored it away in a special, sealed vial. Just then, Jiangdu returned and witnessed the whole thing. "Oh, my god. Where did my gentle nurse go?" Seeing him frozen in place, Duangtu asked what was wrong. Jiangdu forced a smile, asking if she'd had her fill. She smiled back and said, "Then give me one more." And he immediately replied, "Sure thing." His curiosity piqued. Jiangdu asked directly, "Ms. Duong, what is your ability?" She replied succinctly, "A branch of illusion and reality. The Devour skill." Hearing this, Jiangdu was intrigued. "So you can sprout tentacles from anywhere?" He was delighted, his eyes lighting up, like an eagle catching a rabbit, or a vine wrapping around a pillar. This ability is really something else. But the stranger it is, the more appealing it is. "Can you modify it a little?" Duangtu crossed her arms and said coldly, "No way." Jiangdu persisted. "Then just let me see." This annoyed her even more. You're such a rogue. Do you want me to report you to the barracks? Jiangdu gave a faint smile. Go ahead and report me. My uncle is. Before he could even brag, she cut him off. Your uncle is a retired warlord, and your father-in-law is a patrol emissary. Are you trying to use your connections to pressure me? The way she said it made Jiangdu flinch. I was just kidding. I didn't expect the bad guy to be so well informed. He glanced at the hand that held her power, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Finally, Zhuangtu sighed and relented. Fine. If you want to look, then look. But you'd better remember my name after this. A moment later, she asked quietly. That ugly, aberrant flower looks terrifying, doesn't it? But Jiangdu was incredibly enthusiastic. It's perfect. It's soft. Flexible. The tentacle girl looks super cute. Hearing that, Zhuangtu froze. Ever since I mutated, everyone has avoided me. You're the first person to ever call me cute. Jiangdu even drooled with a grin. Seriously, it's very cute. Your tentacles even react to me. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, she immediately retracted it, warning him. Don't cross the line. Zhuangtu became wary. He was clearly a pervert in disguise. Jiangdu continued to tease her. I was talking about the reaction up here, not down there. Then he fell into deep thought, wondering why the shadow veiled person made him want to activate his umbral state to deal with the mutated Zhuangtu himself. His eyes were glued to her body. Is there a connection between shadowkin and realitykin, like there is between a shadow and its counterpart? He would need to absorb more persona fragments. A short while later, Kan An took down both aberrations by himself and called out, Little Duang, finish up. This mission is basically over. Seeing Jiangdu keeping one alive, he asked, why don't you finish it off? What's the point of keeping it? Its health is only at 4%. It can probably hold on for half an hour. It's better to turn it into the organization alive. Hearing this, Kan An held his head in his hands, exasperated. You've been playing too many games, talking about 4% health like you can actually see it. Just get rid of it. Let's get ready to pull out. The story behind these blood aberrations is also worth thinking about. They were pushed to the point of mutation just because they opened a shop and ran into some vandals. After the mission ended, everyone was silent. Revenge had been served, but it dragged in many innocent people. Suddenly, Jiangdu stopped in his tracks, feeling that something was wrong. On a rooftop, he saw a shadowy figure flash by. Was it an aberration or a person? It was over 100 meters away but still looking in their direction. Was it just a coincidence? Or were they being watched? Kan An spoke up. Ordinary people often falter when faced with the supernatural. If power is placed right in front of them, not everyone can resist it. One more step could mean falling into the abyss. That thing was a purple psionic aberration, and it was standing over the corpse of the green aberration that had just been defeated. She drew closer, crying with regret and sorrow. Then, the purple mutant let a drop of her blood fall into the blue one's mouth. Instantly, the blue mutant shot up, wailing violently. In the blink of an eye, Jiangdu appeared, taking them down one by one with his attacks. He gripped the purple mutant's neck tightly and said in a cold voice, one of them still escaped. Jiangdu's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he watched the enemy disintegrate before his very eyes. The purple mutant screamed in absolute agony. Seeing how they behaved, Jiangdu understood. She had really given it her blood. And a lot of it, too. It was clear these two were a pair who had mutated and lost control together. Even while being held tight, the purple mutant struggled fiercely, startling him with her strong resistance. Glancing at the blue mutant while fighting, Jiangdu thought that no matter how much they had suffered, he couldn't let them go now to continue harming humans. With his thoughts clear, he channeled power into his legs, unleashing a burst of condensed energy. Without hesitation, Jiangdu unleashed a fatal blow that shimmered with immense power. At this point, the purple mutant was nearly exhausted but still clinging to life, with only 10% of her health left. He had to end this quickly. He let out a low growl and threw a devastating punch, sending her flying for nearly a mile. Looking at her motionless body, Jiangdu said softly, "Rest in peace." Only then did the pain truly begin to tear the purple mutant apart from the inside. Jiangdu stared, his gaze resolute. He had never doubted the path he'd chosen. But when she raised her hand, he saw that she was no different from a human. Deep down, he felt conflicted. If he killed her now, wouldn't that make him the one who wasn't human? He looked at his own hand and began to waver. What was truly the right thing to do? Seeing him standing there, hesitating, Kan An spoke up to remind him. Jiangdu, she's already a mutant. Whether she turned on her own or was infected, once the mutation happens, there's no turning back. Hearing this, Jiangdu pondered every word. That's right. Once they've mutated, they can't be saved. Right after, he personally stepped in to clean up the mess. You can't be soft on mutants, or humanity will face disaster. But one thing still weighed on Jiangdu's mind. What if one day the one who mutated was Uncle Lai, or Xiao Xiao, or even himself? He continued to spiral into a dead-end train of thought. What would he do then? The next day, Jiangdu and Khan An walked up the stairs to receive their special operative certifications, which would allow them to log into the Nightwatch system and accept missions. Jiangdu was a bit surprised and asked, "Does my uncle know about this, Khan?" An replied, "It was General Lai's decision. He saw the video of your fight." Hearing that, Jiangdu smirked. "So he's sending me out to kill mutants all over the place." "Who?" "Oh, Uncle Lai. Aren't you afraid I'll just keel over on the job?" But then again, he thought positively. This was also a form of training, an official path to growth. Right after that, the two of them entered the office. Khan impatiently guided him. "Just enter your information here." "That's right. General Lai said that if you want to come and go from the barracks freely, you have to complete at least 3 missions each week." Jiangdu frowned. 3 of them. Despite his grumbling, Khan An could only shrug. "If you think it's too much, go haggle with General Lai yourself." The very idea was exhausting, so Jiangdu just sighed and let it go. Next, Khan and clarified. "Moving forward, you'll be training at the barracks and simultaneously carrying out missions in the Vanhai district. You might even run into rogue mutants that aren't on any official list. Eliminating them will also count as a completed mission. Good luck. I really believe in you." After saying that, he hurriedly left. "I have to head out first. Kid, you're on your own." Jiangdu politely bowed. "Goodbye, Mr. Tong." Despite the very formal introduction, Jiangdu felt it was all surprisingly simple. It was like the document was too easy to forge. What if Mr. Lai was trying to trick him into working for free? Suddenly, a loud shout startled him. "Hello, Dr. Hashoa. Ho's condition gotten worse. I'm at the gate of the Nightwatch organization. I just traded my points for the medicine. I'll be there right away." Who noticing a familiar figure? Jiangdu realized it was Dang Koa. Why did he look so worn out? Seeing the scene, he became worried. His voice sounded unstable too. He must be in some serious trouble. "I can't just leave it. I have to follow him and see what's happening." At that moment, Dang Koa was already running straight to the hospital. Inside the emergency room, her condition was extremely critical. The doctor was trying to inject the special medicine into the little girl's body. Dang Koa's eyes became lifeless, and his breathing grew faint. He tremblingly opened the suitcase in front of him. Upon seeing it, the doctor was startled and asked urgently, "Where did you get this medicine?" Dang Koa replied firmly, "Doctor, you just need to confirm if there's anything wrong with it." Without beating around the bush, the doctor said directly, "It is indeed the new type of blood source medicine, but I have something important to discuss. Let's talk outside." As soon as they stepped into the hallway, the doctor lowered his voice grimly. "Your daughter's condition worsened because her blood has been corrupted by supernatural contamination. If we had this tube of medicine 3 days ago, there might have been hope. Now, her chances are very slim." After hearing this, Dang Koa immediately pressed him. "Doctor, tell me the truth. How much longer can Hoa Hoa hold on?" The doctor's face fell, and his voice was heavy. 1 month at most? However, Dang Koa let out a sigh of relief. "There's still time. Doctor, please prepare for the surgery." Meanwhile, Jiangdu had found a way to sneak inside. He quickly looked up the information. Dang Koa, daughter 5 years old, suffering from blood dissolution syndrome. Reading this, Jiangdu furrowed his brow. What kind of strange disease is this? And what's this about a tube of blood source medicine? Without hesitation, he went online to search for it. It explained clearly that blood dissolution syndrome is a rare disease caused by blood contamination. The incidence rate is extremely low, but it occurs if one is infected by a blood fiend. If not purified in time, the blood corrodes the body like acid until it dissolves into sludge. Blood source medicine can cure it if detected early, but most cases are discovered far too late. Learning this, Jiangdu grew more puzzled. The girl is only 5 years old and has never left the real world. So how did she get this disease? Could it be related to the recent news about blood fiends infiltrating the real world? At that moment, Dang Hoa was standing in the courtyard. Making a phone call, he snapped at the person on the other end of the line. "How many tubes of blood source medicine are left?" They tried to dodge the question, saying each tube was extremely expensive and the materials were rare, so there was no need to produce more of such a costly drug. Dang Hoa immediately became enraged, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I asked you how many tubes are left." The person on the other end was not pleased. subtly reminding him to remember his position, and that if he wanted the medicine, he should come and get it himself. Hanging up the phone, Dang Hoa clenched his fists and silently vowed, "Hua Hua, Dad will definitely save you. Even if it means sacrificing myself, I'm not afraid." Jiang Du overheard the entire conversation. He grew even more uneasy. Is Dang Hoa really planning to risk his life to find the blood source medicine? Finally, Jiang Du decided to ask an acquaintance. He called Uncle Lai to ask about the effectiveness of the blood source medicine on people with hemogenesis syndrome. Uncle Lai exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "It dépend. How old is the patient?" Jiang Du answered honestly, "Just 5 years old." Uncle Li sighed. "The chances are almost zero. Children are very weak. And in the final stages, the medicine is practically useless." Suddenly, Tiu appeared and softly called his name. Jiang Du turned around and greeted her with a smile. She cheerfully started a conversation. "Long time no see. Weren't you in special training? Why are you back already?" Jiang Du pushed his sad thoughts aside and replied lightly, "I got to come home early for good performance." "What about you?" "No school today," Tiu explained right away. "A few days ago, I was captured by an aberration and saved by a night watcher. He was badly injured. So I'm here to visit him. It's only been 1 month, but you've changed so much. Your whole aura is different." Hearing the compliment, he scratched his head shyly. "It's nothing. I think you've changed too. How have you been lately?" She looked down sadly. "Same as always. Seeing you guys get into the training camp, while I'm just useless. When I run into an aberration, all I can do is hope someone saves me. I was lucky there was a night watcher that time. I wish I had superpowers too," Jiang Du replied humbly. "Actually, being a superhuman isn't easy. You have to face danger at any moment. Normal people can live a peaceful life, but it's rare for a superhuman to escape injury." She immediately clarified, "No, Jiang Du, you're different. You have power. You don't understand the feeling of helplessness when you're cornered by an aberration. If that night watcher hadn't been there, I would have been devoured." Suddenly, Jiang Du sensed danger and immediately stood in front of her protectively. Their eyes widened in confusion. "What is that? Why would an aberration appear here?" They began to attack ferociously. "Somebody, help us." The aberrations targeted Jiang Du and Tiu directly. Jiang Du immediately shielded her and shouted, "Get behind me. Don't move." The aberration opened its mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth dripping with blood. Even so, Jiang Du defeated them with ease. He smirked confidently. "A mere level 1 ant dares to show off in front of me." In the blink of an eye, Jiang Du had cleaned up the entire mess. He turned back and told Tiu, "Stay put. I have to take care of something. I'll be right back." In another area, a swarm of aberrations was savagely attacking civilians. Cries for help echoed everywhere. Desperate screams filled the air. "Somebody help. No. Save me." Fortunately, Jiang Du appeared just in time, ending the aberration's life in an instant. Before the eyes of the people, the monster collapsed without even a sound. Without pausing, he rushed to deal with the one crawling on a car roof. "You're next. It's your turn." A moment later, the scene had returned to peace. He speculated in a low voice. These 3 blood fiends might have been transformed from ordinary people. This situation is really unstable. It can't be a coincidence. Afterward, he went back to find Tiu. She said shyly, "As you can see, this is how weak normal people are when facing aberrations." The peace didn't last long before another terrified scream echoed through the air. A civilian was writhing on the ground, his head spinning, his hands glowing bright red as the blood in his body began to boil. Jiang Du stepped forward, ordering everyone to stay back. He explained they had been contaminated by a blood spawn, and since he only knew how to kill monsters, not treat contamination, they needed to call the Night Watch to handle it. Watching Jiang Du in action, Tiu was filled with admiration and thanked him. He replied humbly that they were old classmates and told her to go home, stock up on supplies, and stay inside. He had to leave, but he'd see her later, and she nodded in agreement. With that said, he dashed away as if he had an engine strapped to his back. Tiu watched him go, her heart still racing. "Jiang Du," she thought, "thank you for showing me the true power of a superhuman. Even though I'm just an ordinary person, I will find a way to help more people." Just then, the phone in Jiang Du's pocket started ringing. It was a text from Uncle Lai asking if he was still alive. Jiang Du replied, "Afraid you won't get paid anymore." Uncle Lai just laughed, saying the Night Watch organization takes care of him and his position is better than he could imagine. Jiang Du immediately threatened to screenshot the conversation and report him. Uncle Lai instantly deleted the message and added that the nearby blood spawn incident was being handled, telling him to return to the barracks. Jiang Du laughed to himself. How could he pass up an opportunity like this? He had to go to the Shadow Plane and harvest some kills. Killing those 3, Bloodspawn had already completed his weekly mission, so now it was time for some real hunting. But before he could take a break, another dying aberration began to accumulate energy. In just a moment, its power had doubled. Jiang Du didn't hesitate, unleashing a decisive strike that sliced it in half. Faced with such a ferocious wave of power, the monster had no time to resist. Energy flared brilliantly in Jiang Du's hand. He couldn't believe he had taken down a level 2 Bloodspawn in a single instant, and the feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Suddenly, he realized something was off. This absorption didn't feel normal at all. A strange object materialized before his eyes. Jiang Du froze, wondering to himself what on earth it could be. Facing the bizarre object, he tried to get away, but found he couldn't move at all. The immense pressure was infuriating, and he had no idea what he was dealing with. Anxiously, Jiang Du opened his system to check, wondering if he had absorbed something dangerous. Instantly, an information panel appeared. Shadow Form 1. This ability reduces the consumption of shadow points in the physical world. While in the shadow plane, it continuously drains energy, enabling rapid recovery. 2. This state creates a more powerful aura, making it easier to frighten prey and expose their weaknesses. 3. This ability is still in flux and has the potential for further development. Jiang Du clutched his head as sweat poured down his face. What was happening? The system was leaving things open-ended. He wondered if this was because it was his first time absorbing a level 2 Bloodspawn. Not wanting to waste any more time, he decided to find another monster to test his new ability. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into a dimension that was as dark as ink. An aberration emerged from within a brilliant burst of flames, hiding behind a wall. Jiang Du stared intently at the creature. This one's pretty beefy, he thought. Perfect for a little test run. But before he could make his move, he froze, suddenly feeling as if he had been discovered. The aberration turned its head, its glowing red eyes locking directly onto Jiang Du. He was completely stunned. Impossible, he thought. This is the Shadow Plane. Without a second of hesitation, the aberration lunged forward, attacking Jiang Du with its full strength. He immediately jumped to dodge the attack. As a roar echoed from behind, telling him not to run, Jiang Du accelerated, then came to a sudden stop, panting heavily amidst the hazy smoke. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his dwindling strength made him stagger. In the end, Jiang Du chose to stand his ground, ready to face the aberration before him. He stood alone, defiant amidst a torrent of blazing energy. Jiang Du gritted his teeth and held firm, enduring wave after wave of heavy attacks. A blue light began to swirl around him, with each ring flaring up in a blinding flash. But the aberration didn't back down an inch. The energy within it erupted even more violently, sending shockwaves through the ground. Jiang Du trembled, his voice trailing off as he stammered. This is... He realized it was the umbral tide. Quick as a flash, Jiang Du raised his hand to block the necroflame erupting from the skeleton, but the force was too immense, throwing him back with no way to resist. He slammed hard into a car on the side of the road. Coming to a stop with ragged breaths, the aberration swung its blade again, its metallic edge glinting as it prepared the next strike. Jiang Du's eyes flashed, his brows furrowed in a look of sheer determination. Just as the blade swung down, he leaped aside to evade it. Jiang Du launched a counterattack, striking the skeleton from behind. The aberration shrieked, its flames flaring up in a furious torrent. He frowned, thinking to himself that he'd hit a weak spot but only dealt minimal damage. It seemed this bone aberration was truly level 3, with terrifyingly tough armor. If that was the case, the system's voice rang out, activating chain kill and stacking killing intent with continuous attacks. Let's see if I can grind you down to nothing but bone. Energy converged. Killing intent reached its peak, and the slaughter began. Jiang Du glanced over and sneered. Pathetic tricks. You think you can ambush me with that die? Suddenly, a golden ray of light shot through his right shoulder. The searing pain forced Jiang Du to hastily erect a protective barrier. He backed away, pressing himself against the cracked wall beside him. Out in the open, an aberration with a single, giant eye revealed itself. The sight sent a chill down Jiang Du's spine, and he took a deep breath. From behind, another one flew in, glowing red like a burning coal. Suddenly, swarms of high-level aberrations began to pour out from all sides. He frowned. This was bad. There were so many of them, putting him at a huge disadvantage. And with the shadow plane in chaos from the tide, even retreating wasn't safe. What was he supposed to do now? Was he really going to have to fight this whole horde by himself? Just then, a brilliant flame erupted from behind him, burning brightly. It was the Eternal Torch. When activated, it emitted a light that dispelled the darkness, a rare source of illumination in the shadow plane, but one had to be careful. Its light attracted aberrations like a magnet, and in return, it would drain the user's energy and stamina to maintain. Jiang Du let out a small smile. His heart filled with relief. The reinforcements had finally arrived. He immediately understood that the counterattack after the tide had officially begun. Supers appeared one after another. As bursts of energy erupted all around, the horde of monsters roared wildly. Furious at being forced onto the defensive, Jiang Du clenched his fists, realizing a drumbeat was echoing, boosting morale, making his allies stronger, and causing the aberrations to tremble in waves. He launched himself high into the air, diving straight down to attack the monster below. Jiang Du shot forward like a bolt of lightning, seizing the opportunity to strike immediately. The insectoid aberrations shrieked, charging toward him in a unified counterattack. At the same time, 2 nuclear shells were launched directly at them. The space around them suddenly flashed brilliantly, and the ground shook violently. The insectoids hit by the shells were sent flying in all directions by the fiery blast. Jiang Du didn't miss his chance, unleashing a powerful blow to finish them off. He quickly activated his shadow guard, absorbing all the residual energy. The system displayed target, bone-armored insectoid, Tier 2 high rank. Upon elimination, bone hardness increased, shadow points gained, and strength reinforced. Current total shadow points, 195. Jiang Du nodded in satisfaction. Awesome. He was going to have a great hunt today, but when he looked around, he faltered slightly. The number of monsters was still overwhelming. Impossible. How could there be this many? Immediately after volley of artillery fire rained down on the aberrations. It was the team of supers behind him, providing support for Jiang Du. The long-range firepower was so intense that it made the very ground tremble. Continuous beams of energy poured down, tearing through the sky and targeting the monster horde. They had no time to react before they were swept away by the annihilating flames. The supers all appeared at once, their presence radiating immense power. They flexed their muscles and charged forward, launching a frontal assault. With just their bare hands, they were able to stop the pounce of an aberration. The giant monster was pinned down by the combined efforts of several people. One of them shouted, mustering his strength to blast it away. From another direction, Dong Lai quickly loaded a large cannon. He activated its firepower, firing directly into the formation of approaching aberrations. The monsters stubbornly charged forward, not yet realizing the danger, and in an instant, the entire area exploded in a sea of flames. Dong Lai gave a decisive order, and the Night Watch advanced to pursue them. The battle erupted, with the sounds of clashes and energy blasts echoing everywhere. Jiang Du looked around, stunned that these things were already on their last legs before he even had a chance to act. He chuckled with delight, thinking it would be a huge waste not to take advantage of this moment. So Jiang Du jumped in, wiping out the aberrations one by one, as if he were picking ripe fruit. The Night Watch members muttered amongst themselves, wondering who that incredibly strong guy was. And if he wasn't afraid of the side effects, we can't let him show us up. So keep attacking, we have to destroy them all, no matter the cost. A moment later, Jiang Du channeled the darkness, completely swallowing the corpses of the aberrations. He wiped the sweat from his brow. It only took half an hour to clear the entire area. The power of the Night Watch was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a system panel lit up in mid-air. Target blood parasite. Mid-tier level 2. Will cause blood source contamination upon elimination. Exchange value waived. Shadow Guard harvest complete. Jiang Du froze as he saw the veins on his hand slowly darken, and a feeling of unease washed over him. At the same time, a medic's voice crackled over the radio. Avai. Lao Tu. Wake up, this is blood system contamination. We need an immediate medical evacuation. Dong Lai responded instantly. Understood all units. Execute an emergency retreat immediately. 2 Night Watch members pulled Jiang Du away. What are you spacing out for? The boss gave the order. Let's get out of here. He looked regretfully at all the potential points. No way, there's a whole bunch of aberrations I haven't harvested yet. There are hundreds of them. And that's all experience, let me go. A blood-contaminated transcendent trembled all over in agony. Several doctors struggled to hold him down. Quick. Get the ventilator. Prepare the anti-contamination serum. It's a good thing, we just got a new shipment. At that same moment, Jiang Du secretly used a skill to sneak into the hospital room. He frowned as he watched the tense emergency medical scene unfold. Then he quietly backed away, careful not to make a sound. Stepping out of the room, Jiang Du muttered, "This blood source contamination is even more terrifying than I imagined. It even took down a seasoned member of the Night Watch. It seems the thing on my body is related to blood contamination. Could it be from absorbing that bloodkin?" He thought and thought but couldn't figure it out. So he let out a sigh, looking at the red thread on his hand. The system had already announced price immunity. But what on earth was this blood thread? Suddenly, the phone in his pocket started vibrating non-stop. A flood of notifications appeared. Traces of an aberration detected on Willow South Road. East District 2. Proceed immediately. Road 20. Bloodborne have appeared. A monster is attacking people in the building. He panicked. What the hell was going on? Why were the Bloodborne suddenly swarming in like this? The government issued a warning. Attention all supers. A blood-type contamination is breaking out in East District 2. The situation is critical. This contamination can conceal itself and spreads rapidly. After an emergency meeting, a full lockdown of the district has been ordered. The announcement left Jiang-Du stunned. His eyes wide with shock. He thought worriedly, if this was just a minor issue, sending in the night watch and the scavengers would have been enough. Why was a lockdown necessary? In the distance, continuous tremors rippled across the sky. Jiang-Du looked in that direction with a troubled heart. What in the world was happening in East District 2? Over the street loudspeakers, an announcement blared. Attention residents of Van High District. Signs of an aberration have been recorded in East District 2. Everyone must stay indoors and limit going outside. All amusement areas are temporarily closed. Meanwhile, in East District 2, Dang Hoa was fighting for his life. Before him were two Phoenix-type aberrations. It seemed unlikely he would make it out alive this time. Just when he thought he was about to die at their hands, Jiang-Du suddenly rushed in, blocking the fatal blow. He turned and asked, "Are you all right?" Recognizing Jiang-Du, he was overjoyed. "Brother Du." Jiang-Du looked at him. "Are you injured? I ran into quite a bit of trouble on my way here too. But I'm fine. What are you doing here?" Dang Hoa gave a forced smile. "What else? To make some money?" "Of course. I was hoping to score big." But Jiang-Du glanced at him, thinking, "More like for your daughter." Dang Hoa's face instantly turned pale. Jiang-Du asked bluntly, "Your daughter has a blood infection, doesn't she?" Dang Hoa froze. Surprised. "How did you know?" It continued. "How is she now?" He replied. "She had surgery to remove the infected part, and she's stable now. But to afford the blood source medicine, I had to sell almost everything." Jiang-Du frowned. "So that's why you came to this dangerous place?" Dang Hoa gave a bitter smile. "I had no other choice. I have to provide for my family, and my monthly salary is barely enough to get by." Jiang-Du placed a hand on his shoulder. "Go back home." He was taken aback. "Who?" He smiled. "Don't make your daughter worry. I'll give you a share of today's reward." Dang Hoa's eyes widened. "Brother Du, He choked up, trying to hide the tears welling up in his eyes. With that, he turned to leave. "I'm heading back first. Be careful out there." Jiang-Du smirked confidently. "Relax. You know what I can do?" Only after the man's figure had completely disappeared, he clutched his back and groaned. "It hurts so much." The wound reopened. "I can't return to the Shadow Realm now. What a pain. I've absorbed so many blood fiends, and the system still hasn't given any feedback." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Rations. Had jumped. What? What does rations mean? Wait a second. He looked back at the corpse of the aberration he had just defeated. Could it be? Without a second thought, Jiang-Du actually opened his mouth and tried to take a bite. As a result, he spat out a broken tooth. Ouch, this thing's fur is as hard as steel. How am I supposed to chew it? Frustrated, he jumped up angrily. "This is so annoying, I'll just smash you to pieces." A single thrust pierced through the aberration's body. The blood source within its body was immediately and completely absorbed by Jiang-Du. His health bar quickly recovered to its maximum level. Jiang-Du smiled with satisfaction. "Better than I expected." He stretched out, relieved. "So rations means draining blood from blood fiends to recover health. That means I can heal in the real world, which makes up for the drawbacks of my shadow form. I need to find a few more blood fiends to test this on. Who knows? It might even activate a new power." Just then, his phone started vibrating nonstop. He glanced at the caller ID before answering. "Chief Lee, what's going on?" Tuan Kwang roared in anger. "If you hadn't picked up, I was about to go collect your corpse. You're in East District 2. Aren't you get back here now?" Jiang-Du quickly denied it. "No, I'm just out eating." He yelled, "Who are you kidding? This blood corruption isn't something you can handle. Listen carefully. This corruption is so strong that even a level 3 transcendent can't withstand it. Those severely infected will develop blood veins and can mutate into aberrations at any moment." He quickly replied, "I understand. This entire district has been ravaged. The source of the corruption is about to spread to the public. Judging by the number of infected, it's been incubating for over half a month. For it to incubate for that long and only break out in East District 2, and all at once. Don't you find that strange?" "Chief, After hearing this, Tuan Kwang fell silent for a moment. Then his voice hardened. Don't even think about prying for information from me. This isn't your concern. Gyang-du grew anxious. Wait. Just one last question. Is someone named Dang Koa on the patient list? He checked and then replied. There's no Dang Koa, but his daughter is. And she's in the most critical group. Why do you ask? But as soon as he asked, he heard no reply, because the phone had fallen to the ground. Gyang-du. Hello, Gyang-du. He was being forced to activate his shadow form. His body immediately sensed a lurking danger. A pack of aberrations suddenly appeared before him. He quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the monsters. This feeling was just like being swarmed by the winter worms. This time he was targeted by blood worms. Could it be that shadow and blood are rivals from the abyss? Whispers echoed in Jiang-du's mind. Blood contamination. Blood patterns. Separated fragments. Rations. He frowned at the monsters. Location. Blood patterns. Rations. Could it be that the blood species is food for the shadow attribute? All three monsters suddenly charged at him at once. Jiang-du dodged reflexively. Geez. Are these meals trying to rebel? The leader appeared to be an evolved tentacle monster. Jiang-du quickly realized the imminent danger. Luckily, he managed to enter his shadow form just in time, diving straight into the ground. A true hero knows when to retreat. He'd lure them away and deal with them one by one. With that thought, Jiang-du immediately reappeared in front of the aberrations. Then he launched himself straight into the air like an arrow. His figure glided lightly, weaving through the chaotic horde of aberrations. He landed safely at a location not far from there. But as soon as he stood up, a gun was pointed straight at him. They're allies. Wait a second. Ignoring his words, bullets still shrieked through the air toward Jiang-du. It turned out they were aiming at the aberrations chasing after him. Only then did he dare to look up and get a clear view of everyone. A soldier approached, anxiously asking if he was injured. Unbeknownst to him, an entire squad had closed in on the area. Jiang-du was surprised. It was the Level 4 Night Watch squad. And this time, they had regular army forces with them. My part in this is over. Time to go wash up and get some rest. Tanks roared to life, mercilessly crushing the aberrations. The panicked aberrations scattered like ants from a broken nest. Explosions echoed everywhere, devastating the entire area. The battle didn't end until the break of dawn. A broadcast echoed from the loudspeakers. The aberrations have been eliminated. East Sector 2 of Cloud C is now secure. We ask all residents to remain calm. Jiang-du returned to the Cloud C University Library. He tossed the book about the abyssal races onto the table. He'd finally found it. He resolved to himself that this time, he would uncover all the connections between the aberrations in the abyss and see just how many of them were his true enemies. The book clearly stated that the abyss was a dimension completely different from Blue Star, with social structures and races that were bizarre beyond belief. The author had written it based on extensive field experience and rich documentation, and the writer's name, Chule, stunned Jiang-du. He described the place as not lacking a sun at all. In fact, it had 3 of them, and pollution was rampant everywhere, for any transcendent below level 3, or with a will weaker than a level 4. Entering that place was nothing short of suicide. The abyssal races there lived according to their bloodlines and attributes. Each race was a power in itself, existing in incredibly complex relationships of dependency, alliance, or sworn enmity. Jiang-du was astonished. He never thought the abyssal races would have allies. Perhaps he could find some for himself as well. He read on. The high-ranking insectoid race had colossal bodies, capable of destruction, without even using skills. Just their young were as tall as a 3 to 5-story building. They were extremely rare, and it was difficult for them to reach Blue Star. Jiang-du frowned, thinking that if one ever did, they would probably need an entire tank battalion. He continued flipping through the book but suddenly froze. His eyes widened. Jiang-du thought he was seeing things. He stared at the picture in shock. What is this? Did Chu Lai make a mistake? How could an abyssal race have such beautiful girls? It turned out to be the succubus race, a mid-tier race in the abyss. They survived on their appearance or innate seductive abilities. Their combat power was poor, even weaker than some low-tier races. But they possessed superior intelligence and knew how to infiltrate human society. Jiang-du shuddered. This type of abyssal race was truly dangerous. If he ever ran into a succubus in the future, he had to take her down at all costs. Jiang-du continued to synthesize the information. The bone race used bones for power, and the grudge race absorbed resentment, making them much weaker. If the grudge race existed, could the sword race and the equal race exist too? Suddenly, he discovered a crucial detail. It was the shadow insect, also known as the shadow demon insect. It was a peak high-ranking insectoid race, one of the three strongest, along with the ancient demon insect and the soul demon insect. Unlike other races, the shadow race developed numerous subordinate military races, building a system of dominion, just like humans. Jiangdu was speechless with shock. Good heavens. The shadow race was basically the demon king of the abyss, and here he thought they were only good at sneak attacks. But the book also said that for some unknown reason, the shadow race collapsed overnight. According to the author, they massacred their own subordinates. Living under such oppression, it was only a matter of time before the other abyssal races united to overthrow them. Jiangdu shuddered and slammed the book down on the table. His face went pale. He finally understood now. The shadow race had no allies in the abyss. Jiangdu gritted his teeth. All of them were sworn enemies. Jiangdu leaned back in his chair and sighed. The karma of the ancient shadow race was now falling on his head. He truly had the worst luck in the world. But on second thought, the fact that they were keeping an eye on him also proved that they were still wary, afraid of the day he might grow strong. He chuckled softly and mumbled that maybe someday he could be like the shadow insects of old, whose mere appearance made the entire abyss tremble in fear. At that time, he would clear out all the dungeons and capture a few succubi to be his attendants. Just imagining it was exciting. Just then, a voice reminded him, "Student, you shouldn't speak loudly in the library." Jiangdu was startled and turned around. "Sorry, teacher too." Qianduang chuckled softly. "You're really just like Chu Lai. Sometimes you also laugh to yourself." He was a bit surprised. "You know Chu Lai, teacher." The man nodded and said in a low voice, "Tuan Kuang was once my student." Jiangdu immediately struck up a conversation. "Then that makes you an acquaintance of mine." "Teacher, by the way, I wanted to ask more about that true courtesy you mentioned last time." Qianduang cut him off. "There's no need to rush. You'll understand on your own when you reach level 3. Jiangdu was curious. "Then what do I have to do to reach level 3? Is there some kind of secret?" He explained that the teacher once said fear isn't necessarily a bad thing. The more afraid you are, the easier it is to condense your power, and that's the foundation for reaching level 3. But if you're still afraid after reaching level 3 and your will shatters, the energy within you will also dissipate, making it extremely difficult to advance any further. Jiangdu was stunned, and a worry sparked within him. If he was born fearless and also had a warped view of aberrance, wouldn't he be stuck below level 3 for his entire life? Qianduang smiled and walked away, telling him not to overthink it and to find his teacher. If anything came up, Jiangdu nodded slightly. "Thank you, teacher." 2. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. As if he had just remembered something, he reminded him, "There's a test at the special training camp at the end of the month, so you should prepare thoroughly." Jiangdu was dumbfounded. A test at the end of this month, isn't that in just 2 days? And so, he was forced to participate in that fateful test. He reassured himself, "It's fine. Even though I'm terrible at literature, math, and foreign languages, I have a solid grasp of transcendent knowledge." An announcement echoed from the speakers. "The exam has officially begun." Jiangdu took a deep breath and flipped over the first page of the exam. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared blankly at the questions. The first question asked, "What is the full name of the basic transcendent studies teacher?" The options were Truong Tam, Lai Tu, Vungul, or Triuluk. He was speechless. What kind of question was this? He scratched his head. Even though he knew it was supposed to be a free point, he really couldn't remember. Oh well, he'd just skip it and move on to the next question. But as he looked down the page, despair set in. It seemed he didn't know the answer to a single question. It was all just confusing theory. Question 3 asked which laws and regulations a transcendent individual must follow. Question 4 asked about the emergency procedures for eliminating soul species. Then question 5 asked what types of standard weapons are commonly used by transcendent individuals. Jiangdu put down his pen in frustration. "Whatever. I'll just leave it to fate," he thought. "May the heavens be with me." Suddenly, he noticed the free response section at the end of the test. Question 1. You are inside a house and hear violent banging on the door. Outside is a mid-tier, level 1 bone worm. You are unsure if it has detected you yet. How would you handle this situation? Question 2. When first entering the transcendent world, level 1 is merely an adaptation phase, drawing from your own experience. How do you think one should train their abilities appropriately during this stage? Question 3. Transcendent individuals must constantly face aberrance and contamination. How can one minimize the harmful effects of this contamination on the body? Jiangdu's eyes lit up. These questions were all based on his own life experiences, so he had nothing to worry about. He smiled as he wrote his answers, and by the last question, he felt like the test had been tailor-made just for him. By the time he turned in his test, it was already noon. Seeing his confident expression, Du asked, "Looking at you, I bet you did well on the test. Didn't you?" Gyangdu nodded. "Of course. Even if I don't get a high score, I'll definitely have enough points to pass." She gave him a sidelong glance. "That's a nice dream. You say that every time. But your scores are always pathetic." Jiangdu laughed. "I have plenty of experience when it comes to killing aberrants. So this time will definitely be fine." Zhao Zhao sighed. "All right. I guess I'll believe you one more time." "Oh. Right. Did you already meet Tiu and Van Haijiang?" Du nodded slightly. "Yeah. Did she already tell you about it?" Her face flushed slightly as she told him he had changed so much lately she almost didn't recognize him. Her quick glance, suggesting she found this new Jiangdu much more attractive. He just smirked, saying it was normal to change, but that her best friend's transformation was even more obvious than his. Zhao Zhao looked surprised and asked, "What change?" Jiangdu answered vaguely, saying only that she was a little different. She immediately pressed him, asking how she was different and demanding he explain. He just smiled and told her to ask her friend herself, causing an annoyed Zhao Zhao to shout his name. Meanwhile, in the exam grading room, the examiners were getting extremely irritated. Jiangdu's exam answers were enough to make anyone who read them want to flip a table. For question 1, on what to do when a level 1 bone worm knocks on your door, he answered, "Open it and smash its head in." For question 2, on how to get stronger, he wrote, "Go kill aberrations." For question 3, on how to avoid contamination, he said, "Don't become a transcendent." The examiners were losing their minds with every answer they read. Even when it came to the essay section, he just went on and on, bragging as if he were recounting his glorious victories. An gritted his teeth, his voice choked with fury. Gyangdu, as he stepped into the room, he saw Khan and staring daggers at him. He asked in a stern voice, "Do you know why I called you here?" Jiangdu furrowed his brow slightly, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Why?" Khan. An slammed the test booklet down on the table, his voice sharp. "You dare to submit this kind of nonsense. It would be a huge problem if anyone else were to see it." He criticized him harshly, saying his theoretical knowledge was non-existent, and his essay was a complete joke. Jiangdu scratched his head and said hesitantly, "But everything I wrote is true. I'm already level 2, he said with conviction. "When you see an aberration, you have to charge in. Practical combat is the only truth." Khan. An suppressed his anger and retorted, "So you think reaching level 2 means you can just forget about theory? You think brute strength is enough?" Jiangdu answered calmly, "In the end, theory is just meant to be applied, so the focus should always be on real combat." Hearing that, Kanan got so angry he looked like he was about to jump onto the table. He smirked challengingly. "Is that so? Then let's see just how good your practical combat skills are. You're going to take a practical combat exam." Jiangdu's expression changed, his voice trembling slightly. "Don't tell me you're planning to teach me a lesson yourself." Kanan waved his hand dismissively and turned his back, saying, "Don't worry, it won't be me." Jiangdu frowned and asked, "Then who?" He just smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out." The two of them made their way to the training area. Standing before an unfamiliar room, Jiangdu asked quietly, "Where are we?" "My body feels like it's being weighed down." He laughed and replied, "It's supposed to feel heavy. This is the Transcendent Physical Training Area, meant only for advanced students. There's a forbidden object in here that creates constant pressure. A lot of second-year students get weeded out here, and the rate of students having to repeat the year has doubled." Jiangdu's eyes widened. "The repeat rate only doubled. I would have thought it would be several times higher." The two of them slowly walked inside. There, they spotted a figure standing imposingly on the fighting stage. Khan. An laughed loudly and pointed, "Go on up. He's your opponent for today." Without saying a word, Jiangdu walked straight onto the fighting stage. The other man bowed his head slightly, saying, "Hello, instructor." Huang Duang silently turned his head, his lips curling into a slight smile. The moment their eyes met, Jiangdu's head suddenly felt dizzy and his body felt weightless. What was happening? A strange force washed over him, and his entire body went out of control. Could he be under the influence of the man's aura? Jiangdu was startled and tried to search his memory. Wait a minute. It seemed like he had seen this person somewhere before. An image flashed through his mind. This was the man who had shattered the training ground with a single move. He gaped in realization. That's right, the video also mentioned that he broke Uncle Lai's record. With his imposing figure and overwhelming presence, Jiangdu immediately recognized him. This was the youngest battle general in history, the 5th battle general of the great continent, at only 29 years old. He was stunned. He never imagined that his opponent would be a current battle general, a living legend of the great continent. In that instant, A chill ran down Jiangdu's spine. Just a single glance made his power surge uncontrollably. Like a wild, untamed horse. If they were to truly fight, the danger would be immeasurable. He frowned as his sharp intuition immediately blared a warning. Without a word, Huang Duang lunged forward, unleashing a fierce kick aimed straight at him. The powerful blow made Jiangdu grimace as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, his body was sent flying as if swept up by a hurricane. Before he could even regain his balance, Huang Duang threw another heavy punch. Jiangdu reacted in a flash, leaning back to dodge it by a hair's breadth. He quickly jumped back, creating some distance to catch his breath, wiping a trickle of blood from his nose. Jiangdu grumbled, attacking without so much as a greeting. If I hadn't dodged that last one, I'd probably be in the hospital right now. Despite the danger, his heart was boiling with excitement. The chance to fight a battle general of the great continent was a rare opportunity, and the longer the fight went on, the more thrilled he became, not giving him a moment's rest. Huang Duang charged forward, throwing a powerful punch that split the air. Jiangdu skillfully dodged it, his body moving as fluidly as water. He read his opponent's intentions and immediately leaped high into the air to avoid the attack. Just as he predicted, Huang Duang spun and threw an uppercut from below. Amidst the breathless exchange, Jiangdu analyzed as he dodged. His opponent's speed was high and his power was immense, but his techniques were surprisingly simple. Feeling disrespected, Huang Duang's eyes glowed red as his aura surged. Suddenly, Jiangdu's leg was caught fast, and his entire body froze. Unable to move, Huang Duang gathered his strength and brought a powerful blow straight down on his head. Seeing this, Khan An cried out in alarm. Jiangdu, he managed to raise his arms to block, breathing heavily. Don't worry, I'm okay. I've figured it out, Huang Duang said coldly. It seems level 1 power isn't enough to take you down. Jiangdu was stunned and quietly asked, just level 1. Huang Duang smirked as his aura surged. Then let's see how you handle level 2. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive wave of energy burst forth, pressing down heavily on Jiangdu. Under that pressure, his shoulders felt incredibly heavy, and his breath caught in his throat. Jiangdu gritted his teeth and endured it, thinking to himself, he looks so light, but his power is this immense. He took a deep breath and analyzed the situation. It's true he wasn't using his full strength. That really was just level 1. Without hesitation, Huang Duang launched a kick that sent Jiangdu flying into the corner of the room. A loud crash echoed as he slammed hard against the solid wall. Jiangdu sat slumped on the floor, covered in dust and panting heavily. Khan An watched the scene, his voice filled with annoyance. You call that going easy on him? He rotated his wrist and replied nonchalantly. I was holding back. He's just too weak. Huang Duang shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with disappointment. I heard Van Hai had a young genius who reached ascension before he was 18. It seems I expected too much. Khan An chuckled lightly. You can't judge him by your standards. This kid has potential. He just needs more time to be polished. Huang Duang paid him no mind and said curtly, then let him train slowly. I'm leaving first. Khan An asked. Leaving so soon, Huang Duang replied. I'll be right back after visiting an old acquaintance. He waved his hand with a word of advice. Don't expect too much from that genius. Jiangdu gritted his teeth and growled. You're just going to give advice and leave. The anger inside him erupted, and his energy surged powerfully around his body. Huang Duang paused and turned his head to look back. Jiangdu stood up straight, his gaze determined, his voice low. You can leave if you want. He clenched his fists, his breathing heavy. But before you go, you have to take one of my attacks. When Jiangdu threw a punch, Huang Duang effortlessly blocked it. He put all his strength into it, trying to attack with more force. Seeing that stubbornness, Huang Duang frowned slightly, not wanting to drag it out. Huang Duang immediately pinned Jiangdu to the floor, pinned down by him. Jiangdu struggled angrily like a child, snapping, I'll definitely win next time. Seeing his resilience, Huang Duang made a half-joking offer. Not bad. Are you interested in coming to Beidou with me? He casually extended a hand and pulled him to his feet. Jiangdu was flustered. He mumbled something and turned to get his things. Huang Duang asked gently, You're about to start college. Right, both Beidou and Trungduang are fine choices. I just took a position in Beidou myself, so I could look after you. Jiangdu frowned in confusion. We just met and you're already trying to pull strings for me. That's a bit much. With a resolute look on his face, he reminisced. I was once a student of War General Li. I was nearly dragged into the abyss. When I lost all my powers due to an infection, it was Master Li who saved me. He smiled to himself, thinking in admiration. Uncle Lai, I couldn't accomplish anything in my past life. but now I feel like I've finally experienced a little of it. Jiang quietly pondered that it was right around the time of the Truongmin Rebellion 7 years ago. Uncle Lai was deployed, and when he returned, he only had one arm. Master Tong once said he made a huge mistake back then. Perhaps this was it. Huang Duong gently advised him not to answer right away, as he was still new to the training camp. A sudden trip to Bakdu would attract a lot of scrutiny, and Teacher Li's old enemies were still lurking. Upon hearing this, Jiang was startled and blamed himself, then reluctantly nodded. Crap? How could I forget Uncle Li's personality makes enemies easily? I hope I don't get dragged into it. Huang Duong laughed heartily and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, you've got talent. Just keep training hard, and I'll be back in 2 months to check on you. Jiang nodded in relief. Yes, Brother Huang. Huang Duong praised him inwardly. He only recently achieved a state of subtlety, yet he has already developed his own aura. If he's properly trained, his future will certainly be no less than mine. After Jiang left, he quickly opened the information panel. As soon as he finished checking, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang 17 years old. Gold level willpower. Suspected level 8. Shadow Eye ability. Adopted from the battlefield by War General Lai. He entered the camp not long ago and has already achieved a state of subtlety, even creating his own aura. He has War General potential. I need to update this kid's file. And I must add the fight with Duong Not. He mastered 3 skills in his first attempt. His progress is outstanding. A War General candidate with this kind of potential has never appeared in history. I wonder if he'll reach the pinnacle in a few years. At the same time, Jiang was sighing to himself. Brother Huang is so kind, gentle, and polite, but his methods are a bit ruthless. It would be great if there was one more Imperial War General. Suddenly, he opened his phone and saw a message from Duong Tu. She said gently, "The materials from the last Blood Fiend have been made into a blood ignition potion. It burns your blood to guide your aura, helping you achieve enlightenment better. Want to try it?" Hearing this, his eyes lit up as if he'd just fallen in love, and he shouted with joy, "I can use this for free." The scene quickly shifts to the hospital. Ministry of Health. Jiang rushed over, burst through the door, and yelled, "What potion do you have? Let me try it right now." Duong Tu immediately closed the door. He asked in confusion, "Why did you lock it?" She turned around, holding a thermometer, her eyes sharp as a razor. "Sit still for me." He immediately complied, pulling his legs in to cover himself and whispering, "Yes, ma'am." Duong Tu calmly performed the checkup. Health normal. Functions stable. Jiang was a little disappointed, so it was just a physical examination. After the exam, she took out a pair of iron shackles. Her stern voice rang out, leaving him stunned. "Come here. Put these on." Jiang blushed with excitement, his eyes crinkling in a grin. "You're really something else. Trying a potion feels like an extreme game. Let's put them all on." After putting them on, he asked curiously, "So what's next? What do we do now?" She pointed to the chair in the center of the room and said succinctly, "Over there." "Sit still." Sitting down, he asked again. "You're being this thorough, even locking my hands," she replied coldly. "I'm afraid you'll run away halfway through." Jiang answered seriously, "It's an honor to serve medical science." Duong Tu stroked his cheek and smiled faintly. "You have a good attitude." Then, she gave him the potion to drink, cheerfully explaining, "This is a modified version. It's been tested on elementary school students before. Now we're short on middle school subjects. The only side effect is a little insomnia." She stood beside him and reminded him softly, "If you notice anything unusual, tell me immediately." Looking at that strange smile, Jiang shuddered inwardly. Why is her smile so creepy? Could it be that, without another word, she immediately pressed the start button? Immediately after, a strong electric current coursed through his body, causing Jiang to tremble uncontrollably. It felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. The sensation was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Seeing his dazed expression, Duong Tu frowned, wondering if the potion hadn't taken effect yet. She excitedly decided to try again, but Jiang vision blurred as he stammered, "Stop. Don't. Stop." Hearing this, Duong Tu gave a mischievous smile. "You don't want me to stop, all right. I'll indulge you." Instantly, an even more ferocious power erupted from within Jiang body. Noticing his drastically changed reaction, she assessed him with excitement. It seems the potion has finally started to work. A new source of energy seemed to awaken inside Jiang body. He was utterly astonished. "Is this my aura?" It was the first time he had ever felt his power so clearly. The flow of aura materialized into a gaseous form that was visible and controllable. Fighting would be much easier from now on. Duong Tu asked curiously, "How does it feel?" Jiang closed his eyes, sensing the surging energy that was clearly growing rapidly. She nodded happily. Very good. This potion is perfect for a level 2. He then grinned slyly. If that's the case, I'll just drink it every day. I'll have enough aura in no time, Duangtu sternly objected. In your dreams, this isn't the same as aura forged through combat. Drink too much and your body will overload and die. Jiangdu was stunned and asked for confirmation. It really reduces my lifespan. A thought suddenly struck him. What if I'm not afraid of dying, as long as I can fully digest it? Can't I still absorb it just like real aura training? She glared at him as a warning. That look on your face is too dangerous. Forget about me ever giving you another life-draining potion. Jiangdu smirked to himself. If you won't give it to me, I'll just find another way to get it. Ata diner. Customers were buzzing with discussion. Did you hear that explosion last night? It was as loud as an earthquake. Some top-tier masters must have been fighting. Lao Ngo brought a plate of food to a table in the corner. He asked, Long time no see. How did you get that injury on your face? Tuan Quang gave a faint smile. The cats have been feisty lately. Just a little scratch. Lao Ngo shook his head and advised. Don't tease them next time. Take your time and eat. Just call me if you need anything. Tuan Quang smiled and glanced at Huang Duong. Looks like you've become a battle master. You've really grown up. Even making your teacher. Per you a drink? He raised an eyebrow and smiled. We fought. And we've had our drinks. So what? Huang Duong replied softly. You went easy on me. Master, Tuan Quang said casually. You think I wasn't using my full strength? But the truth is, I'm just getting old. Huang Duong firmly retorted. I know the difference. Being old and weak is not the same as holding back. I can tell. He shrugged and concluded. Perhaps. But it doesn't really matter. Then, Tuan Quang's tone became serious as he changed the subject. You've joined the training camp. Right. How is that kid Jiangdu doing? Are you planning to take him as your disciple? Huang Duong answered directly. He has rare potential. He's only been there for over a month and has already mastered 4 skills. Why don't you teach him? Master, he sighed, blaming himself. I'm old now. I can't keep up anymore. I'll only be at ease if I entrust him to you. He chuckled, exposing the truth. The real reason is that no one dares to associate with you anymore. Right. Stop talking like you're writing your will. Whoever takes him in should be the one to teach him. Tuan Quang became serious again. All right. Let's talk about something else. That guy in the northern capital has been restless lately. Are you doing okay? Huang Duong nodded. I'm fine for now. But he's looking for something. He grew pensive, sensing a storm was brewing. The path to level 6 is full of hope, yet so uncertain. I fear we won't live to see it. Just then, Jiangdu walked in, complaining playfully. Seriously guys, you started eating without me. Tuan Quang laughed. We've been waiting for half the day for you. Did you expect us to starve? Come on. Sit down and eat. As Jiangdu served himself some food, he asked curiously, Don't tell me you two just got into a fight. You're both all bruised up. Tuan Quang was silent, not answering. Huang Duong just quietly drank his wine. Avoiding Jiangdu's gaze, he waved his hand to change the subject. Lao Ngo, come take a picture for us. Lao Ngo immediately and happily agreed. He raised the phone and with a single press, click. It was done. In the frame was a heartwarming scene of the 3 of them, looking just like a family. Tuan Quang looked at the photo on the phone and praised him. This is a great picture. Please send the original to these 2. Jiangdu frowned with suspicion. This old guy was acting really strange today. He usually hates having his picture taken, but now he was all smiles and even initiated it. After eating, Jiangdu stood up and said softly, Tuan Quang, Huang Duong, you guys finish up? Since I'm out today, I have to do my weekly mission. Tuan Quang nodded and told him to go ahead, while Huang Duong smiled and told him to be careful. He stretched his shoulders in excitement, his spirit ready. Time to get started. The 2 of them watched his retreating figure, their hearts swelling with both joy and pride. The scene shifts to a large hall. Jiangdu looked around in surprise. He never expected that such a minor mission to hunt a level 2 bloodkin would attract a whole crowd of scavengers and even people from the Night Watch. This should have been wrapped up last night. He frowned, scanning his surroundings. Could the Night Watch's locator have been wrong? After a moment of thought, he decided to take a risk and go down to the shadow plane to check things out. He might just discover something new. Feeling a surge of power, Jiangdu teleported. Ever since reaching level 2, while his health bar hadn't seen a significant increase, his field of vision had expanded exponentially. Suddenly, he looked up and was met with a strange sight. His gaze locked onto a window frame directly opposite him. He immediately understood. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. It was hiding in the residential complex next door. How clever. Seeing his prey within reach, Jiangdu felt a thrill of excitement. It was a level 2 bloodkin with 70% of its health remaining, more than enough for him to handle. He immediately teleported to get closer. The bloodkin turned its head, its eyes filled with shock. Before it could even react, Jiangdu unleashed a powerful strike. A scream rang out, and he smiled with satisfaction. In an instant, the bloodkin collapsed, its blood pooling across the floor. Jiangdu took a deep breath. A syringe held firmly in his hand. He plunged it down, drawing some blood to bring back to Duong Tu. This meant he would soon have more blood-burning potions to use. The bloodkin let out a miserable groan. Outside, the other contestants jumped, their heads snapping toward the sound that echoed from within the residential complex. Jiangdu grimaced and grumbled. Its scream almost deafened me. Immediately after, a group of people rushed in, shouting, "Don't move. This is the Night Watch." "Hands up," Jiangdu calmly replied. "I'm also with the Night Watch. I happened to find this bloodkin and have already taken care of it. You guys can take the body away." As they dragged the corpse outside, another scream echoed from a distance. Jiangdu frowned. "That's strange. Could there be another aberration?" The entire group quickly dashed toward the source of the sound. Tiu was captured by a bloodkin, screaming for help in terror. Jiangdu froze, whispering her name. Tiu. A night watchman raised his gun, shouting a warning. "Stay still. Release the hostage." The monster angrily slashed her across the chest. Tu tremble. Tears streaming down her face, her eyes pleading for help. Jiangdu gritted his teeth and calculated. If he acted now, the chance of her dying was very high. He clenched his jaw, deciding to take a chance. His only option was to risk it all. Jiangdu conjured a radiant circular magic array. Seeing this, the night watchman exclaimed in shock. "What is that?" The air suddenly grew heavy, and the bloodkin let out a ferocious roar. Taking advantage of its momentary distraction, Jiangdu leaped forward and struck hard. Severing its head, he landed as lightly as a feather. Jiangdu turned with a gentle smile, asking softly, "Tiu, are you okay?" Everyone around them stood there, completely stunned. He waved his hand a few times. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you scared?" Tiu gasped and whispered. "A little." Just then, Longfong stepped forward and thanked him sincerely. "It's a good thing you acted in time. That situation was truly dangerous. We'll take this young lady to the hospital." Tiu gently shook her head and refused. "There's no need. I have anti-contamination medicine at home." He asked cautiously, "But what if something happens on the way?" She hugged him, smiling mischievously. "It's fine. He's my classmate. He'll take me all the way home." Tiu tilted her head sweetly and asked, "Right. Jiangdu." He was stunned, his mind a tangled mess. Could it be that Tiu actually has feelings for me? Longfong nodded in agreement, then added a gentle reminder. "I'll feel better with him accompanying you. But you should still be careful. Bloodkin have been appearing frequently in this area lately." She waved goodbye. "Don't worry, officer." "Goodbye." He nodded once more. "Watch your step on the way." After checking, a team member rushed to report. "Chief, it's confirmed. This bloodkin was the culprit who murdered the 3 restaurant owners before." Longfong was stunned to hear it. "Really?" The reporting member continued. "The victims were all in the same industry. If we hadn't caught it today, many more people might have been harmed." Staring at the victim list, his expression darkened. This is truly a menace. The scene shifts to Tiu's house, where she opens the door with a warm smile and invites him in. Jiangdu looks around and curiously asks where her parents are. Since he doesn't see anyone, Tiu quickly replies that they're on a business trip and won't be back for a while. Right after that, his eyes land on a rabbit in the corner. "When did you get a rabbit?" "You never told me." Jiangdu pets it with delight. "It's so adorable, just like a little ball of fluff." But then, a hungry glint flashes in his eyes, startling the rabbit and causing it to hop backward. "I bet spicy braised rabbit would be delicious." Tian approaches and gently reminds him that it's best not to get too close. Tiu chimes in worriedly. "Be careful or it might bite you." Jiangdu forces a smile in agreement, but his mind is in chaos. For her to dare to be alone with me like this is truly a huge test. He turns away. Flustered. "Well, now that you're home safe, my mission is complete. I'll be on my way." She quickly invited him, asking if he didn't want to have a cup of tea with a fellow classmate. Tiu gave a teasing smile, asking if perhaps he was scared. The two of them sat down, enjoying pastries while sipping hot tea. They relaxed together, watching TV in a cozy atmosphere. Jiangdu felt flustered as he snuck a glance, blushing as he thought to himself, "It's strange. She seemed different last time. Tiu has changed so much." He glanced over admiringly. It wasn't just her face. Her figure had become more captivating too. Maybe this was the kind of maturity people always talk about. At that moment, she spoke softly to thank him. "You saved me again." Jongdu smiled sheepishly and suggested, "It was purely a coincidence. Maybe you should carry something for self-defense. You can't always count on me showing up at just the right moment." Tutu shook her head and declined. "There's no need. If something happens, I'll just have to accept it. I'm only an ordinary person after all." She changed the subject and asked how Zhao Zhao was doing lately. He replied calmly that she was the same as always, resting after training and chatting with him when she was free. Tutu gave him a probing look. "Just chatting." Jongdu answered nonchalantly. "What else would we do? Lu Map is always there with us." She sighed admiringly. "If only I had the talent, I would be with you all right now. But it's okay. We're still old classmates." Jangdu smiled encouragingly. "Don't worry about it. We'll be leaving the barracks after the exam, and we can all hang out freely then." Suddenly, she lunged forward and hugged him tightly, leaving Jongdu stunned as he called out her name. "Tutyu." The two of them were pressed closely together, their heartbeats echoing in their chests. She shifted her body slightly, leaning her entire weight against him. Tutyu held on tighter, refusing to let go of Jongdu. He quickly pushed her away and asked in a panic, "Tutyu, you know about me and Zhao Zhao. Why are you doing this?" She didn't answer, remaining silent for a long time. After a moment, Tutyu looked up, her voice trembling. "I just can't accept it." She poured out all her jealousy and insecurity. "Zhao Zhao is my best friend. She's beautiful, a great student, and incredibly talented. Everyone loves her, and I both admire and envy her. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it." Tutyu recalled the day Zhao Zhao said she would study music and give up on being a superhuman. She was so happy, thinking she finally had a chance to surpass her, so she tried with all her might. She let out a bitter laugh. "But life never gave me a chance." All of her efforts vanished into thin air in an instant. She accepted the bitter truth. "Zhao Zhao and I are from two different worlds now." Just at that moment, the door suddenly swung open. Her parents walked in while in the middle of a discussion. Who would have thought those three would die to the aberrants? It's true, you reap what you sow. But it's still a shame even for old rivals. Both of them froze in shock, unable to say a word. They looked at Jiangdu awkwardly, and he gave a sheepish wave. "Hello," Tutu's father asked suspiciously. "You two aren't." But Jiangdu quickly waved his hands to clarify. "No, sir. It's not what you think." He quickly made an excuse, saying he had something urgent to attend to and had to leave. Her mother kindly invited him to stay for dinner, but Jiangdu politely refused. "No thank you. They've already cooked at my place and are waiting for me." Her dad suddenly remembered something important. That's right. He just got word that this whole residential area has been locked down. Jiangdu froze and immediately asked, "A lockdown? Outside?" Armored warriors had already blocked off every exit. Captain Luke carefully surveyed the terrain before giving clear orders. Hiding behind a wall, Jiangdu silently analyzed the situation. "Just as I thought. Captain Luke is leading the team himself. This isn't a simple matter," he quickly deduced. Could they be hunting someone down? After a scan, the monitor reported that the contamination level in this area was significantly higher. "We can confirm the target is here." Captain Luke immediately ordered, "All units, move out now." Jiangdu made a mental note. So the one with the blood rune status is hiding somewhere in this area. Just as he had that thought, he sensed something unusual and immediately looked in that direction. Jiangdu was horrified to see the figure of a blood beast. It had actually appeared, but it wasn't at the building where Tu was. He used his ice drill skill to analyze the situation. Every time, the blood creature has rushed toward Tu. Could she really be its target? Just then, it suddenly split into countless shadow forms, hiding behind a wall. Jiangdu sighed helplessly. "Oh my god. Now it's pulling a cloning trick. With so many of them, which one am I supposed to chase first?" While he was still confused, one of the blood beasts suddenly jumped through a portal. The guards immediately rushed in, blocking its path and shouting, "Freeze! Don't move." At the same time, a whole series of blood beasts appeared one after another, causing him to freeze in his tracks as he watched. Jiangdu quickly realized something was off. This is wrong. They're all fakes. The real one hasn't shown itself yet. He shuddered involuntarily at that discovery. Jiangdu finally spotted its real body. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot forward, shouting, "Don't even think about escaping." Jiangdu immediately teleported after it. As soon as he arrived, he landed softly on the ground. The blood beast swung its arm, slashing straight toward Jiangdu. A massive explosion echoed throughout the area. It narrowed its eyes and looked at him, asking in a mocking tone, "Did you come looking for me?" Jiangdu was confused when he saw the appearance of the being in front of him. Isn't this the exact same form as his recurring nightmare? He muttered in surprise. That's strange. Why can't I see her health bar? Without another word, it lunged forward like a flash of lightning. Jiangdu. And she immediately clashed, attacking each other fiercely. The moment his fist passed right through her body, he froze, completely stunned. Before he could even react, Tio struck back with a mysterious skill. Jiangdu frowned, making an assessment. She was weaker than he thought. Hardly a threat at all. But his last attack did absolutely nothing to her. So what was going on? With that thought, Jiangdu gathered his power and clenched his fist tightly. He suddenly unleashed a spinning punch right at Tio. Yet again, she was completely intact, totally unharmed. Jiangdu lost control and roared as he charged forward. Are you a bloodline bearer? Was the Yunhai blood contamination incident you're doing? She glided past him, her voice cold and indifferent. Take a guess. Jiangdu froze and whipped around, stunned to see Tio now standing behind him. She smirked mockingly. Too slow. You weren't nearly as decisive as in the video when you were hunting aberrations, because you hesitated in front of that bloodkin couple. Hearing this, Jiangdu became furious and demanded, why? They were just small-time merchants. Why did you have to harm them? Tio answered with a low growl. Harm them. It's obvious that I saved them. He was enraged and charged forward unsuccessfully, yelling, What do you mean saved? You call turning them into bloodkin saving them. Do you know anything about their lives? The wife's younger sister was harassed by the Lu Man gang, and a conflict broke out. The Lu Man brought in a self-proclaimed superhuman, and in just one night, their business was completely destroyed. Tio spoke up. The aberrations never tried to kill them. It was the superhuman who drove them to despair. The more Jiangdu listened, the angrier he got. He roared, Shut up. You're just exploiting their hatred to turn them into your puppets. Then he screamed, You're the one who caused all of this. I will never forgive you. And with that, he lunged forward. Tio laughed and began to slowly transform. So then, who is truly the aberration? And who is the superhuman? She suddenly took on Zhao Zhao's face and asked him directly, Jiangdu, can you even tell the difference? The moment he saw that familiar face, he froze in place. Jiangdu's punch stopped dead in midair. Tio, in the form of Zhao Zhao, raised an eyebrow slightly. Her voice was slow. You know who I am now, and you still don't dare to attack. She placed a hand on Jiangdu's chest, her voice soft yet cold. Aberration or superhuman, it's all the same. It's all meaningless. As soon as she finished speaking, Tio leaned in close with a smirk. The only thing that matters is me. You understand that, don't you? Jiangdu faltered for a moment, his mind going completely blank. She seized the opportunity, taking another step forward on her tiptoes, but she was immediately stopped when Jiangdu grabbed her wrist tightly. He frowned, his voice cold. That's enough. Tio. She feigned weakness, her eyes glistening. What are you talking about? I'm Zhao Zhao. Jiangdu stared her down, exposing the lie. Zhao Zhao has never known me in my shadow form. Only you have seen it. When I saved you, the look in your eyes said it all. Besides, other than Tio, no one could possibly create such a perfect replica. Hearing that, she roared and charged forward to attack, but she had only taken a few steps before Jiangdu intercepted her. She clutched her arm, her eyes filled with resentment. It was laughable. How two people of the same nature could be so different. Tio reverted to her true form, her voice ice cold. That's right. I'm the one who caused the chaos in Manhwa. If you want to kill me, then just do it. Jiangdu remained silent. She slowly stepped closer. Tio gripped his wrist, her voice hoarse. I've made too many mistakes. Killed so many people. You should end me. She pulled Jiangdu's hand to her own neck, her eyes half closed. Just a little more force. One touch is all it takes. Before her words could fade, Jiangdu threw a punch straight into her face. His other hand grabbed her ankle, holding her tight so she couldn't escape. He put all his strength into it, violently throwing Tio away. She was caught completely by surprise and had no time to react. Jiangdu swung his arm again, slamming her against a nearby wall. Droplets of liquid dripped from Tio's body onto the cold floor. She trembled, her eyes filled with hatred. Jiangdu, you really have no humanity. Attacking your own classmate, Jiangdu replied calmly. You're just a clone made of flesh and blood. Killing you won't change anything. His words stunned Tio. How did you know this is a clone? Is that one of your abilities? Jiangdu stated bluntly. That doesn't matter. You've changed so much from the Tio I used to know. Jiangdu looked straight at her, his voice stern. Why did you turn out like this? Her face darkened, her expression cold. I've never changed. You just never understood. Tio began to tell her story. My father owned a restaurant, and for years he was oppressed by 3 rivals in the same business. Dark memories flooded back. They hired thugs to cause trouble, threatening my whole family. Even my mother wasn't safe. Jiangdu was stunned. So you sent the blood fiends to kill those 3 men, then staged a scene to clear your name by having them attack you. She didn't deny it. That's right. When I saw those 3 fall, I wasn't scared. I just felt satisfied because I had finally mastered the power I craved. Jiangdu shook his head, still finding it hard to believe. He asked sternly, "So how exactly did you get this power?" Qiu gave a faint smile. "How did I get it? What if I said I just found it on the street?" Jiangdu's voice grew harsh. "I'm not playing games with you anymore," she sighed, her gaze turning cold. "You don't trust me anymore. Fine. I think whatever you want." After speaking, Qiu smiled faintly as her body began to radiate a brilliant red energy. "See you around." Old classmate, Jiangdu panicked, reaching out to stop her. "Wait." Qiu, but just as he stepped forward, she vanished into thin air. Jiangdu stood frozen, gently touching what little remained in the air. He looked down at his own hand, his eyes heavy with thought. Jiangdu lowered his head, his expression suddenly turning grim. He looked up at the sky, his voice choked with emotion. Qiu, pressing his lips together, Jiangdu stared at his own hands, softly calling her name. A thought flashed through his mind during the entire battle. No health bar had appeared, which proved it was just a clone, not her real body. The more he thought about it, the more serious it seemed. Jiangdu felt that there was definitely a deeper plan behind the Sea of Clouds incident. Senja needed urgent training, or else she would soon be at a disadvantage. Just then, the ringing of a phone shattered the heavy silence. As soon as he answered, Tuan Kuang's yelling echoed through the phone. "Where have you been? Why haven't you responded?" Jiangdu calmly replied, "I'm on a mission. Have you found anything about the source of the contamination?" Hearing this, the man softened his tone. "It's related to your classmate Qiu. She's a wanted person now, and there's going to be a citywide inspection soon. So don't leave your post." Jiangdu replied curtly, "I understand. I'll head back to the barracks after I eat." Now he was almost certain his guess was right. Even the Night Watch organization couldn't find a trace of Qiu. There had to be a powerful force backing her. The scene shifts to a restaurant, where Jiangdu is eating heartily, knowing he won't get another chance for a good meal anytime soon. Suddenly, a girl approaches him with a gentle smile. "Hello. We saw you were sitting alone, so we'd like to give you this teddy bear." He was a bit surprised when he saw the girl's face. She looked so much like Zhao Zhao. He immediately texted her, "Does this look like you?" Zhao Zhao shot back a blunt reply. "Like my foot, Jiangdu." Not backing down. Texted again. "What kind of girl talks like that?" She immediately sent a photo with an accusatory caption. "You tell me. Qiu sent me this picture and then blocked me. How do you explain this?" Jiangdu froze, his eyes glued to the phone screen. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Qiu is such a good actress. I let her go once, and she still pulls these tricks behind my back. Then he texted back, "That picture is fake. Let me explain when I get back." Just then, a child's voice caught his attention. "Daddy, that teddy bear is so pretty." The voice sounded very familiar. Dang Koa's wife smiled. "But your teddy bear is pretty too." The little girl pouted. "But I like that one more." Jiangdu was stunned when he realized the family in front of him was Dang Koa's. His daughter had been severely infected. So how did she recover so quickly? A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Dang Koa really got the medicine from that mysterious person? He coaxed his daughter. "Eat up nicely, and then Daddy will take you to the claw machine. You can get as many as you want." The little girl obeyed and nodded her head. Jiangdu walked over and handed the bear in his hands to the child. "Here you go. Little one, this is for you." Dang Koa was surprised, then pleased. "Really, you're too kind." He also smiled and said, "Thank you so much." Jiangdu patted the little girl's head and smiled. "You're welcome." Inwardly, he thought, after the So Duong incident, no medicine vials were released. So the one Dang Koa has must be from the black market, and it might be connected to Lin Kan or Qiu. Dang Koa suddenly hesitated and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" Jiangdu maintained a calm expression. It must be a coincidence. He secretly decided that the matter of the medicine needed further investigation, but he shouldn't disturb them today. Seeing her husband staring after him, Dang Koa's wife asked, "What are you looking at so intently?" He turned away awkwardly. "It's nothing. I must have been mistaken." At the Night Watch organization's verification point, Nin reported, "It's all processed. You currently have 40 points." Jiangdu thought about the skill handbook, which required 100 points to redeem. so he was still far from his goal. She continued with a reminder. Hunting aberrant insects so frequently could get you infected. Remember to take care of yourself. As soon as she finished, she heard him reply softly. Thanks. Jiangdu thought to himself as he walked that the matter was settled for now, and it was time to head back. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on something ahead of him. Seeing two girls sitting next to each other, he called out and asked, "What are you two doing here? And sitting together like this?" The moment they heard his voice, both girls jumped to their feet at the same time. Calling out his name, they glared at each other, sparks flying from their eyes. Zhao Zhao spoke first, and Duang Tu immediately retorted, "I'm here to pick up Jiang Du." Obviously, Jiang Du just wanted to turn around and run for it. Crap. What kind of situation is this? It's better to make a quick escape, but it was too late. Zhao Zhao had already grabbed his arm, her voice filled with accusation. "I knew you were trying to escape." She glared at him and asked, "So I came here to block your path. Tell me the truth. What's going on between you and Tiu Tiu?" Jiang Du tried to act innocent. "It's the middle of the day. Give me a little face. Will you?" She blushed and pulled her hand back, stammering, "Don't talk nonsense. Who says you're my man?" Just then, Duang Tu stepped forward with a smirk. "It's a shame, but I'm afraid I'll have to borrow your man for a little while." She held her head high, her voice filled with pride. "Not bad. You killed 12 Tier 2 aberrations in just 3 days, but you didn't bother to get your contamination treated. The Night Watch has called several times, urging us to bring you back." Jiangdu was surprised. They verified points that quickly. He feigned confusion. "Zhao Zhao, would you look at this?" She pursed her lips, feigning indifference. "Just go get your contamination treated. The sight of you is just irritating." Lying on a medical bed, Jiangdu said slowly, "Hey, you shouldn't dress like that next time. It's a little distracting." Duang Tu replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I don't dress for anyone's approval." She shot him a mischievous glance. "So does that mean I can only dress this way in front of you?" Jiangdu frantically waved his hands. "No, don't do that. It's way too dangerous." Her objective achieved, Duang Tu smirked. "So you do know fear. All those dirty thoughts, but you're a coward at heart. Anyway, get up. The examination is finished, and the results will be ready soon. Based on the readings, it looks like only minor contamination." Jiangdu chuckled softly. "It's not minor. It's non-existent." His words made her pause. "No contamination." He suddenly sat bolt upright and hopped off the bed, waving his hand dismissively as he walked away. "That's right. You can go ahead and write that in your report. My talent is on another level. A few Tier 2 aberrations are nothing to me." Duang Tu frowned. A talent that powerful. She recalled the rumors about a student with an unidentifiable rank. Could that be him? Jiangdu felt a sense of familiarity. "Isn't that the doctor who did my eye exam? What's he doing here?" Just then, a voice called out, "Professor." Tru Koi smiled and asked, "Tiu, are you busy?" Duang Tu replied, "I just finished up. Are you coming from the lab?" "Professor." Jiangdu's eyes widened in surprise. He never would have guessed that man was a professor in the Special Training Camp's medical division. Tru Koi spoke softly. "I've just made a new discovery, and I'm about to run some experiments." Soon after, he finished speaking and started to leave. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way." Duang Tu replied politely, "Yes. Goodbye, Professor." Duang Tu smiled with pride. "That's my professor, Tru Koi, the creator of the blood-burn potion." Hearing that, Jiangdu was quietly impressed. "But I met him at an ophthalmology clinic. Why would a man like that be working as a regular doctor?" She explained gently. "He only goes there to observe real-world contamination reactions in patients. I'm not clear on the details myself." As if remembering something, she turned back and said, "Oh, right. Your results are in. There's no contamination whatsoever." Jiangdu replied, "Good. Then write up the report. I have someone waiting." He then added casually, "Give me another vial of the blood-burn potion." She frowned. "You just had one 4 days ago." Jiangdu brushed it off. "My constitution is special. I recover fast." Duang Tu said, exasperated, "If anything happens, I'm not taking the blame. Just one vial then, right now." Jiangdu is drinking a dark, black concoction. He suddenly realized something was wrong with his body. Before he could understand what was happening, smoke billowed out from his body. Duang Tu panicked and shouted, "This is bad." Having reached his limit, Jiangdu coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. She frantically caught him, calling out his name hoarsely. "Jiangdu." After some time, he slowly opened his eyes. She was overjoyed. "Thank goodness. If you hadn't woken up, I would have had to report this to the barracks." Jiangdu sat up abruptly. Don't report it. I've already absorbed all the medicine. I'm fine. Her voice turned serious. Absorbed or not, your body is completely limp. You can't even stand up. Jiangdu brushed his hair back and said stubbornly, I'm fine. The men on night watch must always be strong. Night fell, and faint lights illuminated the row of buildings. He opened the door, thinking as he walked, Jiao Jiao hasn't replied yet. She must be mad that I'm late again. She was still half asleep, yawning lightly. Oh, you're back. Jiangdu walked over and patted her head. Did I wake you? Jiao Jiao quickly replied. No. I was waiting for you. How did it go? Did the contamination treatment go well? Jiangdu smiled. It went very smoothly. He noticed something strange and his voice grew serious. Your leg is infected. Since when? Why didn't you say anything? She answered calmly. It's nothing. I've already treated it. I just need to apply the medicine regularly, and it'll be fine. Jiangdu placed his hand on it and channeled his healing magic. Warning. Don't move. Let me try. Jiao Jiao was startled. What are you doing? He released a stream of pure energy, thinking to himself, my shadow guard can devour aberrations. I wonder if it can absorb this contamination. When he finished, Jiangdu gently put her leg down and said softly, I'm sorry. It didn't work. Jiao Jiao blushed and said quietly, I've been using this for the past few days. Jiangdu poured the medicine into his hand, his voice low. If I can't draw it out, then we'll have to use the medicinal liquor. While massaging her leg, Jiangdu reminded her softly, if it hurts too much, just tell me. Suddenly hearing a soft moan, he reassured her gently, just bear with it a little longer. Jiao Jiao's face turned beet red, and she could only look away to hide her embarrassment. Jiangdu suddenly asked, why did you come to the train station to meet me when your leg hurts this much? She quickly replied, I wanted to know what happened with Tutu. And I also wanted to see you a little sooner. His expression fell, and he said gravely, Zhao Jiao, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to see Tutu again. She froze, asking in a panic, what did you say? What happened to Tutu? Jiangdu explained gently. She was carrying too many obsessions and chose the wrong path. Now it's too late for her to turn back. Zhao Jiao looked down, blaming herself. It's my fault. I barely contacted her after joining the barracks. If I had paid more attention. Seeing her weaken, Jiangdu pulled the blanket over her and said softly, no one is to blame. She chose that path for herself. She wouldn't listen to anyone. I just hope she still has a little bit of good left in her heart. You should get some rest. I'm going to read for a bit. Suddenly, Zhao Jiao grabbed his hand tightly, pleading, don't go. She looked at him and asked softly, Jiangdu, you'll always be with me. Right. Jiangdu smiled gently. I will. A few days later, Ata Diner. Hao Tu asked, Lao Chao, how's Tu Fong doing lately? Didn't I hear he had that blood clotting disease? Lao Chao replied. The night watch gave us 1 vial of blood source potion, but my family had to sell our house to buy a second one, which managed to save his life. Hearing this, Jiangdu secretly suspected it was another one of those blood source potions of unknown origin. Lao Chao suddenly lowered his voice. I heard that after the Soduang conglomerate fell, someplace in East District 1 has been secretly selling this potion for only 1/10 the price of the real thing, but I don't know if it's legit or fake. Hao Tu nodded. I've heard about it too. Can't say if it's true or not, but if it can save a life, it might be worth a try. Then he urged, come on, let's just eat. No more talk. After eating, Lao Chao stood up and waved. Hao Tu, I'm heading to the hospital first. Thanks a lot for today. Hao Tu laughed heartily. We're brothers. No need to be so formal. At that moment, Jiangdu was standing silently behind Hao Tu. Hao Tu nervously answered his phone. Brother Ho, did we make too much of a scene? The night watch is cracking down. I get it. I'm on my way. The call ended quickly. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke rose up in front of Hao Tu, and he looked around in alarm. From within the smoke, Jiangdu slowly stepped out. He gave a faint smile. Where do you think you're going? Mind taking me with you. The scene shifts to towering skyscrapers under a crescent moon. In a dark corner, a horde of horrifying aberrants was gathering. Hoka unleashed his demonic energy, roaring in anger. Who chose this prey? You dared to capture someone from the training camp. Do you all have a death wish? A voice rang out. It was me. The guy stepped forward, hastily explaining. I didn't know her identity when I caught her. She seemed weak and smelled so fragrant. I didn't expect to cause a commotion, so I just brought her back. Hoka flew into a rage and punched the guy straight in the face, bellowing, You're the biggest idiot in the world. He yanked the red cloth aside. Underneath was a group of bound people. their faces filled with terror. He walked over to an iron cage, smiling sinisterly. "You're too, Dick. A cadet from the training camp. Aren't you?" The girl shouted. "You willingly became Bloodkin. You're aberrants. You've betrayed humanity." Another woman approached and asked quietly, "Ho-Ka, what's the plan now?" "We can't kill her, but we can't let her go either," he said coldly. "Call the boss and ask for instructions." Ho-Ka stepped into a corner, his voice respectful. "Boss, it's me. I have something that requires your orders." "Yes, I understand." Turning back, his face was beaming. "The boss will personally turn her into one of us. As for the night watch, he'll handle them. The feast will proceed as planned." The aberrants below roared with cheers. "Long live Ho-Ka. All hail the boss." He popped the cap off a bottle of wine and joyfully took a swig, getting splashed with wine. The woman giggled flirtatiously. "You're so bad." The monsters slowly approached and unlocked the cages. A captive was dragged out, his face pale as he wailed, "No. Please spare me. Anyone. Help me. I'll do anything." A female monster pointed at a person, her voice ice cold. "Hey kid, come over here and play with me for a bit. If you win, you get one wish. But if you lose, I'll take a piece of your flesh." "Okay." Ho-Ka sat next to Dick and sneered. "Want a drink?" "Oh, right. Your hands and feet are tied." He didn't wait for an answer, instead forcing her mouth open and pouring wine in. "Let me help you drink." He suddenly scoffed. "I love watching you humans trample over each other. Don't even mention those patrol squads. So what if you have talent? In the end, you're all just cornered by us like rats." Hearing this, Dick trembled, her voice cracking. "What are you going to do?" He licked his lips and said, "Honestly, I've never tasted the flesh of a superhuman before." As he spoke, he dragged his claws across her neck, his voice teasing. "It must be absolutely delicious." Facing mortal danger, Dick could only pray desperately in silence. "Someone, please, just come." Suddenly, a finger silently flicked a switch, turning off all the lights. Ho-Ka frowned, his voice sharp. "Who just turned off the lights?" All the lights immediately focused in one direction. On the stage, two figures suddenly appeared, stunning the entire crowd into silence. Jiangdu pushed aside someone in his way and sneered. "Good evening. You piles of food." Haotu screamed, "Run." Ho-Ka, recognizing the newcomer, Dick cried out joyfully, "It's Du-Tu-Ka." "He's here," Ho-Ka roared. "You damn brat. You dare ruin my fun, brothers. Get him. Mince him." The monsters received the order and roared in unison. "Understood." A barrage of attacks rushed toward Jiangdu. Ho-Jie flashed a sinister smile. "Let's see how long you all can struggle." Dick clenched her fists, praying silently. "Du-Tu-Sa, you have to be safe." Despite being surrounded, Jiangdu unleashed his power, completely neutralizing the assault. A surge of electrical energy erupted from his body. Dick suddenly rushed forward to hug him tightly. Overjoyed. "I knew it." Du-Tu-Ka couldn't lose, he asked urgently. "How did you get captured and brought here?" Without thinking, she quickly said, "I was just passing by and got tricked. It's a good thing you came in time, or I'd be dead by now." Ho-Ka's eyes widened as he roared, "You little punk. You dare injure my brothers and try to steal my prey." He immediately channeled his power and launched an attack. Jiangdu wasn't fazed at all. "We'll see who dies," he said, meeting the attack head-on. The two sources of power crashed into each other like a bolt of lightning. As their techniques collided, Ho-Ca screamed in pain, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Hiding behind him, Dick asked in a stern voice, "Who is your boss?" Ho-Ka shivered and stammered. I'll talk. I only know his last name is Liu." He pressed further. "And who's above him?" the man answered. "I honestly don't know. I've never met anyone else." Jiangdu's eyes turned ice cold as he said slowly, "If you don't know anything, then keeping you around is useless." Ho-Ka fell to his knees, his voice trembling. "Please spare me, I really don't know anything else." Jiangdu suddenly sensed a murderous aura and became alert. Someone was coming. The large door suddenly exploded with a deafening bang. A group of people stormed in, shouting loudly, "This is the night patrol, nobody move." Ho-Chie scrambled over to hug the captain's leg, crying, "Officer, save us. There was a man in black trying to kill us. We only survived because you all showed up. Quick, arrest him." The captain scanned the area, but he couldn't see anyone out of the ordinary. Dish stepped forward and declared, "Don't listen to his lies. It was obviously this pack of mutated blood fiends that wanted to eat us. If it hadn't been for Du-Tu-Ka, we wouldn't be alive right now." The captain frowned as a thought immediately crossed his mind. Du-Tu-Ka. Isn't that the guy who became famous online for being a scavenger? A voice came through his earpiece. What's your status? He replied. A minor complication. But thankfully no one was injured. The blood fiends and their leader are all apprehended. The voice on the other end said, Good. We've also confirmed the location of the mastermind, Mr. Lu, and are preparing to act. From the shadows, Jiangdu watched silently. If the patrol team had already caught the big fish, then there was no need for him to get involved. But was that guy Lu really the one pulling the strings? As he sank into the ground, he thought, whatever. There are probably more clues to follow up on. Today's gains weren't too bad. I've been using my power continuously for a week now, so I should head back and recharge. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, Dutuka's presence just disappeared. He must have retreated. It's only been a month, yet he's already become this powerful. His fighting style is just like the great Demon King from the training camp. Unless... The scene changes. Zhuang Tu was puzzled. You finished 10 vials of the blood-wasting potion. You should have lost 3 years of your lifespan, but you don't show any signs of harm. Your body is truly bizarre. Jiangdu replied nonchalantly. Well, I'm right here. If you want to run some tests, be my guest. She reached her hand out, murmuring, The equipment isn't detecting anything strange, and I can't see anything unusual with my own eyes. Zhuang Tu moved closer and said softly, I believe that one day, I will find out just what it is you're hiding. Turning away, she added, From now on, you can take the potion on your own. Jiangdu was curious. We're not using the machine anymore, she nodded. That machine was just to monitor for risks. Now that you're stable on the potion, you don't need it. Jiangdu muttered. But I still feel more comfortable using the machine. She smirked. That's probably because you get a nice view of Bhakti. Right. Suddenly, she leaned in close, half joking. Or maybe I should just video call you every day so you can gaze at Bhakti. Jiangdu became flustered. Careful, I'm dead if Zhao Zhao finds out. I don't have time for that. You're not recording this. Are you? She held up her phone smugly. Of course I am. Next time, remember to bring me 20 vials of blood fiend heart blood, or this little recording will end up in Zhao Zhao's hands. Jiangdu frowned as he scrolled through the news, seeing a headline that read, Mr. Lu arrested, mastermind of the blood fiend incident. Don't mess with me, he said. Let me read this properly. According to his testimony, one day his group discovered a passage into the shadow layer. As they were preparing to report it, a red crystal rolled out. When he touched it, he was corrupted. That crystal was the mutated corpse of a special blood fiend. Influenced by its power, his life was changed forever. Initially, he wanted to help the patrol team, but the immense power caused his greed to spiral out of control. He established a clan, spread the tainted blood, recruited subordinates, and maintained a supply of fresh blood to boost his regeneration. This type of blood fiend is extremely adept at hiding, capable of fooling even the patrol, let alone ordinary people. He opened a pharmaceutical factory, spreading the contamination throughout the markets and shopping centers. In the end, he confessed to all his actions during the investigation. Jiangdu frowned. First, they used Van Hai as a pawn and dragged Tutu into it. And now they're saying the mastermind was captured this easily. It feels a bit contrived. Perhaps I should go investigate that factory myself. Feeling there was nothing more for him here, he turned to leave. I've got something to do. I'm heading out first. Meanwhile, the night patrol was on the scene. An officer was intently examining the screen of a tablet. Nearby, there were stacks of boxes filled with evidence. Jiangdu seized the opportunity to sneakily grab a sample from one of the boxes. He looked at the potion vial, unable to hide his curiosity. He never thought a fake potion factory actually existed. He'd always thought it was just a rumor. He secretly guessed that a person with a bloodline class could create their own potions, so why would they need to open a factory? Even if the production speed is high, it would be too easy to get discovered. Holding the potion vial, he stared at it intently, wondering if there was something wrong with it. Without hesitation, Jiangdu opened the cap and downed it in one go. After drinking it, he crossed his arms. Lost in thought, he immediately noticed a strange taste, and his eyes widened. What is this? It tastes like soda with an orange flavor. It might keep you alive for a moment, but it definitely can't heal you completely. He tossed the vial aside and started connecting the dots. If the Liu family was really behind this, was it all just about making money from selling potions? Suddenly, he turned back, a bigger suspicion forming. If the fake potions just had added flavoring, then how did Deng Hoa's daughter get cured? Another theory flashed through his mind. Could there be different types of fake potions on the market? And the Liu family was just a pawn pushed forward to take the fall. He looked at the wanted poster, then thought of Tu Tu. What role was she playing in this game? Without hesitating, he called Dang Kwa and immediately left. The phone played a system error message. The number you are calling is currently off. Please try again later. Jiangdu frowned. Why would his phone be off right now? He looked towards the bus, a bad feeling suddenly rising in his gut. Without a second thought, Jiangdu jumped straight onto the bus. As soon as he got on, his eyes scanned the entire area. He suddenly noticed something suspicious. There were no blood patterns. Could it be one of Tu Chu's clones? The bus started to move. Leaving the station, right now, Dang Koa was disguised as a man with a pale white face. He glanced over and confirmed it. There was no health bar. It was definitely him. When the bus reached the stop, he quietly got off as if nothing was wrong. Dang Koa cautiously entered a dark, deserted alley. The feeling of being watched made him jump and turn his head. Who's there? He frowned, doubting himself. Maybe it was just his imagination. His body immediately transformed back into the shape of a young man. Jiangdu hid in the shadows. Frowning, he can shapeshift. No wonder the Night Watch organization couldn't find any trace of him. After that, Dang Hoa pushed the door open and went inside the house. Without a word, he kicked over a pile of furniture. Then he started punching nearby objects, venting his frustration. Watching the chaotic scene, Jiangdu wondered to himself, what is this guy trying to do? He walked towards the bathroom and pulled back the curtain. Inside the water tank was the body of a young student, Dang Hua's new form. Seeing this, he smirked. Right on time. He opened his mouth, and his soul separated from his current body. Then, immediately after, it shot straight into the body in the tank. In just an instant, Dang Hoa opened his eyes wide in his new body. He sat up decisively, sending water splashing everywhere. Without hesitation, he struck a powerful blow, destroying his old body. From the remains, a horrifying aberration arose. It thrashed about frantically, crashing into the door and then slamming into the wall. Dang Hoa reached out his hand, absorbing all of the aberration's energy into himself. Once finished, he collected the fluid into a vial, overjoyed that a new blood source potion was ready. The next day, at the Du apartment complex, Dang Hoa stood before the door and knocked twice. His wife cheerfully opened the door. You're here. He smiled and gave a warm nod. Just then, the little girl ran out to show off. Uncle, look, this is my new house. It's so big and beautiful. Dang Hoa smiled gently. Yes, it's a shame your dad is busy with work, so I came to help you and your mom. He pulled out 2 large bags, beaming. Here, Uncle brought you some super delicious sodas. The little girl politely accepted the gift. Thank you very much. Uncle, the wife asked in a serious tone, is everything taken care of? Dang Hoa nodded reassuringly. It's almost all done. With that said, he quickly left the apartment. On the way back, he let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, Jiangdu spoke from behind him, as if a heavy burden of suspicion had been lifted. Startled, Deng Hua spun around. Who's there? Jiangdu said coldly. I just read the news. A young man who often bullied students was infected by a blood source and transformed, while the student he bullied died from being unable to withstand the contamination. His voice slowly unraveled the story. But the truth is, both of them were already dead. It was all just an act you staged, using your ability. He stepped closer to expose him. Your only goal was to take their blood to create the blood source potion. Am I right? Dang Hua. He narrowed his eyes, then gave a cynical laugh. I can't believe such an elaborate plan was discovered by you. Reverting to his true form, he sighed. Du Tu, you're as sharp as ever. He asked probingly. When did you start suspecting me? Was it when we met in the Eastern Sector 2? Or even before that? Jiangdu answered concisely. I was suspicious when Hoa Hoa got infected. And that day in Sector 2, you were the first one to arrive. Dang. Hoa shrugged with a self-mocking smile. Is that right? I even let the bloodkin attack me on purpose. And I still couldn't fool you. Jiangdu's voice was low with disappointment. I had my suspicions but never wanted to believe they were true. Dang Hoa, you were never this kind of person. What on earth happened to you? His face darkened. That's right. I wasn't like this. Not until my family got dragged into it. With that, Dang Hoa coldly transformed into a mutant. So what if I'm a monster? As long as I'm alive. He unleashed his power and charged forward like a whirlwind. The two clashed violently, the ground shaking with every blow. Jiangdu earnestly tried to persuade him. Turn yourself in now, there's still a way out. Dang Hoa frowned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Turn myself into the Night Watch. He kicked Jiangdu away and snarled. If they could have helped, I wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Dang Hua continued angrily. My wife and child were contaminated. Besides that one vial of medicine, There was no other way. And how could someone like me ever afford it? That's why I had to use other people's blood as medicine to keep my wife and child alive. His voice trailed off in despair. I thought everything was fine. But who knew that was just the beginning? Their bodies just kept mutating. And the blood had to be constantly replenished. I'm out of options. I can't just stand by and watch them slowly wither away and die before my eyes. He clenched his fists and shouted. So no one is allowed to stop me. Not even you. With that, he threw a punch that came down like a sledgehammer. But Gyeongdu, quick as lightning, raised his hand to block it. He grimaced and asked bluntly, "Then what about the new house?" Dang Koa froze. A new house. Gyeongdu smirked, exposing him. That apartment wasn't cheap. You made quite a bit of money selling fake medicine. Didn't you? He tore apart his moral facade. Claiming it was for your family was really just an excuse to cover up your own greed. Jiangdu held nothing back and pointed out the problem directly. Money, power, and strength. Those are the things you truly crave, he said forcefully. Evil thoughts are like a deep well, and your ambition will drown you at the bottom. As soon as he finished speaking, he landed a kick to Dong Koa's stomach, making him spit up blood. He was sent flying and slammed hard into a utility pole behind him. Dang Koa struggled to his feet and laughed grimly. You want to play for real, bring it on. He dropped his facade and held his head high. All right then. No more hiding. He rushed forward, declaring war. Today, we settle this once and for all. Dang Koa used his mutant power, striking through the ground to create a surprise attack. But Jiangdu was nowhere to be seen. He grew suspicious and immediately looked up, realizing the intent to launch a sneak attack. He immediately countered. Jiangdu sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated to keep his distance. Dang Hoa leaped high into the air. Continuing his relentless charge, he let out a loud roar. Launching a sharp, swift thrust toward Jiangdu, he countered with a bolt of lightning, successfully blocking the attack. Dang Hoa burst into laughter, taunting him. Is that all you've got? Do too. So this is the extent of a high-tier shadow worm. Without giving Jiangdu a moment to rest, he summoned tentacles to surround him from all sides. He grimaced, swinging his lightning to form a defensive barrier in front of him, like a fence of swords. He calmly allowed his tentacles to wrap around the lightning without the slightest hint of fear. Then, with a powerful flick of his arm, he sent Jiangdu flying into the air. He then hurled him straight into the wall of the building ahead, causing dust and debris to fly everywhere. Immediately afterward, Dang Koa frantically rushed in to check on the situation. Finding no one there, he roared in anger, cursing that he had lost his target. Suddenly, Jiangdu appeared, launching an attack from behind him. Before he could even react, Dang Koa was tightly bound by tentacles. Unable to move a muscle, he crossed his arms and let out a smug laugh, arrogantly saying, "You're so naive. Do too. Did you really think you won just because I let my guard down for a moment? I know every single one of your moves and habits," he declared arrogantly. Right now, taking your life would be as easy as crushing an egg. But Jiangdu remained calm, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "You're mistaken. You're the one who's fallen into the trap." He calmly warned him, "Look closely at your feet." In an instant, a strange blue aura completely enveloped Dang Koa. Before he could react, he was stunned by the violent tremors of the ground beneath him. The ground suddenly split open, causing him to lose his balance and fall into a deep abyss. He had been transported to a dark, cold place known as the Shadow Plane. Dang Hua gave a faint, contemptuous smile. "Did you really think bringing me here would be enough to defeat me?" His voice was deep and cold. "Did you think hiding in the shadows would keep me from finding you? With my bloodline system, the scent of blood is all I need to track you down." Jiangdu chuckled sarcastically. "You're right. You do know my old fighting style very well." "But," he replied firmly, "that was the old me. Now, after training with Van Hai, I don't need a sneak attack to take you down." Dang Koa roared in disbelief and rage. A shadow system user dares to fight a bloodline system user head-on. Jiangdu moved in close, looked him straight in the eyes, and uttered a single, cold word D. He unleashed a powerful attack, forcing him to his knees. He was stunned by this incredible power. Impossible. How can the shadow system be this strong? What is happening? Just then, his eyes widened in shock. He froze when he realized it was the power of a bloodline. Without hesitation, Jiangdu pressed his overwhelming advantage. Closing the distance, he unleashed a cold slash, cutting deep into the man's chest. "Dang!" Hoa screamed in agony, clutching his wound as he tried to flee. Immediately after, Jiangdu struck again, slashing straight at his demonic arm. He swiftly dodged to the side and cleanly sliced at the man's leg. Before he could even cry out, he let out a scream of pure agony. His 4 limbs were severed, and his body collapsed to the ground. In his death throes, He gasped for breath and accepted his defeat. So this is due to. I thought this power would let me turn the tables. But it doesn't matter. I have no regrets dying at your hands. Just do it. Jiangdu stood motionless, his face devoid of any emotion. He silently watched as Dang Koa slowly faded on the ground. Seeing that he wasn't making a move, the man let out a weak laugh. What? You can't bring yourself to do it. At that moment, Dang Koa sorrowfully confessed. Actually, I was the one who caused Hoa Ho and her mother's blood to become tainted. He sighed, as if trying to unburden himself of all his sins. His voice grew heavy as he continued remorsefully. I brought a bloodline fragment home, and that's when the contamination started to spread. He raised a hand aimlessly and laughed bitterly. That's right. My family was just an excuse. What I really craved was power, but in the end, that power and strength brought me no peace. Every night, I was haunted by phantoms of fresh blood. By the time I came to my senses, it was already too late. There was no turning back on the path I had chosen. He covered his face and sobbed. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just tormented by the fact that my ambition dragged my family into danger. I don't ask for anything now. I just hope my loved ones are still alive. Jiangdu's face hardened as he shook his head, his voice heavy. The price you chose to pay was the lives of others. If your family knew about this, would they even want to go on living? The man's gaze drifted into the distance, his expression filled with contemplation. Finally, Jiangdu made his decision. I won't kill you, but your crimes will be judged by the Night Watch organization, out of respect for our past acquaintance. I hope you'll tell the truth one last time. He asked decisively about its origin. Where did your fragment of divinity really come from? Dang Koa gave a faint smile and answered directly. If I told you I just found it on the street, would you believe me? Hearing this, Jiangdu furrowed his brow in thought. Tu said the same thing. Could it be that he really just found it? But he quickly realized something was off. Impossible. A fragment of divinity wouldn't just appear randomly. Someone is clearly setting a trap. At that very moment, Dang Koa suddenly began to choke. As a strange force sucked the air from his lungs, Jiangdu cried out in alarm. Dang Hua, what's wrong? In the blink of an eye, he was completely consumed by a circle of blazing red fire. The attacker, in the form of an aberration, was none other than Tru Koi. Seeing that ferocious face, Jiangdu grew wary. It was another wielder of a bloodline status. As soon as the words were spoken, tiny sparks shot directly into Dang Koa's body. Jiangdu clenched his fists and launched a decisive counterattack. Instantly, Koa was freed and collapsed to the ground. Tru Koi growled with resentment. Get out of the way. He immediately launched a barrage of blood flame particles toward Jiangdu. Quick as a flash, he dodged every single attack. Jiangdu charged forward, swinging his hand to create a blade of cold light. Tru Koi gritted his teeth and summoned a high-level aberration for support. Seeing this, Jiangdu took a few steps back to maintain his distance. He seized the opportunity, launching a fatal blow toward Dang Koa. In that instant, Dang Koa braced himself and pulled a life stone from his chest. Jiangdu shouted in alarm, Dang Koa, stop. But Tru Koi was quick to snatch the stone away. He didn't hesitate to absorb all the energy from it. As Tru Koi was about to step into the open portal, Jiangdu yelled, stop right there. He gathered his strength and unleashed a wave of energy that sent the aberrations flying. Get lost. Jiangdu shot a cord of light straight at his opponent. It pierced the mask, causing it to fall to the ground. Jiangdu frowned, looked up, and asked curtly, who are you? When the mask fell off, he was stunned. It was Dr. Tru. Jiangdu stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Tru Koi smirked slightly and asked, so you recognize me? Jiangdu didn't answer, only tightening his defensive stance warily. The high-level aberrations nearby roared menacingly in unison. Tru Koi ordered coldly, I gave you time to deal with your old business with Koa. Now it's best you retreat. Jiangdu sneered. Retreat? You think I would spare the mastermind behind all these crimes? Tru Koi quickly retorted. You've misunderstood. The murders and the poisoning were all Koa's doing. I had nothing to do with it. Jiangdu gritted his teeth, his voice as cold as ice. Nothing to do with it. Then who gave Tu and Dang Koa the fragments of the bloodline status? He furiously tightened his grip on the sword, his voice choked with emotion. Dang Koa and Tu were just pawns in your hands, all used so you could create this endless chain of bloodline contamination. Jiangdu coldly exposed all of his crimes. You dragged innocent people into this, turning them into bloodline abominations. To get more test subjects, you even researched the blood-altering serum. Am I right? Dr. Tru Koi. His face darkened, his voice filled with annoyance. He clearly didn't want any more trouble. Triokoi gritted his teeth and signaled for the horde of abominations to charge and attack. He said in a low voice, "You know far too much." Jiang Du stood his ground, his eyes showing not a hint of fear. He swung his sword in a wide arc, sending the entire group of abominations flying. Immediately after, Jiang Du instantly moved behind his opponent. But Triokoi reacted quickly, completely blocking the attack. The man smirked as he assessed him. "Your speed isn't half bad. You must not have been using your full strength in the fight with Dang Koa." Triokoi turned with a cold, arrogant laugh. "But against me, that means nothing." He narrowed his eyes and said menacingly, "You're walking right into your own grave." Instantly, Jiang Du was engulfed by a swirling torrent of brilliant flames. Knowing he couldn't block it head-on, he quickly retreated to dodge the blast. In a flash, Jiang Du's figure vanished amidst the thick smoke. He reappeared behind his opponent and declared loudly, "You're the one who's looking for death." Trukoi's face turned cold as he erected a layer of protective tentacles around his body. Jiang Du didn't let him get away. Swinging his sword and slicing through all the encircling tentacles, he leaped into the air, gathering power for his next strike. Trukoi agilely dodged to the side. Avoiding the fatal blow, Jiang Du lowered his stance and growled, "Trying to run, are you?" He unleashed a rapid flurry of countless sword strikes. Jiang Du braced himself and shouted, "Take this, my shadow sphere." Instantly, the energy sphere erupted, spreading out into a giant net. Triukoi was caught tightly in the net, struggling desperately. Seeing his move hit its mark, Jiang smirked victoriously. "This time, you won't escape even if you grow wings." He immediately activated his strongest technique, initiating the death strike. The colliding streams of energy completely shattered his opponent's defenses. Trukoi panicked and clutched the lifestone against his chest. Jiang couldn't dodge in time, and the sheer pressure forced him back in horror. Trukoi flinched violently when he realized Jiang had touched his precious item. He angrily swung his arm, blasting Jiang away with a scorching wave of air. "Get lost." Jiang was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall behind him. Triukoi adjusted his clothes, his voice as cold as ice. "I admit I underestimated you, but unfortunately, you're still not strong enough to defeat me." Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied calmly, "Is that so?" He slowly held up the lifestone. "What about without this?" Triukoi froze, his throat tightening. "You? How do you have that?" Jiang tightened his grip on the stone, a cold smile on his face. "I'll just hold on to this for you." Triukoi lost control, roaring in fury. "Give that back to me." Tentacles shot straight towards Jiang at a terrifying speed. Anticipating the attack, he stepped forward confidently, his voice tinged with a smirk. "You want to try?" Jiang raised his sword to block the lightning bolt in front of him, then taunted coldly, "Come and get it yourself." Seeing the hazy smoke enveloping Jiang Triokoi gnashed his teeth in anger. "Damn it. Is this his true power? If I'd known, I would have stolen the fragment much sooner." A surge of resentment welled up inside him. He was always just one step away from success. Triokoi remembered the hard times, researching the anti-abyss serum day and night, his body completely drained from exhaustion. But just as he was on the verge of completion, his superiors ordered a halt, and 10 years of his life's work turned to dust. He couldn't accept it. His heart seethed with hatred, and he was tormented by despair. And then, a strange voice echoed in his mind. That demonic voice spoke, "Are you the one calling to me?" He remembered that moment vividly. That was the day the abyss appeared and bestowed upon him the fragment of bloodline divinity. In his desperation, Trokoi reached out and accepted a path from which there was no return. He bowed his head to the dark power, willingly submitting himself to the abyss. Afterward, he acted in secret, splitting the fragment into many pieces to distribute among different hosts. By doing this, he was able to collect a vast amount of bloodline samples for his research. Those fragments absorbed blood energy, gradually becoming more powerful. He dreamed of the day he would complete his plan, reclaim all the fragments, and rule the world. Back in the present, Triokoi gritted his teeth. "I've come this far. How could I possibly stop now?" In a fit of rage, he pulled out 2 strange vials. "Since you looked down on my research," he downed them in one gulp. "Let's see if you can handle this power." A massive surge of power coursed through him, nearly driving him insane. Triokoi swung his giant hand, unleashing a terrifying power. Sensing the danger, Jiang immediately retreated into the shadow dimension, cautiously keeping his distance. But hundreds of small fire droplets still seeped into the dark space. In an instant, they dragged him out. Jiang was stunned, trembling inwardly. He could even penetrate the shadow dimension. Triokoi smirked triumphantly, surprised. "The drug I developed was originally meant to deal with the abyss," he continued to explain. "Naturally, It also has the ability to resist shadow types like you. As he spoke, he shattered the layer of shadow, his mouth still arrogant. My drug is perfect. Yet those high rankers look down on it. He growled. They said my drug pollutes humans. All lies. Aren't superhumans the same way? At least my drug is stronger. Trokoi screamed manically, launching an attack that sent Jungdu flying towards the spatial gate. That is the proof. Jungdu was knocked back into the real world. He gasped for air, drenched in sweat. This is bad. My energy is almost depleted. While he just gets stronger the more he fights. I'm really running out of options. Trokoi advanced step by step, fireballs swirling around him, as if ready to devour their prey. Jiangdu's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Is my path as a superhuman going to end here? Trokoi waved his hand and commanded. Hand it over. Don't make me get rough. Jiangdu frowned, remaining silent. He slowly reached into his shirt. In Jiangdu's hand, the lifestone revealed a faint glow. Seeing it, Trokoi was overjoyed. Yes, that's it. But just as he was about to touch it, Jiangdu snatched his hand back in a flash. Jiangdu was resolute, his eyes burning with determination. I'll die before I give it to you. He closed his eyes and swallowed the object in his hand whole. In that instant, an explosive source of energy flooded his entire body. Witnessing this, Trokoi was stunned and stammered. You're truly insane. Jiangdu bent over, his breathing ragged, sweat rolling down his face. Trokoi sneered, his voice cold. How foolish. Directly fusing with the fragment is a one-way ticket to death. He shrugged, waving his hand with a look of pity. Fine. I'm still a doctor. After all, his voice drawled. I'll grant you a little mercy, so you won't have to suffer for long. But at that very moment, the aura around Jiangdu suddenly vanished, and all his energy became completely still. Trokoi was startled, his eyes filled with panic, unable to believe what he was seeing. He stammered, Why can't I feel the fragment anymore? This is impossible. Where did it go? Jiangdu let out a soft breath, his voice calm. It was a little hard to swallow, but I'm fine now. He smiled lightly and commented nonchalantly. It didn't taste too bad. Kind of like dragon fruit. Trokoi roared in fury. Stop playing games. How can you treat a divinity fragment like it's just food? He prepared to strike, but Jiangdu just stood there coldly, replying slowly. Immediately after, a violent explosion erupted between the two of them, sending clouds of dust and smoke billowing. Through the smoke, Jiangdu's calm voice could be heard. Perhaps you didn't know, but bloodworms are the natural food for shadow worms. He stomped his foot hard on the ground as a light flared up around his body. The blood system fragment is mine now. The area fell silent as Jiangdu's body transformed, reaching a completely new level. He stated simply, I've already absorbed it. Trokoi was stunned, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He screamed, his voice cracking. Impossible. All my hard work, stolen by you just like that. Trokoi threw his head back and let out a long scream, the sound echoing throughout the entire space. At the same time, a series of vials fell and clattered onto the stone floor. He hastily injected all of them, transforming his body into a high-level blood species. His eyes bloodshot. He roared one word, kill. Trokoi swung his arm, creating a storm of chaotic energy. He blinked continuously, darting around like the wind. Jiangdu gracefully dodged, avoiding each and every ferocious attack. A flash of excitement sparked within him. His strength and speed had increased dramatically after absorbing the fragment. Jiangdu's senses expanded, allowing him to clearly feel the blood pulsing through his opponent's body and even predict his movements. He charged forward with an overwhelming aura, his voice firm. My turn. Without hesitation, Jiangdu gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Let's see what this thing can do. As he swung the blade, he realized it was absorbing all the energy around it. He smiled faintly. How interesting. He continued to observe. It was more than just life drain. This blade also blocked the enemy's ability to regenerate. Zhang Jiangdu's calm demeanor. Trokoi roared as his anger exploded. Jiangdu's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Trokoi gathered all his strength, and the flames around his body flared up violently. He unleashed all his power, sending Jiangdu flying high into the air. He grunted softly, taking a few steps back to steady his stance. Jiangdu frowned in thought. I should have been able to hide in the shadow layer, but it seems my current form restricts that ability. Without a second thought, he summoned his deadly acid blood. Jiangdu was stunned, muttering, What's with this crazy amount of blood? Did my last attack hit so hard that it ruptured his blood vessels? He squinted, focusing his gaze to get a better look. The layer of dark red blood was eating away at the ground. Bit by bit, alarmed, Jiangdu leaped backward, narrowly avoiding contact with it. Trokoi smirked sinisterly and taunted. Too late to realize it now. He roared in fury. Now dissolve in hell. A massive amount of blood surged forward as he screamed. D. Anticipating the attack, Jiangdu quickly shot up into the air. Triukoi looked up and sneered. You think flying up is enough to escape? He launched a barrage of acid bloodstreams right at him. Jiangdu remained calm, thinking, this blood ability consumes his own lifeblood to function. I just have to wait until he runs out, and then I can counterattack. As if reading his mind, Triukoi let out a mocking laugh. Waiting for me to run out of blood. Are you? He suddenly recalled all of his blood parasites. Then, he submerged them all into the churning pool of blood at his feet. Jiangdu was horrified, exclaiming, he's using the blood parasites to create more blood. Triukoi hissed through clenched teeth. There's nowhere to run. This hellish blood will corrode you down to the very marrow of your bones. He continued to gloat about his plan. Right now, the Night Watch organization is still busy dealing with the monsters I released. By the time they notice, it will already be too late. Triukoi painted a picture of utter destruction. Starting from this small neighborhood, it will spread to the entire region. And finally, it will drown all of Vanhai City in a sea of blood. He threw his head back and cackled like a madman. Even if you kill me, this blood will destroy everything, and you'll be powerless to do anything but watch. Jiangdu's brow furrowed, his eyes darkening with a flash of grim determination. Without a moment of hesitation, he dove straight in. Jiangdu's body plunged through the thick, viscous blood. Trikoi's eyes went wide in disbelief. Is he insane? He actually dove right into the blood, but the words caught in his throat when he saw what was happening next. He stammered. The blood. It's boiling. He screamed in panic. Impossible. Is he using his own blood to burn mine? Trokoi was completely bewildered, wondering to himself, how is this even possible? Jiangdu stated coldly and simply, it's over. He flew up, observing with unconcealed surprise that the bloodline fragment could be exploited to such an extent. Triukoi laughed maniacally. Your blood can't burn forever, but my blood is limitless. So in the end, I will be the victor, Jiangdu replied curtly. Words alone prove nothing. Let's just see who can last longer. Hearing this, they both clenched their fists tightly, eye to eye. Their auras clashed in the silence. Suddenly, Triukoi lunged forward, roaring. Jiangdu didn't back down, charging forward with all his might to meet the attack head-on. The two torrents of power collided in a violent explosion. Amidst the shockwave, Jiangdu gritted his teeth and pushed Triukoi back. He braced himself, his body running on fumes, with just over 1/3 of his health remaining. But the pressure from Triukoi was overwhelming, causing Jiangdu's figure to gradually fade into thin air. When the dust settled, Triukoi realized there was no one left in front of him. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, laughing like a madman. I've won, you see. This is my true power. No one can stop me. No one. Just then, a thunderclad blade descended, piercing straight through his chest. Triukoi shuddered as blood gushed from his mouth. He turned his head, his eyes filled with rage. Impossible. You dare launch a sneak attack. Panting, Jiangdu replied coldly. I am a shadow. How else am I supposed to fight, if not with sneak attacks? Immediately after, the energy within the sword erupted violently. Triukoi screamed, his voice choked with emotion. I can't accept this, I haven't accomplished anything yet. In his agony, he remembered his past, how hard he had strived, but no one ever saw his efforts or acknowledged his worth. That's why he had to prove himself. He had to surpass everyone else. Triukoi rolled. I want everyone who ever looked down on me to pay. I want them all to see. I want to become the one with ultimate power, the ruler of this entire world. Tears streamed down his face, his voice breaking in despair. I still want more. He lay sprawled on the ground, whispering his final words. I still want more. A few minutes later, Dang Koa staggered to his feet amidst the rubble. Captain Luke stood coldly before him and said, So, you're awake. He turned away and gave a firm command. Take him away. Immediately, Dang Hoa was handcuffed in silence. As he was being led away, he couldn't help but look back over his shoulder. He saw Jiangdu standing there, watching him in silence. Dang Hoa choked out his plea. My wife. My little Hoa-ho. I'm entrusting them to you. Jiangdu said nothing, just stood there in silence. After that, Dang Hoa was taken away without a single word of farewell. The scene shifts to a small eatery, the smell of hot steamed buns wafting through the street. The owner cheerfully brought over the buns. Here are your buns. Sire. Please enjoy. Taking a bite, Jiangdu nodded in approval. This is really good. Freshly steamed buns in the morning are the best. The owner smiled and replied, That's right. My steamed buns are the most famous in this area. He curiously changed the subject. I heard some scavengers came and caused trouble a few days ago. Is that right? The owner sighed. Yes. They dared to mess with my daughter just because they thought they had a bit of power. Jiangdu asked with concern. Did you report it to the Night's Watch? After all, those scavengers fall under their jurisdiction. The owner said wearily. I did. But they were released a few days later and came back to cause trouble. He smiled faintly. I figured. So you taught them a lesson. Didn't you? The owner froze. Unable to argue, he lowered his head. Silent for a long moment. His eyes filled with complex emotions. Finally, he sat down and sighed. So someone still managed to track me down. I really thought I had hidden myself well. He took out the life stone. His voice low. You're here to collect this. Aren't you? I had a feeling from the moment you walked in. Jiangdu was astonished and asked, You're giving it up that easily. Aren't you afraid your daughter will face retaliation? The owner gave a sad little smile. I'm still afraid. But I can't protect her forever. Relying on this thing is no substitute for becoming strong yourself. He gently handed over a few vials of medicine, saying softly, Try this. It might help remove the remaining contamination. The owner was surprised and asked, Aren't you here to arrest me? Aren't you with the Night's Watch? Jiangdu turned and walked away. His voice calm. That's not necessary anymore. You're the last one, and you're the only one who passed. The owner clutched the vial tightly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Deep inside, Jiangdu trembled and whispered, Why does it have to be me? He stood silently, staring at the scene before him, his mind blankly repeating, Why did everything turn out like this? Jiangdu shouted in horror, Uncle Luke, Uncle Lai, Fatu, what's wrong with you all? What happened here? Suddenly, the image of a girl appeared in. Jiangdu was stunned when he realized it was the familiar girl. How. He immediately rushed forward, trying to reach out and touch her, but a cold-looking young man had already embraced Rao tightly. Seeing the stranger, Jiangdu observed him closely with suspicion, wondering who he was. When he saw the man's face clearly, he was stunned and exclaimed, It can't be. Jiangdu screamed out in panic and pain. How. Back in reality, he suddenly shot up, his hand resting on her chest. How. At that exact moment, he snapped fully awake, and the atmosphere in the room became awkward. She blushed and angrily slapped his hand away. Jiangdu, Zhao grabbed his hair and scolded him relentlessly, proving that some bad habits just won't die. Jiangdu frantically tried to explain. It's not like that. Please just listen to me. Zhao, but she gave him no chance, immediately unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down on him in the blink of an eye. A full month had passed, and today was our final training session at Cloud C. Zhao and I achieved top scores, so we were invited to give a speech. But since I'm not a fan of public speaking, I invited Fatty to grab a bite to eat instead. Afterwards, we said our goodbyes to Uncle Lee and Uncle Luke. Then, Zhao and I flew back to the northern capital together. On the plane, I sat quietly, gazing out the window. Sitting beside me, she perceptively asked, What's wrong? You've seemed so out of it all day. Jiangdu confessed what was on his mind. I've been thinking about what the abyss truly is in this world. Zhao looked surprised. You mean the abyss fragments? We've already studied them. They're everywhere. But Jiangdu shook his head firmly. No. I'm talking about the abyss itself. He shared thoughtfully. I used to think the abyss was some faraway place in the universe. It wasn't until a few days ago that I realized it's actually very close. She tilted her head. Close, what do you mean? Jiangdu looked straight ahead, his voice firm. It lies within every person's heart. Zhao grumbled in confusion. What are you talking about? All of a sudden you're getting philosophical like some sage. Did you hit your head or something? Jiangdu chuckled. It's just a feeling I have. You can just think of it as me joking around. She suddenly asked, If one day I was swallowed by the abyss, what would you do? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangdu took her hand and held it tightly. He answered resolutely, I would charge straight into the abyss without a second thought. I'd risk everything to bring you back, even if it meant having to confront myself. Hearing his words, she blushed and was left completely speechless. The northern capital drew ever closer. The path ahead seemed bright, but it was still fraught with danger, because the abyss is ever present, lurking everywhere.